Chapter 1. The Mysterious Transmigration. A new day dawned, bathed in bright sunlight, marking the 10th anniversary of Fang Chong's solitary existence at home, coinciding with his 18th birthday. Since the tragic passing of his parents to cancer a decade ago, Fang Chong discovered that he too bore a hereditary ailment. Fortunately, timely treatment mitigated its impact, leaving him with some physical afflictions, but, at the very least, preserving his life. TSK. No food left again at noon. Fang Chong expertly rummaged through his refrigerator, only to find that the supplies delivered days prior had been entirely depleted. Forget it, he'll just order takeout. Despite being cautious about his health following his illness, there were moments of laziness when he would resort to the convenience of delivery. This time, however, as he scoured the food delivery app, he found nothing that piqued his appetite. Just as he contemplated starting over to find something to eat, a spinning icon abruptly appeared on the screen, and the air conditioning unit, which had been running vigorously, suddenly ceased to function. Seriously? A power outage in this weather? After waiting for nearly 10 minutes without any sign of power restoration, the temperature in his room began to rise intolerably, and the feeble electric fan could no longer combat the oppressive heat. All right then, he'll go eat out, at least I can enjoy some air conditioning. Though his parents had tragically passed, they had left behind a substantial inheritance, ensuring that Fang Chong's daily needs were comfortably met under his management. Despite living alone, the myriad of figurines that adorned his home had consumed a significant portion of his finances, and his desire for a spacious, independent living space led him to choose this somewhat underdeveloped villa. Look who's stepping out. As Fang Chong exited, the elderly residents playing cards in a nearby pavilion noticed the commotion and greeted him warmly. Yeah, there's a power outage. I'm heading out for a meal and to enjoy some air conditioning on the side. Though he rarely ventured outside, having lived in the neighborhood for over a decade meant that the locals were familiar with his challenging past, and he received their considerate attention. Gradually, the emotional chill that had settled over Fang Chong since his parents' demise began to thaw, thanks in part to the kindness of his neighbors. Oh dear, this won't do. I still have plenty of food in my fridge. I must return to cover it with blankets, exclaimed two elderly ladies, hurrying back to their homes upon hearing of the power outage. While two elderly gentlemen chuckled and took over the card game, everything appeared to be in serene balance. However, this day was destined to usher Fang Chong away from the tranquility he had known. Just as he was about to leave the community to catch a bus to a nearby eatery, a sudden rainbow illuminated the sky. It's the middle of summer, and there's no rain. What's the story behind this rainbow? Gazing at the vibrant arc, seemingly tangible in its brilliance, Fang Chong instinctively rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was misperceiving the phenomenon before him. After gazing for a while, the vibrant rainbow remained steadfast in its place. Hey, young man, are you getting on the bus or not? If not, they'll close the door, and the air conditioning will be wasted, the disgruntled bus driver complained from the bus stop. Fang Chong suddenly snapped back to reality, lifting his gaze and casting aside the enchanting rainbow as he made his way towards the bus station. However, it appeared that the rainbow was reluctant to let Fang Chong go. Just as he stepped onto the bus, the rainbow surged past him with a sudden intensity. A wave of disorienting weightlessness enveloped Fang Chong's mind, and as an ordinary person, he was ill-equipped to withstand such an experience. Darkness engulfed him, and he fainted immediately. The bus driver was momentarily taken aback. I distinctly remember a rather handsome young man, just a moment ago. Where did he vanish to? But soon enough, the driver dismissed the thought, accustomed to seeing such last-minute changes from passengers on a daily basis. Honestly, if you're not going to ride, make up your mind sooner. This heat is unbearable, he grumbled as he shut the door and pressed the accelerator, driving the bus away into the distance. And thus, Fang Chong vanished without a trace from this world. Detection of temporal distortion waves involving individuals has been initiated. Please respond promptly. A chilling notification echoed in Fang Chong's mind, and the disorienting sensation began to fade, restoring his clarity. Where is this? Ah, young man, you've finally awakened. A large, round face appeared before him before he could fully comprehend his surroundings. Who are you? Confronted with the somewhat adorable visage and the wispy yellow clouds surrounding him, Fang Chong inquired. Quite composed, I appreciate that. Let's keep it brief. In your culture, well, you may regard me as something akin to a deity or a god. The rainbow that enveloped you is a sort of transportation device, and your unique physiology inadvertently triggered its response, bringing you here. In short, it was a mishap on my part, and you may present one request anything you desire. Staring at the exuberant face, Fang Chong felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. However, after a moment of contemplation, he realized he had no particular wishes. Ever since the death of his parents, he had lost all interest in life, merely existing day by day. Never mind, I don't have many demands, just send me back. Though it was a request of utmost simplicity, a bead of sweat suddenly appeared on the forehead of the large face. You were forcibly drawn in by that transportation device, and I lack the means to pinpoint your original location. So, are you saying I can't go back? Listening to the hesitant responses of the rotund figure, Fang Chong nearly lost his temper. Just moments ago, he claimed to possess divine abilities, yet he cannot fulfill such a modest request. How absurd. Well, I have the ability to read minds. Fang Chong remained silent, contemplating. After a prolonged pause, he let out a sigh. Then, could you transport me to a time that is relatively similar to this one, in a world where safety prevails, and I still possess a modest fortune? That request is certainly feasible. Upon hearing Fang Chong's straightforward demand, the rotund figure's expression brightened. Compared to those who sought interdimensional travel or mastery over fundamental forces, this young man's request was remarkably simple. Chapter 2. The Marvel Universe. It is rare to encounter someone as kind-hearted as you. You must understand that during my previous work mishaps, the demands were exceedingly stringent. As the large-faced individual adjusted his teleportation device, he incessantly critiqued the peculiar requests made by those prior. Naturally, as a deity, he had eliminated numerous ambitious souls who aspired to usurp his position. All right, step inside, he declared. Another dazzling rainbow appeared, and Fang Chong preferred to avoid excessive conversation with the large-faced man, as returning to watch his show was of utmost priority. However, the moment he stepped through the portal, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness surged through his mind. The large-faced man's countenance also contorted in alarm. Something's off. I distinctly calibrated this, he exclaimed. Oh no. This is going awry. While the large-faced individual frantically tinkered with his device, Fang Chong found himself plummeting towards the concrete floor at an alarming velocity. Stop. As he became acutely aware of his descent, racing towards the ground at least 10 times the speed of sound, Fang Chong briefly believed his demise was imminent. Yet, just as he was about to make contact, he was abruptly halted in midair. Seeing the large-faced man reappear before him, Fang Chong felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The reason was clear. His peripheral vision had caught sight of the Stark Industries building not far off. For a seasoned otaku, the recognition of Stark Industries was unmistakable. Is this what you call safety? A trivial mistake, indeed. What on earth is going on in this dimension? Just as the large-faced individual prepared to teleport Fang Chong again, he seemed to sense a lurking menace, abruptly springing back onto the ground. Is this truly what you call safety? Fang Chong was on the verge of breaking down. He had been living quite comfortably on Earth, only to be unceremoniously hurled into the Marvel Universe by this incompetent individual. Even in a world of formidable heroes, he could have managed, but this? A 50-50 chance of annihilation. Who wouldn't be terrified? Error, this is on you. I demand to retreat. The large-faced man had no time to argue, hastily thrusting a glowing orb into Fang Chong's mind, causing himself to vanish before Fang Chong's eyes. In an instant, Fang Chong found himself transported from the New Way Center to an uncharted rural villa far beyond its rings. How peculiar. The earlier sensation of unease lingered. The moment Fang Chong disappeared, a figure cloaked in yellow appeared in his place. Even the time stone cannot reverse this? Scanning the surroundings for any signs of life, the figure, cloaked in yellow, suddenly emitted a vibrant green light. The events that had transpired in that location replayed vividly, yet Fang Chong's form was conspicuously absent. How strange. Am I merely being paranoid? As the figure mumbled to himself, Fang Chong had already collapsed onto the bed. Curse that large-faced fool. Why throw me here of all places? To Marvel, of all dimensions. Have some humanity. The wandering multiverse system is at your service. With energy reserves indicating the next traversal will occur in 3 months. The system's notification sound pulled Fang Chong back to reality. Since I'm here, what functionalities do you possess? Esteemed host, this system is designed to... Hello? Finally connected. Just as the system was about to introduce itself, that familiar large visage reappeared before Fang Chong. Hey, don't be like that. I'm here to offer you some benefits. Regardless of the large face's reassurances, Fang Chong only responded with an expression as lifeless as a fish. To cut to the chase, communication in this world is not feasible. This system was initially intended as compensation for another individual, but now it has been transferred to you, along with the coordinates of various worlds stored in my memory. When the time comes, you shall become a wanderer of the multiverse, free to pursue your desires. If you develop well, transcending this world may not be beyond your reach. Who? Before the large face could elaborate, a mage standing where Fang Chong had been let out a loud exclamation. Wow, that was quick. With that, the large face vanished once more from Fang Chong's view. Initial world coordinates established, expected traversal in 3 months, destination, attack on Titan. Residual energy detected, automatic integration in progress. System upgrading, please hold. Perhaps due to the early detection by GUI, the large visage's input for energy communication remained unconsumed, and thus was directly utilized by the system for enhancement. Since Fang Chong had already arrived, returning was no longer an option. He could only begin to familiarize himself with this new world. Fortunately, the language spoken here is entirely Chinese, a fortunate reprieve for Fang Chong, who struggles with English. During the 3 months of the system's charging, Fang Chong thoroughly acclimated to the workings of this world and the system. First and foremost, his identity in this realm was unremarkable. He was merely an ordinary slacker student, affluent yet unambitious, merely coasting through high school. However, under the substantial monetary influence, the teachers assured that even if Fang Chong neglected his studies, he would still be guided toward a prestigious university, allowing him to disregard academic concerns entirely. Fang Chong clearly remembered Iron Man's origin in 2008. Although he couldn't recall the exact month, it was now the end of 2007, leaving merely half a month before 2008 commenced. Throughout these 3 months, Fang Chong gained a comprehensive understanding of the system. Unlike others, he could remain in any dimension for as long as he wished, yet ultimately, whether he could evade Thanos' 50% annihilation probability would depend on luck. After all, Fang Chong's existence is tethered to the concept of this dimension. Time spent traversing these worlds would return at a ratio of 100 to 1 in relation to time in the Marvel Universe. Certainly, should Fang Chong instigate a significant upheaval in the narrative, he would inevitably face fierce ostracism from that world, ultimately compelled to depart. Originally, Fang Chong had envisioned frolicking with the enchanting characters from the anime. Alas, the system forbade him from bringing them along. He must rely on his own abilities to safely transport the inhabitants of that realm back to this world, which would require him to attain at least demigod-level powers. Chapter 3. Attack on Titan. During the span of 3 months, Fang Chong's physique underwent a semi-digital transformation, alleviating the adverse effects of his injuries while facilitating a more seamless assimilation of abilities from various worlds. Energy infusion complete, residual energy decomposition finalized. He received the Talent Enhancement 1 and Skill Optimization 1, currently in transit. Upon completion of the transfer, he extracted the Dimensional Talent and acquired Spinal Reinforcement 1. At the very moment the system transported Fang Chong into the realm of Attack on Titan, he was besieged by a wave of intense dizziness and disorientation. As he finally regained his composure, he found his limbs inexplicably feeble. In the nearby thicket, the rustling sounds and palpable tremors intensified. Recalling the ominous backdrop of Attack on Titan, an ominous thought crossed Fang Chong's mind, and he desperately flailed his limbs in a futile attempt to rise from the accursed ground. However, his weakened limbs afforded him no power to stand, leaving him to helplessly await the encroaching sounds. Cursed fate. Fang Chong's thoughts devolved into a torrent of curses, lamenting the absurdity of sending an unarmed ordinary person before a Titan, as if this were a death sentence. Truly, the output of that colossal visage was nothing but trash. Just as he prepared to close his eyes and await his demise, a rugged, golden-haired hunter materialized before him. "Child, what are you doing alone in the forest? Have you lost your family?" Hearing the familiar tones of his native language, Fang Chong's heart jolted. The overwhelming horror and the negative repercussions of the transfer conspired to render him unconscious. Child. The hunter gazed down at the unconscious Fang Chong, a mixture of helplessness and indecision clouding his features. To refrain from aiding him would betray his conscience, yet to assist would strain his already meager resources, as provisions for his own family were dwindling. The prospect of caring for this child, coupled with the cost of medical attention, threatened to unravel his household. Nevertheless, the sight of the child's dark, short hair ultimately compelled the hunter to sigh in resignation. Gently, he hoisted Fang Chong onto his back and set off toward his home. When Fang Chong next opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of unfamiliar wooden walls. "Dr. Yeager, the child has awakened." A gentle woman's voice reached his ears, followed by the appearance of a somewhat familiar face. The intense dizziness and the weighty, powerless limbs left Fang Chong utterly bereft of resistance, forcing him to endure as the doctor examined him meticulously. After a considerable while, the stethoscope, now slightly warmed by Fang Chong's body, finally withdrew. There was nothing significantly wrong. He merely had a chill, a slight fever, and some malnutrition. A good night's sleep and a few days of recuperation would suffice. The somewhat indistinct voice in Fang Chong's ear gradually faded, and his eyelids grew heavier. The name Yeager was all too familiar. Subsequently, Fang Chong lay in bed for 2 full days before finally recovering and comprehending his condition. Much like the unreliable visage of the large-faced individual, the system had encountered errors when transporting Fang Chong's unique body, resulting in his physical age reverting to 10 years prior, when he was merely 8 years old. Yet, this peculiar circumstance was not devoid of benefits. Originally, his semi-digitalized body could not strengthen through exercise, but now, due to this unprecedented situation, Fang Chong's physical prowess could indeed be enhanced through training. It would be more accurate to describe it as an augmentation resulting from the natural growth associated with age. The doctor, Jaeger, who had treated him, was unsurprisingly the protagonist's father and a criminal from Marley, as mentioned in the latest season. The family that saved Fang Chong was none other than Mikasa's family. Fortune smiled upon him, had it not been for his dark hair. Mikasa's father might have abandoned him altogether. After Fang Chong revealed that both of his parents had passed away, Mikasa's mother, overwhelmed by maternal affection, took him in, providing Mikasa with an additional childhood companion. However, despite occupying the body of an 8-year-old, Fang Chong's mind was undoubtedly that of an 18-year-old adult. Moreover, he was acutely aware that in just a few years, these two would fall victim to malevolent forces. It would be best if Eren were to rescue Mikasa, or else she might find herself sold into an unknown fate. Yet, now that Fang Chong had arrived in this world, he would not allow such a tragedy to unfold. Coincidentally, the system, in compensation for Fang Chong, granted him a unique identification skill, a privilege typically absent in such an early stage of existence. Fang Chong, strength, 1 constitution, 1 intelligence, 1 dimensional talent, spinal reinforcement. Your spinal strength exceeds that of an ordinary person by more than double. Skills, none, although those 3 attributes were glaringly low. Upon inquiring with the system, Fang Chong learned that such values were not easily acquired. They were merely within the range of an average individual. Seeking additional enhancement? Apologies. But that was solely his responsibility. The system would assume no liability. Faced with the system's almost capricious demeanor, Fang Chong had no choice but to diligently train his physical capabilities. As days turned into weeks, Mikasa blossomed into an increasingly captivating young lady. Her beautiful face sometimes rendering Fang Chong unable to maintain his composure. However, it was precisely this that heightened his anxiety. Mikasa's growing beauty signified that the bandits were drawing closer. This could not continue. As Fang Chong felt the gradual enhancement of his physical abilities, a wave of despair washed over him. Despite his attributes being superior to those of an average adult, both from the system's perspective and his personal assessments, he was acutely aware that the bandits wielded weapons. Facing them unarmed, without a 2-fold increase in physical prowess, he felt a tinge of trepidation. After all, Fang Chong lacked the extraordinary Ackerman lineage that Mikasa possessed, which rendered her akin to a whirlwind of destruction. In the original narrative, when Mikasa awakened her powers, she could shatter wooden floors with a single kick. I recall possessing a talent upgrade. Perhaps I should utilize it. Upon meticulously reviewing his skills, Fang Chong could only place his hopes on the dimensional talent he had acquired. The upgrade for his spinal reinforcement was in progress, and upon completion, he had acquired the level of skeletal enhancement. His attributes read: strength, 1, constitution, 1, intelligence, 1. Dimensional talent, level of skeletal enhancement. Your bone density is twice that of an average person, slightly enhancing recovery capabilities. Skills, none. Chapter 4. Mikasa under attack. Although the textual description in the system's attribute points revealed no significant transformations, Fang Chong could distinctly sense a substantial increase in his bone strength. Anyone who has attempted to chop through pig bones knows how challenging it can be. While Fang Chong's bones were not as robust as a pig's, the doubled strength more than compensated for the difference in diameter. This meant that, as he stood now, as long as he could endure the pain, he could withstand an axe swung in his direction with his bare arms. In the ensuing days, Fang Chong dedicated himself to rigorous training, albeit during solitary excursions to gather firewood. His petite frame, coupled with a physical constitution stronger than that of an average individual, granted him a distinct advantage over the other children in their efforts to procure firewood. A full year after arriving in this world, Fang Chong had grown quite familiar with Mikasa, who no longer exhibited the initial reticence towards him. Instead, she often gravitated towards his side, seeking his company. Mikasa's mother was immensely pleased by the budding affection between her daughter and a young man from the east, welcoming the prospect of their union. Is there no firewood left? The persistent autumn rain rendered the outdoors particularly damp, and Fang Chong had not ventured out to gather firewood for several days. Don't worry, it's raining outside, Fang Chong. Could you please tell me another story? The tales from the 21st century that Fang Chong shared were greatly cherished by Mikasa, who frequently sought him out for stories. All right. Dr. Jaeger will be visiting in a few days. I must fetch some firewood, otherwise, our home will be engulfed in darkness by nightfall. Although Mikasa's parents were reluctant to let Fang Chong brave the rain for firewood, they eventually acquiesced to his repeated requests. Remember to wear your raincoat and return promptly. You need not gather too much. Faced with the incessant nagging of Mikasa's mother, Fang Chong casually waved his hand, picked up a nearby raincoat, and after a moment's thought, grabbed a somewhat rusty small axe to place into the basket. He then set off towards the woods not far away. After several hours of labor, Fang Chong had gathered barely half a basket of firewood. When he finally lifted his gaze from the ground, Two figures, one large and one small, appeared in his line of sight on the distant road. "Why come here? Alan, you have no friends. This is the last house nearby." The muffled conversation reached Fang Chong's ears, the familiar dialogue coupled with the soft patter of rain instantly igniting memories within him. Why is this happening? The world's corrective force? There was no time for further contemplation. The distance to that home was nearly an hour and a half's journey for him. If he were to consider Alan's pace, it would surely take over 2 hours to traverse this distance. I must catch up. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Chong tore off the raincoat, gripping the axe tightly as he sprinted towards Mikasa's home. Unlike the current Alan, after nearly 2 years of training and growth, coupled with his innate talents, Fang Chong sensed that his physical attributes were on the verge of reaching a score of 2. However, the unexpected visit from Dr. Yeager had completely shattered Fang Chong's plans. He had initially intended to wait until the time was riper to spend the little savings he had to buy a bottle of liquor, hoping to coax the leisurely soldiers into patrolling around Mikasa's home for a couple of days. Yet, plans often falter amidst change. Now, Fang Chong could only run desperately towards Mikasa's house. Catch up. I must catch up. In an unrelenting sprint, within merely half an hour, Fang Chong arrived at the doorstep of Mikasa's home, the drizzle beginning to diminish. The scattered footprints at the entrance instilled a sense of foreboding within him. "Mikasa?" With a voice trembling slightly, Fang Chong inquired as he knocked on the large door. Yet, the slightly ajar door merely endured the knock before swinging open. A gruesome scene unfolded before his eyes. Blood splattered across the floor, disordered furniture, and 2 still warm bodies lay in disarray. Why? I was gone for barely 3 hours. Why? Over the years, the meticulous care from the two had made Fang Chong consider this place as his home, but now, the very essence of that home had crumbled. Covered in blood, he forced himself to regain composure from the sorrow. In the accumulating rainwater outside, he carefully washed away the blood staining his hands, scrutinizing the footprints on the ground as he moved away from the scene. The raindrops in the sky began to intensify once more, gradually washing away the footprints on the ground, yet they remained within Fang Chong's sight. 3 people, gazing at the small house before him. Fang Chong took a deep breath. After such a long trek in the rain, he found no need for elaborate disguises. The 3 individuals within the room continued to direct their grievances towards one another. Their original target had been Mikasa's mother, but as Mikasa began to mature, she too became an object of their pursuit. However, due to a blunder on the part of one of them, Mikasa's mother was swiftly dispatched with a single blow of an axe, just as their mutual accusations reached a fever pitch. The sound of knocking from Fang Chong abruptly silenced the commotion within the room. The trio exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of vigilance. After Fang Chong knocked a few more times, a portly Westerner finally answered the door. Upon seeing only a half-grown child at the threshold, the tension in the 3 men's faces dissipated instantly. The rotund man even bent down with a grin, ruffling Fang Chong's dark hair. "Little one, such a heavy rain. What are you doing out here all alone? This place isn't safe. Would you like to come inside and wait out the storm?" Perhaps due to Fang Chong's dark hair, the man seemed to entertain the idea of bundling both Fang Chong and Mikasa for sale, suppressing his revulsion. Fang Chong replied with tearful eyes, "Really? Can I stay in your room for a while?" "Of course," the man responded, opening the door wide. Although the 2 others inside were puzzled by the man's actions, they did not intervene after catching a glimpse of the child's dark hair. After all, such a pure-blooded Oriental child was a rarity within the confines of the walls. Chapter 5. Slaughter. "Thank you, Uncle," Fang Chong sweetly expressed his gratitude, seizing the moment when the man bent down to swiftly draw the axe from behind him. With 2 years of experience in chopping wood and targeted training, Fang Chong wielded the axe with remarkable precision. His physical capabilities exceeded those of an average person, allowing him to cleanly sever the man's throat, silencing him entirely. Ignoring the blood splattering across his face, Fang Chong hastily supported the man's body, gradually maneuvering it inside the room. His still developing physique, concealed behind the larger man, provided him with perfect cover. "What are you doing, fatty?" one of his companions inquired, noticing the man bending over and moving further into the room without closing the door. Sensing something amiss, he could not help but voice his curiosity. Yet at that moment, Fang Chong had closed the distance sufficiently, with a sudden burst of strength. He pushed the man's body aside towards a tall figure, while he himself lunged forward with the small axe aimed directly at another man. The 2 robust men were taken aback, unable to comprehend how such a small child could have killed the fat man, leaving them momentarily stunned. It was in that instant that Fang Chong swung his small axe with a heavy blow, striking one man's neck. Unlike the unprepared fat man, the 2 individuals, though momentarily dazed, reacted with the reflexes befitting their line of work. Upon witnessing Fang Chong swinging the axe towards him, the individual instinctively raised his arm to shield his neck, attempting to fend off the impending assault. Alas, Fang Chong was no mere child. His strength surpassed that of an average person, cleaving through both the man's arm and head with ease. However, The ferocity of this strike proved too much for the small axe that had accompanied Fang Chong for over a year, causing it to finally meet its demise as it fell heavily onto the wooden floor. Without a moment to lose, Fang Chong hurried to retrieve a dagger that had dropped from the corpulent figure's grasp. Yet, the towering adversary, having pushed aside the fat man's lifeless body, had already spotted Fang Chong. There was no chance for Fang Chong to succeed. The brute delivered a brutal kick to his abdomen. Although Fang Chong possessed commendable physical prowess, the disparity in height rendered it challenging to compensate, and as he struggled to seize the dagger, the man had already pinned it beneath his foot. Moreover, he extracted another dagger from the folds of his coat. You little wretch. The loss of 2 comrades had evidently incited fury within this man, who offered Fang Chong no respite, brandishing his dagger as he lunged forward. Lacking a weapon, Fang Chong could only evade within the confines of the limited space. The commotion was deafening. What are you doing? A second man emerged from the inner room, casually kicking Mikasa, who lay on the ground, so that her face was turned towards Fang Chong. The frail voice of the girl, barely in her teenage years, pierced through Fang Chong's heart. She, a blossoming young lady, was subjected to such torment against the wall. What are you doing? It would have been better had he not emerged. Upon entering, the leader immediately beheld the 2 fallen subordinates in the blood pooling on the floor. Boss, come help me. This little brat is insane. Although the lean man had inflicted several wounds upon Fang Chong, none were grave enough to be deemed serious. The leader, astonished that 3 of his subordinates had been bested by a mere child, paused in disbelief, cursing as he made his way back to the inner room. Suddenly, a familiar sound of clashing echoed from within. Having spent 2 years in the company of hunters, Fang Chong recognized this sound all too well. It was unmistakably the sound of a shotgun being readied. If it were merely 2 formidable men, Fang Chong might have had a chance. But if one of them wielded a firearm, he could only resign himself to fate. The leader would retrieve the weapon from the inner room in mere seconds. If Fang Chong could not resolve the threat before him in that fleeting moment, his fate would be sealed in death, with the specter of mortality looming ever closer. Hesitation was a luxury he could no longer afford. Faced with the slender man's knife once more, Fang Chong resolutely thrust his left arm forward. The sharp, jarring sound of metal against bone resonated as the dagger embedded itself firmly in his arm. Die for me. In such a fleeting moment, Fang Chong had no chance to retrieve the dagger lying on the ground. He could only leverage the strength of his bones. With a powerful leap, he drove his elbow forcefully into the man's forehead. The fragile bone structure of an ordinary person could only meet his with catastrophic results. The slender man was no exception. Though he did not succumb instantly to the blow, he crumpled to the ground. This scene was precisely witnessed by the gang leader, who emerged with a gun. Seeing his 3 subordinates fall to the boy, he was devoid of rational thought, raising his weapon and firing a shot. Fang Chong harbored no illusions about evading the gunfire. He could only shield his head with both arms. Fortunately, the shotgun had not been fully loaded, and the shot, having penetrated Fang Chong's arm, lodged itself in his forehead. The intense impact brought a wave of dizziness, yet after enduring several unreliable traversals, Fang Chong felt indifferent. He held no fear of the corpulent gang leader. It is important to note that such an antiquated shotgun, even when fully loaded, required several seconds to prepare, let alone now, having already fired once. Enduring the 2 penetrating wounds in his arm, Fang Chong removed the shotgun pellet embedded in his scalp. Monster, don't kill me. I will give you whatever you want. Yes, this boy, he is the last Eastern person within the walls. Delivering him to those affluent gentlemen would surely fetch a fortune. Please, don't kill me. However, a mere insignificant gangster had never witnessed such a spectacle. A boy had effortlessly dispatched 3 adults and remained unscathed under gunfire. Chapter 6 concludes. Yet, regrettably, Fang Chong had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with the gang leader. His unscathed right hand grasped the dagger embedded in his left arm, and with a swift motion, he yanked it out, blood splattering as the somewhat dulled blade reappeared in his grasp. You can take that to hell with you. With Fang Chong's furious strike, the still sharp dagger sliced across the gang leader's neck. Although this was a mortal wound, the dagger was not a tool Fang Chong was accustomed to wielding, and its light weight meant the leader would not perish easily. After a prolonged struggle, filled with disbelief, the gang leader finally fell silent. As the battle came to an end, the adrenaline rapidly dissipated, and intense pain surged through Fang Chong's mind. His left arm had lost most of its sensation. Yet, he mustered the strength to free the ropes binding Mikasa, then sought out clean cloths to bandage his wounds. In the present moment, Fang Chong's concern for pain or potential aftereffects has become inconsequential. Lacking alcohol or iodine, he resorts to pouring gunpowder onto the wound on his left hand and igniting it with a match, accompanied by his furious curses, a blinding light, and an almost elusive scent of flesh. The 2 gaping wounds on his arm have finally ceased bleeding, though the agony is undoubtedly unbearable. Mikasa, standing nearby, wishes to assist but finds herself at a loss. only able to watch with tear-filled eyes as Fang Chong tends to his gruesome injury. An hour passes before he manages to stabilize his condition. For Mikasa, a mere 10-year-old girl, the profound grief, even inherited from the Ackerman lineage, feels exceedingly harsh. Yet, despite Fang Chong's youthful spirit of 18, he cannot conjure any words of comfort. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupts his thoughts. Is anyone there? The unlatched door swings open effortlessly. Fang Chong struggles to retrieve the dagger that had fallen to the ground, clutching it tightly in his palm. However, after a long wait, silence prevails at the entrance. Aaron? He inquires softly, and the door creaks ominously as a slender figure materializes within. Mikasa? Fang Chong? The sight of blood and corpses strewn about seems to deeply unsettle Aaron. Upon recognizing him, Fang Chong breathes a sigh of relief. The dagger slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. Silence envelopes them. Both Mikasa and Aaron are paralyzed by fear, while Fang Chong finds himself devoid of strength. I'm so cold. The rain outside has ceased, yet the autumn chill is biting, especially for Mikasa, clad in nothing more than a thin nightgown. Fang Chong, his clothes stained with blood, cannot provide her with warmth, and the disheveled living room offers no intact garments. Any clothing would have to be stripped from the four deceased. Desperately, Fang Chong gently strokes Mikasa's hair with his uninjured right hand, pulling her into his embrace, hoping to share his body heat. Suddenly, a warm red scarf is draped over their heads. Here, observing Aaron, who shivers in the cold, Fang Chong's previous disdain for him diminishes slightly. He carefully wraps the thick scarf around Mikasa's neck, its insulating properties providing immediate comfort. Time passes, and the light outside gradually dims. The muffled sound of hurried footsteps echoes from beyond the door. Quick! It's here. Evidently, Dr. Jaeger arrived at the small dwelling accompanied by several soldiers. At that moment, Fang Chong found himself utterly devoid of strength, relying solely on Mikasa's support to rise from the pool of blood. He was placed on a clean cloth outside, where treatment commenced. The intense sting from the application of ointment forced Fang Chong to remain conscious. Fortunately, his prior actions had proven to be judicious. Although his methods were somewhat outdated, after treating the burns and properly disinfecting and bandaging the wounds, he was largely unharmed. However, the mobility of his left hand had undoubtedly been compromised. What shall we do next, brother? During the treatment, Mikasa remained by Fang Chong's side, clutching his uninjured left hand. Tears cascading down her cheeks. Come live with us, Alan suddenly proposed from the side. Fang Chong was indifferent, confident that once he recovered, he would muster the strength to live on. However, Mikasa's situation was different. He yearned to provide her with a stable home. Dr. Jaeger also noticed the scarf around Mikasa's neck. His son had no friends, yet he willingly gifted his scarf to a child he barely knew. Thus, he suggested, Mikasa. Fang Chong, why don't you both live with us? Fang Chong naturally did not refuse. After all, as an outsider, if Jaeger could manage things well, it would spare Fang Chong the arduous task of searching for medicine in the underground of the Central District. Thank you, uncle, he expressed, while the four discussed their future. The soldiers, who had entered the house to gather evidence, suddenly gasped. As they emerged, armed with firearms and several daggers, their expressions reflected a peculiar unease. A child managed to kill 4 adults? What is this? Look at this shotgun. It's clearly been fired recently. This little brat. Facing the soldiers' bewildered gazes, Fang Chong feigned disinterest. If one were to ascertain which of the 3 military divisions within the walls was the weakest, he would undoubtedly declare that it was the military police. If not for their vast arsenal of guns and ammunition, they would be thoroughly outmatched by the other 2 divisions. Subsequently, Fang Chong and Mikasa moved into Dr. Jaeger's home. The soldiers visited numerous times, posing various questions to Fang Chong, all of which he adeptly deflected. Yet this injury was particularly severe. It took 2 months for Fang Chong to fully recover. Even so, his left hand, having been penetrated twice, had experienced a reduction in mobility of at least 1/3. Chapter 7, Tranquility. As for Mikasa, it seemed that following that incident, the bloodline of the Ackerman family began to awaken gradually. Although she still appeared as a child, the latent power within her was starting to align with that of an adult. A year after Fang Chong and Mikasa relocated to Dr. Jaeger's home, Armin, much like in the original narrative, joined Alan and Mikasa's small cohort. However, this time, Mikasa's closest companion was no longer Aaron. For Fang Chong had become her only remaining family member. Yet, due to his more mature mindset, he found it difficult to relate to Aaron, especially given Aaron's vehement disposition against injustice, which, despite his lack of capability, led him to recklessly involve himself in matters that made Fang Chong feel quite nauseated. His previous favorable impression of Aaron swiftly dissipated, rendering Aaron's disappointing performance in the first half of the first season entirely justifiable. Nevertheless, with Mikasa's presence, whenever Aaron found himself at a disadvantage in conflicts with other children, Mikasa would invariably come to his aid. Possessing the bloodline of the Ackerman family, Mikasa's prowess in dealing with those children was akin to bullying, often leaving Eren in a state of frustration. Subsequently, it seemed that Dr. Jaeger noticed the disconnect between Fang Chong and his son, opting to take Fang Chong along during his medical rounds, thereby liberating Eren from the monotony of his duties. In 843, a moderate epidemic erupted in the Shiganshina district, but thanks to Dr. Jaeger's efforts, it was swiftly contained, enhancing his reputation in the area. Consequently, Eren's treatment improved significantly whenever he was apprehended by the garrison. Yet, Fang Chong understood that this facade of tranquility was merely an illusion. With only 2 years remaining until 845, he had made no progress in acquiring the power of the Titans. Without such strength, despite his advantageous physical condition, he would only be akin to a soldier of Mikasa's caliber when the Titans invaded. Fang Chong had infiltrated the basement several times, discovering merely a few injection syringes for the pure Titan transformation and 2 vials of crystallized spinal fluid extracted from Reiner. Should he dare inject the pure Titan serum without preparation, he would inevitably face death at the hands of the soldiers equipped with vertical maneuvering gear nearby. However, the thought of killing Dr. Jaeger to obtain the singular power of the attack Titan residing within him was something Fang Chong found difficult to contemplate. Perhaps he should seek out Emer. Her demise would likely not affect the storyline. Eren, Fang Chong, snapped out of his reverie. Hurry and prepare the medicine. We are due for a consultation. Understood. As the time for the Titans to breach the walls drew near, Fang Chong trained his body with fervor. 2 years prior, he had sensed an impending breakthrough in his physical capabilities. Yet, in this world, devoid of ample protein intake, his enhancement faced unprecedented challenges. For 2 full years, his physical prowess had barely improved. Training soldiers is set for 847. Once I consume Emer, my left hand will heal. As another year passed, Fang Chong, during a moment of assisting Dr. Jaeger in transporting items in the basement, surreptitiously swapped the spinal fluid syringe of the founding Titan. He feigned curiosity before shattering it. Since Dr. Jaeger possessed numerous backups and Alan required only one, the destruction of this particular syringe did not draw much attention from Dr. Jaeger. After a meticulous cleanup, the incident was swiftly overlooked by him. In that same year, the Survey Corps faced unprecedented losses during their 23rd expedition beyond the walls, leading to severe injuries sustained by the Corps commander. This scene was infinitely tragic in Fang Chong's eyes, yet it was a source of immense glory for Alan. I must join the Survey Corps. Listening to Alan's fervent declarations, Fang Chong could not help but let out a quiet, sardonic laugh as he began his search for Levi within the ranks of the Corps. After all, Levi was the pinnacle of human combat prowess in the world of Titans. Given sufficient gas blades, he could swiftly demonstrate his capabilities. However, this time, Fang Chong was unable to locate Levi among the main forces of the Survey Corps. Never mind. There will be opportunities in the future. In the same month, the former commander of the Survey Corps stepped down, and Erwin took over the position, promoting Levi, whom he had brought from the underground district, to the role of vice commander. Hang then assumed the position of chief strategist. Thus, the 3 principal commanders of the Survey Corps were firmly established in history. Meanwhile, Fang Chong's physical prowess, after prolonged training, had officially reached a level of 2 in his attributes: strength 2, agility 2, intelligence 1, with a talent for skeletal enhancement. Although he had only made a slight improvement, Fang Chong was confident that even compared to a fully developed Mikasa, his physical abilities would not be lacking in any regard. In preparation for the upcoming training, he continually practiced his balance. With 2 ropes tied around his waist, he maintained an upright position, which demanded a high degree of coordination and mastery over his entire body's muscles. However, with his physical attributes twice that of an ordinary person, despite lacking talent, he found the training manageable. Mikasa, on an occasion when she stumbled upon Fang Chong's training, playfully insisted on joining him. Yet for her, the balance training was no different from swinging on a swing, and she quickly grew bored of it. Fang Chong couldn't help but feel envious. However, there was little he could do, for the Ackerman bloodline was renowned for its exceptional balance, rendering the training trivial. The year 845 finally arrived. Since the onset of 845, whenever Alan and Mikasa left the house, Fang Chong would invariably follow closely behind them. Of course, as a form of recompense for being taken in, Fang Chong would ensure that Alan's mother remained at a distance from their home. Alan, I will be heading to the mainland for further training in the next 2 months. Remember not to trouble your mother, all right? In March of 845, on the very first afternoon of Dr. Jaeger's departure from home, a colossal human head, stripped of flesh and sinew, emerged above the towering 60-meter-high Maria wall, heralded by a flash of orange-yellow lightning. While the citizens within the wall stood in a state of shock, the gargantuan figure raised its muscular leg and forcefully stomped down upon the city gate. Chapter 8. Breaching the wall, a fierce gust of wind surged through the city gate into the residential area, sweeping many nearby individuals off their feet. Countless massive stones were propelled from the gate, scattering towards the adjacent neighborhoods. Before the residents could comprehend the brutal reality unfolding before them, several titans, towering at 10 meters, alongside some 3- and 6-meter giants, began to invade through the gaping entrance. Chaos erupted in the residential area as countless inhabitants cried out and rushed towards the inner city. Initially, Eren seemed paralyzed by the overwhelming presence of the titan, standing motionless until Mikasa nudged him, prompting him to dash frantically toward his home. My home is just around this corner. Yet, alas, Eren's dreams remained mere illusions. Despite the urging of his friend, Eren's mother was still trapped within their abode. Just as in the original tale, now buried beneath the rubble. "Mother!" Eren cried, witnessing his unconscious mother. He rushed forward, attempting to clear the debris. But in his reckless fervor, he inadvertently roused her from her slumber. Eren, along with Fang Chong and Mikasa, labored alongside one another. But their combined strength was insufficient to shift the immense wreckage. In the distance, more giants began to converge upon the city gate, and despite knowing the future narrative, Fang Chong felt a surge of panic. "Eren, Uncle Hannes, come help me." Upon spotting the approaching soldier Hannes, Eren's face brightened, and he eagerly called for assistance. Hannes, summoned by Armin, had come specifically to protect Eren and Fang Chong. "Eren, stay calm. Let me deal with that titan, and I'll return to assist you." As he observed the distant giant, Hannes, emboldened by drink, unsheathed the blade of his vertical maneuvering equipment and advanced toward the looming figure. However, midway through his approach, Hannes realized that the golden-haired titan was no mere 3-meter giant, but rather a 15-meter behemoth. Faced with the overwhelming intimidation of its size, Hannes's bravado faltered, and he swiftly stowed away his blade, turning to seize Eren and Mikasa, with Fang Chong slung over his back, fleeing into the distance. "Hannes, put me down. Let me go." Eren, trapped under Hannes's arm, faced away from his home, witnessing his mother struggle in the grasp of the golden-haired titan, ultimately being devoured in one horrifying bite. The 15-meter giant, with its formidable biting force, unleashed a torrent of fresh blood in a single snap, causing half of its prey to vanish entirely, while the remaining portion gradually ceased its struggles. Witnessing his mother meet her demise within the giant's maw, Eren surrendered to despair, ceasing his own attempts to escape as Hannes led him hastily towards the inner city. "Mikasa, take care, I shall step out for a moment." As Hannes distanced himself from the open ground, preparing to activate his maneuvering gear to ascend to the rooftops, Fang Chong no longer hesitated. After exchanging words with Mikasa, he abruptly released his grip around Hannes's neck. In that instant of release, Hannes activated his maneuvering gear, propelled by the burst of gas and the extension of steel cables, swiftly taking flight towards the city wall. However, Fang Chong unexpectedly plummeted to the ground, desperately fleeing in the opposite direction. "Brother?" Mikasa, also trapped under Hannes's arm, began to struggle violently as the giant in the distance drew ever closer. With no other choice, Hannes tightened his grip, forcing the two of them towards the wall. Hannes's decision to abandon Fang Chong was influenced by the latter's previous heroics in single-handedly defeating 4 burly men, one of whom wielded a firearm, in a bid to save Mikasa. Since that moment, Fang Chong had gained notoriety in the Shiganshina district, albeit only among its soldiers. What could be more terrifying than a child vanquishing 4 adults? Some soldiers even suggested a thorough investigation into Fang Chong, fearing he might be some sort of demon. However, Fang Chong's identity was thoroughly documented, and the matter eventually dissipated. Hannes, clearly aligned with the demons, had never intended to rescue Fang Chong, yet during the plague, he was compelled to take Fang Chong along due to the favor owed to him by Dr. Jaeger. Thus, when Fang Chong inadvertently let go, Hannes felt justified in his decision. In his eyes, it was better for such a demon to meet an early demise. Nevertheless, Fang Chong's departure was not a quest for death. Ymir had only reverted to human form after consuming a companion from Reiner's group who had entered the inner world, making it evident that entering from other regions was impossible. Therefore, for Ymir to access the inner walls, she could only do so through the breached wall Maria. From the original narrative, Reiner's astonishment upon witnessing Ymir's transformation indicated that he was previously unaware of her abilities. This suggests that during the time Ymir entered the city until her transformation was discovered, she had no association with Reiner and his companions. Gently cradling the pure Titan syringe and a small vial of crystallized spinal fluid in his hands, Fang Chong felt a surge of excitement within him. "Ymir, you shall become the genesis of my transformation. Of course, my immediate task is to venture to the garrison of the military police, where I must equip myself with the omnidirectional mobility gear. Fortunately, the distance from where I departed the back of Hannes to the military encampment is not far, and in this chaotic situation, no one would pay heed to my presence. Having lingered in the Shiganshina district for quite some time, I have already familiarized myself with the location of the soldiers' garrison. The assembly of the mobility gear was mastered, albeit imperfectly, under the meticulous guidance of the station troops and military police. By the time I arrived at the garrison, the vast area was eerily deserted. This was to be expected, as the garrison is situated a fair distance from the gate leading into the inner city. Chapter 9. Ambush. As I gazed into the distance, observing the colossal giants gradually advancing toward the inner city, the giants surrounding me had vanished from sight, granting me the confidence to begin scavenging the area. For Emer to infiltrate the walls, the opportunity would only arise during the days of chaos brought about by the influx of residents into the Shiganshina district, resulting in a disarray of registry. Thus, I needed only to remain atop the city walls for a few days. However, to ensure I retained sufficient stamina, it was imperative that I secured enough provisions during this time. Without any distractions in the vicinity, I swiftly managed to affix the mobility gear around my waist. Along with the gas canisters, blades, and ample food and water, I packed a substantial load. I must admit that despite my prior specialized training, the operation of the mobility gear proved to be quite challenging. I lingered at the garrison for an extended period, but I eventually grasped the basic functions of the gear. Albeit limited to mere movement, using it for combat was still beyond my capabilities. Just as I began my ascent toward the towering 60-meter city wall, a sudden roar from a giant echoed through the nearby residential area. I scanned the surroundings, relieved not to spot the head of a 3-meter giant. If it were merely a giant of that size, I was confident that, given the right weapon, I could single-handedly vanquish it. However, as I soared onto the rooftops, laden with my considerable haul, I was jolted into a cold sweat. A peculiar type. The giant I had estimated to be of 3 meters was sprawled on the ground nearby, its enormous eyes fixed upon my visage. At that moment, I had no time for contemplation. The massive form, at least as long as 3 houses, was undoubtedly over 10 meters tall. Run. Although the peculiar giant was colossal, its agility was comparable to that of a human. The instant I turned to flee, the muscles of the giant's body tensed, and it lunged toward me, its gaping maw wide open. Regrettably, although Fang Chong was somewhat flustered, he was not the sort of ignorant commoner who would succumb to panic. When his life was threatened, he instinctively darted aside. A massive maw swept past him, leaving an indelible impression of its foul stench and searing heat. Fang Chong narrowly brushed past the aberrant creature, which, in its fervor, stumbled into a nearby building. Realizing he could not afford to linger, he understood that such a formidable giant was beyond his current capabilities. Grasping his supplies, he made a swift exit. Fortunately, the journey thereafter was uneventful. Fang Chong opted for a route that was closest to the city wall and ascended it without delay. Once atop the wall, his safety was assured. Aside from the colossal giants and beastly creatures, no other giants posed any threat to him. The side effects of the colossal giant rendered it incapable of reappearing in a short span of time, while the beast giant was likely still undergoing indoctrination in Marley. By the time he reached the top of the city gate, it was already deep into the night. The trek along the wall had consumed over 4 hours. Yet, Emer, in her untransformed state, was merely an ordinary human and could not infiltrate during the current massive giant invasion. So Fang Chong felt no urgency. However, he did not anticipate that he would remain in hiding for a full 3 days, during which his total rest amounted to less than 3 hours. Emer's silhouette, however, remained elusive. He even wondered if he had inadvertently overlooked her while resting with his eyes closed. But upon reflection, that notion seemed implausible. It was unlikely she could have mastered the abilities of a giant in such a brief time. He decided to wait a little longer. Continuous wakefulness for 3 days had begun to wear him down. His previous experience with late nights had all but diminished. On the morning of the 4th day, he could no longer endure and prepared to retreat, intending to reassess his plans during training. Suddenly, a female giant, moving on all 4s, appeared outside the wall. To the untrained eye, it might have seemed like just another aberrant creature, but Fang Chong recognized it without a doubt. The squat figure with black hair could only be Emer. He watched as Emer, now transformed into a giant, stealthily slipped into the city walls and made her way toward the inner city. Despite his fatigue, Fang Chong forced himself to muster his energy. Compared to Emer's direct dash, he had to navigate in circles atop the wall. Even with the propulsion of his 3-dimensional mobility gear, he could not match her speed. Fortunately, Emer, like any ordinary person, attracted the attention of the other giants, forcing her to pause intermittently or take detours. This allowed Fang Chong to barely keep pace with Emer. At last, when there remained merely 10 kilometers to the inner city, the Titan, transformed from Emer, slipped into a dwelling. After a brief interlude, the figure that emerged was an ordinary person cloaked beneath a robe. Although this was not Fang Chong's first experience with taking life, it marked the inaugural occasion where he killed solely for his own interests. It is imperative to remember that those cast upon this island were merely criminals of Marley. What merit is there in sympathizing with such transgressors? Shaking his head, Fang Chong resolutely reaffirmed his wavering convictions and lay in ambush along Emer's inevitable path. Unbeknownst to Emer, a being who had wandered this desolate land for nearly a century, the sight of the inner city gates filled him with immense excitement. Soon, he thought, I shall return to human society. Yet, in his fervent anticipation, he remained oblivious to the figure lurking in the shadows, poised to claim his life. An opportunity. Casting aside his internal hesitations, as Emer passed by, Fang Chong struck without hesitation, his specially crafted steel blade slicing through Emer's calf. The razor-sharp edge was far beyond what the current human form of Emer could withstand. In an instant, he collapsed onto the ground, racing toward the inner city. Before Emer could even react, Fang Chong, ensuring his approach was secure, delivered 2 more swift strikes that severed Emer's limbs entirely. Excruciating pain surged through Emer's nerves. But having just acquired the power of a titan and lacking the requisite training to bolster his stamina, he found himself incapable of transforming again. Only once his limbs had vanished did Emer begin to comprehend his dire situation. The agonizing wail that erupted pierced through the surrounding residential area, prompting the nearby titans to charge toward Fang Chong. Unwilling to delay, he seized Emer's remaining torso and ascended toward the city wall. Fortunately, the surrounding titans did not exceed 15 meters in height, allowing Fang Chong to escape with relative ease. Who are you? Why did you attack me? Upon reaching the wall, Emer's severed limbs had successfully stopped bleeding, wisps of smoke rising from the stumps. Observing that Emer still possessed the strength to speak, Fang Chong took no mercy, once again brandishing his blade to carve a deep gash in Emer's abdomen. Regardless of Emer's curses, Fang Chong remained silent, carrying Emer away from the titan-infested residential area. After more than 5 years in this world, Fang Chong was on the brink of attaining his first genuine skill. The formidable effect of Emer's earlier cry had indeed been potent, drawing the titans toward Fang Chong, who was now taking advantage of the ensuing chaos. Meanwhile, the wounded Emer, after a series of expletives, gradually fell silent, succumbing to the multitude of injuries afflicting his body. 3 full hours elapsed, during which Fang Chong intermittently inflicted wounds upon Emer, sustaining her in a state of half-life, until they reached a towering clock tower. I must be dead by now, at least let me die with clarity. The relentless repairs over 3 hours had thoroughly drained Emer of her strength, rendering her unable to articulate even a single word. In the Shiganshina district, there were no living souls, nor any titans roaming about. Fang Chong was quite unperturbed as he engaged Emer in casual conversation during his preparations. While binding Emer with thick ropes to the clock tower, Fang Chong began to remove his own equipment. You should still remember how you transformed back, he stated. I require your current abilities, so I apologize. As he uttered his final words, the transformation syringe of the pure titan was plunged into his body. Accompanied by a surge of steam, a 15-meter titan materialized beside the clock tower. Post-consciousness in disarray. Morning. The frantic alerts within his mind were utterly inaudible to Fang Chong. His sole thought was of devouring flesh. Naturally, the bound Emer became his primary target. How familiar. As the titan, manifesting from Fang Chong, took a bite, Emer lost her ability to speak entirely, while Fang Chong, driven by primal instincts, relentlessly feasted upon her remains. Post-consciousness normalized. As an ever-growing plume of steam ascended, the 15-meter titan vanished beside the clock tower, replaced by the naked form of Fang Chong. Damn my head. Fang Chong strength, 2 stamina, 2 intelligence, 1-dimensional talent, level bone reinforcement skill, level founding titan 19. This skill is 1/9 of the complete skill. The wielder gains the ability to manipulate the Jaw Titan, along with formidable regeneration abilities, but lifespan reduced to 12 years. Fang Chong had anticipated this 12-year lifespan. Initially, upon entering this world, he intended only to acquire the omnidirectional mobility gear, but after receiving a skill optimization, he resolutely set his sights on the Titan abilities. However, time was not on his side. The commotion he had just caused began to attract several Titans towards him. Fang Chong dared not linger, for the Jaw Titan was not akin to the Colossal Titan, capable of surviving amidst a horde of ordinary Titans. It was prudent to make a swift escape. Moreover, the census in the inner city must have been nearing completion. Lingering too long might arouse suspicion. After hastily equipping the nearby omnidirectional mobility gear, Fang Chong swiftly dashed toward the inner city. To accommodate the influx of refugees in the Shiganshina district, a gap had been left at the base of the city gates for people to pass through. Once he had securely concealed the omnidirectional mobility gear, he squeezed into the inner city. Well, today we actually have someone entering. Hurry, I win. Bring out the money. On the other side of the door, a few gendarmes were engaged in idle chatter, completely devoid of any sense of impending danger. Fang Chong, indifferent to their frivolity, inquired about the gathering place of the Shiganshina refugees from those around him before seeking out Mikasa. Get lost. He could hardly fathom the reasoning of the higher-ups for accepting these Shiganshina refugees. As soon as he stepped into the refugee camp, he spotted Aaron in a confrontation with a soldier. Judging by the key resting on Aaron's chest, it was evident that he had consumed his father, inheriting the powers of the attack titan and the coordinate. Dr. Jaeger originally possessed the attack titan, and on the night following the breach of the wall, he entered the interior and revealed his identity as a Marleyan to the House of Rice, hoping to use the power of the coordinate to expel the mindless titans. However, the king of the Rice family opposed him, leading Dr. Jaeger to be devoured, which meant that Eren, after consuming his father, would wield the power of two titans. It was unclear whether Eren was genuinely foolish or merely pretending. Now, orphaned and reliant on a few soldiers who had once been acquainted with his father, he displayed an audacity to confront the gendarmes. Eren, come with me. Without regard for Eren's thoughts, Fang Chong utilized his overwhelming strength to drag him away. Fang Chong, let me go. Let me go. Regardless of Eren's struggles, Fang Chong remained unfazed, for the inner city was hardly secure. Reiner, transformed into the armored titan, could breach Wall Maria at any moment. The breach of the outer walls of the Shiganshina district had not truly alarmed those in power. However, Wall Maria was different. Should this wall be breached, the area available for human activity would diminish by at least one-third, necessitating the elimination of at least 20% of the total population to sustain the remaining resident stability. Brother? Chapter 11. Departure. Upon seeing Fang Chong suddenly appear before her, Mikasa felt a surge of joy. Although she had confidence in him, a tinge of worry still lingered. Mikasa, come with me. There was no time for lengthy explanations, seizing the opportunity while the ships heading to the inner city were still relatively unoccupied. Fang Chong hurried to Walrose. Just as Fang Chong and his group of 5, including Armin and his grandfather, boarded the vessel bound for Walrose, an ominous rumbling began to emanate from the outskirts of Wall Maria. Look, that abnormal titan is turning its cannon. In an effort to consolidate the populace of the Shiganshina region, numerous soldiers had brought cannons and positioned them atop the wall. While they could not effectively harm the titans, they could at least impede their advance. Fire. Though lacking precision, the sheer volume of cannon fire resulted in many shells hurtling toward the armored Reiner, the armored titan. Clouds of smoke billowed from the area of the bombardment. Yet once the haze dissipated, the armored titan still stood unscathed. What happened? Did we miss? The leading soldier began reprimanding the gunners. However, this weapon lacked the accuracy to strike a vital point. The soldiers beneath the ground were steeped in resentment, having been hastily redeployed to such a perilous front. What are you dawdling for? Load your weapons. Before the soldier could even begin to load his ammunition, Reiner, transformed into the armored titan, had already assumed a crouching position. If he could support the weight of his own formidable armor, then the strength of the titan would undoubtedly be immense. Propelled by his massive and robust musculature, he astonishingly sprinted at a velocity exceeding 50 meters per second. What is happening with this creature? As mere garrison troops, they had never encountered such an extraordinary being. Clad in armor, Reiner's towering 15-meter frame exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure as he ran. Run. The garrison soldiers, concerned only with their meager wages, promptly abandoned their posts and began hastily retreating towards the inner city. The soldiers controlling the city gate were torn between the decision to lower the walls and allow the soldiers and the Titan entry or to completely deny them access. Unfortunately, the Titan showed no inclination to grant them even a moment's reprieve. With an abundance of colossal stones scattering about, the Maria Wall was utterly breached under the onslaught of the armored Titan. Numerous Titans, drawn by the commotion caused by Reiner and Bertholdt, began to surge through the gaping hole in the Maria Wall. The residents of Maria Wall, who had just moments ago mocked the populace of the Shiganshina region, were instantaneously transformed into equally desperate refugees. Run. Quick, run. The long-standing peace had rendered the garrison troops and the military police devoid of combat capabilities, forcing them into a panicked flight before the encroaching Titans. The previously orderly docks erupted into chaos as throngs of people shoved and clamored to board the vessels. Even with the garrison attempting to maintain order, the populace was on the brink of revolt. However, this time, although Reiner successfully shattered the city gate of the Maria Wall, the ordinary Titans were not able to traverse the Shiganshina region swiftly. As the citizens gradually regained their composure, the evacuation of residents was conducted in an orderly fashion. Within a mere 3 days, aside from a few unfortunate souls who met their demise from the debris hurled from the city gate, all other residents of the Maria Wall successfully retreated to the Rose Wall. After several days of organization, the Rose Wall, like the Maria Wall before it, began to erect rudimentary refugee camps. This time, the object of disdain had shifted from the Shiganshina region to the entire populace of the Maria Wall. Hey, form a proper line. It's infuriating. I haven't eaten anything since last night. Conflicts arising from the desperate search for food played out incessantly within the refugee camps. Mikasa, Eren, and Fang Chong. Just as Fang Chong was contemplating the course of their next actions, Armin approached him at a brisk pace. Armin, look. These are the rations my grandfather secured for us kids in advance. Armin carefully retrieved 4 somewhat discolored loaves of bread from his pocket. Although their appearance was rather unappetizing, Fang Chong realized that this was the best food he could hope to obtain at present. Thank you. Fang Chong expressed his gratitude as he accepted the bread from Armin, beginning to munch on it. Behind Armin, a soldier disdainfully sneered, turning away without a care, though Fang Chong remained indifferent to the slight. What was that fellow's problem? There was little to be done. With the influx of refugees, the already scarce food supplies were likely not being distributed proportionally to the number of people. In response to Aaron's confusion, Armin provided a detailed explanation, and Fang Chong, listening attentively, couldn't help but marvel at his insight. Indeed, as a supporting character, Armin showcased an analytical prowess unmatched in this world, at least, excluding Fang Chong, who was merely a cheat. Why should we share our food with these refugees? They're just the people from Wall Maria. If they perish, what does it matter? The Titans have already breached Wall Maria, so why not consume a bit more? If things continued in this manner, the food shortage would only worsen. Faced with the soldiers' mockery, even Fang Chong found it hard to remain composed, let alone the irritable Aaron. Enraged, Aaron charged forward and delivered a kick to the soldier's calf. Apologize. Huh? I said, apologize to me. It was uncertain where the 10-year-old Aaron derived his audacity, shouting at a fully armed soldier, especially considering this was not the modern-day Huaxia. You little brat. You must want to die? The soldier, evidently provoked by Aaron, retaliated with a punch and a kick aimed at him. Although Aaron possessed the powers of 2 titans, he was still a child, leaving him with no opportunity to effectively counter the soldier's blows. Nevertheless, Aaron stubbornly stood his ground against the soldier. You know nothing. You have never witnessed a titan devouring a human. Stop prattling. Perhaps struck by a nerve or the gazes of onlookers, the soldier's anger escalated. What had begun as a minor skirmish now threatened to escalate into something far more serious, the soldier's fury palpable, despite not yet drawing his weapon. Chapter 12. Training soldiers. Hey, calm down. However, before the soldier could take a step, Fang Chong swiftly drew a blade and pressed it against the soldier's neck. You're a monster. Clearly, Fang Chong's harrowing return from the Titan-ravaged district of Shiganshina had become a topic of conversation among the soldiers, likely recounted in drunken tales. Now, Fang Chong's terrifying speed instilled panic in the soldier, causing him to abandon his weapon and flee in haste. Of course, Fang Chong had no intention of instigating trouble, for he had yet to fully master the powers of the Titans. If it came to a confrontation, he was not as formidable as one might presume. After resolving the soldier's troubles, Fang Chong discarded the blade and, accompanied by the other 3, retreated to a corner to silently consume the black bread. However, Alan displayed blatant ingratitude, even throwing his bread to the ground in disdain. How infuriating. I must return. I am determined to go back to Wall Maria. I am not like those feeble soldiers. I will eradicate every last one of those giants. Relying solely on grandiose declarations would not vanquish the giants, he thought. As he reluctantly consumed his meal, Fang Chong could barely tolerate Alan's attitude any longer. He was all talk and no power, with aspirations that seemed ever more distant. Under Fang Chong's careful guidance, Alan began to gnaw on the bread, yet this idle moment did not last long. Hey kid, was that you just now? A figure less than 5 feet tall, cloaked in green, approached, wielding the blade Fang Chong had just seized. Is that you, Levi, the vice-captain of the Survey Corps? Levi appeared intrigued that Fang Chong could address him by name, given his origins from the underground streets of the Central District. Few outside the Survey Corps were aware of his existence. You are piquing my interest, kid. Join the Survey Corps. However, Levi's next statement took Fang Chong by surprise. In the original narrative, Levi was known for his cold demeanor, with a hint of warmth hidden beneath. Now, he was proactively recruiting Fang Chong into the Survey Corps. Clearly, some experiences over the years had altered Levi's character. I am only 11 years old. I do not know of any 11-year-old capable of standing up to a soldier. Gazing into Levi's resolute eyes, Fang Chong sensed a troubling omen. Though Levi's personality had shifted somewhat, his stubborn convictions remained unchanged. In that case, provide me with a modest house suitable for 3. When the new training corps begins, I will join, and upon graduation, I will enlist in the Survey Corps. What do you say? This proposal deepened the look of confusion in Levi's eyes. Agreed, but you must be first in your class, understood? After a prolonged silence, Levi articulated his condition, which Fang Chong readily accepted. Thus, amidst Armin's envious gaze and Alan's bewildered expression, Fang Chong secured a residence within Wall Rose. In the subsequent year, Mikasa and Alan enjoyed a relatively stable existence, while Armin faced a much more arduous situation. His grandfather, advanced in age, naturally fell into the category of those dispatched due to the severe food shortages within the walls. In early 846, as the snow melted, a staggering 200,000 elderly, weak, and ill were sent to their deaths under the pretext of reclaiming Wall Maria. Of those, fewer than 100 returned, and Armin's grandfather was certainly among those lost. Simultaneously, Fang Chong found his own circumstances challenging. System, optimize skill level for the progenitor of the Titan. I apologize, but the optimization has failed due to incomplete capabilities. To proceed with the optimization, it is essential to acquire at least the founding Titan ability. Nothing could be more terrifying than this revelation. Previously, it was under the assurance of system optimization that Fang Chong dared to seize the power of the Titan. Now, having faced an optimization failure, Fang Chong finds himself with less than 12 years of life remaining. The prospect of obtaining the remaining 5 abilities appears nearly impossible. Currently, even having acquired just one ability, Fang Chong is already experiencing significant ostracism from the world. He estimates that should he manage to obtain even one more Titan ability, he would undoubtedly be forcefully expelled from this realm. Such advanced technology, even within the Marvel Universe, seems to elude all comprehension except for celestial beings like the Ancient One. Naturally, Fang Chong lacks the standing to seek assistance from the Ancient One. Thus, am I to acquire at least 5 abilities in one go? Although Fang Chong could obtain the powers of the Attack Titan and the Founding Titan by consuming Eren nearby, he would still be 3 abilities short. The Armored Titan, Female Titan, and Colossal Titan, 3 in total. One could say you are unfortunate. It seems there is also the possibility of adding the Beast Titan and Cart Titan. However, the Warhammer Titan opportunity has slipped away. In an effort to enhance his manipulation abilities, Fang Chong consistently trains in the distant forest during heavy rain. Despite the system's failure, whether due to the optimization or Fang Chong's innate physical capabilities, manipulating the Jaw Titan proves manageable. Of course, the full capabilities of the Titan are currently beyond his reach, but harnessing that Titan's strength is not as straightforward as it may seem. As Fang Chong bit down on his own tongue, a burst of Titan tissue erupted from his left hand, accompanied by a violent release of steam, with sharp claws embedding themselves into a nearby colossal tree. Indeed, this approach should suffice. Engaging in solo combat is evidently more effective when partially activated. In 847, following the massacre by Dr. Jaeger, the Rod family was thoroughly fragmented. The remaining princess, renamed Callista, joined Fang Chong and his 3 companions in the training corps. After more than a year of rigorous training, Fang Chong has adeptly mastered the abilities of the Jaw Titan, even achieving the capability to distribute his consciousness throughout the Titan's nervous system, akin to what Reiner would accomplish in later years. At last, the time has arrived for the initiation ceremony of the 104th Training Corps. Ahem. It is unfortunate that my luck has brought me to supervise you lot. I am Keith. Do not expect a warm welcome. As of now, you are merely fodder for the Titans, at best, a herd of livestock. We shall spend 3 years transforming you, a group of utterly useless gluttons, into capable soldiers ready to confront the Titans. Chapter 13. Training and the Second Invasion. A serious, yet somewhat humorous opening speech for the initiation ceremony leads us to the beloved segment. It remains unclear when this tradition began, but instructors seem to revel in undermining the confidence of the new recruits during their initiation. Where do you hail from? Kiss stands out as a remarkable figure among the ranks, and his first target of torment is a rather delicate-looking girl. No, you hail from a pigsty? Confronted by the unreasonable instructor, the girl can only acquiesce, while Kiss continues his relentless torment of other soldiers. Fang Chong is unperturbed by the thought of Kiss approaching him. For in the original narrative, he hails from the Shiganshina district, having witnessed the horrors of slaughter firsthand. And where do you come from? The admonition has now reached Reiner, who feels little impact from the instructor's threats. I am Jean, from a small village beyond the Maria Wall, with dreams of joining the military police to venture inland. Oh, you wish to go inland, do you? Yes, instructor. Huh, I never asked about your dreams. Without a shred of mercy, Kiss delivers a brutal kick to Jean's calf, the searing pain causing him to curl up. Yet, as Jean recoils, Kiss strides directly to Fang Chong. And where do you hail from? The Shiganshina district. Oh, it seems you have witnessed giants devouring humans. Were your parents among them? Perhaps it was Fang Chong's somewhat nonchalant demeanor that led Kiss to perceive him as a mere uneducated ruffian. However, the mocking tone unsettles Armin, who senses impending trouble. Since their arrival within the walls of Rose, they have encountered various thugs, while Eren, in his boisterous naivety, may remain oblivious. Armin understands that Fang Chong is far from the affable facade he presents. For every thug who has crossed Fang Chong, they invariably return with their bodies marred by injuries, never to appear before them again. Are you courting death? Although Eren's father is a separate matter, Eren's mother has always treated Fang Chong and Mikasa kindly, having cared for them, and Fang Chong will not tolerate any slander. Unlike those inexperienced youths, the lives claimed by Fang Chong's hands number in the single digits, his ferocity eclipsing that of Kiss, who merely intimidates the new recruits. Just as Kiss is about to explode with anger, he is taken aback by a sight from the corner of his eye. What are you doing? At Kiss's words, all the new recruits turn to gaze in that direction. Just like in the original tale, Sasha is munching on a piping hot potato. In response to Kiss's inquiry, Sasha shows no hesitation. continuing to devour the potato as if oblivious to her surroundings. I'm speaking of you. Huh? I'm Sasha. Sasha, what do you hold in your right hand? A potato. I'm asking why you are eating a potato at this moment. If it gets cold, it won't taste as good. Gazing into Kiss's eyes, Sasha seems to make a resolute decision, breaking the potato into 2 pieces, one large and one small, and extending the smaller piece forward. Here, have half. Half? After this, Sasha becomes renowned among the entire 104th Training Corps, having run from early morning until dinner time. Subsequent events unfolded with little divergence from the original narrative, as the plot remained largely unchanged in the absence of Fang Chong's intervention. However, Krista found her feelings for Sasha rapidly intensifying over a shared meal, while the presence of Mikasa created a subtle rift between her and Eren. On the first day of training, which involved acclimatization to the 3-dimensional maneuvering equipment, Keith, as in the original tale, provided Eren with a tattered belt. Yet, Fang Chong promptly intervened to request a replacement belt, allowing Eren to pass the test with ease. Following this, the grueling training commenced. Fang Chong refrained from interfering in the training regimen. Aside from occasional exchanges with Mikasa, he maintained minimal interaction with other trainees. Even those in the same dormitory as Fang Chong found it difficult to engage with him due to his icy demeanor. Nonetheless, it cannot be denied that after enduring such prolonged training, only Mikasa, with her Ackerman lineage gradually awakening, could rival Fang Chong in the training exercises. However, Mikasa often held back, considering that under Fang Chong's assessment, her strength and physical attributes had reached a level of 3, while Fang Chong's capabilities barely reached 25. As the results of the final tests were announced after 850 years, the top 10 candidates were selected. However, due to Fang Chong's emergence, Krista was pushed out of the 10th position. With Mikasa showing restraint, Fang Chong claimed the top spot, followed by Mikasa. Unlike Eren, Fang Chong did not feel uncomfortable about this outcome. He had previously stated his intention to join the Survey Corps, but as it was currently engaged in expeditions beyond the walls, Fang Chong could only temporarily join the garrison regiment. The primary duty of the garrison regiment was to maintain the various fixed cannons on the Rose Wall. Following the last incident where Reiner, in his armored form, withstood all cannon fire and forcibly breached Wall Maria, the personnel in the weapons department undertook significant modifications to the fixed cannons. Not only did the power and accuracy of the shells increase, but the bases of the cannons were also converted to a mobile format, greatly enhancing maneuverability. However, this led to a more challenging maintenance task for the fixed cannons, posing considerable difficulties for soldiers like Fang Chong. For safety reasons, Fang Chong employed a bit of cunning to ensure he was not assigned to the same squad as Eren. After all, Eren, our esteemed commander, faced the colossal titan head-on his very first day. Unsurprisingly, Eren, on his inaugural day as the leader of the 4th squad responsible for maintaining the fixed cannons, encountered an attack from the enormous titan. With his still maturing combat skills, Eren was ill-equipped to handle such a colossal threat, causing widespread panic throughout Wall Rose. The tragedy of 5 years prior seemed poised to repeat itself, yet this time, the outcome would undoubtedly differ. Over the span of 5 years, the populace within the walls has devised intricate strategies to cope with their circumstances. While the effectiveness of these plans remains uncertain, they are no longer caught off guard as they once were in the days of Higginshina. Fang Chong, Mikasa, follow me to the rear guard for defense. Chapter 14. The Death of Eren. Under the commander's orders, the soldiers stationed at the Rose Wall were divided into 3 distinct groups. The vanguard responsible for engaging the enemy, the central unit tasked with intelligence and logistics, and the rear guard dedicated to protecting the civilians. As the primary force, the rear guard naturally included the elite warriors Fang Chong and Mikasa. Commander, I believe I can join the vanguard. I have many comrades there, and I am confident that my presence would greatly bolster their morale. I would like to join as well, Mikasa quickly asserted upon hearing Fang Chong's intention to head to the vanguard. Mikasa, don't be foolish. I promise I will return. All right then. Fang Chong's desire to venture alone into the vanguard was driven by a wish to test his newfound skills. Unlike the limited imagination prevalent in this era, Fang Chong, a recluse from the 21st century, possessed a wealth of innovative ideas. In this time, people often believed that greater size equated to greater strength. This notion extended even to the Titans. While the 9 Titans were revered, it was ultimately the power of the colossal Titan that the Marleyans esteemed most. Indeed, the colossal Titan's nuclear-like ability exerted considerable control in this medieval age, but in the context of a Titan civil war. One could argue that the colossal Titan could only rely on its devastating power. 3 years prior, when Fang Chong joined the training corps, he had already begun to develop his Titan power for modular application. Though opportunities to experiment with this power were limited over the past 3 years, this scarcity spurred Fang Chong to create an entirely new approach. The muscle strength of a Titan undeniably surpasses that of an ordinary human, particularly in the case of the jaw titan, where the musculature that operates the jaw is extraordinarily formidable. Thus, Fang Chong ingeniously devised a suit of exoskeleton armor utilizing this enhanced musculature. However, achieving such precise control over titan power was no simple feat. Often, as the muscle tissues began to take shape, he would lose control, transforming into a complete titan. Countless experiments ensued, but ultimately, he could only maintain the exoskeletal armor for a mere 10 minutes. The recent destruction of the Rose Walls gates presented an opportune moment for Fang Chong to test his combat capabilities. Yet, when he confidently arrived at the vanguard position, searching for suitable targets, he was taken aback by the brutal reality of the battlefield. Once 100 soldiers strong, their numbers had dwindled to fewer than 10. And Fang Chong surmised that Eren had likely perished within the belly of a titan. It seemed he would have to fight while searching. According to the memories of the original work, Fang Chong began to search for the gathering places of the remaining vanguard soldiers. As newly minted recruits who had just completed their training, they were utterly oblivious to the brutal realities of the battlefield. Nearly hours away from the colossal breach in the wall, the vanguard forces had already disintegrated completely. "Hey, Armin." Upon spotting the familiar golden hair, Fang Chong called out to Armin. Yet, Armin's curled body trembled violently in response. The cacophony above them showed no signs of abating with Fang Chong's arrival. "What now? Do you have a plan? Damn it. What can I do? Those idiots in the central district. Why haven't they sent the gas supplies yet? At this rate, Connie, we will all perish trying to climb the walls due to a lack of gas." Fang Chong had little interest in the thoughts of Jean, Connie, and the other trainees. He walked directly to Armin. "Armin, where's Eren?" At Fang Chong's inquiry, Armin's trembling form suddenly froze. Nearby soldiers, eager for drama, chimed in mockingly. What else could it be? By the looks of it, they're all dead. Perhaps even the Titans thought he was a corpse and left him be. Class 34 the trainees, aside from myself. 5 warriors completed their mission and heroically sacrificed themselves. As Armin spoke of Eren's death, Mikasa arrived, having completed her rearguard duty to find Fang Chong. However, upon hearing the news, her body stiffened in shock. "I'm sorry, Eren. He was eaten by that Titan while trying to save me." Observing the weeping Armin, Fang Chong remained remarkably composed. After all, for someone aware of the storyline's trajectory, this news hardly stirred his attention. It was Mikasa's reaction that was more pronounced. "Marco, if we eliminate those Titans holed up at the headquarters, we can secure the supplies and ascend the walls, right?" "Well, that's not wrong, but even with you here, taking down those dozen Titans will be quite a challenge." "No, I am not like you. I am far stronger. I can crush every Titan there, even if I must do it alone." "All right, what are we saying? I'm still here, after all." Fang Chong remained indifferent to Eren's fate, for he was the protagonist. No matter who perished, Eren would survive. However, Mikasa was different. As a childhood friend, Fang Chong did not wish to see her take risks as in the original tale. "As the top student this year, I believe I have some authority. In this situation, to survive, we must head to the center for supplies. Those with courage, follow me. Otherwise, prepare to become fodder for the Titans." While Fang Chong was confident in his abilities, he refrained from revealing his Titan powers in the presence of Reiner and the others, lest he be torn apart by their fury. With Fang Chong's inspiring words and the formidable combat prowess of both Fang Chong and Mikasa, the morale of the troops surged, emboldening them to assault the supply base. However, the journey would not be without its challenges. Despite the presence of these 2 valiant vanguards, numerous soldiers fell behind due to ambushes by the abnormal Titans. In the current predicament, being left behind meant only one fate: death. "Mikasa, conserve your gas. If you continue to expend it so recklessly, you won't make it to the supply point," Fang Chong cautioned. The death of Eren had evidently weighed heavily on Mikasa, as she unleashed her fury on the Titans. The number of giants she dispatched surpassing even 10. As anticipated by Fang Chong, her relentless expenditure soon led to her gas reserves being depleted, causing her to lose momentum and plummet towards the rooftops below. This scene did not go unnoticed. Armin immediately sought to intervene, but Fang Chong called out to him. "Armin, press forward. You will lead the team. We are close to the supply point, and I believe in your capabilities." With that, without waiting for their responses, Fang Chong disengaged his gas propulsion and descended onto the street below. "Wait?" Armin found Fang Chong's words somewhat reassuring, but Reiner was utterly bewildered. Though his performance was commendable, he felt unworthy of leading such a large contingent of soldiers. Fortunately, with Armin's encouragement, Reiner ultimately accepted the responsibility of commanding the unit. However, without the sharp edge that Fang Chong and Mikasa provided, the mortality rate of the group began to escalate dramatically. By the time they reached the supply point, fewer than 30 soldiers remained. In this moment, Fang Chong seized the opportunity, when no one was watching, to inform Mikasa that Eren was not dead. This revelation shocked her greatly, yet at Fang Chong's insistence, Mikasa promised to keep this information to herself. The reason Fang Chong divulged this was to help Mikasa regain her composure, fortuitously. The Titan Eren had transformed into as easily recognizable and not far from where Mikasa had fallen. With Mikasa's assistance, Fang Chong successfully lured the Titan Eren to the supply point. Although Eren's Titan form lacked consciousness, the instinct to repel other Titans was now ingrained in him. Coincidentally, the ordinary Titans needed to consume Eren to revert to their human forms, triggering a fierce confrontation between Eren and the ordinary Titans. Upon Fang Chong and Mikasa's arrival at the supply point, the remaining 20 or so soldiers finally found their leader, and they began to voice their grievances regarding the station soldiers in action. Their negligence had not only inflicted severe casualties on the vanguard, but had also allowed several 3-meter Titans to invade the supply point. Mikasa, use my gas canister. It should sustain you for a little while longer. Understood. Upon realizing that the giant was indeed Eren transformed, Mikasa did not hesitate. After accepting the gas canister from Fang Chong, she remained outside the supply point, poised to assist the exhausted Eren at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Fang Chong and a group of companions descended into the basement, prepared to confront the multitude of 3-meter giants. Due to Annie's presence, Fang Chong was unable to utilize his Titan abilities, thus mirroring the original narrative by assigning numerous individuals to perch upon the rafters to launch an assault on the giants. The antiquated firearms discovered by Armin proved invaluable. Utilizing the central lift, a dozen soldiers armed with rifles aimed for the giants' eyes, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Although the weapons lacked the lethality to slay the Titans or even impede their advance, they were sufficient to temporarily blind the giants for a minute. This fleeting moment allowed the soldiers concealed in the rafters to mount their offensive against the 3-meter giants. To ensure safety, Fang Chong deviated from the original story by not assigning each soldier a specific giant to target. Instead, he significantly reduced the number of soldiers on the lift, while also deploying an additional contingent of 10 soldiers to quickly fill the gaps left by the initial attackers. Fang Chong was unwilling to gamble with the lives of those soldiers. Placing his fate in the hands of others was a perilous endeavor, and he had already exhausted his chances in this world. As anticipated, the assault led to more casualties than in the original narrative, with Connie, Sasha, and Jean all failing in their attempts. Fortunately, Fang Chong had strategically established a supplementary team. With the support of the 10 reinforcements and Fang Chong's relentless assault, the remaining 3 Titans were ultimately dispatched, their napes severed with precision, having successfully neutralized the 10 3-meter giants in the basement. Fang Chong and his team were finally able to replenish their supplies. At that moment, Mikasa, who had been waiting outside, returned with Eren after he had vanquished all the giants. Unlike Mikasa and Fang Chong, the other soldiers were oblivious to the fact that a human could transform into a Titan, leaving even Annie and her companions in shock. The unknown often breeds fear, and upon returning to the Rose Wall with Eren, several soldiers reported his anomaly to their superiors. In this time of war, the commander overseeing the new recruits was already gripped by fear. The sudden emergence of a human capable of transforming into a Titan nearly led to Eren facing the gallows. Mikasa, Ackerman, Fang Chong, Eren, your actions, without a doubt, constitute a rebellion against humanity. The inquiries I am about to present could very well determine your fate. Should you attempt to evade these questions, the fixed cannon will reduce you to mere ashes. Are you, indeed, human, or are you Titans? Faced with the commander's imposing demeanor, Fang Chong could not suppress a soft scoff. Meanwhile, Eren, supported by Armin, began to stir from his stupor. Upon awakening, Alan was immediately confronted by a barrage of questions from his commanding officer. With an intellect not particularly high to begin with, he felt as though his mind might explode. What did this inquiry mean? Humans or Titans? It goes without saying, it must be humans. I do not comprehend the essence of your statement. Are you feigning ignorance? You wretched creature. So many witnesses beheld the image of you emerging from the nape of that Titan. I cannot fathom how you infiltrated the walls of Rose. Yet, the armored Titan may reappear at any moment. We lack both the time and manpower to contend with you. This abomination. As the commander bellowed, several soldiers nearby echoed their support with murmurs. Although Alan had objectively saved all the vanguard, including the soldiers from the Central District, as previously stated, the unknown is what breeds the greatest fear. The entire scene had descended into chaos. However, despite his trepidation, the commander retained his fundamental combat instincts. Rather than annihilating Alan outright, it would be far more advantageous to extract valuable intelligence from him. Captain, it would be quite simple now. While he is still human, it would be exceedingly easy to shatter him into pieces. Encouraged by the soldiers beside him, the commander began to waver. The resistance exhibited by the 4 individuals before him was becoming increasingly apparent. Even if a professional intelligence agency were summoned, they would likely fail to uncover anything of significance. Chapter 16. Panic. My specialty is peeling flesh from the body. When necessary, I can employ this skill at any moment. If any colleague wishes to experience it, please step forward first. However, Fang Chong did not anticipate that Mikasa, for reasons unknown, would take a step forward and begin to threaten the soldiers. Naturally, Mikasa's combat prowess was renowned within the garrison and even the Survey Corps. The commander was well aware of her formidable presence. Mikasa Ackerman, your combat abilities are on par with 100 ordinary soldiers. Should you perish here, it would be a significant loss for humanity. Lower your weapons and surrender immediately. I shall overlook your previous actions. As the commander prattled on, Armin, standing behind Mikasa, chimed in. Mikasa, how can you fight against humans? Within these narrow walls. Where can we possibly escape? I shall ask one final time. Are you humans or titans? Perhaps spurred by Mikasa's actions, the commander no longer hesitated. He raised his hand, signaling for the fixed cannon on the wall to prepare. At this moment, Alan began to regain a semblance of understanding, his mind replaying all that had transpired before. I have grown up just like you. What did you say? I am human. In response to Alan's thunderous roar, the commander's expression darkened. The atmosphere grew tense, yet he refrained from ordering the fixed cannon to stand down. Is that so? Do not blame me. This is an unavoidable circumstance. After all, no one can present evidence to prove they are not a demon. Fire. As the soldiers on the wall pulled the strings, countless images suddenly flashed before Aaron, causing Fang Chong, who had his mouth slightly ajar, to close it once more. Aaron, when I return, I will show you that basement. Huh, but I have already been down there numerous times. This time is different. Aaron, you must keep that key close. And whenever you see that key, remember, one day, you must return to that basement. The key. Yes, the key. The sound of cannon fire from the fortified wall rang out, and amidst the chaos, Aaron finally unearthed the key to the basement that had been hanging around his neck. In that moment, upon seeing the key, Aaron recalled one of his most significant memories. In his recollection, he saw his father, tears streaming down his face, approaching him with a syringe. Aaron, after this injection, you will experience a period of amnesia. So telling you now is futile. Just remember, you must return to the Shiganshina district and open that basement. This power will undoubtedly be of use then. As for how to wield it, the memories will guide you. At this moment, there were less than 2 seconds remaining before the shell would strike, and Aaron, in a fit of desperation, bit down on his palm. Couldn't you just bite your tongue instead? Despite his complaints, Fang Chong squeezed closer to Aaron, unwilling to see him suffer for no reason, especially given Mikasa's earlier demeanor, which had piqued Fang Chong's concern. As Aaron bit into his palm, blood gushed forth. And with the explosion of the shell, a thick cloud of smoke and steam billowed into the air. Did we take it down? Countless soldiers around eagerly anticipated the outcome. But the reality was staggering. As the smoke dissipated, a half-skinned giant's body lay on the ground. The soldiers, already on edge from the giant's invasion, were nearly driven to madness by Aaron's transformation into this colossal being. Simultaneously, the deafening cannon fire and the immense smoke drew the attention of the soldiers outside the rose wall. Among them, Reiner and his companions were particularly sensitive. As hosts of the Titan powers, they understood that the enormous smoke was undoubtedly generated by a Titan's body. Given that the soldiers outside clearly lacked the capability to capture a Titan, it was evident that this colossal smoke signified that a Titan's host had unleashed their abilities. While the situation outside continued to evolve, Aaron had already detached himself from his Titan form and landed on the ground, discussing strategies with Fang Chong and the others. Following the guidance of the original narrative, Fang Chong suggested that Armin and the commander negotiate. Encouraged by Mikasa and Aaron, Armin finally steeled himself and resolutely stepped toward the exterior of the Titan's body. Armin, embrace the journey ahead, even if it leads to failure. The worst outcome would merely be transforming into a Titan and departing from within the walls. Have you not grown weary of the world beyond the walls? When the time comes, we shall seek the vast salt lake together. Presently, Aaron remains oblivious to the fact that transforming into a Titan demands immense physical exertion. However, Armin has no intention of revealing this to him. The less Aaron knows, the more advantageous it becomes for Armin's subsequent actions. As Armin raised his hands amidst the swirling smoke, nearly all soldiers directed their weapons at him. Has the true form been revealed? You monster! Allow me to speak. There is no need for clarification. Many of you have witnessed Aaron's transformation into a Titan, which drew a multitude of Titans to attack during the supply point. He, like us, is prey to the Titans. Regardless of how fervently we ponder this matter, it remains an undeniable fact laid bare before us. Armin's words immediately garnered the support of numerous soldiers. Even those who had not witnessed the event had heard accounts of Aaron's Titan transformation and the chaos it wrought at the supply point. Humans can transform into Titans? Could Titans actually be our allies? How is this conceivable? Unfortunately, unlike the ordinary soldiers, the commander appeared unwilling to accept Armin's assertions, or perhaps fear had clouded his judgment. Prepare for battle. Upon hearing the commander's commanding tone, the The 3 remaining figures in the smoke tensed visibly. Avoiding conflict with those within the walls would be ideal. All 3 understood that surviving outside the walls as a mere trio would be no easy endeavor. Yet the commander's demeanor suggested that the situation was beyond redemption. Chapter 17. Pixies do not be swayed by his honeyed words. Ultimately, their actions cannot be interpreted through our lens. Even if we are prey to the Titans, it is entirely possible they are deceiving us. Load the cannons. Listening to the sound of the artillery being prepared, Armin's heart sank. As he turned to face the other 3, their battle-ready expressions filled him with guilt. Suddenly, a new thought ignited within Armin, and he turned with all his might. Shouting fervently, I have long sworn to be a soldier who dedicates his heart to humanity. Even in my final moments, allow me to elucidate Aaron's strategic value. By the end of his proclamation, even the advisor beside the commander appeared somewhat moved. After all, if humanity could gain an additional 15-meter Titan among their ranks, it would undoubtedly tilt the scales in their favor. Moreover, according to the soldiers' accounts, Aaron's Titan abilities could rival those of at least 10 ordinary Titans. Yet the commander had evidently ceased to contemplate. His mind was solely focused on extinguishing the threat that Aaron posed. However, just as he was about to give the order to fire, a strong hand grasped his raised arm. That's enough. You remain the same, Commander Pixis, despite your imposing stature. Your heart is still so timid. All right, I shall take charge from here. Although I have just arrived, I have already received intelligence via swift messengers. You go command the other troops. As for me, I rather enjoy hearing what they have to say. You lot, follow me. At Pixis's invitation, Fang Chong and his 3 companions ascended the city wall. According to reports from the Survey Corps, the giant had emerged from the south, and the previously breached districts of Shiganshina and Walmaria were also from that direction. Therefore, it could be surmised that the impending breach of the inner wall would likely occur in the southern region as well. Ah, so it seems there is none after all? If only there were an extraordinarily large and beautiful female giant, I would consider being devoured a worthy end. Once atop the wall, Pixis paid no heed to Fang Chong and the others, but instead wandered alone, occasionally leaning over to observe the giants gathered below. That Armin, the trainee soldier, isn't it? Tell me about your battle plan. After a few minutes, Pixis's enthusiasm appeared to wane, prompting him to inquire about Armin's strategy. At that time, I merely had a flash of inspiration. In front of the breached gate, there lies a boulder over 8 meters high. If the giant that Aaron transforms into can move that stone, it could effectively block the gate again. What do you think, Aaron Yeager? Can you seal that opening? I am not certain. What I know is merely, my apologies, I asked the wrong question. After listening to Aaron's forthcoming lengthy discourse, Pixis grew exceedingly uninterested, abruptly interrupting him by crouching down and fixing Aaron with a piercing gaze. So, let me pose a different question. Will you act, or will you refrain? Gazing into Pixis' formidable eyes, a shiver of fear surged through Aaron, yet upon glancing at the tranquil land beyond the rose wall, he nodded vigorously. I will. That's the spirit. A smile graced Pixis' face as he straightened up once more. Now, young trainee soldier, I anticipate your spirited performance. Oh, by the way, Fang Chong, please stay for a moment. Understood. Just as Fang Chong was about to descend the wall with the other 3, he was suddenly called by the commander. Although Mikasa looked on with a puzzled expression, she proceeded to prepare as Fang Chong gestured. So, who do you believe our enemy is? Although Fang Chong was well aware of the nature of the commander's inquiry, he chose not to respond. While he wished to leverage the strength of these soldiers to confront the giants, he currently lacked the capability to do so. Giants, is it? I see. Perhaps I am merely being overly cautious. In response to Fang Chong's remarks, the commander appeared distinctly dissatisfied. Nonetheless, he chose not to delve deeper into the matter. With a dismissive wave, he signaled for Fang Chong to depart, then stood alone upon the city wall. As Fang Chong and his companions prepared, the commander announced the operation to reclaim the Tros district to the soldiers below. Not only the rank-and-file soldiers, but even some learned officers regarded Commander Pixis as a senile madman. What was he thinking, launching an operation to reclaim the Tros district? We clearly lack the technology to seal that gaping hole. Indeed, one must wonder what the higher-ups are contemplating. Even if we were to enter the Tros district, it would merely be a death sentence. No, I refuse to die. I want to return home. In the twilight of my life, I wish to spend it with my wife and daughter. After Commander Pixis unveiled his plans, the soldiers, though reluctantly mustered, found that such a large assembly under these circumstances was not necessarily a boon. A plethora of negative sentiments began to fester within this collective. You bastard. I heard you. Are you trying to be a deserter? Do you realize that uttering such words on the battlefield gives me the right to execute you on the spot? So what? Death is death. It might as well be at the hands of my own comrades. At least that would be swifter. You. This scene of discord spread among the ranks, with some even contemplating the formation of a substantial resistance, knowing that only amidst a sizable crowd could they vanish without a trace. Silence. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Commander Pixis, 100 meters away on the wall, bellowed with unexpected vigor. One could only marvel at the strength emanating from such an aged frame. I shall now succinctly outline the operational plan. Eren Yeager is our secret subject of the Titan transformation experiment. He possesses the ability to control the Titan's form with his consciousness. Once transformed, he will lift the colossal boulder at the entrance and seal the breach in the gate. Your task is to protect him from threats posed by other Titans while he maneuvers the rock. While Pixis elaborated on the plan, Armin, from the rear, engaged in discussions regarding the operational strategy with the advisors under the two commanders. Chapter 18. Sealing the breach ultimately. The 4 residential zones beyond this wall are designed to draw the Titan's attention. This alone indicates that Titans are evidently more attracted to areas with greater numbers and density. Therefore, by concentrating a substantial number of soldiers far from the boulder on the wall, we can maximize the chances of avoiding conflict. Moreover, Eren will be surrounded by elite troops for protection, and once the breach is sealed, the slaughter of Titans can be executed with a multitude of fixed artillery. Spare me the jest. How could I possibly stake my life on such unfounded assertions? Simultaneously, although Pixis claimed that Eren was a product of their biological experiments, such ludicrous reasoning would likely be believed by no more than 1 in 10. What a farce. Are we merely the discarded blades of a knife? I shall withdraw. Once the first soldier took the lead, countless others stepped out of the ranks, turning in the opposite direction. Regardless of the threats from the officers, the soldiers remained unfazed. For even death merely differed in timing, whether it be delayed or hastened. I hereby command, those who leave the scene shall be absolved of their transgressions. I shall bear all consequences. What? At this declaration, the officers below were left dumbfounded. Maintaining the fragile order had already posed a challenge, and with Commander Pixis' sudden announcement, the officers lost their leverage, causing the soldiers to depart with even greater urgency. When a person succumbs to the terror of a giant, they lose the capacity to resist. They recognize this formidable dread and, realizing their inability to confront it, can leave. Those who wish to subject their families and friends to such fear are free to depart as well. Upon hearing these words, the soldiers who had already begun to leave abruptly halted. Indeed, if they feared the existence of giants, what of their loved ones? Compared to these battle-hardened soldiers, ordinary people would possess even less ability to withstand the giants' ravages. If they left at this moment, their families would inevitably one day taste the horrors of the giants. Curse it. Little AI's father cannot return to accompany you. When it comes to family, the soldier's bloodthirsty spirit was finally ignited. After all, they were soldiers who vowed to offer their hearts for humanity. While the greater cause may seem too distant, their own kin were undeniably close to their hearts. Before long, all the departing soldiers had returned, and the venue echoed with loud and synchronized slogans. However, Fang Chong could not permit the narrative to unfold as in the original tale, allowing Eren to be released outright. Without sufficient time, even if Eren were freed, it would likely be unconsciously, leading to Mikasa suffering the consequences. In the end, through Fang Chong's proactive insistence, he managed to secure an afternoon of rest for Eren, rescheduling the assault for before dusk. Fang Chong, since you insist on postponing the battle, you must take responsibility. All right, rest assured, a horde of giants is already inside. From now on, anyone entering Tros district shall be met with no mercy. Having casually agreed, Fang Chong proceeded to the entrance for resupply. Not to mention, the few scattered giants at the entrance were exceedingly easy to dispatch. The only regret was that the colossal giant had already damaged the fixed cannons above the gate. Otherwise, with those cannons, Fang Chong could have ensured that not a single giant could enter through the city gates. Of course, the primary reason Fang Chong aimed to schedule the operation for the afternoon was the Survey Corps. Compared to the combat prowess of the other two divisions, the Survey Corps, despite its relatively small numbers, boasts soldiers who are the elite among the elite. Provided the rhythm is well maintained and no grave errors occur, securing Tros district should prove to be a manageable task. On a subsequent afternoon, after soldiers in another direction successfully lured a considerable number of Titans, Fang Chong led a team of 10 elite members, accomplishing the remarkable feat of slaying 12 Titans without sustaining any casualties. The reason Commander Pixis placed such trust in Fang Chong was largely due to Fang Chong's previous cooperation with Levi. Nearly everyone within the Survey Corps recognized Fang Chong, as he was the only individual Levi specifically requested to join the Corps. Thus, his combat abilities certainly lived up to Levi's expectations. As dusk approached, Eren ascended the city walls, ready to move the colossal boulder. Eren, he cautioned, should you transform into a Titan and lose your senses, my blade will show no mercy. I know that without you saying, Eren replied, already activating his vertical maneuvering equipment towards the boulder. Unlike the original story, this time, Eren had the benefit of an afternoon's respite. Although Eren, in his Titan form, initially remained motionless before the boulder, he quickly regained his senses after Fang Chong decisively struck his nape twice. However, This incident introduced some discrepancies compared to the original narrative. Currently, Aaron's consciousness lacked the resolute determination he exhibited in the original timeline, failing to trigger the formidable black-skinned titan reminiscent of a hellish war god. The ordinary titan's strength proved insufficient, leaving him to struggle merely against the boulder. Hey, you fool, why insist on lifting it? With such a round stone. Can't you just roll it? Fang Chong had long wished to voice this sentiment while watching the anime. After receiving Fang Chong's suggestion, Aaron finally saw the light. It was hardly Aaron's fault. Commander Pixis had previously stated that Aaron could lift the boulder to seal the opening, leading Aaron to uncritically focus on lifting it. However, at present, Aaron adeptly rolled the boulder towards the closing gate. This rolling motion even allowed Aaron to utilize the boulder as a weapon, crushing several 3-meter titans beneath it. This exhilarating method nearly overwhelmed Aaron with excitement. With Fang Chong nearby, after crushing a few unfortunate titans along the way, Aaron swiftly positioned the boulder to seal the opening. At that moment, the captain of the Survey Corps, Erwin, sensed something amiss and promptly abandoned the exterior investigation, leading his soldiers back to Trost District. Consequently, those low-intelligence titans lost all combat capability. Those drawn to the soldiers on the wall were overwhelmed by a barrage of artillery fire, while the scattered ones met a grim fate under the onslaught of numerous soldiers. Chapter 19, Joining the Survey Corps. The Survey Corps even had the capacity to capture 3 6-meter titans for research purposes. Yet, despite this, the toll of the battle was undeniably severe. With the number of deceased residents and soldiers exceeding 4,000, the post-battle cleanup was exceptionally arduous. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Although Aaron successfully reclaimed Trost District, his ability to transform into a titan had drawn the attention of the higher-ups, making it difficult to dismiss. After the remnants of the battle were cleared away, the residents returned to Trost District, while Aaron found himself imprisoned in a dungeon. In that profound underground chamber, even if Aaron wished to transform into a titan, he would merely be ensnared by the earth, posing no threat to humanity. As in the original narrative, the Survey Corps recognized Aaron's potential. If they could harness a titan for humanity, their missions beyond the walls would be significantly eased. Yet, before formal judgment could commence, Aaron's very existence instilled fear in those in power. As Fang Chong had previously stated, the unknown is the most terrifying of all. During the first trial, before the Survey Corps intervened, Aaron's cell was relocated to one designated for death row inmates. Naturally, Aaron felt indignant about this, yet there was little he could do. At that moment, he was little more than a prisoner, and without the Survey Corps, he might have already met his demise. As time progressed, the final second trial approached. Early in the morning, Aaron was extracted from his cell, shackled with handcuffs and leg irons. A long staff was even erected beside him to restrict his movements for safety. However, the outcome of the trial remained unchanged. Amidst the bickering, the conclusion was still the same, despite Aaron's significant contributions in battle. Those in power sought to eliminate this variable at its inception. This revelation terrified Reiner and his companions. Their purpose for coming was to reclaim the Titan power. Yet, having just arrived on this continent, their small group was ambushed by a common Titan, resulting in the immediate death of their leader. Now, witnessing the potential demise of another Titan host was a significant blow to Reiner's objectives. It is essential to understand that when an Eldian possessing Titan abilities perishes, those abilities will manifest anew in another Eldian. Relying solely on the 3 of them to locate a host for the Titan power within the walled world was daunting. Following the first trial, Reiner and his companions had already begun plotting to take Aaron away. However, they could not ascertain whether Aaron was the host of the coordinate power. If he were not, their next infiltration would be exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, just as the second trial was about to be announced, the Survey Corps finally intervened. Unlike the other nobles and leaders of the Corps, Levi was strikingly direct. You say this is a threat? Though the squad captain stood merely at 5 feet 3 inches. His years of slaughter imbued him with an overwhelming presence, and the faint scent of blood surrounding him was utterly terrifying. As he spoke, the captain advanced towards Aaron, who, caught off guard, received a swift kick. Aaron, bewildered and already in a foul mood, felt his anger beginning to rise after this unprovoked assault. However, upon meeting the captain's warning gaze, he restrained his words and knelt on the ground, enduring the captain's punches and kicks. I have slain not merely hundreds of Titans, but at least dozens. At most, he is just a 15-meter Titan. After dispatching nearly 10 Titans during resupply, he was utterly exhausted. Do you truly believe he stands a chance against me? Thus, the assertion that Aaron posed a threat was rendered null, under Levi's command. Even if Aaron transformed into a Titan, he would not be able to pose any danger. Levi would likely extricate him from his Titan form before he could act. Henceforth, Aaron would be under the jurisdiction of our Survey Corps. Do any of you dissent? Seeing the moment ripe, Erwin ceased his silence and assertively accepted Aaron's oversight. After weighing the pros and cons, the others also agreed to hand Aaron over to the Survey Corps. Once Erin's fate was settled, Mikasa finally began to regain her composure. Had it not been for Fang Chong's watchful presence during Levi's assault on Erin, Mikasa might have charged in to confront him. This was not the first occurrence of such a phenomenon, leaving Fang Chong perplexed. Logically, with his intervention, Mikasa and Erin should not share the intense feelings depicted in the original narrative. At most, their bond should align with that of Armin's. Yet, for reasons unknown, Mikasa's emotions towards Erin appeared to exceed all bounds. Was the royal lineage capable of suppressing the Ackerman bloodline to such an extent? While Fang Chong had a general understanding of the reasons, he felt powerless to address it. The Ackerman bloodline was the source of Mikasa's strength, and he had no means to sever that bond. Thus, this matter had to be temporarily set aside. In truth, even if Mikasa refrained from engaging with Erin, once Erin comprehended the implications of his coordinate power, Mikasa would inevitably become one of his followers. Hey, you over there, the new uniforms have arrived. Upon the return of the Survey Corps, Fang Chong and the others, who were set to join the Corps, could no longer remain with the stationed forces. One could not help but admire Erin's uncanny ability to persuade. Nearly every individual ranked in the top 10 had chosen to join the Survey Corps, leaving only Annie steadfast in her intention to join the Interior Military Police. As the newcomers in their uniforms saluted before them, the veterans of the Survey Corps wore expressions of contentment. Ever since the Titan breached the wall 5 years prior, the treatment of the Survey Corps had plummeted. Since Erwin took command 5 years ago, no class had been able to recruit such a large number of trainees. Good. Our Survey Corps will depart from the walls of Rose in 1 month to explore the Maria region. During this month, each of you must memorize your position and role within the formation. Understood? Yes. Chapter 20, the plan to capture the female Titan? It is unclear whether it was Pixis who suggested it, but since one particular day, Erwin's regard for Erin and his companions has risen exponentially. As in the original text, the positions assigned to Fang Chong and his peers differ significantly. Of course, Fang Chong merely caught a glimpse of others' position maps. He was wary that excessive inquiry might lead to a day when he finds Levi's blade at his throat. The month passed in the blink of an eye. This was particularly true for Fang Chong, who had certain obsessive tendencies, aligning well with Levi. However, the other three were not as fortunate. Born into this era, Mikasa fared slightly better due to Fang Chong's guidance, while the others were nearly worn down by Levi's relentless standards. Some new recruits even believed they had come to serve as cleaners. Yet, after 2 weeks of acclimatization, the recruits gradually adapted, though those who could not were promptly expelled from the Survey Corps by Levi. During these weeks, Heng continued her research on the Titans, prompted by Fang Chong. She was not as cautious as in the original narrative. After some preliminary investigations, she proceeded to extract a corpse from the nape of the Titan, using Erin's situation as a reference. Unfortunately, the body remained merely a record, although it was human. The prolonged transformation into a Titan had rendered its composition indistinguishable from that of a Titan's flesh. A few days after being extracted, it simply dissipated into steam in the air. This development heightened Reiner and his companions' vigilance towards the inhabitants within the walls. The residents, while oblivious to the existence of nations beyond the sea, were not far removed from Marley's ambitions. Naturally, Reiner could not permit Hang to continue her Titan research. After the first Titan was dissected, he immediately sent Annie to eliminate the remaining 2. This act further solidified the presence of traitors within the human ranks. The leaders of the various military divisions were understandably apprehensive. Upon hearing that there was an uncontrollable Titan shifter like Erin within the walls, how could they remain composed? Within a single day, all soldiers were ordered to halt their current tasks and undergo inspections. Soldiers were typically prohibited from using their omnidirectional mobility gear unless under special circumstances. Silently dispatching 2 6-meter Titans without nearby anchor points necessitated the use of such equipment. Furthermore, the lack of suitable gripping locations would lead to significantly increased gas consumption. However, the higher-ups would not have anticipated that Annie and her companions, possessing the ability to transform into giants, could alternate between each other to traverse the Wall Maria for resupply. Ultimately, it was merely a futile endeavor. Of course, there were several unfortunate souls who, due to peculiar circumstances or their own folly, were discovered and detained for further interrogation. In the absence of identifying the perpetrator, the matter inevitably fell into obscurity. In the span of 2 weeks, time swiftly passed, during which Erin began to grasp the fundamentals of his Titan abilities. The Survey Corps soon embarked on their first expedition beyond the walls since Erin and his companions joined. Early in the morning, as a multitude of Survey Corps soldiers set out, Annie, stationed far in the interior, also vanished, making her way towards the path of the Corps operation. Yet, unbeknownst to Annie, this mission was not merely for an exterior survey but rather aimed at capturing her. The long-distance reconnaissance formation devised by Erwin proved effective, significantly mitigating the threat of Titan attacks. In a mere half-day, the Survey Corps managed to circumvent to the gates of Tros district. As a signal flare ascended into the sky, the reconnaissance formation began to gradually contract, taking shelter within a structure to rest. The steeds, weary from the day's exertions, required sustenance as well. In an effort to conceal Aaron's whereabouts, Mikasa, Jean, and Armin were redistributed into different squads. However, for reasons unknown, Erwin exhibited an unusual wariness towards Jean, even reassigning members from Levi's squad to join him. Jean, however, harbored no objections, especially since Petra, a strikingly beautiful member of Levi's squad, was assigned to his side, a far more agreeable arrangement than being among a group of burly men. Yet, Jean was also aware that this seemingly demure individual, much like Levi, had her roots in the underbelly of society. Once her fade was stripped away, her true nature might be unveiled. Consequently, Jean refrained from any overtly reckless actions, proceeding with a composed demeanor while occasionally engaging in light conversation with her. The midday respite passed quickly, and the team of Survey Corps resumed their journey. By approximately 3 in the afternoon, the vanguard was nearing the vast timber forest when suddenly, a column of black smoke in the rear captured everyone's attention. A peculiar titan? In Erwin's tactical training, such black smoke signified the emergence of an aberrant titan, indeed. Upon its appearance, several teams, confident in their abilities, rushed to provide assistance. However, it soon became apparent as additional plumes of smoke erupted that this was not an aberrant titan, but rather Annie, transformed into the female titan, commencing her own operation. What the hell? Why is she coming towards me? Originally, Fang Chong was unperturbed. However, it became evident that Annie's intelligence was fundamentally flawed, for the location of Alan was, astonishingly, precisely where Fang Chong currently stood. Elvin. At this moment, Fang Chong could not possibly be oblivious to the implications of Elvin's presence. This individual clearly perceived himself as one of them. While that assessment was not entirely incorrect, the crux of the matter lay in Fang Chong's resolute intention to avoid conflict with the humans within the walls. Given the current circumstances, resisting was no longer a choice for Fang Chong. Fang Chong, what are you doing? You cannot disrupt the formation. Yet, it was apparent that Petra remained blissfully unaware. She still believed that it was merely an ordinary aberrant creature, at most having breached their formation. However, in reality, for Annie, who had nearly perfected her Titan manipulation abilities while also mastering hardening, the scant few individuals in the right flank posed no hindrance whatsoever. Fool. Quickly, lift the cloak. Chapter 21. The female Titan. As the female Titan that Annie had transformed into charged towards them with ferocity, Fang Chong could no longer maintain his composure. He swiftly urged his steed to tear off Petra's cloak. Upon witnessing the two individuals who had shed their cloaks, Annie momentarily froze. Both Fang Chong and Petra bore no resemblance to Alan. Their figures and hair showcased a stark contrast, leaving no room for deception. As Petra instinctively reached for her blade to confront the approaching female Titan, Fang Chong firmly grasped her wrist. After a brief moment of astonishment, Annie quickly pivoted, intent on pursuing the central forces. HM? At this point, the unexpected developments had clearly surpassed Fang Chong's anticipations. Logically, without Reiner's warning, Annie should not have been aware of the central troops' advance. Can I let go now? That hurts, Petra remarked amidst Fang Chong's racing thoughts. Oh, my apologies. The looming pressure of Annie's impending attack kept Fang Chong on edge. Even though the colossal titan he embodied was the only one capable of breaching the hardening ability under normal circumstances, he dared not engage Annie recklessly. Setting aside everything else, Annie's unique combat techniques had already inflicted considerable hardship upon him during training. Following Annie's departure, the two of them routinely fired a black smoke signal representing the aberrant creatures. Why did you just lift our cloaks? Petra inquired, to which Fang Chong could only remain silent. After all, he could not possibly reveal to Petra that he was a time traveler privy to the unfolding narrative. Observing Fang Chong's prolonged silence, Petra sighed. All right, you belong to the human faction. I won't disclose this to anyone. In truth, sometimes, humans and titans are not so different after all. What do you mean? Nothing. I am part of the human faction. You can rest assured. However, well, everyone harbors secrets. As long as they do not contravene our principles, I shall not divulge today's events. Thank you. By the way, we are nearing the Great Wood Forest, aren't we? As the towering giant trees loomed ever closer, Fang Chong's heart began to spiral into madness. It is essential to understand that at this juncture, the giant woods harbored the formidable powers of 5 distinct giants. Fang Chong, I have no intention of entering. Do not be so agitated. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Chong decided against tempting fate by venturing inside. Although the abilities of the 5 giants were indeed formidable, the slightest oversight could lead to his demise within 7 years. Numerous soldiers remained at the periphery of the giant woods alongside Fang Chong, and it was these very soldiers who attracted several giants beneath the colossal trees, thereby alleviating some pressure from the central forces. As the female giant plunged into the depths of the forest, the air soon resonated with the thunderous sounds of artillery. Even without witnessing it firsthand, Fang Chong could foresee the inevitable failure of this giant capture operation. The sole reason was the impenetrable hardening that rendered the soldiers within the walls incapable of breaching the defenses. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a deafening roar erupted from the heart of the forest. Following this, the giants encircling the forest surged forward like madmen, charging towards the center of the giant woods. What is happening? Faced with the overwhelming assembly of giants, the soldiers lingering at the forest's edge were thrown into disarray. The sheer number of giants could very well topple the colossal trees. Simultaneously, a crimson plume of smoke shot forth from the heart of the giant woods. Upon witnessing the smoke, the gathered soldiers, though anxious for the safety of the elite forces in the center, hastily mounted their horses and raced to the nearby rendezvous point. However, after waiting, they were met with only a meager contingent of 20 soldiers. How could this be? Clearly, the elite forces had entered the center. Captain, Petra must be the only veteran who did not proceed to the center. Yet now, it seemed that fewer than 10 veterans remained, and even Levi was grievously injured. As long as Petra is alive. The captain uttered these words, leaving Petra bewildered. The normally stoic leader had expressed such sentiment. Captain, just as Petra was about to speak further, her gaze fell upon the numerous green bags being dragged behind the cart at the rear of the squad. Meanwhile, Mikasa and Armin also spotted the severely battered Eren. Compared to the relatively intact captain, Eren was in a state of utter disrepair. It was only the giant's life force sustaining his existence. Otherwise, with merely half a body remaining, Eren would surely be no more. You little brat. What have you done to Eren? Huh. Mikasa, calm down. Fang Chong hurriedly intervened to separate the two. Perhaps due to Fang Chong's presence, Mikasa found herself under suspicion. Thus, she was not by Eren's side when she suddenly beheld his tragic condition, leading to her emotional outburst. Yet, under the persistent persuasion of Fang Chong, Mikasa gradually regained her composure, though the hatred in her eyes remained unmistakable. Attention all units. Immediate relocation. Before a mere 15 minutes had elapsed, Commander Erwin had already issued the order to retreat. Commander Erwin, Ivan's body has yet to be recovered. Are you truly willing to risk your life to retrieve that mangled corpse? Do you believe their families will find solace in witnessing such a horrific sight? Follow my orders. Any body deemed too disfigured shall be classified as missing. Commander, do you not possess even a shred of human compassion? Hey, undoubtedly. This failure had significantly diminished Commander Erwin's authority, and many soldiers within the Survey Corps had begun to harbor resentment towards his decisions. However, on the journey back, amidst the relentless pursuit of Titans and a cart laden with corpses, they were compelled to abandon numerous bodies to lessen their burden and escape the jaws of the Titans. Ultimately, upon returning to Walrose, the soldiers of the Survey Corps had dwindled to merely half of their original number. Annie. A full day had passed before Eren slowly awakened, and in that fleeting moment of consciousness, he found himself repeatedly uttering a name. It cannot be mistaken. That fighting stance. It is absolutely unmistakable. Chapter 22. The capture again. Only 2 days had elapsed since their return to Walrose when Erwin was taken away by the military police affiliated with the royal family due to the failure of this operation. Yet unbeknownst to the royal agents, as Erwin was escorted inland, the Tros district was already rife with unrest. Hey Annie, rise and shine. We'll be late for morning assembly. A new day, and Annie climbed out of her pristine bed. Compared to the crowded barracks during her training days, her living conditions had improved significantly since joining the military police. Soon, Annie had donned her uniform and was standing in the corridor, awaiting inspection by her senior officers. Juniors, today you were tasked with escorting a prominent figure to Walrose. Who wishes to take the lead? Ugh, not again. This is clearly our own responsibility. Facing the eager seniors, this batch of juniors had long since realized that these troublesome mentors were beyond redemption. Moreover, if it were indeed a matter of escorting an important person, they certainly would not dispatch fresh recruits. Kid, you seem quite attentive, so this task is entrusted to you. Such daily occurrences had become commonplace within the military police, where the appointed recruits, albeit unwilling, understood that resisting superiors would only lead to a dismal future. Yes, as one of the individuals subject to inspection, Annie was undoubtedly among those assigned. According to the requirements of the mission, Annie's team was dispersed across various locations. However, before long, while on duty, she heard someone calling her name from a nearby alley. Annie, Armin, is that you? Shoo, follow me. Before them stood Armin, cloaked in mystery, who did not grant Annie the opportunity to inquire further. Instead, he promptly led her to a secluded location. This should suffice. What is it that you wish to discuss? As the surrounding populace dwindled, Annie sensed an unsettling change and halted her steps. In truth, Annie, you must be aware that we are now fugitives. To preserve our lives, we must gather sufficient evidence to overthrow the current regime. What relevance does this have to me? Enough. I intend to return. Perhaps it was Armin's anxious demeanor that aroused Annie's suspicions, or perhaps it was the presence of Fang Chong that altered the course of events. This time, Annie had perceived the anomaly even before reaching the entrance of the underground ruins. That's enough, Armin. I have already declared that she is the female Titan. Why do you continue to harbor false hopes? Beside them, cloaked Eren could no longer tolerate the situation. He was determined to avenge the betrayal in the forest of giant trees. Unfortunately, Annie was no mere pawn. Upon realizing that Eren had exposed his identity, she did not hesitate to bite into her own palm. As blood flowed, two blinding flashes of lightning erupted on the scene, with a cloud of steam beginning to rise ominously. Quick, change your gear. To avoid arousing Annie's suspicion, the four of them had arrived without their vertical maneuvering equipment. And now, in this precarious situation, the remaining three, aside from Eren, were rendered useless without their gear. Seizing the moment, while Eren transformed into a Titan to engage Annie, the trio hastily rushed to their designated locations to equip themselves. At that moment, the two 15-meter Titans had begun their fierce battle. The sudden appearance of such monstrous beings in a human town could only lead to catastrophic destruction. Within mere minutes, the surrounding terrain had been flattened significantly. Annie, possessing a keen tactical mind, understood that even with her hardening abilities, she could not fend off the relentless soldiers alone. Thus, while she retaliated, she also began to maneuver towards the city wall. Yet, Eren seemed resolute, disregarding the lives of the surrounding civilians in his singular pursuit to capture Annie. This reckless determination thwarted Annie's strategy to use the buildings for cover, resulting in her losing an arm. Naturally, Eren bore his share of wounds, with nearly half of his body injured. However, for a Titan, as long as their stamina remained robust and their central control intact, such injuries were of little consequence. Yet, Eren's reckless actions bore significant repercussions, as his indiscriminate onslaught led to an alarming rise in civilian casualties, rendering the previously set traps in the town utterly futile. Does Eren not possess the sense to assess the situation? Beside the trap, Hang was seething with anger. What was once a well-crafted battle plan had been utterly mangled by Eren's reckless interference. With Eren's control now lost, Annie, transformed into the female Titan, hastened her strides towards the city walls. Though Eren's Titan wound was not fatal, it demanded a considerable recovery time, an opportune moment for Annie to escape. Yet, the protagonist's aura finally began to manifest its influence. What typically required at least a minute for the Titan's body to reform was abruptly completed, transitioning from a state of white to a darkened form. Although the body had yet to fully recover, both strength and agility had undergone a remarkable transformation. Eren, with only half of his body intact, charged wildly towards the female Titan, while Mikasa and Armin swiftly finalized their gear adjustments and raced to join him. Annie, who had been fleeing, halted in shock at the sight of the frenzied, pitch-black Titan charging towards her. As a warrior trained by Marley, Annie was not entirely ignorant. She possessed over 99% knowledge concerning Titans. However, Eren's current darkened state had never been documented in history. Regrettably, even with Eren's newfound enhancements, his hardening ability was still beyond his current capabilities to counter. Seizing the moment while Annie was momentarily stunned, Eren attempted to pin her to the ground, opening his mouth to bite at the nape of her neck. Yet, the hardening ability thwarted his intentions, resulting in a futile bite that not only failed to extract Annie but also cost him a mouthful of teeth. Annie, taking advantage of this brief distraction, kicked Eren away and propelled herself towards the city walls. Chapter 23, Capture successful. With her hardened fingers embedding into the wall, Annie began to scale its surface. Not so fast. Meanwhile, Mikasa and Armin awaited this very moment, activating their maneuvering gear to dart before Annie and sever the portion beneath her hardened fingers. Annie, it's time to come down. With the detachment of her fingers, Annie realized she had lost all possibility of escaping the rose wall. Following this, her mobility would be severely compromised, and she would soon be overwhelmed by the oncoming soldiers, destined to become a subject of interrogation. In a mere half-second, all preceding events flashed before Annie's eyes like a revolving lantern. Within her hazy memories, it seemed her father was kneeling on the ground, pleading for her forgiveness. I have always been sorry for you. At this point, she had nothing left to say. But, please, hear my final request. You must return alive. Father will always be waiting here for you. Ah, is this truly the conclusion? As if her heart had turned to stone, Annie began to emit flashes of her hardening ability as she fell. The outcome was dire. The colossal Titan manipulated by Eren collided forcefully, resulting in both Titans being reduced to mere raw materials for Annie's hardening. Thanks to Mikasa's intervention, Eren managed to extricate himself from the Titan's form. Yet the hardening created by the two giants had already taken shape. As the steam dissipated, a crystalline mass emerged before the onlookers. This hardening, measuring 2 meters in thickness, even caused Fang Chong, the colossal Titan of the E region, to wince in discomfort. Indeed, with the formation of the hardened crystal, The citizens within the walls had utterly lost their source of intelligence in Annie, regardless of whether they attempted to scorch it with fire or slice it with blades. The hardened crystal remained impervious to any damage. Curse be it. Annie, come forth. What does this signify? Aaron, having been dragged from the Titan's body, unleashed blow after blow upon the crystal. But how could his fists, when even blades could not mar its surface, shatter such a formidable structure? After several futile strikes, a weakened Aaron succumbed to exhaustion, being supported by Armin and Fang Chong to rest. Although Mikasa wished to follow, she was dissuaded by Fang Chong's insistence on the distinction between genders. At this juncture, the Beast Titan should have already reached Wall Maria, right? After finally cleansing Aaron and depositing him onto a bed, Fang Chong realized he too needed to cleanse himself thoroughly. Thus far, Annie's piece of the puzzle had settled into place. Even Marley lacked the capability to breach the hardened crystal without inflicting damage upon its interior. This meant that Annie was now wholly a repository of the female Titan's abilities, and within the walls, only Fang Chong possessed the potential to utilize her. It seemed feasible that in the future, Reiner and Berthold could also adopt such a method for their own purposes, in pursuit of acquiring the most complete abilities. While Marley's Warhammer Titan was not in Fang Chong's considerations, it was imperative that he grasp as many of the 8 Titan abilities on Parody Island as possible. Indeed, why should I remain fixated on Aaron? A change of host could suffice. However, there was still Mikasa to consider. Although Fang Chong harbored numerous plans, Mikasa's presence rendered most of them ineffective, and he could not possibly resort to violence against her. Alas, what a vexation. After a sleepless night, the following morning, news of the successful capture of the female Titan reached the mainland, and Erwin's previously unfavorable record was entirely vindicated through this event. While it was not a resounding victory, it at least validated Erwin's perspective, ensuring that the governmental officials on the mainland could no longer justify keeping him imprisoned. On the 3rd day following the capture of the female Titan, Commander Erwin and the soldiers who had been taken to the mainland for questioning returned safely to their stronghold in the Rose region. A toast to the commander's return. As the mightiest among the 3 military divisions, the Survey Corps naturally lacked for nothing in terms of resources. However, as an exploratory division, one might wonder if any member could truly be without a bit of side work. In this regard, Erwin exhibited a level of restraint, bestowing a certain privilege upon the soldiers. Having narrowly escaped death on this occasion, coupled with the tumultuous events within the walls, the Survey Corps surely required a period of relaxation to ease their taut nerves. The entire outpost was in disarray, and the team members were already preparing for the subsequent day's cleanup. Otherwise, Levi would undoubtedly confront them with a stern countenance at dawn on the 3rd day. Clearly, the minds of Reiner and his companion were not focused on the ongoing activities. The capture of Annie had already placed considerable pressure upon them. It is vital to note that their primary mission here was to recover the power of the coordinates. Yet now, not only had they failed to achieve that goal, but they had also lost 2 of their own. Captain, Hanji is looking for you. On the 5th day of the operation to capture the female Titan, while stationed soldiers were repairing the wall, a soldier inadvertently dislodged a large chunk of wall plaster due to a mishap with the vertical maneuvering equipment. However, that was not the most alarming aspect. Conventionally, behind the plaster there should have been nothing but ordinary bricks. Yet when the soldier peered inside, he was nearly driven to madness by what he saw. Hanji, what is the matter? Oh, Erwin, you're here. Take a look at that. Huh? As Erwin raised his gaze, a gaping hole obscured by fabric came into view on the wall. The wall repair was unsuccessful? He inquired, but Hanji merely shook her head, activating her vertical maneuvering gear and guiding Erwin to the vicinity of the breach, gently lifting the fabric. At this revelation, even the typically composed Erwin was taken aback. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Who would have thought that the walls, which protect us from the Titans, are composed of Titans themselves? This is truly astonishing. Do you recall the wall cult Pope I mentioned earlier? It was rumored he held the truth about the walls, yet when I sought him out this morning, I discovered he had perished in his own home. Enough, Hanji declared. Expecting help from others is a luxury. We will seize what we require with our own hands. Captain Erwin, urgent military intelligence. The wall Rose has been breached by Titans. What? Chapter 24. Zeke compared to the revelation that the walls were composed of Titans. The invasion of Wall Rose was evidently a matter of paramount importance. Unlike Wall Maria, whose fall, while severely deteriorating living conditions, still allowed humanity to survive, the loss of Wall Rose would render humanity incapable of sustaining even half of its current population with just the final wall remaining. Immediately notify the other 2 brigades. We demand a thorough investigation of Wall Rose. Once the soldier conveyed the entirety of the information, Erwin realized that one of his outposts on Wall Rose had been utterly annihilated. Yet, the current situation afforded no room for Erwin's sorrow. The destruction of Wall Rose necessitated immediate clarification. Upon learning of the Titan incursion at Wall Rose, the other two brigades commenced rapid action, although dusk had arrived. A multitude of soldiers brandished torches as they began their exploration along Wall Rose. However, by midnight, amidst the trepidation of exploration, countless teams had converged, each brandishing their torches. From which district do you hail? East of Trost District, there are no signs of Titans. West of Trost District, no Titans are in sight. After an entire night of exploration, all dispatch teams had completed their reconnaissance. Yet, astonishingly, despite the Titan assault on the Survey Corps camp, there was not a single hole in the entire Wall of Rose. The news swiftly reached Commander Irwin, and upon reading it, both he and Hang displayed grave expressions. Irwin, I understand this is the worst possible outcome. Gather everyone. Before long, the Survey Corps soldiers who had returned to the outpost assembled in the room. Thanks to Aaron's Titan abilities, he possessed an unparalleled recovery speed, allowing him to rejoin the ranks in just 5 days. Conversely, Levi remained incapacitated due to his injuries. Still confined to the outpost. Is anyone here from the vicinity of our outpost? After a prolonged silence, Connie timidly raised his hands. My hometown is less than 10 kilometers from the outpost. Sasha quickly followed suit, raising her hand as well. I also lived nearby after leaving the forest. All right. You two lead the way. Split the soldiers in half and head to the village, notifying the surrounding villagers to evacuate along the way. Understood. At dawn, all members of the Survey Corps mounted their horses and raced toward the devastated outpost. In their haste, most soldiers neglected to equip their vertical maneuvering gear to ensure speed. I hope it's not as I fear, Connie and Sasha thought anxiously, their minds racing despite their lack of sharpness. Knowing that their hometown lay perilously close to the destroyed outpost, the division of troops to inform the villagers had already consumed considerable manpower. Connie fared slightly better, while Sasha's familiarity with the terrain compelled her to gallop recklessly, leading to a disconnection from the main group. You go warn the nearby villages to evacuate. I'll pursue Sasha. In the absence of seasoned soldiers, Fang Chong naturally assumed command of the team. His awareness of the plot's intricacies had led him to sleep with his vertical maneuvering gear for the past few days, leaving him with numerous blisters. After manipulating the Titan's abilities, one can maintain their wounds without healing. Now, Fang Chong was the only soldier equipped with vertical maneuvering gear, making him the best choice to pursue Sasha. Yet, by the time he realized it, Sasha had already darted into a house in the village. Damn it. With a keen understanding of the plot, Fang Chong could hardly remain composed. Having spent ample time in this world, he had come to grasp the workings of the correction mechanism. Sasha, a soldier devoid of any connection to the power of giants, would hardly attract the attention of the corrective force. Who can say if she will survive, just as in the original tale? At that moment, within a humble dwelling, an elderly woman was being restrained by a 2-meter-tall giant, its enormous jaws relentlessly gnawing at her calves. The poor woman, still possessing a flicker of consciousness, found herself utterly defenseless against the giant, unable to resist, merely enduring the torment. Beside her, a little girl with vacant eyes watched helplessly as her kin was devoured, her deformed legs incapable of movement. This harrowing scene was witnessed by Sasha, who burst into the house, armed with nothing but a nearby axe, determined to confront the giant. Yet, how could Sasha, unarmed, hope to prevail? Against a giant of such stature, it would be a simple task for the adversary, provided they wielded an appropriate weapon. While Sasha sought a vulnerable spot with her axe, Fang Chong had already crashed through the window. The sharp blade sliced through the giant's nape, a spurt of blood erupted, and the creature fell lifeless. Upon seeing Fang Chong burst in, Sasha felt a surge of relief. After all, facing a giant with a dull axe, even one merely 2 meters tall, left her feeling quite uncertain. All right, stop the bleeding for her. I'll check outside for any remaining giants, and then we'll take the two of them away. With the situation at hand nearly resolved, Sasha's village, nestled deep within the forest, stood as the last stronghold in the vicinity. Meanwhile, on the other side, they had finally arrived at Connie's homeland. Accompanying Connie were only Reiner and Berthold, both hailing from Marley, which, when considered alongside previous intelligence, suggested that Connie's village had undoubtedly been used by Zeke as a source of giants. The shattered rooftops and the chaotic streets only corroborated their suspicions. Connie, almost frenzied, rushed towards his home. But everything had already transpired. His home lay in ruins, and a grotesque giant lay sprawled within. What the hell? That indistinct voice, coupled with the grotesque limbs, allowed Connie to recognize his mother at once. Yet now, she had transformed from human to giant. At that moment, Reiner and Berthold exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly perilous, for Connie was undoubtedly approaching the truth about the giant. Chapter 25, The Battle of the Twin Towers. As they contemplated whether to leave Connie behind, a sudden thunderous sound of footsteps echoed in the distance. The two exchanged a quick glance, and, seizing Connie, fled toward the assembly point. It seemed Zeke had noticed the absence of one of his giants, and was coming to address the issue. Poor Connie, caught off guard, was dragged away from the village by the two. By the time they reached the rendezvous point, dusk was approaching, and shortly thereafter, Sasha and her group also arrived at the assembly point, known as the Twin Towers. The Twin Towers once served as a stronghold for the Survey Corps. Thus their supplies were not to be underestimated. The structure of the towers also facilitated the effective use of the omnidirectional mobility gear. As night fell, aside from a few stationed outside, the personnel within the towers numbered 30, including Fang Chong and Sasha. Unlike the original narrative this time, due to the premature suicide of the Wall cult's Pope, Aaron and his companions found themselves amidst a gathering of villagers. As night deepened, after a simple meal by the fire, the soldiers on watch outside suddenly spotted a giant covered in fur. The group gathered at the tower's pinnacle to observe the creature. Is it a hybrid? Contrary to the collective confusion, Fang Chong noticed that Reiner and his companion visibly relaxed. If only Levi hadn't been injured at such a critical moment. With Mikasa and me present, I felt we could have achieved our objective tonight. A brief lamentation over his misfortune passed through his mind as Fang Chong retreated back inside the tower. Although the fur-covered giant wandered at a distance, it showed no inclination to approach the Twin Towers, prompting the group to dismiss it. After advising the sentry soldiers to remain vigilant, they gradually withdrew into the tower. Only Reiner's expression began to betray unease. The dim night deepened, and the furry giant moved further away, causing the soldiers on watch to gradually lower their guard. Yet, Fang Chong's body began to tense. Suddenly, faint vibrations resonated around them, and Sasha, lying on the ground asleep, sensed something amiss early on. Something is approaching. Sasha's skills in hunting and tracking were well known even within the Survey Corps. Her assertion indicated the presence of something nearby. The soldiers immediately sprang into action. Yet the darkness of the night sky rendered visibility nearly non-existent, relying solely on the torches for illumination. As the soldiers at the window below reported seeing nothing, some rushed to the tower's summit. Hey, is there anything out there? Huh? No, nothing at all. The soldiers atop the tower clearly saw no moving objects around, and the tone of the questioning soldier below struck them as odd. But before they could retort, the moon in the sky began to gradually reveal itself. With the moon's emergence, the soft moonlight significantly enhanced the soldiers' visibility. What is happening? The moonlight illuminated the area outside the Twin Towers, revealing over a dozen giants gathered just a kilometer away, with even more emerging from the distant woods. Hearing the commotion, the new recruits ascended to the tower's peak. Recruits, step back. It's time for the omnidirectional mobility gear to make its entrance. Unlike the new soldiers tasked with warning the villages to evacuate, the veterans were equipped with mobility gear to counter any unforeseen circumstances. As fate would have it, this was precisely the moment when their preparation would prove invaluable. The presence of the two towers significantly enhanced the maneuverability of the three-dimensional maneuvering equipment. A mere 10 or so giants posed no challenge to these seasoned veterans. Under the adept manipulation of the veterans, several lesser giants were crushed beneath the feet of those towering above 15 meters. TSK, look at this lot. They deserve it. After approximately half an hour of intense combat, all 10 giants had fallen. Phew, that was close. The gas was nearly depleted. After enduring half an hour of high-intensity battle, the supply in the gas canisters was running low, yet the majority of the giants lay vanquished, leaving only a few that barely reached 2 meters, hardly a concern. However, just as the veterans believed they were safe, the sky suddenly darkened. Huh? Before the veterans could react, a giant, towering 10 meters, descended from above, crashing violently onto the right tower. 3 veterans were caught off guard, crushed into a bloody pulp beneath the weight of the giant. Yet, this was far from the end. Following the arrival of one giant, a relentless barrage of stones rained down from the direction of the beast titan. Damn it, that giant is a transformed human. Having experienced the incident involving Annie, the members of the Survey Corps had gained some understanding of the situation. New recruits, quickly, ride to report. Under the command of the remaining 3 veterans, Aaron and his companions, who were concealed within the tower, immediately dashed towards the base. However, the 2 remaining lesser giants had already breached the tower's interior. Among those present, only Fang Chong was equipped with the three-dimensional maneuvering gear. The others, even someone as robust as Reiner, would find it impossible to slay the giants. Observing the situation, Fang Chong was about to advance when a hand suddenly emerged from the tower's wall, leaving him no chance to react as the crumbling wall sent him flying. Fang Chong, Aaron, witnessing this, wasted no time and leaped from the window, transforming into his titan form mid-air. Unfortunately, the distant beast titan was not to be underestimated. His hesitation was a tactical ploy, waiting for Aaron's emergence. Finally, you have revealed yourself. Peek, quickly bring me some stones. We are running low on ammunition here. At Zeke's call, a quadrupedal giant promptly lumbered away, soon returning with a boulder. During this time, Zeke had thrown everything within reach. while Aaron had sustained numerous wounds in his efforts to protect the soldiers within the tower. Fang Chong, wake up. In a daze, Fang Chong felt himself being shaken repeatedly. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself lying at the very bottom of the twin towers. The two giants, each under 2 meters, had been swiftly dispatched by Aaron, leaving Fang Chong with minimal injuries. Observing Mikasa, who appeared visibly distressed, Fang Chong felt a warmth in his heart. He attempted to raise his arm, only to discover he could not move at all. Chapter 26. Escape from despair. Turning around, he noticed that the left arm, which Fang Chong had been able to injure, had completely vanished. In its place was a massive block of stone, though endowed with the abilities of a giant. Fang Chong could repair his arm at will, yet doing so would inevitably reveal his true identity, drawing the attention of Reiner and his companion towards him as well. The current situation was overwhelmingly unfavorable for Aaron's side. With Levi absent, Fang Chong and Aaron could barely match the strength of a single half-giant, and Mikasa, lacking her maneuvering gear, was of little assistance in this dire circumstance. As Fang Chong pondered frantically, the beast titan in the distance had already gathered a handful of stones, swinging its colossal arm to hurl them towards their direction. Mikasa, get down. Seeing the imminent projectile, Fang Chong disregarded everything else and swiftly wrapped his remaining half around Mikasa. In an instant, a barrage of stones pierced through Aaron's body, with even the surrounding walls unable to provide protection, transforming what was once a standing tower into mere rubble. Aaron, run. With his identity still needing to remain concealed, Fang Chong could only urge Aaron to lead their escape. Aaron, having endured wave after wave of assaults, was also ready to flee. He ferociously rummaged through the ruins of the stone tower, gathering all the surviving individuals in his grasp as they made their desperate retreat. Don't run. It was evident that Zeke had not anticipated Aaron's immediate flight, given the surrounding terrain. He had few objects to throw and could only watch as Aaron continued to distance himself. Peek, can you catch up? Observing Aaron's retreat, Zeke relinquished his titan form and reverted to his human shape as the quadrupedal titan beside him spoke up. No, you know that's impossible. Indeed. While the armored titan possessed the greatest endurance among all titans, in terms of speed, it could only compare to the colossal titan, falling far short of Aaron's pace. Still, I wonder what Reiner and the others are thinking. Such an opportune moment, yet they remain hidden. It's truly perplexing. They had yet to locate the coordinates of their abilities, and thus, both needed to continue their concealment. Little did they know, the prolonged period of hiding had begun to fracture Reiner's psyche, especially after Annie had withdrawn into herself, intensifying the signs of his mental unraveling. However, without Krista to tend to him, the full extent of his psychological distress had yet to be unleashed. Aaron, transformed into a titan and having sustained numerous injuries, carried the group for several kilometers before he had no choice but to revert to his human form. Meanwhile, their original horses had long perished under the Beast Titan's initial assault. With no alternative, the group continued their arduous journey on foot. In an effort to preserve his reputation, Fang Chong subtly employed some of the Titan's abilities, albeit only while in the presence of Aaron's Titan, for at that moment, any faint steam emanating from him would go unnoticed. Following a bout of healing, although Fang Chong's left arm was irrevocably damaged, the left side of his body remained intact. After a desperate flight for their lives, Fang Chong and his companions finally returned to their original stronghold by midday the following day. As a severely wounded individual, Fang Chong was promptly carried away for treatment, while Aaron, Reiner, and the others with less severe injuries reported the incident to Erwin, perhaps lacking the provocation from Callista. Reiner's mental state appeared considerably more stable than in the original narrative, refraining from the desperate transformation attempt to abduct Aaron as he had previously. However, this development left the Survey Corps with a dearth of information regarding the Titans, plunging their intelligence into a new abyss. And Erwin found himself at a loss as to where to commence his inquiries. After several days of despondency, Erwin began gathering information about the Walls Church. Despite being a relatively new cult that had emerged in recent years within this brief time span, at least 1/3 of the populace within the walls had come to adhere to its teachings. Coupled with the mysterious suicide of the Pope, Erwin found it implausible that there was nothing amiss. After a month-long investigation, the Survey Corps finally identified a trading company with close ties to the walls, intending to use it as a focal point for their inquiries. Yet, before the Survey Corps could initiate their operations, the company's president was found dead under mysterious circumstances, and his son had vanished without a trace. Upon further examination of the president's body, Erwin swiftly deduced that he had fallen victim to an assassination rather than the purported suicide detailed in the reports. The corruption among the nobility was, indeed, deeply entrenched. While lamenting this decay, Erwin dispatched soldiers to search for leads. Although Fang Chong had not yet fully recovered after a month of convalescence, his condition still under his control, he was capable of undertaking some simple tasks. Eager to remain within the Survey Corps, he exerted himself in various capacities. However, the primary issue remained that, having lost an arm, Fang Chong was still able to exert considerable influence over most of the new recruits within the Corps. Ultimately, he had assumed the role of Erwin's secretary, responsible for relaying documents and organizing miscellaneous tasks. Nevertheless, Erwin maintained a high level of vigilance towards Fang Chong, restricting his access to sensitive information at most. He was privy to trivial details, such as who had gone home to visit their ailing mother. Following the earlier pressure from the Beast Titan, the operational capacity of the Survey Corps surged. In less than 3 days, the cause of the trading company president's death was thoroughly uncovered. Furthermore, through the president's son, it came to light that the assailants were, astonishingly, agents dispatched by the royal family. The situation has reached a boiling point, as the royal family, which has long dominated the politics within the walls, confronts the current investigation results. It appears that they are aligned with the enemies of the giants. However, following a thorough investigation, Erwin has discovered that the royal family is in a state of complete disarray. Although they are referred to as the royal family, there is not a single individual with genuine royal blood remaining. Of course, with the absence of Emer, Krista's royal identity has not been revealed, as she was merely an inconspicuous branch of the family to begin with. This intelligence is merely ordinary information for Erwin and his team, but for Reiner and his companion, it is akin to a thunderclap. Chapter 27. The Unconventional Colossal Titan. It is crucial to understand that the power of the founding Titan is effective only when rooted in the bloodline of the royal family. An Eldian without royal blood, even if they inherit the powers of the founding Titan, merely faces a needless shortening of their lifespan. Thus, for the two of them, the notion of locating the coordinate power within the walls is nothing but a pipe dream. They even contemplated fleeing with Annie under cover of night. However, with the appearance of the Beast Titan, the entire interior of the walls has been placed under strict surveillance, although the Beast Titan has not reappeared since. The precautionary measures remain in place, complicating Reiner and his companions' escape plans, making even communication with Zeke impossible. With no other options, they must continue to remain hidden. Before long, a significant breakthrough in time emerged. After extensive investigations, the Survey Corps finally uncovered who was responsible for the disappearance of the royal bloodline. Indeed, it was Alan's father. This leads to the question of the origin of Alan's powers, which are evidently inherited through consuming his father. Consequently, the possibility of the coordinate power residing within Alan has drastically increased. Upon receiving this intelligence, Mikasa and Captain Levi immediately surrounded Alan with a substantial number of soldiers for protection. As events unfolded to this extent, Erwin began to discern the underlying truth. The Colossal Titan and the Armored Titan were not primarily aimed at attacking the world within the walls. Rather, their true intention was to draw out the holder of the founding Titan's powers. Coupled with Annie's actions towards the military police, everything began to make sense. However, why do they seek to seize the coordinate power? Is it to control the Titans? This explanation remains insufficient. Must they venture to the Shiganshina district? At this juncture, all leads have run dry. Although Erwin now understands the actions of the Titans, their motives remain elusive. He can only hope that the basement of the Jaeger family holds the information he desperately seeks. Captain Erwin, Krista has gone missing. Krista? Have you sent someone to find her? Yes, they have already left. Fang Chong, bring me her enlistment records. Fang Chong has grown accustomed to this by now. And as Erwin searches through Krista's files, he quickly uncovers all her details. It is unexpected that our group harbors such an individual. As per the current intelligence, Krista stands as the sole remaining scion of the royal bloodline. Although Erwin suspects that, given the corruption rampant among the royal family, there are likely a few offspring carrying royal lineage still present outside. At this moment, Krista is the only one we can locate. Hurry. Reinforce our ranks. Yes. Fang Chong immediately took command, relaying Erwin's orders to the entire army. Except for those soldiers tasked with protecting Eren, the rest have mobilized to search for Krista's whereabouts. There is no need to search further. She is undoubtedly there. Like Fang Chong, Levi, despite having recovered significantly from injuries sustained over the past 2 months, remains in a position where he prefers to refrain from direct confrontation. As for the underground district, indeed, despite the inner walls reflecting a medieval-like existence, the limited space has compelled the residents to carve out subterranean areas. Naturally, such lightless passages are reserved for the lowest echelons of society, where the denizens may never behold the true sun throughout their lifetimes. The number of these underground districts within the walls remains unknown, yet their capacity for secrecy is unparalleled, with the dense earth capable of muffling all sounds. Krista finds herself ensconced in such an environment. However, unlike other underground districts, the one Krista inhabits is additionally fortified with a significant amount of hardened crystal, enhancing its capacity for concealment. Where am I? In a lofty structure formed of hardened crystal, Krista gradually regains consciousness. Although aware that her royal lineage might invite trouble, she never imagined someone would venture into the Survey Corps to abduct her. As she scans her surroundings, she discovers herself bound by several formidable iron chains, with the glaring hardened crystal nearby, inducing a wave of dizziness. Nevertheless, her training has endowed her with resilience, allowing her to gradually recover. Yet upon regaining her composure, she sees her father, a figure she has encountered only a few times, approaching with a syringe, muttering something incomprehensible. I'm sorry. Prolonged confinement has hindered the circulation of blood within Krista, making it exceedingly difficult to rise. As she attempts to stand, the surrounding chains emit a series of jarring clinks. Her father, who she recognizes from afar, turns to face her, his hand clutching the syringe. Tears streaming down his face, sending a chill down Krista's spine. Krista, I do not wish for this either. But you are the last remaining heir of the royal bloodline, besides myself. Accept this power. Reclaim the strength from Aaron Yeager. As he speaks, the corpulent man advances toward Krista, syringe in hand. No, please don't. However, how could the corpulent scion of the royal family possibly compare to the well-trained Krista? As the needle approached Krista's body, she suddenly sidestepped, catching the assailant completely off guard, yet his hand continued its motion unabated, fueled by inertia. The needle collided with the nearby iron chain. The glass syringe, fragile as it was, could not withstand the strength of iron. In an instant, it shattered into countless pieces, spilling its contents across the ground. At that moment, soldiers from the Survey Corps finally located Krista. Seeing her bound by chains, Reiner, who had harbored feelings for her, could no longer restrain himself. He lunged forward, wielding his weapon, and severed the chains that imprisoned Krista. Reiner, thank you. Hey, get up. Krista's sudden expression of gratitude caused Reiner's face to flush, particularly as her attire lay in disarray. He quickly turned his attention back to confront the assailant. Chapter 28. The 200-meter Titan Reiner was all too familiar with the shattered syringe and the scattered liquid during their time in Marley, alongside Zeke's manipulation abilities. They had utilized such methods to conquer numerous nations. As Reiner sought to obscure the spilled substance, the assailant remained fixated on Krista. Why, Krista? Why won't you contribute even a little to the royal family? Huh? You abandoned me long ago. How can you now demand my allegiance to the royal family? At Krista's resolute retort, the man's expression darkened, leaving him speechless. He slowly bent down, extending his tongue. Unlike Krista, Reiner understood all too well the terror of a royal bloodline transforming into a pure titan. An officer had once boasted to Reiner and his comrades about a royal bloodline woman, her limbs severed and her body in tatters, who, after being injected with the serum, morphed into a genuine 15-meter titan, and perhaps even more formidable. Thus, if this corpulent man were to transform, he would undoubtedly exceed the 15-meter mark. As the tip of the tongue approached the serum, Reiner dared not linger in the cramped underground space. Grabbing Krista, he fled frantically, fortuitously, due to Reiner's physique. The vertical maneuvering equipment had undergone some modifications. The gas pressure in the canisters had significantly increased, allowing him to maintain a certain speed while carrying Krista. The moment Reiner emerged above ground, a colossal bolt of lightning struck the earth with tremendous force. How is this possible? Realizing he had misspoken about Berthold, Reiner quickly fell silent, yet his astonishment remained unmitigated. The magnitude of this lightning was undoubtedly over 100 meters. How could such a monstrosity exist? Having roughly assessed the giant's colossal form, Reiner swiftly realized that their current position could not be deemed safe. He urged Krista to move forward once more. In less than half a minute, Reiner had covered a distance exceeding 500 meters. However, upon glancing back at the situation, he spotted a giant, towering over 200 meters, emerging within the underground street. Compared to its immense body, its short limbs provided no substantial support, and after merely a few seconds of standing, it collapsed face first onto the ground. The force of a 200-meter giant falling is unimaginable. Reiner had no desire to experience it a second time. The tremendous wind pressure and noise propelled him several dozen meters away from his original position. Reiner, wake up. Please wake up. Thanks to Reiner's protection, Krista remained unharmed. Yet, the giant showed no inclination to wait for them. After its fall, its arm, exceeding 50 meters in length, descended upon them like a colossal Ferris wheel. Just as Reiner regained consciousness, the sky darkened ominously. Even with his Titan abilities, should he be struck, he would have no choice but to meet his maker. Fortunately, Reiner's proficiency with the vertical maneuvering equipment proved invaluable, allowing him to successfully evade the giant's grasp, taking Krista with him. Alas, the other soldiers were not as fortunate, as the massive hand crushed them into mere pulp. This strike seemed to have utterly drained the giant of its sanity, as its head, which had managed to lift slightly, now lay completely defeated on the ground. Having just endured such a traumatic encounter, Reiner was reluctant to linger. Moreover, The commotion caused by the 200-meter giant would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Survey Corps. Indeed, as Reiner was halfway back to the base, mounted members of the Corps had already spotted him. He promptly approached them to explain the situation, after which 2 soldiers escorted him back to the camp for rest. Captain Irwin, upon receiving the report, hastily rode to the incident site. Meanwhile, Fang Chong, a soldier still recovering, remained behind at the camp, alongside the still unfit captain. Nevertheless, even within the confines of the camp, soldiers returning from the front lines brought a continuous stream of news to Fang Chong. Over 3 hours later, Irwin returned to the camp. The path of the giant had transformed everything it touched into ruins. Even the Survey Corps found it impossible to engage due to the intense heat radiating from the giant. Additionally, as the giant continued its crawl, the temperature around it rose steadily, rendering any approach unfeasible. Captain Irwin, we need not worry about the aftermath, as long as we can ascertain the giant's direction of movement. We will manage. Although the destruction was extensive, its slow pace allowed for the safe evacuation of civilians. Understood. Soon, several ordinary soldiers had already received orders to evacuate the civilians, leaving only the newly formed Levi squad, along with Hang and Irwin, in the conference room. The direction of that Titan was undoubtedly heading towards the Shina district of Arudo. Irwin, you are aware of the devastation that such a Titan could wreak upon reaching Arudo, are you not? Yes, I am. In response to Levi's inquiry, Irwin remained unfazed and began to articulate his plan. This Titan was evidently advancing towards densely populated areas that were in close proximity. Consequently, all we need to do is gather as many civilians as possible, ensuring that the Titan's trajectory remains unchanged. What are you suggesting, Irwin? Are you truly going to use the entire population of Arudo as bait? Hang could no longer contain her disbelief. It was apparent that Owen intended to treat the residents of Arudo as mere decoys. Though Hang was not one to be overly sentimental, the presence of such a Titan could not be deterred by any wall. When the time came, the entire Arudo district would undoubtedly be engulfed in flames. Hang, sit down and listen. Levi, accustomed to Irwin's demeanor, calmly urged Hang to take her seat once more. And Irwin continued to speak. There are 2 components to the current plan. First, while the full extent of the founding Titan's abilities remains unclear, it is fundamentally based on the royal lineage's power to control Titans. Presently, this power resides within Eren. Therefore, the first course of action is for Eren to accompany Historia and attempt to wield the founding Titan's power to control that Titan. Agreed. Chapter 29, Resistance aside from Levi. All members of the Levi squad had already gathered around Eren, hastening towards the Titan. After all, that colossal being, towering at 200 meters, was wreaking havoc upon its surroundings with every passing moment. The second approach involves transforming Eren into a Titan, equipped with a substantial amount of explosives, and forcibly detaching the Titan's head. However, considering the Titan's enormous stature, it would be exceedingly challenging for Eren to carry explosives to the nape of its neck. Once Eren and his team departed, Irwin slowly unveiled the second strategy. Compared to the first, while the second plan appeared more practical, its execution was fraught with difficulty. Irwin himself was uncertain whether Eren's Titan form could withstand such intense heat. It must be done, mustn't he? Perhaps sensing Irwin's apprehension, Levi took the rare initiative to reassure him. Not long after, the team attempting to control the Titan returned to the camp, the endeavor evidently having ended in failure. Eren was nearly fused with Historia. They had tried every possible method, yet the Titan showed no reaction whatsoever. It seems we are left with Plan 2. Eren, can you withstand the heat from that Titan? For a short duration, I should be able to endure for about a minute. That will suffice. Everyone, retreat to the Sheena wall. After receiving Alan's affirmation, Irwin let out a sigh of relief. As long as Alan could endure the intense heat, even if only for a minute, the likelihood of success in their operation was significantly heightened. However, the sluggish movements of the Titan afforded the Survey Corps ample time to prepare. It was not until the break of dawn the following day that the Titan finally came into view of the soldiers stationed atop the Sheena wall. Naturally, if the civilians were allowed to roam freely, such a colossal being could not possibly remain concealed. Hence, the Survey Corps collaborated with several other regiments to fabricate a fictitious evacuation drill. Although the populace harbored doubts, they complied with the soldiers' stern demands and dutifully participated in the exercise. As ominous rumbles and the sounds of cannon fire began to emanate from outside the walls, the residents grew increasingly apprehensive. Once the steam plumes from the Titan became visible, the civilians adhered to the drill with even greater earnestness. In the face of such circumstances, any astute individual could discern that this was no mere drill. It was inconceivable to squander their already scant resources on a mere exercise. Thus, the only plausible explanation remained. There were indeed many Titans present beyond the walls. With the looming threat of the Titans, the populace gradually settled down, allowing some soldiers tasked with maintaining order within the city to return to the front lines. Compared to the city, the front lines had already endured great hardship. Although the Titan was still some distance away, the temperature atop the walls had risen more than 10 degrees above the norm. As the Titan approached, the heat intensified dramatically. By the time the Titan entered cannon range, the temperature on the walls had soared to nearly 40 degrees. Fire. Entering the range of the cannons meant the Titan would face the full onslaught of all the fixed artillery stationed at the Sheena wall. For this defense, Erwin had spared no effort, even threatening the quartermaster to ensure all the fixed artillery was mobilized. With the thunderous roar of countless cannons firing, projectiles rained down upon the Titan. The Titan's 200-meter frame required little precision. Soldiers could even close their eyes and still strike the Titan accurately, guided by the intense heat emanating from its body. Unfortunately, the thick smoke and steam obscured the soldier's view of any wounds on the Titan's form, but its continued movement suggested that its vulnerable nape remained unscathed. In a mere 5 rounds of fire, the Titan had reached the edge of the wall. To preserve the fixed artillery, Erwin commanded the soldiers to relocate the cannons. A few more minutes passed before the Titan's hand finally rested upon the wall. In comparison to the 200-meter Titan, the 60-meter wall was utterly ineffectual, even serving as a support for the Titan, allowing it to rise fully. However, at the moment when the giant rose to its feet, despite having undergone a baptism of blood, numerous soldiers doubled over, retching uncontrollably. The day-long crawl had worn down the giant's belly to a smooth surface. This colossal being, towering at over 200 meters, clearly lacked formidable regenerative abilities. Nearly half of its body had been ground away, resembling an anatomical diagram of a giant. Upon standing, the force of gravity caused many of its internal organs to fall to the ground, enveloping a small section of the city wall in a thick, metallic scent of blood and a cloud of steam. Aaron, this is our chance. Stuff the explosives into its mouth. According to the original plan, Aaron needed to accurately place the explosives on the giant's neck, the part closest to the human body, to have a chance of obliterating the creature. However, given that half of its body was now flattened, Aaron could easily insert the explosives deep into the giant's throat. Compared to the nearly intact nape, the flesh in the throat area was undoubtedly more vulnerable. Originally, the ignition procedure required to detonate the explosives was unnecessary, within just 30 seconds. The soldiers had attached ample fuses to the enormous bomb prepared for Aaron. The giant's nape, previously covered in skin, had not reached the necessary temperature to ignite the gunpowder. However, now, with the skin stripped away, the exposed flesh was at least 60 degrees. A sprinkle of white phosphorus would ensure the fuses ignited without fail. Without hesitation, Aaron bit into his palm, and with a flash of lightning, the 15-meter-tall Aaron giant made a dazzling entrance. He charged forward, thrusting the bomb directly into the giant's throat. The scalding blood ignited the white phosphorus on the fuse, producing a sudden flare of light. To prevent the explosives from disassembling during Aaron's massive movements, the bomb was exceptionally well-bound, withstanding even the impact of Aaron pressing against the giant's flesh. Upon seeing the flame, Aaron wasted no time. He firmly secured the explosives and swiftly detached himself from the giant's body, being rescued by fellow soldiers. Soon, the fuse reached its limit, igniting all the explosives instantaneously. The tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the royal city, scattering chunks of the giant's flesh in all directions. Everyone, shatter those pieces. Perhaps due to the overwhelming power of the explosives, the giant's flesh did not break into the fine fragments Elvin had envisioned. Instead, the remnants were still massive, some measuring over a meter in size. Within those fleshly pieces, it was entirely possible that the essence of the giant lay concealed. Although Erwin did not believe he could transform into a Titan again, the flesh outside the walls had yet to begin vaporizing, indicating that the Titan had not truly perished. Countless soldiers soared into the air, their three-dimensional maneuvering gear grappling onto the remnants of flesh, while their blades struck down with precision, severing it into 2 pieces. Krista transcended her usual control abilities, maneuvering her gear with an elegance akin to a waltz in the heavens, far surpassing her ordinary standards. Perhaps due to their blood connection, she swiftly discovered the concealed flesh of her father, whom she had scarcely met. Rest in peace, father. The sharp blade glided through, splitting the flesh evenly in 2. The Titan's corpse outside the walls finally began to evaporate. Everyone retreat. Compared to the heat generated when it was alive, the Titan's death unleashed an overwhelming surge of heat, creating such powerful shockwaves that no one could stand upon the walls. However, this tempest of energy lasted merely an hour. After an hour had passed, all that remained of the Titan's body was a pile of charred bones. Once the 200-meter Titan was vanquished, Krista had to prepare for her ascension to the throne. Unfortunately, she was the only one of royal blood visible within the walls. In truth, her name is not Krista. It is a pseudonym to conceal her royal lineage, which I shall not bother to change. The achievement of defeating the colossal Titan gradually became widely known, thanks to the efforts of the Survey Corps. which also significantly aided Krista's ascension. Furthermore, her background in the Survey Corps provided substantial convenience for the investigation in the capital following her coronation. Yet, the inquiry in the capital was fraught with challenges. After over a month of extensive verification, the Survey Corps finally located a man named Kenny, who possessed knowledge about the power of the founding titan. Kenny Ackerman, have you softened your heart? As Levi's adoptive father, Kenny was not particularly competent, but without his presence, Levi would never have survived long enough for Erwin to rescue him from the underground streets. It was not as if he intended to kill him outright, was it? Presently, Levi still harbored some feelings for Kenny, as he was, after all, the one who had saved his life. Unfortunately, Levi's immature thoughts soon cost Armin his life. Unlike the standard maneuvering gear employed by the regular troops, Kenny's equipment was not the rudimentary blades of the Survey Corps, but rather meticulously crafted barrels. Each barrel could unleash a blast akin to that of a shotgun. Armin, though intelligent, was tragically ill-equipped to match the maneuvering prowess of Levi's squad. And when faced with Kenny's sudden assault, he met with his untimely demise. This incident truly infuriated Mikasa and Eren. As an elite warrior second only to Levi, Mikasa was more than capable of battling Kenny. Alongside Eren, the Titan host, and Captain Levi, they presented a formidable trio. Kenny had little opportunity to defend himself and was swiftly left with half of his body obliterated. Particularly, Eren, with his towering 15-meter frame, rendered Kenny's diminutive firearms utterly ineffective. Eren's agitation, stemming from Armin's death, led to Kenny's unfortunate fate of losing half his body. Subsequently, under the gaze of the three, Kenny began to recount the secrets of the royal lineage. The coordinate power within Eren had, until now, been governed by members of the royal family, who would pass down this power through generations. Kenny had witnessed this several times. Once the coordinate power was inherited, the recipient transformed entirely, becoming a different being altogether. Notably, the faintly purple patterned pupils were not characteristics of a mere human. Each heir of the coordinate power displayed the same purple eyes, coupled with an eerily similar calmness and indifference. Kenny asserted that every successor of the royal coordinate power was essentially one and the same person. How can this be? Why am I unaffected? Eren interjected, convinced that Kenny was fabricating these tales. Cough, cough, listen to me till the end, Kenny urged. As the conversation progressed, the three began to comprehend that with the inheritance of the founding titan, each host of the coordinate power would acquire the memories of their predecessors. Thus, it could be said that these inheritors were indistinguishable from the original king. The original king? Indeed, the original king ignited the conflict between titans and humanity. You must understand the magnitude of the threat posed by titans to humans in those early days. Yet, this king, for reasons unknown, chose to summon all Eldians back in the final moments before annihilating all races except for them, establishing the world within the walls on this island. He also laid down a treaty of non-aggression, which is why each generation wielding the coordinate power refrained from instigating war. After such revelations, it felt as though the world of the three had shattered. Through Kenny's words, they realized that the world within the walls was indeed minuscule beyond measure, and the vast icy lands and endless salt lakes described by Armin were undoubtedly real. Finally, let me share two more pieces of information with you. Titans are, in fact, transformed from humans, specifically from us Eldians, with only a serum lacking. The giants that attacked humanity did not originate from this island, but from the world beyond. The humans outside the island covet the resources of this land. Strive hard, otherwise, it won't be long before I can see you from below. With that final statement, Kenny's long-dangling life came to an end. A box of syringes and medication had fallen to the ground from the grasp of Kenny. From Kenny's words, coupled with the mysterious disappearance of the villagers from Connie's home, the three could not help but realize that these giants were indeed derived from humanity, just like them. In other words, had they been slaying their own kind all along? Each of the three stared intently at their own hands. Since the moment they had slain the first giant, every soldier had believed that their actions were solely for the protection of the people. However, now a voice interrupted, "Hey, you two, do not let this information slip, understood?" Otherwise, without Levi needing to elaborate, Mikasa and Eren were acutely aware of the terrifying consequences of such a revelation. The collapse of the core would merely be the beginning. It could very well lead to the disintegration of the entire order within the walls. After hastily burying Kenny and Armin, the three returned to headquarters to report. In the ensuing week, the Survey Corps diligently organized the intelligence they had gathered. Through Kenny's information, along with deductions made from Annie and others at that time, Commander Erwin had nearly comprehended the entire operational mechanism of the giant system. Meanwhile, Reiner and his companion remained oblivious, with Fang merely inferring Erwin's current level of intel from minor aspects. Subsequently, Eren, in conjunction with the Queen, commenced training with the founding Titan. After a month of rigorous training, Eren could now manipulate at least 10 giants to a certain extent upon contact with the Queen. Alas, Since Krista had ascended to the throne, it was utterly impossible for her to accompany the Survey Corps on their expeditions beyond the walls. Reiner and his companion were compelled to inform Zeke and begin preparations for the final capture. With the training of the founding Titan proving ineffective, Eren chose to abandon that endeavor and instead collaborated with Erwin to formulate a plan to reclaim Wall Maria. When Reiner and his companion learned that the Survey Corps was preparing for an expedition, their joy was palpable. It was worth noting that during the recent period, the Survey Corps had not ventured outside the walls, making any information exchange with Zeke a significant achievement, let alone the prospect of taking Eren away. However, with the Survey Corps now heading towards Wall Maria, it presented them with an optimal opportunity for contention. Yet, whether this battle was truly aimed at reclaiming Wall Maria or served another purpose remained uncertain. At the end of the 850th year of the Age of Titans, the Survey Corps completed their preparations and stockpiling of supplies, embarking through the snow and wind on their mission to reclaim Wall Maria. In this endeavor, the entire Survey Corps was mobilized, with numerous military police and station soldiers also being reassigned in a bid to expand their territory. The current queen, Krista, was indeed investing heavily in this endeavor. Remarkably, less than a day after the main force departed, the only soldier left at the Survey Corps headquarters, Fang, took Annie, who had been confined in the dungeon, away with him. Due to the substantial withdrawal of soldiers, the defenses of the dungeon had become rather lax. Furthermore, Fang Chong, being a familiar face, swiftly utilized his hardened ability to exchange the hardened crystal containing Annie. Subsequently, he healed his left arm, but as a logistics officer, he no longer possessed his own three-dimensional maneuvering device and was left to pursue the Survey Corps as a giant. Soon, my plan is on the brink of success. This time, the Survey Corps expedition beyond the walls was unprecedentedly smooth. With Owen no longer concealing Eren's existence and with the assistance of Eren as Titan form and numerous soldiers, the Survey Corps incurred only 2 fatalities and several injuries, successfully reaching the Maria Wall in the Shiganshina district. Bang! With Eren's efforts, the inner city of Shiganshina had been successfully sealed off. Next, by clearing the area between the Maria Wall and the Rose Wall, humanity's operational scope would see a significant expansion. That evening, all the soldiers indulged in a hearty feast. Although there was no alcohol, they ate with great enthusiasm. Captain Erwin, why aren't you eating? An oblivious soldier inquired beside Erwin, completely unaware of the impending crisis. Isn't it about time? Before the soldier could turn his nearly rusted mind, countless brilliant flashes of lightning appeared beneath the city walls. They are here, with several resounding tremors. Numerous giants emerged less than a kilometer from the camp below the walls, an estimated 100 or more in number. All troops, prepare. As a soldier, regardless of one's abilities, obedience is instilled through training. Just a moment ago, everyone was feasting. The next moment, they rushed out of their tents to don their gear. Levi and Mikasa, the last remaining heirs of the Ackerman lineage, had never shed their equipment and, upon the appearance of the lightning, burst through the doors to ascend to the rooftops. Meanwhile, Fang Chong had finally scaled the Maria Wall from the opposite side after a long detour. Phew! This time it was so swift, I almost hesitated to ascend. It nearly exhausted me. The armored titan, after all, did not possess the same endurance as the colossal titan, and this sprint had nearly drained Fang Chong of most of his strength. The little energy that remained made it difficult even to maintain his titan form for a prolonged battle. Seizing the moment before combat commenced, Fang Chong quickly began to recover his stamina. This is becoming rather excessive. Ordinarily, the formation should not differ from the original narrative. Although the unfolding events left Fang Chong, the time traveler, somewhat perplexed, the overall direction had not significantly changed. Wait, where's the colossal titan? Unlike the Survey Corps, Fang Chong held crucial intelligence. The colossal titan could unleash an attack akin to a nuclear explosion. Now, Alan finds himself at the outermost fringe of the residential area beneath the city walls, while numerous soldiers are stationed at the base of the walls, with a considerable distance of nearly a kilometer separating them. With no time for contemplation, a portion of the giant's form, having undergone hardening, lay atop the city wall. Chapter 32. Nuclear explosion. At this moment, an unprecedented, brilliant flash of lightning appeared less than 500 meters from the base of the wall. Boom! A tremendous wave of wind, accompanied by scalding air currents, instantly engulfed the entire residential area below the city wall. Although this attack resembled a nuclear explosion, it was merely an ultra-high-pressure blast of hot air, which proved to be inconsequential for Fang Chong, who had utilized hardening atop the wall. Regrettably, Commander Erwin had strategically positioned himself at the center of the army to avoid drawing the enemy's attention. In the wake of this wave of hot air, Erwin did not meet a bloody demise as in the original narrative. Instead, he was reduced to charred remains by the searing winds. Erwin. The enormous commotion left Levi outside the residential area in a state of shock, unable to fathom how mere human effort could yield such catastrophic destruction. The charred remains of Owen could not be revived even with the injection serum for Titans, as that substance holds no efficacy for the deceased. Following the explosion, Bertholdt ascended the city wall, only to be confronted by a vast expanse of hardened crystal atop it. Before he could react, he found himself ensnared in the grip of the giant manipulated by Fang Chong. Fang Chong, this is impossible. Bertholdt distinctly remembered the leader who had met his end upon arriving on Parody Island. The Titan that had devoured him could not possibly resemble Fang Chong in his current form. Ah, Bertholdt, how delightful to see you unharmed. Though Fang Chong greeted the colossal Titan amiably, his actions remained relentless as he activated his hardening ability, enveloping Bertholdt within. 2 fragments secured, 3 remaining. Observing the 2 hardened crystals lying upon the wall, Fang Chong felt a wave of relief. With only half of his 12-year lifespan remaining, it would be disingenuous to claim that he was not anxious. In the aftermath of the colossal Titan-S explosion, Reiner and Zeke had also surged forward in their offensive, directly depriving Levi of the opportunity to locate Bertholdt. Damn it! All troops, prepare. In the wake of Erwin's death, Levi, as the captain, unhesitatingly assumed command. Unfortunately, the current Survey Corps was comprised of numerous recruits. Due to the previous series of brutal battles, the remaining veterans accounted for less than 20% of their ranks. Having not undergone the baptism of blood, these new recruits were left paralyzed by the sudden turn of events. However, the Titans showed no mercy. And with the inner city gates blocked, hundreds of Titans scattered outside the residential area, forming a deadly encirclement. They had no choice but to face death. What a disaster. Gazing upon the fresh recruits before him, and then at the vacant space beside the Titan, even Levi acknowledged a surge of despair. Despite his unparalleled maneuvering skills, without any objects to cling to, he would inevitably be torn apart by the giant. Just then, as Levi contemplated his strategy, the beastly Titan opposite him let out a deafening roar, and among the hundreds of giants standing a kilometer away, over 70 Titans of 10 meters or less charged towards Levi and his group. Levi, their target is the horses. Retreat quickly. Leave this to me. As the small Titans began their charge, Hang led a team of 200 to provide support. Thanks to the backing of Queen Krista, a significant number of soldiers participated in the operation to reclaim Wall Maria. The mere 70 Titans of 3 to 4 meters posed no challenge. Hang, you've been a tremendous help. Everyone, withdraw with the horses. Armed with ample intelligence, the Survey Corps had gained profound insights into the Titans' intentions. Undoubtedly, their aim was to seize Eren. However, given that Eren had just transformed to seal the wall, even if he could transform again, his combat abilities would be significantly diminished in a short span of time. To prevent their escape, it was imperative to eliminate the horses right there. Upon hearing that they need not confront the Titans directly, the new recruits regained their composure and began to gather the horses for retreat. Yet the rear was already devastated by Bertholdt's explosive heat, and even if they could retreat, it would only be a meager 200 meters. Eren, what are you doing? You must understand their objective is you. Just as the recruits started to withdraw with the horses, Eren dashed forward, only to be intercepted by Mikasa. Mikasa, step aside. I'll draw Reiner away. From atop the wall, the onlooker could see clearly. At the moment Eren spoke, Mikasa's body trembled, creating a slight gap in the previously solid barricade. Trouble looms. The power of coordinates did not merely confer control over Titans, unlike the giants. It could dominate every being of the Ackerman lineage. Moreover, crucially, commanding the Ackerman bloodline did not necessitate royal blood. Only Eren's unwavering belief was required. Eren, trust Hang. You must adhere to the captain's plan. Let Hang handle the direct combat. Even Levi, who stood nearby, was swayed, refraining from drawing his sword to obstruct Eren and instead opting for gentle persuasion. Indeed, thanks to the captain's foresight before his demise, there was ample operational strategy left behind, a plan we have reiterated countless times. Goodness, why are they still coming? The observer atop the wall, initially intending to spectate, witnessed Eren transform into a Titan, charging towards the wall. Oh no, I nearly forgot. The operational plan involves Eren drawing them in, followed by a joint assault with Levi on the Beast Titan. Is this a death wish? On the city wall, Fang Chong enjoyed a significant advantage in both intelligence and vision. Observing Eren charging toward him across the searing ground, Fang Chong nearly burst into laughter. Initially, Reiner was perplexed by Eren's sudden appearance. Logically, Eren should have fully comprehended their intentions by now and concealed himself among the soldiers. Why then? Did he choose to transform into a Titan in the encircled region of Shiganshina? As Eren endured the heat and sprinted toward Shiganshina, Reiner began to grasp Eren's plan. So, this was their objective, to shift my target from the horses to Eren? Even though the captain has already perished, must he still lecture me? Chapter 33, Thunderspear. Watching Eren grow increasingly distant, Reiner realized he no longer had the luxury of hesitation and had to redirect his focus from the horses to Eren. No way. Just as Reiner was about to charge toward Eren, Hang had already maneuvered her vertical maneuvering equipment to position herself behind him. Let us see how you fare against my new weapon. Thunder Spear. After 6 months of deliberation, the weapon department finally delivered a batch of brand new armaments to the Survey Corps just before their deployment. However, due to the limited time frame and quantity, Hang was in possession of all 20 Thunder Spears. This time, in her determination to thwart Reiner or perhaps to capture him outright. She had no intention of holding back and unleashed 4 Thunder Spears in one sweeping motion. Unfortunately, being her first attempt with the Thunder Spear, the projectiles did not strike precisely where intended and fell short of Reiner's nape. Nevertheless, after 4 thunderous explosions, the armor at the back of Reiner's neck shattered piece by piece. Hardened, Reiner had not anticipated that Hang would wield such formidable weaponry. Yet the current situation allowed no room for hesitation. After reinforcing the injured area at the back of his neck with a layer of hardened crystal, he pursued Eren. Damn it! Observing her attack fail, and given the lengthy reload time of the Thunder Spear, Hang reluctantly abandoned Reiner as her target and turned her attention to the other Titans. Hang, I adore you. Initially, Fang Chong had been contemplating how to deal with Reiner, the relentless pursuer, after neutralizing Eren. The armor enveloping Reiner would make it exceedingly difficult for even someone skilled in hardening, like Fang Chong, to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, Hang had effortlessly shattered the armor at Reiner's nape, making it remarkably simple for Fang Chong to eliminate him now. However, the unfolding events were far from the ease that Fang Chong had envisioned. Eren, unlike in the original narrative, had not acquired the ability to harden, and the challenge of scaling the Wall Maria with mere flesh and blood remained formidable. Even with Eren's rigorous training, he found himself significantly closer to Reiner than anticipated. Under these circumstances, Fang Chong had no confidence in capturing Eren without alerting Reiner. As Fang Chong observed the 2 approaching figures on the city wall, he found himself at a loss. After stepping back slightly, he punched several holes into the wall and squeezed himself in 2 hardened crystals inside. His attention was solely on Reiner and Eren, oblivious to the openings he had created. Eren, lacking the ability to harden, was swiftly overtaken by Reiner after traversing barely 100 meters over the wall. Got you. Following that, the 2 Titans engaged in a fierce struggle. A scene that left Fang Chong, hidden within the wall, quite alarmed. Without the ability to harden, Eren had considerably honed his combat skills, employing a blend of jujitsu and military boxing techniques that left Reiner with little room to retaliate. Reiner could only rely on his hardening ability to endure the onslaught. As a warrior of Marley, Reiner's physical prowess was indisputable. At least Fang Chong believed he would be no match for him. Frankly, the sight of Reiner's muscular physique was astonishing. Given the poor dietary conditions within the walls, one could scarcely believe that such a body could be sculpted. If transported to the 21st century, Reiner would undoubtedly be crowned the prince of bodybuilding. Although Eren's fighting techniques were advanced, the strain of transforming twice in a short span had diminished his attributes to some extent. The 2 were locked in a stalemate on the ground, and without the intervention of a third party, they could easily contend for an entire day. Fang Chong was quite content to enjoy this visual spectacle while replenishing his own stamina. What a delightful affair. I could really use a refreshing drink right about now, he mused as he leisurely awaited the outcome of the duel. In the meantime, the task ahead was anything but easy. Hang, leading over 100 individuals, though not new recruits, could hardly be deemed elite. The 70 Titans were more than enough to keep her in a state of disarray. Moreover, Zeke would not permit Hang to easily fend off this wave of assault. It was crucial to understand that even Zeke faced considerable difficulty in acquiring enough Titan serum for over 100 Titans, and he would not allow Hang to resolve this offensive without struggle. Coincidentally, the cart Titan, Peak, had delivered a suitable stone to Zeke. Naturally, Zeke took no offense. After all, his beast Titan was renowned for its exceptional throwing capabilities. Twisting the stone in his hands, he shaped it into a small clump of debris, then, with a powerful motion of his arm, sent the fragment hurtling toward Hang's location. This moment did not go unnoticed by Levi, who stood atop a nearby roof. And he immediately shouted, "Hang, get behind the building." What? Hang was evidently taken aback. There were no Titans in her vicinity, leaving her bewildered by Levi's warning to take cover. In a mere instant, a barrage of stones had been launched from the Beast Titan's hand. And as Hang hovered in midair with her maneuvering gear, she was unavoidably caught in the first wave of this bombardment. The sheer force propelled her body away, while numerous soldiers and Titans fell victim to this initial assault. Unlike ordinary soldiers, the giants, despite their injuries, were not significantly affected by the damage caused by the rocks. Apart from a few unfortunate souls, all the other giants, after a brief moment of swaying, managed to rise once more. The agonizing cries emanating from beyond the wall evidently impacted Eren, causing him to lose his grip on the makeshift noose he had so laboriously formed, leading to yet another tumultuous struggle on the ground with Reiner. However, this time, Eren's attacks lacked the initial precision, as the chaotic screams completely disrupted his offensive rhythm. The advantage he had previously gained was now waning, forcing him to expend the hard-won momentum he had established. For Fang Chong, there was only one person in this world worth caring about. Aside from Mikasa, the deaths of everyone else were of no consequence to him. This detachment was the reason for Fang Chong's cold demeanor and lack of friends during his training years. The bonds of a world can be encapsulated in just one person. As for Mikasa, Fang Chong harbored no concerns. Although she had ranked below him during their training, he had assessed her capabilities. By the time of their graduation, Mikasa's physical prowess had reached an impressive 3 points, which Fang Chong estimated was not merely average, but rather equivalent to a score of 38, just a hair's breadth away from achieving the formidable 4-point threshold. It was worth noting that Fang Chong himself had barely attained a score of 25, which had even diminished recently due to a lack of training. Levi suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Hang, struck by a boulder, was propelled over 200 meters, her physical integrity compromised to less than a third. Gazing at the lifeless body of his comrade, Levi's hand, clutching the syringe box, trembled incessantly. Yet, he understood that even if he were to administer the injection now, Hang, devoid of any sustenance, could not revert to her human form and would instead become a mindless giant. Listen to me, Levi, he urged. We can only persuade the young ones to sacrifice themselves. Let their lives pave the way to hell. Only in this manner can you hope to slay that beast titan. It was unfathomable how Hang, with such a diminished form, could muster the strength to utter those final words before succumbing to death. Very well, Hang acquiesced. Let me lead the new recruits to their doom. Mikasa, detached from the squad and act with discretion. Understood. Unlike an ordinary soldier, although Mikasa could not rival Levi, she was far superior to the average fighter. It would be a tragic waste to throw her life away unnecessarily. Allowing her the freedom to operate independently was the prudent course of action. After arranging for Mikasa, Levi stood before the new recruits. Captain Levi, are we left with no other option but to die? These inexperienced soldiers, untested by the crucible of battle, were visibly shaken, many collapsing to the ground, some even losing consciousness. Now, I shall convey the final battle plan. All units, assemble. Fortunately, Levi's esteemed reputation within the Corps is acknowledged even by the new recruits. In the wake of Owen and Hank's demise, Levi possesses ample capability to command the remaining soldiers. Henceforth, all will mount their steeds and charge towards the Beast Titan. Undoubtedly. To the Beast Titan, you are nothing more than living targets for its projectiles. You must aim to release smoke signals during intervals of its stone throwing, striving to diminish its accuracy. You shall serve as bait, while I exert every effort to vanquish that Beast Titan. However, even with Levi's esteemed status, persuading the soldiers to march to their demise is no trivial task. After outlining the battle plan, the once orderly formation began to show signs of disarray once more. Standing here, we would only meet our end at the hands of the Beast Titan's projectiles. Prepare yourselves immediately. A soldier within the ranks, upon hearing Levi's words, felt beads of sweat cascading down his face. Anyone aware of their impending fate would be gripped by such terror. Are we truly destined to perish? Yes. So, Captain Levi, do you mean that since death is inevitable, we might as well contribute a little more? Yes. But regardless, isn't dying in obedience to orders devoid of meaning? Indeed. Entirely meaningless. No matter your ideals or the joys you have experienced in life, once your body is shattered by stones, it all amounts to the same fate. Therefore, since this is our reality, at the moment Levi's cold words were uttered, the soldiers seemed to have been triggered by something, becoming animated. Yet Levi paid him no mind and continued. Since life inevitably leads to death, does that render existence meaningless? Does the loss of our comrades amount to nothing? No, absolutely not. Only we who stand here now, can impart significance to those sacrifices. It is only we, the living, who can honor our fallen comrades. You shall meet your end here. I will bestow upon you the meaning of sacrifice. I promise you. I stake everything. I offer my heart. I will slay that Beast Titan. Captain Levi, mount your horses. The soldiers below seemed to wish to voice more, yet Levi remained silent, commanding all to mount their steeds. The soldier who had previously opposed Levi appeared to have undergone a transformation, his former despair replaced with a determined resolve, though the fear on his face was still evident. He now embodied the spirit of a true leader. Captain Levi, we have all sworn to be soldiers who dedicate our hearts to humanity. Therefore, we shall go. Just as Levi rallied the soldiers, Hang's squad suffered a devastating blow as the Beast Titan commenced its assault, hurling stones towards the rear. The remaining 200 soldiers have all mounted their steeds, their faces betraying an unmistakable fear, yet their resolute actions show no sign of faltering. With hearts pounding, they launch a volley of stones while shouting their battle cries, brandishing their rifles and charging towards the monstrous Titan. On the opposing hillside, the beastly giant gazes in astonishment at the soldiers advancing towards it. Well, I did not anticipate this conclusion for your death squad. I thought you might have some tricks up your sleeve. Now, fire. The leading soldier raises his rifle, and with a pull of the trigger, a multitude of smoke plumes envelopes the Titan. Smoke? What use is a mere fog? The Titan bellows, quick. Scatter. Instinctively, the soldiers begin to disperse on horseback. Yet the Titan's formidable stone-throwing prowess renders their efforts nearly futile. In a single barrage, a quarter of the soldiers are slain, and half of their horses are either injured or killed, rendering them immobile. As the remaining soldiers, now less than half, continue their charge, a sardonic smile creeps across the Titan's face. How pathetic. Have you not learned from history? The tragedy of the world being robbed of memory by the beast Titan is evident. It seems that eventually, all humanity behind the walls will become mere death squads. Chapter 35. The captain slays the monkey despite his words. Zeke remains relentless, picking up a stone from the ground, shattering it into fragments, and hurling it once more towards the soldiers. Embrace your so-called spirit of sacrifice and become mere scraps. The dwindling 100 soldiers begin to scatter. Yet in their midst lurk several giants towering 2 to 3 meters tall. Their dispersal only leads them into the jaws of these scattered titans. Within mere moments and 3 stone throws, the death squad of 200 soldiers is entirely annihilated. Meanwhile, the density of smoke around the Titan has thickened to an extent where one cannot see their own hand. What purpose does your shooting serve? After clearing the soldiers before him, Zeke vaguely hears the sound of something collapsing and turns to glance around. My Titan has fallen. Just as Zeke is momentarily distracted, a grappling hook pierces through the dense smoke, and Levi, wielding dual blades, suddenly appears beside the beastly giant. So, you are the one who killed my Titan, Zeke exclaims, fury rising within him. He knows that, given the current scarcity of food within the walls, such Titans over 10 meters tall are a rare commodity. Instinctively, Zeke reaches out to grasp Levi. However, Levi's mastery of the vertical maneuvering equipment is indisputable, although the beast Titan possesses balanced attributes. Capturing the captain proves to be an impossible task. At the very moment he reached out, the captain abruptly released his grip on the beast's claw, transforming into a spinning top. With his razor-sharp blade and formidable core strength, he cleaved the beast giant's arm into fragments. Remarkably, he still had the power to sever one of its eyes as he passed by its cheek. In the face of this sudden shift in battle, Zeke's mind raced back to the words Reiner had previously imparted to him. You warned me to be cautious of 3 soldiers? Indeed, Levi, Mikasa, and Fang Chong possess combat abilities that defy the standards of ordinary humans. Even we could easily fall before them. However, now that Fang Chong has lost an arm, he no longer poses a threat to us. Very well, I understand. At that moment, Zeke undoubtedly underestimated these soldiers, as he believed that with his royal blood, he was an overwhelmingly superior combatant. However, now he was painfully aware of the formidable strength of the soldiers that Reiner had feared. Is this man Levi? Before Zeke could ponder further, Levi had already secured his hook on the giant's back, and an attack was swiftly approaching his nape. Zeke dared not hesitate and instinctively placed his remaining arm at the back of his neck. Yet Levi's assault was far from superficial as they crossed paths. A fountain of blood erupted from the beast giant. What happened to my vision? The sudden disappearance of his sight left Zeke momentarily stunned, and before he could react, Levi severed the muscle from his foot. My foot. You seemed quite pleased just now. The relentless barrage of attacks left Zeke utterly defenseless at the back of his neck. In that critical moment, Zeke's vital area had no protection, while Levi had already anchored his hook into the muscle at his nape. Harden. No, there is no time. Sensing the imminent threat behind him, Zeke rushed to harden the muscle at his back, but Levi's incredible speed far surpassed Zeke's half-hearted attempt at fortification. You better make me happy again. With Levi's thunderous shout, his sharp blade sliced through the beast giant's flesh, and the hand that had been raised, unprotected at the back of the neck, was completely severed. With no defensive barrier remaining, Levi's blade finally found its mark in the beast giant's nape. Thanks to prior training with Eren, Levi had repeatedly used his blade to extricate Eren from within the giants. He now had a precise understanding of Zeke's position. In a swift, decisive motion, Zeke found himself disarmed of his hands and feet, cast out from the giant's body. Meanwhile, Mikasa had also succeeded in shattering the other giant and joined Levi at his side. Mikasa, is there anyone still alive? Any soldiers will do. As long as there is breath, they can transform into a giant and devour him, seizing the beast giant's power. Levi and Mikasa understood that those bearing the blood of the Ackerman lineage could not transform into titans, which was precisely why Kenny had refrained from administering the serum to himself. Regrettably, as they surveyed the scene, it became evident that not a single soldier remained alive. The corpses of the colossal beasts beneath them were rapidly disintegrating, a thick mist enveloping Mikasa and Levi's vision. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble emanated from the ground nearby. As a quadrupedal titan lunged towards Levi, its jaws agape, the intense exertion from earlier had already drained Levi of a significant portion of his stamina, leaving him no opportunity to secure his hook on the titan's form. As he evaded the Titan's attack, both Mikasa and Levi lost their chance to see Zeke's powers. The Titan, uninterested in engaging the duo, seized Zeke and sprinted toward the distant city wall, showing no signs of pausing. The open terrain around them deprived Levi of any chance to pursue. "Hey, where do you think you're going? Stop right there." Helplessly, the captain, unable to utilize his maneuvering gear, could only watch as the Titan and the human gradually ascended the city wall. "It hurts," Zeke complained, having escaped danger. Though his body could heal, the pain was still palpable. "But now you won't have the opportunity to catch up with me. This battle is ultimately my victory." As the cart Titan, Peak, carried Zeke onto the city wall, Fang Chong began to sense that his moment was approaching. Zeke, now gravely injured and in recovery, was incapable of transforming back into a Titan. Reiner and Eren were both severely weakened, leaving only the cart Titan as the sole remaining Titan with combat capability. "Reiner, we're here to assist." Despite his battered state, Zeke's taunting remained undiminished. Upon reaching the wall, he immediately began to jeer. Given the earlier battle's distance from the residential area, Levi and Mikasa would require at least half an hour to arrive. Chapter 36, Fang Chong's arrival. This half hour presented the perfect opportunity for them to abscond with Eren. Peak, without hesitation, placed the severely injured Zeke atop the wall and then leaped down to join the fray with Eren and Reiner. One might wonder about Bertholdt. Even after employing an explosion, he should have been able to engage in combat like any ordinary soldier. Abandoned by Peak atop the wall, Zeke began to assess the battlefield. Aside from being unexpectedly wounded by Levi, the rest of the situation appeared to be unfolding according to plan. However, Bertholdt, who was supposed to assist Reiner in defeating Eren, was nowhere to be found. "Who were you looking for?" As the three Titans clashed fiercely below, Fang Chong emerged from the wall, only to find Zeke lying defenseless atop it, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. At this moment, Zeke found himself in a state of utter confusion. It was well known that the explosion radius of Bertholdt exceeded 500 meters. Aside from Eren, Mikasa, and Levi, there should be no surviving soldiers in the vicinity. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself." Fang Chong, without a hint of hesitation, advanced with a swift stride, releasing a part of his giant form. He activated his hardening ability, encasing Zeke in a crystalline cocoon. "Impossible. Why do you possess the hardening ability?" As Zeke was gradually enveloped by the crystalline material, his voice grew faint. Hardly a concern for the three Titans lurking 100 meters below. My name is Fang Chong. Reiner should have mentioned that I am disabled. However, I must apologize, for I am the inheritor of the Jaw Titan's power. So, I kindly ask you to contribute to my lifespan, having unexpectedly acquired 2 Titan abilities." Fang Chong was in high spirits, and given the circumstances, he could easily claim the 4 Titan powers below at any moment. Before long, Zeke, with a look of reluctant defiance and terror, was sealed within the hardened crystal. "This thing won't fail, will it?" Fang Chong glanced at the crystal before him, an unsettling thought flashing through his mind. After all, there was no assurance that the being within the crystal would survive. "It will work, it must work. Didn't the Warhammer Titan encase itself in crystal?" Shaking his head to dispel the thought, he bent down to observe the battle unfolding beneath the city wall. With the addition of the cart Titan, Eren found himself at a disadvantage. Although Eren had displayed exceptional combat skills, he was ultimately outmatched, particularly against the combined forces of Peak, Reiner, and the hardening ability. Within 5 minutes, Eren had fallen into an absolute predicament, unable to retaliate, merely gritting his teeth and enduring. "Is it about time for me to make my entrance?" After witnessing the fierce battle, Fang Chong felt his stamina replenished to half its capacity. Though he was not at his peak, he held absolute confidence against the unarmed cart Titan and the other 2, who were thoroughly exhausted. In those fleeting seconds, Eren lost all capability to resist, as Peak bit him directly from his Titan form. Like Zeke, Eren was left without limbs, utterly defenseless. Moreover, in comparison to Zeke, Eren's situation was decidedly worse, having transformed into a Titan twice in quick succession, coupled with the prolonged combat and resultant injuries. He was on the brink of losing consciousness. As the tide of battle shifted below, Fang Chong leaped from the city wall. With the descent of a flash of lightning, the 10-meter-tall Jaw Titan abruptly appeared behind Reiner. Seizing the moment before Reiner could react, Fang Chong covered his claws with the hardening ability, snapping his jaws shut just as Reiner was bitten and simultaneously slashing through the cart Titan's limb. Before the 2 could even react, Fang Chong had already inflicted severe damage. While the resilient Peak could transform once more, it was evidently impossible for her to do so at this critical moment. "Who are you?" After gesturing towards Peak with Reiner clenched in her jaws, Peak reluctantly reverted to her human form, for, apart from Zeke, no Titan could converse while in Titan form. Fang Chong wasted no words. Seizing the opportunity while Reiner was incapacitated, he activated his hardening ability. causing a portion of his Titan form to melt into a crystalline substance that enveloped Reiner. Hardening? You are also a warrior? Then why attack me and Reiner? Observing Peak partially emerging from her Titan form, Fang Chong had to concede that the figure before him was indeed striking. However, he had no time to ponder this, as the approaching Levi and Mikasa would undoubtedly impact his plans. Zeke, having lost an arm, stood no chance against the nearly fully restored Fang Chong, who would ruthlessly overpower him. After losing the advantage of hardening, the fighting capability of the Cart Titan was reduced to less than a third of Fang Chong's. With Fang Chong caught off guard in Zeke's jaws, he was momentarily stunned, unable to utter a sound as the unfolding events overwhelmed him. It was not until he encased Peak in crystal that he regained his composure. Who are you? Are you also from outside the island? It was rare for Aaron's mind to be engaged, which surprised Fang Chong, considering that Aaron could no longer influence his plans. Fang Chong decided to emerge from the Titan's body. Fang Chong? Upon seeing Fang Chong's face, Aaron first reacted with astonishment, followed by a twisted expression. Before Aaron could speak, Fang Chong interrupted him. Enough, I know what you want to say. Back then, I was just an ordinary person. Let us not dwell on that. Time is of the essence. I will ask you once, and you must listen carefully. I understand your dream is to eradicate all Titans from the world. Yes. And so what? Shouldn't the Titans perish? Hear me out. You must also know the source of the Titans. Indeed. It is you, the so-called descendants of the devil, the Eldians. This means, as long as Eldians exist, the power of Titans will never be extinguished. Do you understand? At this revelation, Aaron's expression darkened significantly. Chapter 37. The King of the Power Store. In fact, Aaron had harbored this suspicion since earlier when gathering intelligence from Kenny. Yet he had been deceiving himself, unwilling to confront the reality. Only now, with Fang Chong laying it bare, was Aaron compelled to accept the harsh truth. After a prolonged silence, Fang Chong returned to the Titan's form, granting Aaron a moment for contemplation. Then we must eradicate all Eldians. What kind of freedom is this? Confined by the power of Titans? Before Fang Chong could fully enter, Alan had already begun to shout. A sudden smile appeared on Fang Chong's face. Then allow me to offer you a suggestion. I am about to depart from this world. Would you consent to being devoured by me? So that I may carry your colossal powers to a new realm? Departing from this world? Is that truly the case? Are there other worlds where we possess such abilities? Well, it depends. Your powers are not particularly terrifying. At least the giants can still be vanquished. I once heard of a creature that emerged from the very soil beneath our feet, capable of resurrecting after being slain. Do you understand how terrifying that is? Come now. Take a guess. If you guess correctly, I shall provide an additional chapter. Freedom. So you are the true embodiment of freedom? After hearing Fang Chong's words, Alan seemed somewhat moved. No, that cannot be right. Even if you were to seize our powers and truly leave this world, those Eldians would still transform into giants due to that injection. As Alan roared in anger, multicolored beams of light began to envelop his limbs. It seemed that the giant power within Alan sensed its impending loss and began to resist fiercely. Are you resorting to cheats because you cannot win? Have a shred of dignity? As Alan's form gradually solidified, his exhausted body astonishingly began to transform back into a giant. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fang Chong rushed forward to interrupt, but the giant's body appeared to be frozen in place, unable to take even a single step. After merely attempting to intervene, Fang Chong understood that this resistance was the world itself attempting to prevent him from taking away the founding Titan's powers from Alan. To hell with it. I can't care about that now. At this point, Fang Chong could no longer afford to concern himself with such matters. He seized Reiner, who was sealed in crystal nearby, and bit down with great force. Even if he were to be rejected by the world, it was preferable to being killed by that dreadful world consciousness. As Reiner was consumed, Fang Chong distinctly felt the force of rejection intensifying, to the point where he could be expelled from this world at any moment. Yet, simultaneously, his previously 10-meter frame began to grow rapidly, ultimately transforming into a 15-meter giant, fully armored and equipped with hardened claws. On the opposing side, Alan completed his body's restoration and the summoning of the giant. However, this time, Alan's giant was fundamentally different. The purple eyes of the giant sent a shiver down Fang Chong's spine. The founding Titan? How could he? Before Fang Chong could finish his thought, the giant across from him erupted into a roar. You thief! Return my powers. At that moment, Fang Chong understood that the giant before him was clearly no longer under Alan's control. It was the founding Titan's power that was now in operation. Nevertheless, perhaps due to the revival of the founding Titan, Fang Chong felt the force of rejection on his own body diminishing, and under such circumstances, he might even have the opportunity to absorb the powers of other Titans. The passage of thousands of years is not merely a trivial matter. Although the current Titan King pales in comparison to Fang Chong in terms of stature and agility, his formidable combat skills force Fang Chong to rely solely on his hardening ability for survival. After a prolonged delay, Mikasa and Levi finally ascended the city walls. Upon witnessing the colossal form of Eren confronting an unfamiliar giant, they were momentarily taken aback. The sight of several giant corpses lying nearby, alongside the hardened crystals reminiscent of Annie, left them utterly astonished. What is the situation? Mikasa Ackerman, Levi Ackerman, eliminate him. The Titan under the control of the Titan King issued his command upon noticing the two on the wall. Though the specialized Ackerman bloodline endowed them with remarkable physical prowess, a mere command from the Titan King would render them incapable of independent thought, transforming them into obedient slaves. With their entry into the fray, the tide of battle shifted dramatically against Fang Chong. He had already expended considerable mental energy in his confrontation with the Titan King, and now had to guard against the duo's assaults, escalating the difficulty of the fight significantly. In just 3 short minutes, Fang Chong bore numerous wounds, and even movement became increasingly challenging. Nevertheless, protected by his hardening ability, his life remained unthreatened. Sensing the repulsive force acting upon him diminishing, Fang Chong disregarded everything else and rolled away from the conflict towards the crystal of the armored Titan. The Titan King, having regained his composure, realized Fang Chong's intentions. But lamentably, while his combat techniques were exceptional, he still fell short of Fang Chong's physical capabilities. Seizing the crystal of the armored Titan, Fang Chong wasted no time and bit into it. Fortunately, he had previously assessed that circumstances would remain unchanged, resulting in the crystal encasing Reiner and the armored Titan being less substantial. Otherwise, Fang Chong might have been unable to ingest it before the Titan King caught up and dealt him a fatal blow. You thief! As Fang Chong once again acquired a fragment of Titan power, the Titan King's madness intensified. However, despite having an advantage, Eren's form could not sustain the overwhelming energy output for long. After assimilating the armored Titan's powers, Fang Chong immediately felt a surge of vitality, as if a source of energy for recovery had emerged within him. Under this source's nurturing, his stamina was continuously replenished. While the restoration was modest, it nevertheless enhanced Fang Chong's endurance. The repulsive force, contrary to his expectations, was not as intense as he had anticipated and, in fact, was hardly noticeable. With this realization, Fang Chong's mind began to awaken to possibilities. Since the repulsion was not so formidable, he could feasibly consume the colossal Titan and the female Titan first, granting himself some unique abilities to utilize. Chapter 38. The kill. With this resolution firmly established, Fang Chong charged towards the city wall without hesitation. The King of the Titans, in hot pursuit behind him, realizing the futility of the chase, seized a nearby cudgel and hurled it directly at Fang Chong. With millennia of throwing techniques at his disposal, the projectile found its mark, and within the brief moment that Fang Chong ascended the wall, nearly 20 wooden spikes embedded themselves into his giant form. The pain rendered a portion of his body nearly numb. However, this was of little consequence, for upon reaching the top of the wall, Fang Chong clutched the crystals of the female Titan and the colossal Titan in his hands. Compared to the previous 2 crystals, these were significantly thicker, and even Fang Chong would require a moment to bite through them. Remove his jaw. The King of the Titans did not follow closely, but that did not mean Levi and Mikasa would abstain from the fray. For these 2 adept slayers of Titans, dislodging a jaw was a trivial task. With the crystals in hand, Fang Chong could not use his arms for defense. Although he could mitigate some damage with the crystals, a misstep would cost him both arms. Moreover, the hardening ability was not infallible. He simply did not have the time to fortify the muscles around his jaw. In an instant, Levi and Mikasa, one on each side, swiftly severed Fang Chong's jaw. Yet, Fang Chong had anticipated this outcome, remaining unfazed. He stuffed the 2 crystals into his mouth and clasped his hands around his head, applying immense pressure. The force transmitted through his arms into his formidable teeth, and the sharpness combined with his great strength created deep fissures across the crystals. Levi and Mikasa, still reeling from their rapid movements, could not pivot back in time. Below on the city wall, the King of the Titans seemed to sense his dwindling strength and began to roar in fury. No, it was uncertain what means the king employed, but with that roar, the entire wall began to tremble. In that moment, Fang Chong understood that the King of the Titans had evidently forsaken his previous vows, or perhaps the consciousness of Eren, the vessel, had influenced the king's mind. Countless colossal Titans, previously encased within the wall, were now poised to break free. Fang Chong realized that in a one-on-one confrontation, he might still have a chance at victory. But should the thousands of colossal Titans within the wall join the fray, only death awaited him. Feeling the surging power within him, Fang Chong hesitated no longer. His Titan form began to swell, transforming from a height of 15 meters to a towering 20 meters. After consuming the colossal Titan, Fang Chong had also acquired the technique of hot air propulsion. Utilizing a portion of his body's energy, he successfully propelled the 2 individuals who had been tailing him away. Certainly, this hot air would inflict some degree of harm upon them, but in comparison to other methods, this was the least damaging means of repulsion. You shall not pass. As the formidable king of the Liku prepared to launch his final assault beneath the wall, Fang Chong could not allow such an event to transpire. With a leap from the ramparts, his towering form, measuring 20 meters, descended upon the Liku king with immense force, pinning him to the ground. The impact, while devastating to the Liku king, inflicted significant damage upon Fang Chong as well. Both of his colossal legs were rendered immobile, requiring at least a minute to mend. However, the Liku king fared far worse, as the tremendous force nearly reduced him to a mere pulp, leaving a gruesome scene of scattered muscle tissue and copious blood in his wake. This sudden and violent blow incapacitated the Liku king's combat abilities, even preventing him from utilizing the earth-shattering prowess he once commanded. In this moment of clarity, the Liku king realized the folly of his desire to retain his powers, which had allowed Fang Chong to repeatedly usurp them. Yet, there was no cause for despair. Fang Chong had only appropriated 6 of the giant's abilities, with the most pivotal, the Founding Titan, still beyond his grasp. Expelling it was, indeed, a prudent course of action. Just as Fang Chong intended to take a decisive bite of Aaron's flesh, he felt an unprecedented surge of pressure enveloping him, rendering him immobile. The system registered a violent rebellion within the world, marking it successfully, and initiated a forced stabilization protocol. Just when Fang Chong believed that the powers of the Founding Titan were beyond his reach, a brilliant azure arc of light erupted from his colossal form, momentarily stalling the fierce repulsion. Seizing this opportune moment, Fang Chong's jaw muscles, previously severed by Mikasa and Levi, restored themselves, and his sharp teeth sank into the flesh where Aaron resided. With vigorous chews, Fang Chong's 20-meter giant form abruptly vanished into thin air. However, at the very instant Fang Chong consumed Aaron, a purple beam shot from Krista's eyes in the distant royal city, striking terror into the hearts of the ministers gathered below. The system detected that the host had exited the realm of the attack on Titan and began its calculations. Currently acquired. Founding Titan 859. Calculations initiated. Please select from the following options. Cancel calculations. This ability will only be usable within this world. Partial calculation. This ability will be usable in both this world and the Marvel Universe. Full calculation. This ability will be adaptable across myriad realms, but its power will be significantly diminished. Faced with such a frustrating choice, Fang Chong was left bewildered. He had believed that his arduous struggles in this world would yield a commendable result, allowing him to compare favorably with members of the Avengers upon returning to the Marvel Universe. Yet, before he could even depart, the system dealt him a staggering blow. It was all or nothing. He wished not to witness such a choice. Acceptance of full calculations was confirmed, and the process commenced. The surrounding pitch-black landscape seemed to consume time itself, and in the blink of an eye, the system provided its next prompt. The calculations have been successfully completed, and the residual power of the Titan has been acquired. Upon seeing the 2 lines of text following the skill, Fang Chong's finger, poised to optimize, abruptly halted. After a brief moment of hesitation, he clicked on the to be allocated notation. Current ability, 859. Please select. Cancel the contagious nature of this ability. Fully restore the ability. Cancel residual energy to further enhance contagiousness and control over subordinates. Chapter 39. Return to Marvel. Gazing at the 2 lines of text, Fang Chong realized the origin of his residual power. Previously, he had believed that the hardening ability stemmed from Reiner, but in truth, it was merely due to the compatibility between Reiner, the host of the Armored Titan, and the hardening ability. In reality, the hardening capability did not originate from Reiner, but from the distant Warhammer Titan in Marley. Cancel contagiousness. The residual power of the Titan has been transformed into the complete power of the Titan. Optimization complete. After a lengthy wait of 6 years, Fang Chong finally utilized his optimized ability, and the text before him began to change once more. Optimization complete. The power of the Titan has been acquired. Eagerly, Fang Chong initiated an appraisal of his newfound skill. Fang Chong strength, 2 stamina, 2 intelligence, 1-dimensional talent, advanced skeletal enhancement skill, power of the Titan effect 1. The owner's lifespan will be extended to a minimum of 300 years. Effect 2. Upon releasing the Titan's form, the owner will experience a significant increase in size, defense, coordination, agility, attack power, perception, and durability. Effect 3. The owner will possess the ability to rapidly heal wounds, with specific effects varying according to stamina levels. Effect 4. The owner will have the power to manipulate hardening crystals. It became evident that the capabilities bestowed by the advanced skill exceeded Fang Chong's wildest expectations. The sheer volume of descriptive text alone testified to the formidable nature of this skill. As he returned to the Marvel Universe, the system swiftly transported Fang Chong back. Faced with the familiar yet foreign floorboards, he fell into a moment of silence. I haven't even had a proper farewell with Mikasa. Rest assured, host. This system has successfully marked the world of Attack on Titan. Once you possess the ability to navigate parallel worlds, you may journey there. Upon reading the system's message, Fang Chong felt a flicker of joy. Although still seemingly distant, interstellar travel was now attainable with a divine physique or even just a ship from the Guardians. This was significantly easier than previously becoming a demiurge or a god. Please be aware, if you bring characters from other dimensions into this world, the differing intrinsic origins will attract Dormammu's attention, accelerating his encroachment upon the Marvel Universe. Why even mention that? Upon hearing the name Dormammu, Fang Chong's expression soured considerably. Although Dormammu does not pose a significant threat to the Marvel Universe due to the presence of the Ancient One, his influence can gradually erode the Marvel cosmos over an extensive period, potentially spanning millions of years. If I were to bring Mikasa over, how swiftly would the erosion occur? Upon calculation, with the Ancient One present, the erosion would take 10,000 years. Without her, it would be completed in a mere decade. This implies that I must ascend to a celestial level, does it not? Please do not be disheartened, host. Once you attain the celestial level, traversing worlds will significantly affect the time span. In her realm, it would be akin to our absence lasting only a few seconds. I must commend the system for its motivational boost. Initially, Fang Chong was concerned that by the time he reached the celestial level, Mikasa would be aged and possibly married. However, it now appears that as long as he can achieve this before nearing the end of his lifespan, there is nothing to worry about. With 6 months remaining until the next traversal, the delay caused by the energy consumed in marking the world coordinates has extended this period by another month, leaving 7 months until the next journey to the world of Demon Slayer. The system, seemingly uninterested in further communication with the now smirking Fang Chong, issued a prompt and then fell silent. Feeling reassured, Fang Chong promptly dashed into the bathroom. Naturally, ordering a copious amount of fried chicken takeout was essential before his grooming routine. As a quintessential homebody, Fang Chong's abode was replete with an array of delivery options. After spending considerable time in the Attack on Titan world, what he yearned for most was that delectable fried chicken paired with a refreshing soda. After indulging in a satisfying feast and resting for 2 days, Fang Chong began to pay attention to the news on television. Having spent nearly 6 years in that world, nearly a month had elapsed in the Marvel Universe. The year had now turned to the beginning of 2008, the very year Iron Man was to make his debut. However, for an entire month, the news he encountered predominantly revolved around the Playboy's escapades and Stark Industries unveiling new weaponry. With reliable information scarce, Fang Chong remained uncertain if Iron Man was already in production. Given this, Fang Chong could not afford to remain idle. In such a vast metropolis, the efficacy of the omnidirectional mobility gear would undoubtedly surpass its utility in the Attack on Titan world. The device's structure was relatively simple, but its immense acceleration was beyond the capacity of an average individual to withstand. After investing a considerable sum in time, Fang Chong acquired the desired omnidirectional mobility gear from a manufacturing facility. The grappling hook and gas canister underwent modifications, with substantial financial backing. Both the materials and manufacturing processes of Fang Chong's mobility device now surpass those from that world. Additionally, with the incorporation of Marvel's technological advancements in human engineering, Fang Chong has become increasingly adept at utilizing these innovations. At this moment, one might consider me akin to Spider-Man. As he toyed with the familiar device in his hand, Fang Chong felt an undeniable joy. What could be more delightful than traversing the city like Spider-Man? As the host's memories were being compiled, the attributes of Spider-Man were being delineated. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, Strength, 80, Constitution, 102, Intelligence, 75, Skills, Level, Web Manipulation, Level, Crisis Sensing, Level, Armor Manipulation, Level, Weapon Mastery, Level, Steadfast Belief. All right. I acknowledge that I am merely a significantly inferior version. Is that sufficient? After some time spent together, Fang Chong had come to realize that the system's sharp tongue was fully loaded, always managing to leave him speechless. Having mastered three-dimensional maneuvering, Fang Chong began to familiarize himself with his own giant abilities. Chapter 40. Diminished powers due to the considerable commotion caused by his transformation. Fang Chong dared not use it frequently. He specifically took a flight to a secluded suburban area of a small city. Even then, he sought to time his actions with a torrential downpour. 2 months had elapsed since his return to this world, and he had finally found such an opportunity. After executing the familiar operation, however, the heavens did not unleash a storm of thunder. Instead, countless giant bodily forms began to erupt around Fang Chong. In mere moments, his body was enveloped in a warm layer of tissue. System, where is my 20-meter height? Originally, Fang Chong had thought that even without any special abilities, his towering stature of 20 meters would afford him some degree of self-preservation in this world. Yet now, upon transforming and comparing himself to the surrounding trees, it became evident that his height barely reached 6 or 7 meters. The system had previously cautioned, verifying the compatibility across dimensions would significantly reduce his power. But this is an excessive reduction. This barely amounts to a third of my original stature. In light of Fang Chong's grievances, the system promptly vanished. Unwilling to engage in further dialogue. Left with no alternative, Fang Chong began to test his abilities, acknowledging that assessment was indispensable. Fang Chong, Giant Form Strength, 25, Constitution, 25. Intelligence, 1, Dimensional Talent, Level Bone Reinforcement, Skills, Level, Giant Strength. Upon unleashing his giant abilities, both attributes experienced a modest increase. Though this was merely a consequence of his enlarged physique. With the assessment results in hand, Fang Chong ceased to ponder further and commenced testing his hardening ability. This hardening ability had indeed undergone some changes. Previously, it required the consumption of a portion of his giant form. But now it could be manifested directly from his current body without relying on the giant physique as a medium. Moreover, the strength of this ability had noticeably improved. However, even with merely one arm covered, Fang Chong already felt a significant depletion of his stamina. What was the point of this if he could only endure for an hour without hardening? Upon estimating his energy levels, he realized that his Titan abilities had consumed quite a bit more of his vitality. Yet, there was little he could do about it. He couldn't possibly request the system to optimize him yet again. Just then, the system, which had vanished for a time, re-emerged to taunt him. After another 10 minutes, Fang Chong released his Titan form and returned to the inn amidst the pouring rain. It was evident that even survival was becoming an issue, let alone reaching a godlike status. Uncertain of his recovery capabilities, he glanced at a nearby fruit knife, which sparked a notion for testing. Resolute, he seized the knife and made a swift incision on his arm, resulting in a wound approximately 2 centimeters deep. Remarkably, only a trickle of blood emerged, and the wound began to heal rapidly. In merely 3 seconds, it was completely restored, showing no difference from before. The diminishing of other abilities did not seem to affect the healing of the Titan. The recovery speed remained as formidable as in the previous world. After concluding his experiment, Fang Chong lay on his bed and began scrolling through his phone. Upon opening it, he was greeted by an exhilarating piece of news. Shockingly, the president of a major corporation had mysteriously vanished. The familiar tone of astonishment and content triggered a quick realization within Fang Chong. Tony Stark had been captured? He recalled it was in Ashan, and with his fully hardened abilities, he believed he could manage. After contemplating his combat prowess, he resolutely set forth on a journey to the Middle East. Unfortunately, leaving aside the potential utility of his three-dimensional maneuver gear, he was merely an ordinary person at that moment, incapable even of bringing it aboard a plane. Nevertheless, upon arriving in Ashan, he easily acquired a new set of maneuver gear for a modest sum, although the precision and comfort of this new apparatus paled in comparison to his original set. Its affordability and robust power left Fang Chong quite satisfied. Subsequently, he began inquiring with local guides about the whereabouts of the notorious bandits. This left the guide utterly stunned. Initially, they presumed Fang Chong was merely a tourist, yet here he was, probing for information on the bandits' location. This could not be tolerated. Thus, the guide promptly divulged Fang Chong's inquiries to a band of ruffians, having recently executed a heist against a prominent figure from the Eagle Nation. The bandits were naturally aware of Fang Chong's presence and feared retaliation from the Eagle military. As a result, they remained dormant at first, conducting an investigation into Fang Chong, only to discover he was just an ordinary individual, devoid of any weaponry. How could they possibly endure such an affront? On the very night the investigation concluded, I stealthily infiltrated the inn where Fang Chong was residing, subsequently casting him into a prison under the pretense of countless firearms. The incessant chatter, reminiscent of birdsong, pained Fang Chong's already fatigued mind, and to avoid revealing his injuries, he chose not to recuperate. After a collective roar, the group of armed thugs departed the cavern, restoring a semblance of tranquility to the small cave. Hello, I am Ethan. How did you come to be captured by them? Upon surveying the surroundings, the foreboding and oppressively hot cave was quite uncomfortable. However, it was of little consequence, as the man nearby, whose chest flickered with light, was undoubtedly Tony Stark. Ethan's gaze shifted to Tony, momentarily taken aback, yet upon recalling Tony's esteemed identity, he felt a sense of relief. This is Tony Stark, the scion of Stark Industries. As you might already know, in stark contrast to Ethan's familiarity, Tony maintained a cool distance, standing aloofly away, seemingly unperturbed by their dire circumstances. Even in such a state of misfortune, his elegance remained unscathed. I have no idea. I merely came here for a vacation. I heard about the rampant gang activity and casually inquired, only to find myself thrown into this place at night. Upon hearing Fang Chong's tale, both Ethan and Tony displayed little reaction, for in comparison to their own tribulations, Fang Chong appeared considerably more fortunate. One had lost family, while the other had been captured to develop weaponry, both fates far more tragic than his own. Since Fang Chong's arrival, the development of weaponry seemed to have slowed. Perhaps his identity raised suspicions, as it took Tony and Ethan 5 days to acknowledge him and invite him into their plans. It is worth noting that the very reason the thugs had imprisoned Fang Chong was due to Tony and Ethan's endeavors with the iron armor, which had hindered the progress of missile production. The thugs evidently lacked confidence in retaining Tony for an extended period, hence their insistence on hastening the weapon manufacturing process. Tony casually mentioned their shortage of manpower, coincidentally leading the thugs to discover Fang Chong, who then naturally found his way into the cave. Of course, during those 5 days, Fang Chong endured considerable exploitation. As the lowest-ranking prisoner, he did not enjoy the same privileges as Ethan and Tony. His living conditions were hardly worth mentioning, and his meals consisted solely of an unidentifiable, sludgy concoction. Fortunately, once the two acknowledged Fang Chong, they shared some of their provisions, or else he felt he might have resorted to rebellion. To be honest, Fang Chong couldn't help but admire Tony's intellect. He managed to concoct such advanced technology under such rudimentary conditions. However, as the armor neared completion, the thug's patience began to wane, and the components Tony was fabricating began to resemble anything but missiles. At long last, on the 24th day since Fang Chong was imprisoned, the notorious leader of the bandits returned to Amoan. We had captured an ordinary individual to assist us within the cell. Was it necessary to inform me of such trivial matters? Such occurrences had never been of concern to me, especially since my subordinates had conducted a thorough investigation, and the details were laid out plainly before me. After a cursory glance, I lost interest in the individual. The cramped cavern was laden with numerous surveillance cameras. Even though Fang Chong and his companions had made every effort to find a relatively concealed corner, Tony's armored form gradually began to materialize within the footage. "What is this?" the leader inquired, pointing at the metallic object, directing his question towards his subordinates. However, those ill-educated lackeys could only stammer in response. "Boss, this should be a missile base, right? You know, the one used for launching. Do you think a missile the size of your little finger could possibly require such a large launch platform? You imbecile! Grab your weapons and follow me." The peculiar shape of that specially made shell had evidently piqued the leader's interest, particularly after reviewing the recent material requisitions from Tony. It became increasingly clear to him that constructing even a small missile would not necessitate nearly a ton of steel. Within the cave, the trio had reached the final phase of their work, yet the presence of the hardware significantly hampered the upload speed of the driving program. Such a massive contraption, even with the arc reactor in Tony's chest capable of providing ample energy, remained immobile without the driving program. This won't do. Time is running out. As the footsteps outside grew ever closer, beads of sweat began to form on Ethan's forehead. Although all components were assembled, the progress of the driving program was agonizingly slow, and the palpable sense of impending doom was far from pleasant. "Ethan, calm down. Look at the young man beside you. He remains composed despite having experienced similar trials. How can you falter where a mere novice excels?" As in the original narrative, the tribulations of imprisonment had forged a solid friendship between Tony and Ethan. "It's not the same. I am alone, unburdened by attachments, but you are different. You have a life ahead of you to enjoy." Ethan's emotions were clearly spiraling out of control. From Fang Chong's perspective, who was privy to the entire saga, it was evident that Ethan's life had been utterly shattered. His wife and daughter had fallen victim to this gang of thugs, the so-called Ten Commandments gang, and due to his remarkable education and proficiency in multiple languages, he was compelled to serve them. Just as Tony was about to speak, the sound of the door being opened interrupted them. The two guards stationed at the entrance, responding to the leader's summons, were about to rush in. Yet, this was precisely what Fang Chong had been anticipating. "All right, you two, cease your bickering. What do you think I am here for?" Having mastered the art of giantification, I found it particularly advantageous within such a cavernous setting. After enveloping his arms in several layers of the muscle tissue of giants, achieving an astonishing circumference of 80 centimeters, Fang Chong further encased them in a layer of hardened crystallization. The two individuals in the cavern were equally astonished by Fang Chong's remarkable feat. "Oh, Chinese boy, your arms." Before Tony could finish his sentence, the heavy portal was forcefully thrust open, and two armed soldiers stormed in. However, soldiers lacking systematic training were no match for Fang Chong, who had honed his skills in the world of giants for 6 long years. With a mere flick of his colossal hand, he extinguished the lives of both men. Yet, to his surprise, their firearms discharged successfully. At such close range, the bullets found their mark with uncanny precision, and even Fang Chong's hurried layer of hardened crystallization could not withstand the impact. Watching the bullet pierce through his arm and then his chest, he was left in a state of bewilderment. This is unscientific. Gazing at the multiple bullet holes in his chest, Fang Chong reluctantly collapsed to the ground. "System, I am done." His formidable healing abilities began to take effect. Yet recovering from such penetrating injuries was no trivial matter. The two onlookers were equally bewildered. What had initially seemed like a glimmer of hope now shattered before their eyes. The 2 bullets that had perforated his vital organs rendered any chance of survival under the current medical conditions utterly impossible. However, the time Fang Chong had bought allowed the system to finally complete the upload of the final drive program. As the surrounding fixed chains fell away, Tony's Iron Man suit finally regained its mobility. Chapter 42. The Birth of Iron Man. Ethan, take that Chinese boy. We are leaving. Although he understood the likelihood of saving Fang Chong was exceedingly slim, Tony felt compelled to try. After all, this Chinese individual had provided him with significant assistance. Without his contributions, the Iron Man suit would not have been so easily manufactured. Crafted from an entire ton of steel, the suit was immensely heavy, with the outer armor measuring a solid 5 centimeters in thickness. The crude firearms wielded by the assailants posed no threat to Tony's Iron Man suit. When the bullets struck the metallic armor, they merely produced explosive sounds without inflicting any real damage. As for Tony dealing with the minions, he needed only to approach and deliver a couple of resounding slaps. With the over-a-ton suit powered by nearly limitless energy, Tony's Iron Man armor, though rudimentary, was far from lacking in power. After delivering a couple of resounding slaps, the bandits were left severely injured. Whenever he encountered a group of them, Tony would simply remove a panel from his armor and launch a small rocket their way. Ethan, burdened with the weight of Fang Chong, struggled to move. Unlike Tony and Fang Chong, Ethan had lost track of how long he had lingered within the cave, and his muscular frame had begun to show signs of atrophy. While Fang Chong's body was in the process of healing, the pain from the bullet wounds was not easily subdued. It was only upon emerging from the cave that Fang Chong began to regain some semblance of composure. Ethan, resembling a ghost in his exhaustion, was bewildered. He had endured 2 large bullet holes in his abdomen and was soaked in blood, merely fortunate to be alive, yet somehow still mobile. Ethan, thank you. Please set me down. After gently tapping Ethan's shoulder, Fang Chong finally found his feet on solid ground. Young man from Huaxia, stay behind me and do not expose yourself. The blinding sunlight was nearly overwhelming, making it difficult for Fang Chong to open his eyes. How many times must Tony remind me? My name is Fang Chong. After muttering a complaint about Tony, Fang Chong obediently nestled closer behind Iron Man. Once he adjusted to the brightness, he began to assess his surroundings. The group of soldiers across from them were chattering away in a foreign tongue. Fortunately, Ethan was translating. Otherwise, communication between Fang Chong and Tony would have proven problematic. Tony, they demand that you exit from this metal armor. They also threaten to blow you to the sky with a rocket launcher if you continue to resist. Humph. What do a bunch of rogues have to say? Dismissing Ethan's translation with disdain, Tony knew that as long as he remained in his armor, there was a glimmer of hope. Exiting the suit would undoubtedly lead to his immediate recapture and imprisonment. They can enjoy my missiles instead. During their time in the cave, Tony had been far from idle. Although crafting a missile by hand was no simple feat, if Iron Man could manage it, was it too much to expect the same of a missile? Just as Tony prepared to launch the missile, the specialized launch platform encountered a malfunction, and the distance to the soldiers was beyond his throwing capability. Hey, Fang Chong, what are you doing? Get back here. While Tony fumbled with his missile launcher, attempting to get it operational, Fang Chong stepped out from behind Iron Man Tony. Those 2 shots are still fresh in my memory. Without hesitation, Fang Chong bit down on his tongue, and his massive form began to emerge. In mere moments, a towering, 6-meter-tall giant appeared before Tony. Wait, even Tony, a luminary in the realm of science, was baffled by how Fang Chong had conjured such a colossal physique. This is not scientific. Gazing at Fang Chong's figure, Tony felt as though his worldview was shattering. Yet for Fang Chong, this was merely routine. Having transformed into beings even 20 meters tall before, what sensation could this invoke? You enjoyed hitting me just now, didn't you? Before the previous display of bravado could even reach its climax, it was abruptly thwarted, allowing Fang Chong to accumulate a vast reservoir of wrath. Fortunately, this group comprised nothing but scoundrels, the sort deserving of their fate. Thus Fang Chong showed no mercy in his onslaught. Though his towering 6-meter frame was not enveloped in hardened crystalline armor, it was far from vulnerable to lightweight weaponry. Despite facing a barrage from a dozen rifles, Fang Chong's colossal body sustained significant damage yet remained steadfast. He charged forward, his claws slashing through the air, claiming the lives of over 10 adversaries. However, he was unprepared for the leader of the gang to produce a weapon from a box beneath him. In that instant, panic surged through Fang Chong, prompting him to form hardened crystals around his body. Combined with the armor acquired from the armored giant, he narrowly escaped the impending explosion. Tony, the next phase is yours, he called out. No problem, Tony replied confidently. After fending off one assailant, Fang Chong felt his stamina waning and quickly retreated behind Tony, reverting from his giant form. My loyal clients, did you think I could only create missiles? Tony taunted as he activated a switch on his Iron Man suit. With a series of mechanical whirs, 2 massive jets of flame erupted from his hands. The scattered arsenal around them now posed a significant hindrance to the marauders, especially as Tony unleashed a reckless barrage of fire, resulting in violent explosions among the surrounding munitions. Sensing the peril, Fang Chong pulled Ethan back into the cave. The remaining soldiers outside were armed with firearms. While they could not penetrate Tony's armor, the impact of their bullets remained formidable. Although Tony engaged in some training, he was still merely of average human capability, lacking the strength to withstand such relentless fire. As the bullets rained down, even he began to feel the strain, particularly as some stray shots struck the ammunition belt on his back. While the flames remained unaffected, he lost the light machine gun mounted on his suit. Fang Chong, Ethan. Chapter 43, Escape. Just as Tony turned to warn the two to take cover as he prepared to unleash his ultimate move, he found that they had already retreated into the cave. Ward, you fled without informing me, with no one left to protect. Tony was free to unleash the full power of his flamethrower. It was imperative to note that the nearby munitions were excellent explosive materials. Previously, he had refrained from igniting them for the sake of protecting the two flesh and blood companions. However, now flamethrower, maximum power. With a furious roar, Tony's armor finally unleashed its true might. The towering flames nearly engulfed the entire valley. Naturally, the surrounding munitions suffered the brunt of the initial inferno. Under the terrifying heat, the casings of the armaments began to melt and fall away, revealing the volatile explosives and shrapnel within. With the first detonation echoing through the valley, a multitude of munitions erupted in a cacophony of explosions. Realizing the inevitable progression of chaos, Tony hastily activated his jetpack, propelled by the formidable energy of the arc reactor, which provided immense thrust. The suit, weighing over a ton, ascended rapidly with the aid of the jetpack. Just as Tony vacated the valley, a colossal explosion erupted behind him, forming a miniature mushroom cloud above the valley floor. Even Fang Chong and Ethan, who had ventured deep into the cave, felt a tremor reverberate through the ground. Fang Chong, the explosion has ceased. We should make our exit. Staying here is not advisable, Ethan suggested as the commotion outside gradually subsided, his mind beginning to clear. The few remaining thugs within the cave were swiftly dispatched by Fang Chong's combat prowess. With the external turmoil seemingly quelled, Ethan longed to experience the fresh air outside. Listening to Ethan, Fang Chong, aware of his unstable mental state, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why the rush? The ground outside is scorching. Moreover, we are surrounded by desert. Without adequate supplies, how do you intend to venture out? Come help me with the water. Oh, right. Under Fang Chong's patient guidance, Ethan quickly redirected his efforts, assisting in the transportation of water and food. However, the cave could only offer temporary refuge. The scorching heat from the explosions began to infiltrate the cave, and dense smoke started to seep in. Hold tight, we're heading out. Under such conditions, it was evident that Ethan could not traverse the perilous terrain alone. Fang Chong summoned the remnants of his strength, transforming into his full giant form once more, carrying Ethan and the supplies as they charged toward the exit. Finally emerging from the explosion zone, both men were faced with a grave dilemma. Where has Tony gone? Fang Chong despaired at the sight of the endless desert surrounding them. Although they had sufficient supplies to leave the desert, aimlessly wandering would likely lead them to become prisoners of another band of marauders. Fang Chong, look, there's a cloud of sand rising. It must be him. Ethan, indeed a bona fide scholar, had seamlessly blended his knowledge with the harsh realities of their captivity. As a man of action, Fang Chong, recognizing Ethan's keen observation, decided without hesitation to follow his lead, believing it far wiser than aimlessly wandering the desert. Ethan indeed did not disappoint Fang Chong. After traversing approximately 2 kilometers, the duo successfully located Tony, who was ensnared in a sand dune due to the crash of his mech. It would undoubtedly require considerable effort for Tony to extricate himself. So Fang Chong, capitalizing on the dwindling stamina afforded by his giant form, assisted in liberating Tony from the sand. Thank you, Huaxiao boy, Tony expressed. I've told you my name is Fang Chong. Make sure you remember it. Exhausted, the two settled onto the sand dune to replenish their supplies. With the rehydration and nourishment of food, they gradually regained some strength and began to press on toward the desert's edge. With the seasoned Ethan by his side, they felt secure, unconcerned about potentially straying into the territories of hostile factions. Thus, after a full day of arduous trekking, they had consumed half of their provisions when, at last, a helicopter appeared in the sky. Oh wow. Tony couldn't contain his exuberance, for from a distance, he recognized the insignia of his company on the helicopter. Finally, his incompetent employees had come to their aid. While Fang Chong harbored concerns about whether the aircraft had been dispatched by Tony's uncle in their current predicament, the trio had no choice but to board. Subsequently, thanks to Tony's connections, Ethan and Fang Chong experienced the thrill of being transported by a top-tier military aircraft, whisking them directly to their destination. However, Even with military intervention, it was 3 days later that the trio finally received medical attention and recuperation. As they disembarked, Tony spotted Pepper waiting by the aircraft. Ignoring Ethan and Fang Chong, he strode toward her. With red-rimmed eyes, was she mourning for her missing boss? Despite her efforts to hold back tears, her joy at seeing Tony was unmistakable. "I'm so happy. I want to have to search for another job," she exclaimed. Tony grinned. "Well then, I declare your vacation is over." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they boarded the vehicle, leaving Fang Chong and Ethan to face the inevitable inquiries in Tony's absence. Although they would not be subjected to harsh treatment due to Tony's presence, they understood that they could not enjoy the same leniency as him. "Boss, where to?" the driver inquired as they entered the vehicle. "Take us to the hospital." "No." Tony interjected. "The doctor said you must." I said no. "I've been confined for nearly 3 months. I just want to do 2 things. Eat a cheeseburger and the other." Chapter 44. Abandoning the weapons division. Seeing the fervent look in Tony's eyes, Pepper quickly comprehended. "You're still as lecherous as ever." "No, not that. I need you to arrange a press conference." "A press conference?" The astonishment on Pepper's face was unmistakable. After all, Tony Stark harbored a profound disdain for press conferences. Convincing him to attend one was akin to extracting half of Pepper's life force. "Tony, you won't." "Pepper, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Just do as I say." "All right, you are in charge. Before we proceed, let us first grab a bite to eat." It must be acknowledged that Pepper's efficiency truly matched her esteemed position as the top secretary of Stark Industries. That afternoon, after relishing a long-awaited lunch, the press conference was already set to commence. His uncle had been waiting outside the venue for quite some time. "Look who has arrived." Poor Tony was blissfully unaware of the predicament he was about to face, all thanks to the very person who had just embraced him. In truth, Fang Chong had contemplated addressing this matter during their time in the cave, but upon reflection, it felt inappropriate. While Tony and his uncle's relationship was not particularly close, it was certainly not lacking in warmth. Fang Chong was merely a fellow survivor in their plight. The significance of their bond was not lost on him. As Tony gradually approached the podium, his handsome silhouette elicited a proud smile from Pepper. "Miss Virginia Potts, I presume? I can guess why you're reluctant to write anymore. May I have a word with you?" "Certainly, but the press conference is about to begin, and I would like to observe." Dealing with paparazzi was second nature to Pepper. Yet this time, the man before her was not just any tabloid reporter, but a seasoned agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. "Excuse me, Miss Potts. I believe you're mistaken. I am not a journalist. I am Agent Ferguson, representing the Department of Homeland Strategic Intervention Logistics." "Wow, that's quite a mouthful." "Indeed. But we are actively working to resolve such minor issues." Upon hearing such terminology, Pepper discerned that this individual represented a government agency. "The Department of Defense has approached us." "To which division do you belong?" However, as Tony's personal secretary, Pepper was accustomed to such matters. Given that Stark Industries now epitomized the pinnacle of weapon technology in the United States. "Well, we are somewhat different. Our department is more specialized." "Never mind. That is not crucial. We would like to hear the detailed account of Tony's experience." "Very well, I shall arrange that." "Thank you." As the two exchanged pleasantries, Tony finally raised his hand to signal for silence at the podium. "I believe everyone is aware that Stark Industries originated from the arms industry. I have witnessed young soldiers being slain, killed by the very weapons I created to protect them. I have come to realize that I am becoming a part of this sordid and vile world." Yet, such unfruitful declarations evidently failed to satisfy the reporters below, who were far more eager to uncover what had transpired during Tony's months of absence. "Mr. Stark, please, enlighten us. What happened in those past months?" "I have awakened. I have come to realize that, beyond weaponry, I can contribute more to the world. Thus, I have decided to shut down the weapons division of Stark Industries, effective immediately." The underground journalists have gone into a frenzy. What news could possibly rival the explosive announcement of Stark Industries at its zenith, dismantling its most formidable department? Oh. Now their essay story. However, the focal point of the press conference remains Tony's return. Following his statement, his uncle seized the opportunity to speak. Though his tone was civil, it was unmistakable that he was brimming with frustration. Meanwhile, Fang Chong has become the first individual sought after by S.H.I.E.L.D. Comparatively, as an average person with no significant background, merely a student and a recluse, he is far easier to manage than Tony. Faced with the one-eyed agent, Fang Chong felt a wave of dismay. He had divulged not a single word, yet it was Ethan's loose lips that had betrayed his abilities. Fang Chong, a Chinese American, introduced himself. "I am Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." While Fury continued his monologue, Fang Chong resolved not to involve himself in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s affairs. Setting aside his formidable giant abilities, He recognized that his combat skills were nowhere near the extraordinary level achieved by Tony with the Iron Man suit. Against 2 or 3 dozen ordinary soldiers, Fang Chong would stand no chance. Nevertheless, he outwardly concurred with the agent's assertions, as the incentives offered were simply too generous to dismiss. It is worth noting that the previous investment in 2 completely unused 3D maneuvering devices had drained Fang Chong's finances considerably, nearly to the point of selling his property. Yet, in the recent series of events, the 3D maneuvering devices had not seen any action. Is this truly my fault? He pondered. Thus, it was settled, while he might not regularly undertake missions, he would not refuse should they require his assistance. Of course, his interests would remain protected. Agreed. After a brief transition, Fang Chong became the first Avenger to join S.H.I.E.L.D. The scene shifts back to Stark Industries, where Tony's uncle has finally managed to handle the reporters, while Tony has already retreated to the R&D department. Tony, look at the mess you've created. Do you have any idea how much Stark Industries stock will plummet tomorrow? 40%? Or perhaps half? Tony, this is not solely your company. We manufacture arms. We are arms dealers, and we are the ones preventing chaos in the world. Obi, this is my company. I possess absolute control over it and have the right to make this decision. So what shall we pursue after abandoning weaponry? Shall we produce baby bottles, perhaps? At the very moment when Obi was roaring, the colossal arc reactor behind Tony was successfully completed. Obi, I believe the arc reactor is worth a try. Come on, this is merely for show. Do you have any idea how much your father invested in its construction? In the end, he couldn't even recoup the costs. Chapter 45 compared to firearms. The arc reactor evidently failed to pique Obi's interest. After angrily slapping the reactor's exterior, he departed the research department without a second thought. As the large arc reactor commenced operation, the system began to emit notifications, detecting the birth of high-level energy, which could significantly reduce the system's interdimensional travel. However, at that moment, Fang Chong was at home, indulging in rice, utterly unconcerned with the system's alerts. Speaking of which, it's about time for one to emerge. After a couple of days of restful recuperation, Tony began the process of replacing his arc reactor. After all, the manufacturing techniques in Stark Industries' private research lab were undoubtedly more advanced than the one Tony had crafted by hand in the cave. Pepper, could you come down for a moment? Tony? Upon entering the private research lab in the basement, Pepper found Tony reclining in the center of the room, bare-chested on a lounge chair. Come here, let me see your hands. Hands? Pepper obediently extended her slender hands. Ah, quite nice indeed. Just a brief moment of your time is required. My goodness, is this what keeps you alive? Upon gazing at the gaping hole in Tony's chest, Pepper gasped in shock. Indeed, but this is an antique now. I need your assistance in replacing it. What should I do? As Tony yanked out the old reactor from his chest, Pepper was left flustered. You need to reach inside, carefully remove the wires for me. Although she was internally resistant, Pepper followed Tony's instructions, extracting the wires and subsequently installing the new reactor. Of course, the details of the process were hardly suitable for public discourse. Tony, please, never make me do this again. However, it was clear that Tony paid no heed to Pepper's complaints. After a quick tidying of the equipment and energy core, he urged Pepper to leave the lab while he dove headfirst into tinkering on the experimental platform. Jarvis, are you there? Yes, sir. Display the design schematics for the suit. In stark contrast to the ordinary technology available to the public, Tony's innovations were undeniably light years ahead, especially the interactive holographic schematics that belonged to the realm of advanced technology. As Tony busied himself with the new generation of his armor, far away in the desert, some defeated insurgents, under extensive search efforts, discovered the first generation of armor abandoned by Tony. In the ensuing month, Tony immersed himself in his laboratory, scarcely stepping outside as he diligently refined his armor. The conditions in his private lab were exponentially superior to those in the cave, allowing him to successfully develop features that had previously eluded him. With the assistance of J.A.R.V.I.S., his semi-artificial intelligence, he crafted a new driver that remarkably conserved energy by at least 50%. On the 23rd day, Tony finally completed the performance tests for all components and assembled the armor configurations. J.A.R.V.I.S. Activate the helmet display. Very well, sir. With J.A.R.V.I.S.'s aid, Tony effortlessly utilized the myriad of miniature cameras distributed across the armor to capture his surroundings. Adjust the visual distribution. Never mind. J.A.R.V.I.S. Check the exterior components. At his command, the movable parts of the armor began to operate, conducting a self-diagnostic. Sir, all components are functioning normally. J.A.R.V.I.S. Verify the flight path regulations. Sir, there remains a significant amount of calculations to perform before takeoff. ARVIS. My father always said, do first, think later. Engage the thrusters. Personal behavioral adaptation complete. Directional calibration finalized. As JARVIS reported. The jets in Tony's hands and feet ignited with brilliant light, propelling him rapidly out of his garage. Wow. The ability to soar like a bird is undoubtedly a dream cherished by all humanity, and Tony was no exception. The sensation of flight was unexpectedly exhilarating, captivating even Tony himself. JARVIS. Ascend. Sir, ascending. In his excitement, Tony made some rash decisions at his command. The thrusters surged with increased power, sending him soaring skyward. However, as he ascended, the temperature plummeted, quickly forming a layer of ice upon the surface of his suit. JARVIS. I'm freezing. Activate the auxiliary wings. JARVIS. JARVIS. I am here, sir. Fortunately, as he descended, the ice rapidly melted away due to air friction, allowing JARVIS to regain control of the armor. Wow, thrilling. Meanwhile, Fang Chong gazed enviously at the flickering lights in the distant sky. TSK, why don't I possess such abilities? This system is utterly ineffective. System. The next world destination has been changed to the Dragon Ball universe. I was joking. Just kidding. The system is the best. The next world destination has been altered to Demon Slayer. Leaving aside the matter, Fang Chong genuinely felt uncertain about surviving in the Dragon Ball universe, where formidable beings could easily shatter stars with their bare hands. Truth be told, he believed that even a random individual from that realm could overpower the celestial figures of the Marvel Universe. After a lengthy flight, Tony returned to his seaside villa. It is evident that Tony's proficiency in operating his armor is still lacking. Unfortunately, during his descent, he inadvertently crashed through 3 layers of his own flooring. However, such minor damages are of little consequence to the affluent Tony Stark. For him, anything that can be resolved with money is hardly a matter of concern. After finally extricating himself from his armor, Tony began to further optimize his suit. He reached out to various materials companies, requesting the surface materials used on angelic-grade satellites. What is this? Just as Tony commanded further improvements to his armor, he suddenly noticed an unexpected package on his laboratory table. The package bore a name that Tony had never even heard of. Upon opening it, he discovered the arc reactor core he had previously replaced. Tony Stark possesses a warm heart, or so it seems. Chapter 46. The magical modification. Gazing at this memento-like object, Tony felt no interest and casually tossed it aside, resuming his work on his armor. After 2 days, the new materials had finally arrived, thanks to Tony's substantial financial investment, and he began the creation of a new suit. Yes, it must be strikingly cool with a touch of that sports car red. The painting was completed. Jarvis's computational abilities are exceptionally remarkable, with just a command from Tony. Jarvis can accomplish many tasks. So, what are we waiting for? Let us commence assembly. The estimated assembly completion countdown stands at 5 hours. While Tony busied himself with his armor, Fang Chong was not idle either. The giant's abilities were so severely diminished that Fang Chong felt an acute sense of insecurity. Originally towering at 20 meters, as long as his hardening ability kept pace, ordinary firearms would pose no threat to him. However, he had now shrunk to 6 meters. With an abundance of firearms, his healing capabilities could not keep up, leaving him susceptible to brutal beatings. Fang Chong repeatedly tested his hardening ability, but could not find a viable method to retain any effectiveness. If he formed a layer on his skin, it was too thin to provide protection. If too thick, he would lose mobility. At best, it would merely cover his internal organs and bones partially. This is forcing me to steal an arc reactor. Reflecting on the events surrounding Hulk's emergence sent a chill down Fang Chong's spine. As the current chief enforcer for SHIELD, he would undoubtedly be summoned, and given his current combat capabilities, it would be unreasonable for him not to be overwhelmed. I feel it would be wise to refrain from involving myself in Tony's subsequent affairs. System, host, are you foolish? If it cannot be formed externally, why not incorporate it internally? Have you ingested so many layers of mucous membranes? Even coating the bones with a layer of hardening crystals would be formidable, wouldn't it? What good is it to coat bones with hardening crystals? It is merely a layer. Wait, I can directly transform them into hardening crystals. Following the system's prompt, Fang Chong suddenly thought of a certain character who does not belong here, Wolverine. He began to assess the benefits and dangers of converting his bones into hardening crystals. To err on the side of caution, Fang Chong opted to have the system conduct an assessment first. Although this system possessed a sharp tongue and could be unreliable at times, its suggestions were generally quite beneficial. With the abilities of the Warhammer giant fully analyzed, the host could freely manipulate the formation and decomposition of hardened crystallization. Once the bones were transformed into hardened crystals, influenced by the enhancement of skeletal reinforcement, The strength of the host's bones could rival that of ordinary steel, with no adverse effects upon reversion. Wow, why didn't you mention such a formidable capability earlier? I assumed it was something any rational person could deduce. Fang Chong. Having thoroughly grasped the essence of the hardening ability, Fang Chong commenced the reinforcement of his own skeletal structure. Naturally, he intended only to harden the outer layer of his bones, as the inner portion still required functionality and could not be entirely enveloped by the hardening ability. Just as Tony completed the assembly of his first-generation battle suit, Fang Chong successfully enveloped his entire skeletal structure in hardened crystallization. By the way, why didn't you inform me that I would become this heavy after the hardening? The results of the skeletal reinforcement were striking. Fang Chong could acutely perceive the elevation of his physical abilities, even as the interface displayed some changes. Fang Chong strength, 2 constitution, for intelligence, 1-dimensional talent, level hardened bone reinforcement in the event of skeletal damage. Stamina can be expended to supplement hardened crystallization for rapid repair. Skill, level, Titan's Might. Fang Chong was quite pleased with the increase in his constitution attribute. However, the unchanged strength attribute resulted in a notable decrease in speed, making even rapid turns a challenge for him now. With gains come losses, besides. Where could one find such excellent all-day carrying capacity? Isn't it time to train? Thus, under the compulsion of the system, Fang Chong embarked on a month of arduous training. Meanwhile, Tony had completed the assembly of his battle armor and was gallivanting about the world, unaware that his original suit had transferred to Obi's hands, where it was being analyzed through the diligent efforts of numerous researchers. I've spent such a fortune nurturing this group of useless individuals. Are you here merely to loaf around? In Stark Industries' secret research facility, Obi was venting his frustrations. With the support of existing technology, Obi effortlessly directed his researchers to produce a more formidable suit of armor. Unlike Tony's highly integrated and flashy armor, Obi's design adhered to pragmatism and overwhelming firepower, resulting in an Iron Man suit with over 5 times the power of Tony's existing armor. However, despite the researchers' relentless efforts, the miniaturized arc reactor could not reach the desired efficacy, remaining the size of a room with no practical value whatsoever. This isn't our fault. After all, Tony's intellect is sufficient. Obi shouted, I don't want to hear it. Get out of here. After berating the incompetent scientists, a shadow of gloom began to envelop Obi's heart. Since the research has yielded no results, let us make use of what you possess. As Obi delved into the intricacies of the miniature arc reactor on Tony, Fang Chong finally completed his rigorous training. Fang Chong's attributes: strength, 3, physique, 4, intelligence, 2. Dimensional talent, level hard bone reinforcement. Skills, level, giant strength, level, suicide fist, a punch delivered with all 1's strength without regard for the body's endurance. Use with caution for those without recovery abilities. Over the course of a month, Fang Chong's training progressed at an astonishing pace, bolstered by intense weight-bearing exercises and ample nutritional support. With his remarkable recovery ability, he faced no concerns regarding injuries. Moreover, through the repeated strain on his physique, he developed a lethal technique, the suicide fist. As the name suggests, this punch could only lead to self-destruction in the hands of those lacking recovery capabilities. However, after rigorous testing, Fang Chong had become adept at executing it with considerable stability. The power was immense, yet the pain was undeniable. Gazing at the counter displaying his punch force exceeding a ton, and then at his right hand, which was nearly skeletal, Fang Chong couldn't help but grimace. Chapter 47. Obi. Fang Chong could have resorted to stimulants to dull the pain, but such reliance would diminish his tolerance to discomfort. Hence, for the sake of avoiding complications in other worlds, he ultimately refrained from using painkillers during his training. After a month of relentless effort, Fang Chong finally had a moment to rest. Yet, as he watched Tony's valiant exploits on television, an unsettling feeling crept over him. Damn it. I should have a share in this too. System. Well, it's not like that. I mean, right. I simply wish to venture into the next world sooner. Yes, precisely that. So, why not hasten the construction of that arc reactor? Have I not done so? Initially, Fang Chong had anticipated relishing life upon his return, but after nearly 3 months of torment, he prepared to embark on yet another journey. As he approached Tony's residence, Obi was engaged in a long-overdue conversation with Tony, although Tony was not particularly fond of his uncle Obi. The latter was a major shareholder of the company and a relative, necessitating a cordial reception despite Tony's reluctance. Just a moment, let me check something. While Obi and Tony exchanged pleasantries in the living room, Fang Chong arrived at Tony's doorstep. Tony, an old friend has come to visit. Kindly open the door. It seems this young lad from Huaxia desires to share a drink with me. However, before Tony could press the button to open the door, he felt as though his body was smoothly drifting away from him, his fingers utterly immobilized despite his efforts. Tony, breathe, relax. Do you remember this device you created back then? Unfortunately, the government did not approve it at the time. Temporary paralysis can still be quite useful in many situations. Gazing at the stick-like object in his uncle's hand, Tony felt a wave of despair wash over him. In response to the look in Tony's eyes, Obi displayed no trace of emotion. Tony, I initially intended to end your life, but I never anticipated that you would escape from such a dire situation and create such a commotion. Nevertheless, it matters not. Ultimately, you shall fall at my hands. Relish your final moments in this life, Obi declared while deftly removing the reactor core embedded in Tony's chest. You may deal with the person outside. As Obi issued his command, Fang Chong sensed an unsettling silence. Typically, even if Tony were absent, Jarvis would respond to him. Yet now, the entire villa was eerily quiet, devoid of any sound. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck Fang Chong's temple with unerring precision. The immense force of the impact caused Fang Chong to stagger. What is the meaning of this, Ward? Observing the throng of soldiers converging around him, Fang Chong realized he had arrived just as Obi was attempting to seize the reactor. What fortunate timing for Fang Chong, whose bones had been reinforced. Even a mere ordinary bullet posed little threat, let alone this handful of soldiers. Obi's subordinates? Regrettably, Fang Chong's words fell into silence, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean, as the soldiers approached him wordlessly. Very well, since you choose not to speak, I shall not hold back. In an instant, a barrage of bullets rained down upon Fang Chong. Although most of the ammunition failed to inflict harm due to his hardened skeletal structure, a few cleverly angled bullets managed to penetrate his body. However, those bullets, their kinetic energy nearly depleted, could not inflict any significant damage to his fortified organs. It hurts. Though they could not cause lethal harm, pain was still pain, and by the time Fang Chong dispatched the soldiers, he had endured numerous gunshot wounds, blood oozing from countless holes in his body. Yet, his regenerative abilities were actively at work. The bullets embedded in his flesh were being expelled, while new muscle and skin began to form. Run. It's a monster. A soldier, barely clinging to life, reported through the radio. Obi had not anticipated that his elite squad of 10 soldiers would be unable to subdue even a single ordinary individual. Now, with the car parked at the entrance, Obi found himself trapped, unable to retreat or advance. Where do you think you're going? If you know of any good places, do take me along, Fang Chong taunted. Considering the special device in Obi's possession, he remained cautious and summoned the giant's form, yanking Obi from the vehicle. Oh, by the way, there is no time for idle chatter. If we continue this nonsense, Tony may very well meet his end. With a firm grip, Fang Chong rendered Obi unconscious and returned with him in the reactor core to Tony's reception room. Thanks to the disappearance of Obadiah's influence over Jarvis, Fang Chong was able to locate Tony amidst the vast expanse of the villa. Oh, Chinese boy, I adore you. After struggling to reattach his arc reactor, Tony greeted Fang Chong with a warm embrace. What is my name? It hardly matters, does it? How do you plan to deal with him? Fang Chong inquired, gesturing to Obadiah, who lay on the ground behind him. However, Tony was not as indifferent as Fang Chong. Once he confirmed Alan's answer, he could easily respond, for his heart remained far too warm. The law will take care of him. Enough about that. To celebrate your saving my life, we must drink until we can no longer stand. Tony, the affluent magnate, clearly wished to avoid such discussions. Even now, he could hardly accept that his uncle would stoop so low as to plot his demise for selfish reasons. Moreover, from Obadiah's recent words, it was evident that he had a hand in Tony's misfortunes. Tony? Just as Fang Chong prepared to raise his glass and toast, Pepper Potts rushed down, only to witness the imposing Obadiah brandishing a sharp dagger aimed at Fang Chong. The blade, crafted from specially forged steel, was indeed sharp. But Obadiah lacked the strength to deliver a fatal blow. Instead, it merely inflicted a long gash across the back of Fang Chong's head. Blood gushed forth. Yet the injury was of little consequence to him. With his accelerated healing abilities, the wound began to mend rapidly. Chapter 48. Ambush, New World. If you lack the strength, then do not wield a blade. You are nothing, Fang Chong remarked casually as he activated his immense physique. Unlike Tony, who might show mercy, he deemed it a great kindness to leave Obadiah with his life, swiftly crushing his hands into pulp. Pepper was utterly taken aback, having just shared grievances over drinks with Tony. Never mind, I'll take my leave. By the way, Tony, may I borrow that large arc reactor from your company? You wish to use that? Suit yourself, but it is somewhat dangerous, Tony replied. Jarvis, update Fang Chong's access. Understood, sir. After leaving Pepper and Tony to tidy up, Fang Chong headed directly to Stark Industries. The recent ambush had made him acutely aware of the dangers lurking in this world. After this, I should just stay home. As for Tony, I can still lend a hand. Upon arriving at Stark Industries' research lab, he beheld the massive arc reactor on display, as a relic of the previous century. After Tony's enhancements, this arc reactor boasted a power output exceeding that of Tony's miniature reactor by 100-fold. capable of supplying the entire energy demand if losses were disregarded. System, commence absorption. As Fang Chong's words resonated, a void of energy seemed to connect the arc reactor and Fang Chong. The palladium at the reactor's core began to deplete at a visibly accelerated rate. In just a few minutes, the substantial palladium plate was entirely consumed. Burp. We can commence the next world now. Wait, I'm going to gather some supplies. What on earth are you doing? Following the system's prompt. Fang Chong intended to turn away to procure some resources for the impending world. However, before he could take more than 2 steps, a familiar wave of dizziness enveloped him. I can't hold it anymore. Meanwhile, Tony, who was just about to embark on his own endeavors in the villa, received the news. Jarvis, what did you say? All that palladium, over 10 kilograms, has vanished? Indeed, sir. Moreover, Mr. Fang Chong has inexplicably disappeared from my surveillance. Forget him. It appears this young man from Huaxia harbors many secrets worth uncovering. But for now, Pepper. As Tony began to indulge in his personal bliss, Fang Chong found himself plummeting onto a snow-covered peak. The Dimension's talent was being extracted. Lung enhancement level. Your lung capacity will increase to more than double its original strength had been acquired. Is it really this cold? Before Fang Chong was transported. The Marvel world was in autumn. Although the weather had begun to cool, the attire he wore was ill-suited for the heavy snowfall. The sudden enhancement of his lung capacity brought about a sense of discomfort, prompting him to tighten his clothing and descend rapidly. Fortunately, this time the system did not mislead him. He retained his original physique without any issues. However, upon reaching a village at the mountain's base, Fang Chong quickly realized that he had underestimated the system's complexity. If the system isn't going to replace the protagonist, why throw me so far? Am I meant to play with my head? The surplus energy was overwhelming. Thus, negative trait elimination 1 was acquired. Now that is more like it. With this new boon, Fang Chong cheerfully sought a place to stay. After an extensive search, he found no family willing to accept him. His unusual attire and demeanor were starkly at odds with this world. Next time, I must bring some gold. With no alternatives, Fang Chong showcased his strength to a wealthy household and secured a position as a gatekeeper. In the following days, he diligently sought information about his surroundings. However, he could not recall the exact location of Tanjiro, only knowing it was in a remote countryside area. Few made a living selling charcoal. But through various inquiries about the trainer, Sakanji Urokadaki, Fang Chong began to grasp the general route. After 2 months of toil and enduring the frigid winter, Fang Chong finally embarked on the quest to seek out Lin Long. Yet, in the wilds of this world, particularly in the vicinity of villages, one encounters an abundance of various demons. Undoubtedly, the strength of these demons is lamentably feeble, prompting Fang Chong to question whether they were mere subordinates conjured by the Demon King. Perhaps these long-lived demons harbor some peculiar and twisted predilections. After vanquishing yet another demon with the searing rays of sunlight, Fang Chong continued his pursuit of Lin Long. In truth, even if he failed to find Tanjiro, it would not pose a significant problem. What he truly desired was to master a breathing technique, and ideally, to transform his own body into that of a demon. Through several confrontations, Fang Chong discerned that even these pitifully weak demons possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, far surpassing his own, and their physical capabilities were significantly enhanced. Such terrifying attributes left Fang Chong feeling envious. Hey, kid, are you also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Where is your sword? He brushed off the ashes left by the demon incineration and prepared to proceed towards the next village when suddenly, a robust voice emanated from behind him. I am Sanj Kizar, the former Thunder Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Young one, who is your mentor? Why can I discern no trace of a breathing technique within you? Observing the white hair and the limp of the elderly man, Fang Chong, though unfamiliar with his name, remembered one of his disciples. Old man, do you have a disciple named Zenitsu? How do you know? Are you a disciple of that fellow Lin Long? I have only mentioned this to him. Upon receiving confirmation from the elderly figure, Fang Chong felt a surge of joy. His primary purpose for venturing into this world was nearing completion. I suppose I am a fellow townsman of Zenitsu. Back then, he was often bullied. Although I never witnessed it, I certainly heard his name. Oh, I see. Young man, I have answered your question. What of mine? What is this Demon Slayer Corps you speak of? I only know of your involvement in taking Zenitsu away, which many witnessed. At this, Sanj Kizar's expression brightened considerably. Unlike Lin Long, who had nearly ceased taking on disciples, Sanj Kizar's greatest aspiration was to cultivate sufficiently powerful members of the Demon Slayer Corps to eradicate the demons from the world. However, as Sanj Kizar aged, this ambition became increasingly elusive, which is why he had adopted a more laid-back demeanor in recent years, even tolerating Zenitsu's repeated antics. You know nothing of the Demon Slayer Corps? No wonder. You possess not a hint of a breathing technique. Young man, join my mountain sect. Sure. After joining. What did you just say? I said, sure. Don't you wish to inquire about my purpose? Only then did Fang Chong realize that the individual before him was a retired Hashira and one of the strongest mentors currently. Yet, the man had not uttered a single word about it. The fact that Zenitsu can tolerate Fang Chong and even take him under his wing suggests that he must not be a bad person. However, the gaze of the venerable Sanjiro Tsujikuni began to reflect a growing sense of doubt, which soon transformed into acceptance. As an elderly man, he felt he possessed little that could entice these young individuals. With the relentless march of time, the old gentleman realized that passing on his thunder-breathing techniques had become an unattainable aspiration. Nevertheless, despite his advancing years, he still deemed himself capable, at the very least. His physical prowess was well-suited for the Demon Slayer Corps, although he held some disdain for Fang Chong's age. It was the young man's courage and combat ability in confronting demons barehanded that truly captured Sanjiro's admiration. "Follow me. I shall take you to the dojo," he instructed. Fang Chong, of course, did not decline. He clapped his hands together and followed closely behind Sanjiro to the training hall. The old man seemed eager to assess Fang Chong's abilities, quickening his pace. Yet, speed was not Fang Chong's forte, with the presence of numerous hardened crystalline formations. His weight had surpassed 300 kilograms. Fortunately, his endurance was commendable, and before dusk, he managed to keep pace with Sanjiro, arriving at the dojo. "Master, is this your new disciple?" one of the students remarked, eyeing Fang Chong with skepticism. Doesn't he seem impressive at all?" The moment they entered the dojo, Fang Chong barely had time to catch his breath before being met with ridicule. As a fan of Demon Slayer, he was acutely aware of the fate that awaited the one who dared to mock him. "Brother Koyaki, he is still our junior. You ought to show some respect." Another disciple interjected. "Shut your mouth, you worthless fool." Zenitsu's attempts at mediation were futile. Fang Chong, however, remained indifferent. There was little to be gained in conversing with someone on the brink of demise. "Fang Chong, it appears speed is your Achilles heel. In that case, the breathing techniques of my school may not suit you. Perhaps I should draft a recommendation for you to study under the stone Hashira instead." Observing Fang Chong's visibly fatigued state, Sanjiro felt a twinge of regret. Despite possessing such a robust physique, he lacked the swiftness even to rival Zenitsu. "No, master, please. Allow me to stay and learn here," Fang Chong exclaimed, realizing the futility of studying under the stone Hashira, whose combat prowess, while formidable, paled in comparison to the allure of thunder breathing. "I implore you." Though he did not kneel, the determination in Fang Chong's eyes conveyed his resolve, prompting Sanjiro to ponder his decision. "If you do not keep up with me afterward, that will be on you." "Rest assured, I will," Fang Chong replied confidently. This declaration not only surprised Sanjiro but also intrigued the two other disciples present. "Very well, for now, make do with Zenitsu. It is getting late. I will arrange a room for you and formal training tomorrow." "Understood." Setting aside other matters, Fang Chong felt an inexplicable sense of belonging at the sight of Zenitsu's tousled yellow hair. At last, it seemed the system had not strayed too far from its course. "Zenitsu, you have only 1 year left to prepare for the entrance exam. Intensify your training." As Zenitsu was about to play with his yo-yo, Sakanji Urokadaki felt a slight explosion of frustration. While the other disciples occasionally indulged in laziness, it was rare to see someone as excessive as Zenitsu. The key point was that after being struck by lightning, Zenitsu's alternate persona exhibited combat abilities that were nothing short of astonishing, leaving even Urokadaki somewhat taken aback. However, if Zenitsu did not engage in sufficient training, he might find himself in dire straits against a formidable demon, and even his alternate persona might not be able to save him. "Fang Chong, let me remind you not to think you are impressive just because you have slain a few demons. Those are merely lowly minions, lacking even the mastery of blood demon arts, and are hardly worthy of recognition. Do you understand?" To prevent Fang Chong from growing arrogant, Urokadaki timely delivered a stern admonition. The result was that while Fang Chong remained unfazed, Zenitsu and several other disciples looked as if their eyes were about to pop out in disbelief. "How is that possible? He doesn't even know how to breathe properly." "Enough. Everyone, go train. You can still slay demons without blood demon arts, so why the excitement? Off you go." Faced with the noisy disciples, Urokadaki felt a wave of irritation, perhaps due to his excessive leniency towards Zenitsu, which had led to a certain laxity among many of the disciples. Initially, Fang Chong thought the matter would end there, but that very night, Zenitsu dragged him into endless questions, leaving no opportunity for Fang Chong to rest. Consequently, the two emerged the next morning with dark circles under their eyes, only to be met with a fierce reprimand from Urokadaki. "Zenitsu, do not lead my new disciple astray." Observing the dark expression on Urokadaki's face, Zenitsu dared not say much, merely bowing his head to accept the scolding. "Master, let us commence our training promptly." "Humph, you are quite eager, follow me." Zenitsu complied, eager to see how much progress he had made recently. Upon Urokadaki's words, Zenitsu became as disheartened as a frostbitten eggplant, seemingly drained of spirit. The testing apparatus was exceedingly rudimentary, merely a basin filled with water. "Hold your breath. If you can last 10 minutes, you will qualify to learn the breathing techniques. Gazing at the exceedingly simple testing equipment, Fang Chong could not help but twitch his lips, yet he had no choice but to submerge his face in the water, as Zenitsu took it upon himself to be the timer for Fang Chong's test. Merely 3 minutes had passed before Fang Chong felt his breath reaching its limit and he emerged from the basin. Only 3 minutes? Kadaki's expression was clearly one of dissatisfaction, and Fang Chong began to grasp where his shortcomings lay. Master, please wait a moment. I wasn't in the right state just now. Let me try again. Very well. If you cannot do it, then try once more. In truth, during his previous submersion, Fang Chong had already sensed that something was amiss. In theory, given Fang Chong's current physical capabilities alongside the accompanying skills, enduring for 10 minutes should have been entirely reasonable. Yet, within less than 2 minutes, he felt winded. I had forgotten that it was unwise to apply a hardening coating to such a significant volume as the lungs. After expending some time to remove this hardening layer, Fang Chong took a deep breath and submerged his face into the basin of water. Nearby, Zenitsu diligently played the role of a timer. However, despite the full 10 minutes passing, Fang Chong showed no signs of emerging from the water's surface, leading Sanada Shiguro to entertain the notion that Fang Chong had indeed lost consciousness. All right. The moment Sanada uttered these words, Fang Chong promptly lifted his face from the water. You truly are a monster. Observing Fang Chong, who did not even require heavy breaths, Sanada couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. If only he had possessed such a foundation in his youth, he would have faced not merely a few waning phases but even 3 of the waxing phases without flinching. Enough, Zenitsu. You may train on your own. I will guide Fang Chong through fundamental exercises. Instantly liberated, Zenitsu bounded away with exuberance. Fang Chong, follow my lead. You must consciously engage in prolonged breathing, allowing oxygen to permeate every cell in your body, thereby enhancing your physical capabilities and stabilizing your spirit. Mimicking Sanada's posture, Fang Chong attempted to adopt a similar stance. No, relax your upper body, steady your lower body. Yet, once entrenched in training mode, Sanada was far less amiable. For over an hour, Fang Chong endured relentless reprimands. Engage your core, your abdomen. Observing Fang Chong's stance, Sanada struck his abdomen with his palm. However, due to the extensive skeletal presence and diaphragm, Fang Chong's abdomen was one of the most hardened areas, rendering Sanada's strike ineffective. Save for the pain it caused his own hand. Oh, it seems you can withstand this. Shaking his stinging palm, Sanada's hand suddenly glowed with a yellow beam. Now, thunder breathing. First form, thunderclap. Before Fang Chong could respond, Sanada had already imbued his palm with the breathing technique and struck Fang Chong's abdomen. Even with the hardening support, Fang Chong found himself overwhelmed by waves of pain. Posture. Continue training. Sanada offered no respite as his palm glowed once more. Fang Chong hastily adjusted his breathing, striving to enter the correct state. After all, he certainly did not wish to endure a second strike of that nature. However, mastering such a breathing technique was no simple feat. After a week of relentless training and punishment, he finally managed to grasp the fundamentals, enabling him to operate the breathing technique independently. After mastering that particular breathing technique, Fang Chong realized that his body had not been utilized effectively. At least the capacity of his lungs had significantly improved under the influence of this technique. With the abundant intake of oxygen, Fang Chong could distinctly feel an enhancement in his bodily functions. Even his attribute panel displayed a new skill, thunder breathing. However, why was this thunder breathing at such a rudimentary level? The system indicated that the host had only grasped the most fundamental applications and had yet to master the 6 forms of swordsmanship. In essence, it was incomplete, wasn't it? Indeed. At this moment, Fang Chong felt a sense of relief that the system had bestowed him with time early on, allowing him to further develop his breathing abilities. Naturally, having acquired this knowledge, he was quite intrigued by the other forms as well. However, Sangdao Siwalang persistently insisted that Fang Chong was not yet ready to train with a sword, dismissing his requests to learn the forms entirely. With no other options, Fang Chong could only obsessively hone his physique in the application of the breathing technique. Unlike Zenitsu, Fang Chong understood the necessity of incorporating the breathing technique into his daily life, thus he diligently pursued this direction. Yet, he was rebuked by Sangdao Siwalang, who chastised him for contemplating running before he had even learned to walk. Nevertheless, Sangdao Siwalang's words held some truth. The hardships stemming from maintaining the breathing technique far surpassed Fang Chong's expectations. In the initial days, if Fang Chong overextended the duration of his breathing technique, the burden on his lungs would exceed tolerable limits, resulting in him coughing up blood. However, his extraordinary physique enabled him to endure continuous training. The damaged alveoli were repaired, and new alveoli emerged, leading to an exponential increase in his lung capacity. Within a mere 2 weeks, Fang Chong had managed to sustain the breathing technique throughout the entire day, which left Sangdao Siwalang utterly astonished. Even for a top-tier mentor like Sangdao Siwalang, Fang Chong's pace of learning among his disciples was nothing short of terrifying. Yet, he soon encountered a formidable challenge. He was utterly incapable of employing the breathing technique while sleeping. Years of ingrained breathing habits could not be altered in just a few days. Consequently, Fang Chong had to temporarily set this aside and began learning swordsmanship alongside Sang Dao Sibilang. It seemed that in any world, people held swordsmanship in high regard, especially the emotional connection to their swords, or rather, how to perceive the state of their swords, a concept that left Fang Chong completely baffled. To him, swordsmanship and blades were merely tools to reach the pinnacle of divinity. As for the so-called emotional bond with the sword, he found it utterly preposterous. What feelings could a mere collection of iron possibly possess? With the iron sword forcibly thrust into his hands by Sang Dao Sibilang, Fang Chong lay in bed, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 51. The heavy sword. This is truly a tremendous challenge. Thus, Sankai Tsuegoro sadly discovered that while Fang Chong possessed extraordinary talent in the art of breathing techniques, he was utterly inept in swordsmanship. Unbeknownst to him, however, Fang Chong had already mastered the first form. Truly, one must wonder about the teacher. Does a lack of emotion equate to a lack of emotion? Must I cultivate this? In the blink of an eye. Half a year had passed since Fang Chong arrived at this dojo. Zenitsu was rather easygoing, and after numerous demonstrations, Fang Chong had managed to awkwardly execute the thunderclap and flash. Of course, his application of the first form was far from stable. It must be said that although Zenitsu struggled with the other forms, he had nearly maximized the potential of the thunderclap and flash. Fang Chong found himself utterly unable to respond to the 6 consecutive strikes, having to rely solely on his own body to withstand the blows. When Sankai Tsuegoro was absent, Fang Chong would train with the first form, though perhaps due to his mindset, the sword felt unwieldy in his hands. This time, misfortune struck. Due to excessive acceleration and poor technique, the battered sword in his hand was broken in two. Oh no, it's over. Glancing at the broken blade, Fang Chong could already envision the scorn on Sankai Tsuegoro's face upon his return, and he could only anticipate a torrent of reprimands awaiting him. Just as Fang Chong contemplated whether to discard or bury the remains of the sword, the voice of Sankai Tsuegoro suddenly echoed nearby. Upon seeing the broken sword in Fang Chong's hands, several veins bulged on Sankai Tsuegoro's forehead, though they gradually receded. Master, Fang Chong stood before the diminutive elder, momentarily at a loss for words. Despite frequently reprimanding him, Tsuegoro had always been exceedingly diligent in teaching Fang Chong, and now, Fang Chong felt he had failed to live up to his expectations. Well, I suppose I understand now. If you regard the sword merely as a tool, then, like any tool, it requires a specific method of training. Follow me. Unlike other swordsmen, since Fang Chong could not forge a bond with his sword, it was only natural that he would adopt a distinctive training regimen. Upon arriving at the storeroom, Sankai Tsuegoro produced a heavy sword that could only be lifted by employing breathing techniques. Goodness! The moment Fang Chong grasped the large sword, he was overwhelmed by its immense weight. Although it was only twice the size of an ordinary sword, its heft was at least tenfold. Swing that sword 100,000 times. After tossing the heavy sword to Fang Chong, Sankai Tsuegoro pointed to an open space, instructing him to swing the sword 100,000 times. Though Fang Chong's heart was filled with reluctance, he realized that even a tool required proper techniques for usage. So he obediently began to swing the sword. Zenitsu, what are you standing there watching for? Come over here and train. Compared to Inosuke, the relationship between Fang Chong and Zenitsu was evidently much better. Therefore, upon witnessing Fang Chong break the sword and being called away, Zenitsu stealthily followed him. However, given Zenitsu's currently immature abilities, it is inconceivable that he could compete with the retired veteran of the Hashira, resulting in him being caught off guard and compelled to train alongside Fang Chong. Undoubtedly, the intensity of the training was incomparable. Yet, the countless strikes, amounting to a staggering 100,000, did not significantly enhance Fang Chong's prowess. Instead, they led him to discover a unique application of his techniques. Breath of Thunder. First form, Thunderclap and Flash. The self-destructing fist. This time, Fang Chong entirely abandoned the sword, opting to channel the first form of the Breath of Thunder through his own fists. Compared to wielding a sword, utilizing his own body not only markedly improved the execution, but also considerably reduced the difficulty of the technique. This amalgamation of the self-destructing fist and thunderclap and flash resulted in a single punch that utterly obliterated the massive boulder the old man had used as a target for Fang Chong's training. Of course, Fang Chong's hands were not spared either. Apart from the bones, the flesh had turned into a pulpy mess. Ouch, that hurts. Nevertheless, this could be considered a trump card. Imagining himself later on, slaying demons, and witnessing their arrogant demeanor after disarming him, only to be met with his formidable punch, Fang Chong found himself exhilarated at the thought. Fang Chong, what are you doing? Sankai Tsujiro had just returned from outside and saw Fang Chong grinning foolishly at his own palm. He was about to scold him when his attention was diverted by the shattered boulder, now stained with blood. It seems you are ready to embark on your journey. Sankai Tsujiro could hardly believe that a mere training sword he had casually given Fang Chong could be wielded in such a manner, considering it was meant purely for practice and had not been sharpened. Master, enough said. In 4 months, you will join Zenitsu for the selection trials. During this time, I shall impart the remaining techniques to you. Not that enough? Do not speak further. I know you are reluctant, but Master, I wish to ask if I may keep this sword. You little rascal, wasting my sentiments. If you wish to take it, then take it. Sankai Tsujiro, who had finally begun to cultivate some feelings, abruptly restrained his tears, 2 dark lines appearing on his forehead. Heh, old man, do not be upset. It's not as if we will never meet again. I will return to visit you when I can. Compared to a delicate sword, Fang Chong greatly valued the training sword in his possession. After undergoing the process of hardening, he could assure that its hardness and strength could rival even the most advanced alloys in this world. Naturally, the weight that came with the hardening was formidable. The sword, originally weighing nearly 40 kilograms, had skyrocketed to nearly 100 kilograms. Beyond Fang Chong, perhaps only the stone Hashira could wield it. Wait, you don't intend to use this sword to slay demons, do you? I told you before that this sword cannot kill demons. Sankai Tsujiro suddenly recalled that Fang Chong had previously fought ordinary demons using only his physical prowess, without requiring tools. Hand it over. I will have someone coat it with the material of the Nichiren blade, though it will be significantly heavier. Can you handle it? No problem. Originally, Fang Chong had not anticipated transforming his blade into a Nichiren sword. However, with Sanada Ziwalang taking on the task himself, Fang Chong naturally had no objections. As for the weight, he chuckled to himself. How much could a layer of iron possibly add? At most, it would be merely 20 kilograms. Chapter 52, The Final Trial. It is essential to note that Fang Chong had already infused his heavy sword with nearly 100 kilograms of hardening capability. A mere 20 kilograms could easily be compensated by slightly reducing the hardening effect. In the months that followed, Fang Chong diligently studied the remaining 5 forms with Sanada Ziwalang. Though his swordsmanship remained consistently abysmal, while he managed somewhat better with the heavy sword, reverting to a standard blade felt utterly unwieldy, prompting Sanada Ziwalang to question his own judgment. Nonetheless, when Fang Chong unleashed his sword techniques through his physical prowess, the results were nothing short of remarkable, yet this remained a secret to all. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed. Although there was still nearly a month until the selection commenced, Fang Chong and Zenitsu needed to embark on their journey. Don't you dare die on me? Zenitsu exclaimed. And Fang Chong, the materials for your sword were funded by me. You owe me that back. While Sanada Ziwalang outwardly urged the two to depart, internally, he felt a profound sense of reluctance. Both were well aware of their master's temperament, and after a brief farewell, they set forth on the path to the selection. Make sure to look out for your senior brother during the selection, Zenitsu insisted, as he relentlessly chattered away at Fang Chong. Despite the influence Fang Chong had on him, Zenitsu's timid nature remained unchanged, even as his strength had improved slightly compared to the original narrative. However, Fang Chong found himself uncertain of securing a victory. If Zenitsu unleashed his thunderclap and flash sixfold technique, a momentary lapse in vigilance could leave Fang Chong vulnerable to a devastating assault that his enhanced skeleton might not withstand. Throughout their journey, Zenitsu exuded a wave of negativity and often attempted to engage passing girls in conversation, only to be swiftly pulled away by Fang Chong just before crossing the line. During this month, Fang Chong continued to enhance the hardening of his new sword. After applying a layer of Nichiren sword material, the weight of the blade in his hand approached 50 kilograms. Coupled with the central hardening layer and the intricate, vein-like extensions of hardening, the sword's weight had exceeded 100 kilograms. Such an imposing weight inevitably impacted Fang Chong's speed. However, since his previous velocity had never been particularly remarkable, he remained unconcerned. After nearly a month of arduous travel, Fang Chong and Zenitsu finally arrived at the foot of the selection mountain. Oh, so many wisteria flowers! Zenitsu exclaimed. The entire mountain, save for the summit, was adorned with abundant wisteria blossoms, and even before reaching the peak, the intoxicating fragrance wafted toward them. With only 2 days remaining until the appointed time, Fang Chong and Zenitsu decided against lingering at the base and proceeded directly toward the mountainside. However, there were no inns or similar establishments on the mountainside. Only the endless wisteria flowers. Zenitsu, wait here for the selection to begin. I shall venture inside first. The vast expanse of wisteria split in two from the shrine on the mountainside, and beyond the shrine, not a single wisteria flower would appear. Oh? Zenitsu had originally intended to descend the mountain with Fang Chong, but Fang Chong suddenly uttered this statement. Yet it had not even begun, although Zenitsu appeared harmless. As one who could survive the selection, Fang Chong had no need to worry about Zenitsu's life. His only desire was to ascertain one thing, whether he could transform into a demon. In the original narrative, Miss Tamayo in Kyoto could indeed convert people into demons. But both time and the search for her proved exceedingly challenging. Moreover, Fang Chong possessed the ability to negate negative traits. Thus he was not fearful of the side effects brought about by Musen's blood. It is worth noting that such a plethora of demons could not be found elsewhere. If one wished to study them, this was undoubtedly the optimal location. However, Fang Chong never anticipated that Zenitsu, with audacity, would follow him inside. Zenitsu, why can't you wait outside for 2 days? I will come to collect you. With Zenitsu nearby, Fang Chong's actions would invariably be influenced. He preferred to keep his physical prowess concealed. All right, it's settled then. Be sure to come for me. Oh, here's some money. Make sure to stock up on food in the coming days, understood? Good. Fortunately, after Fang Chong's final round of persuasion, Zenitsu ultimately abandoned the idea of entering alongside him. He walked alone towards the shrine, the countless wisteria flowers gradually fading behind him, their peculiar fragrance also receding. Ugh, what a blunder, if I am to hunt at night. I must procure some light sources. Perhaps due to the date, the mountain was particularly dark that night. Even Fang Chong's physical abilities could barely discern objects 5 meters ahead. Well, it should suffice. Becoming a demon likely does not grant night vision. Apologies, I forgot to assign the dimensional talent. Just as Fang Chong delved deeper, the system suddenly emitted a notification. Night vision skill acquired. It seems I underestimated your integrity, although it was the most rudimentary of skills. Its acquisition significantly enhanced Fang Chong's night vision, allowing him to see clearly within a radius of approximately 15 meters, just a few hundred meters away from the shrine. The surrounding area had completely lost any trace of wisteria, and the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. Is it coming? A fierce and murky killing intent surged forth, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart as an ordinary demon lunged at Fang Chong from an angle. How ugly. Indeed. The demons brought here for the purpose of training newcomers were pitifully weak, although the demons Fang Chong had encountered previously could not unleash blood demon arts. At least they retained a semblance of consciousness. However, before Fang Chong now stood a being whose mental state was questionable. Its multitude of eyes and hands, coupled with its grotesque appearance, evoked a sense of revulsion within him, leading him to conclude that its rank could not be particularly high. It is well known that in this realm, the higher the rank of a spirit, the more it resembles humanity. Such aberrations are the dregs of the underworld. It had been a long time since he had tasted human flesh. The drool spilling from its mouth, combined with its hideous visage, made Fang Chong's muscles tense involuntarily. Just to be cautious, I shall pose a question. Can you extract that drop of blood residing within you? Chapter 53, Blood of the Spirits Clearly. The specter had no intention of responding to Fang Chong's inquiry. Its muscles coiled tightly as it lunged at him once more. Indeed, it seems you have overlooked a vital point. Even a spirit's regenerative abilities have their limits. With the weight of the sword's back, which exceeded 100 kilograms, Fang Chong struck the creature's body, deliberately avoiding the neck and the blade's edge to preserve its life. What? The spirit had not anticipated that Fang Chong would use the sword's hilt in such a manner, and was caught off guard, failing to prepare a defense. The outcome was all but predictable. Upon the contact of flesh and metal, the spirit was sent flying by Fang Chong's forceful blow. With the aid of his breathing technique, Fang Chong's physical capabilities had become increasingly formidable, having honed this practice over a year of diligent training. As he struck the spirit away, he also shattered 2 nearby trees. Despite the absence of wounds, the spirit was not harmed by the material of the sword. Yet such a tremendous impact was far too much for this frail being to withstand. Overwhelmed by the violent force, the spirit succumbed into unconsciousness. Now, to draw forth its blood, lacking the appropriate equipment, Fang Chong resorted to a rudimentary method, extracting the blood from within the spirit's body. Soon, the sensation of copious blood loss awakened the spirit from its slumber. Upon opening its eyes, it beheld Fang Chong, who was eagerly drinking its blood as if savoring a fizzy drink. This ordinary spirit had never encountered such a scene. It had always been the predator of humans, never the prey consumed by them. This is infuriating. Stop squirming. I can't draw it out. The spirit's frantic movements made it impossible for Fang Chong to extract any more blood. Fang Chong, undeterred, delivered a powerful punch that nearly dislodged the spirit's head, rendering it unconscious once again. Subsequently, he indulged in a feast of its blood. Yet, despite his fervent consumption, he felt no effects of the so-called blood of the Spirit King. Trying to suppress his nausea, Fang Chong enveloped his hand in a hardened layer of crystalline material and forcefully plunged it into the spirit's chest. With that motion, he wrenched out a still-beating heart. Yet, gazing at the pulsating organ before him, Fang Chong felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. I can no longer stomach this. I've had my fill of blood already. Foolish one, do you truly believe you can transform into a giant? Indeed. Under the despairing gaze of that specter, Fang Chong suddenly metamorphosed from a mere human of less than 2 meters into a towering 6-meter giant. The grotesque creature, Fang Chong, paid no heed to the specter's incessant prattle and directly devoured its heart, chewing it voraciously. In an instant, the specter was obliterated into ashes. And Fang Chong felt an unfamiliar essence coursing through his being. Acquisition of the blood of the malevolent spirit has been confirmed. Identification: Fang Chong strength, 3 stamina, 4 intelligence, 2-dimensional talents. Level: reinforced skeletal structure. Level: enhanced pulmonary capacity. Level: night vision skills. Level: Titan's might. Level: self-destruction fist. Level: blood of the malevolent spirit. Effect 1. The holder's physical capabilities are augmented, and their regenerative abilities are significantly enhanced, albeit at the cost of mental clarity. Effect 2. Upon reaching a certain concentration, the holder may employ blood-based techniques. Effect 3. The life of the wielder will fall under the dominion of the Demon King. Effect 4. Exposure to sunlight or corresponding entities results in death. Effect 5. The skill level may be increased by supplementing blood quantity. Effect 6. The holder may enhance their attributes through the consumption of flesh. Fang Chong gazed at the plethora of effects, akin to a dazzling fireworks display, yet more than half bore severe side effects. What am I waiting for? Eliminate these detrimental consequences at once. I realize I have been swindled. The system, evidently taken aback, had not anticipated that Fang Chong would transfer such power to himself. The previously promised side effect removal clearly proved to be an exceedingly unprofitable venture. Side effects of the level blood of the malevolent spirit have been successfully eradicated. Level demon blood acquired. Fang Chong strength, 3 stamina, 4 intelligence, 2-dimensional talents. Level: reinforced skeletal structure. Level: enhanced pulmonary capacity. Level: night vision skills. Level: Titan's might. Level: self-destruction fist. Level: demon blood. After the system excised the skill side effects, a profound transformation occurred. All negative attributes vanished entirely, leaving behind effects that could only be described as miraculous. I wonder if I continue to replenish that blood, will I revert? No, absolutely not. Are you mocking me? The system, clearly disgruntled by this unprofitable transaction, could hardly tolerate Fang Chong's further inquiries regarding its efficacy. After a furious retort, it vanished without a trace. With such a commencement, the subsequent events unfolded with greater ease. The malevolent spirits inhabiting the Wisteria Mountain suffered immensely over the next 2 days. In merely 2 nights, Fang Chong annihilated dozens of these fiends, extracting their precious blood. Yet, even so, his skills showed no inclination to advance, or perhaps Fang Chong simply failed to perceive any shift in their potency. Beep. Due to the energy expenditure required for side effect elimination, the host must consume 10 drops of the malevolent blood to yield a single drop of pure demon blood. Very well, as the cost of eradicating side effects, Fang Chong now finds the enhancement of his demon blood skill to be excruciatingly slow, though still manageable. After all, as time passes, the blood of the demons within the upper and lower realms will proliferate significantly, making the transformation of one's entire blood into demon blood a feasible endeavor. Speaking of which, when will I acquire the blood demon art? The skill will unlock once the demon blood reaches a certain level. Although Fang Chong was eager to continue the hunt, the sky gradually brightened, prompting him to emerge from the Wisteria Mountain, preparing to return down the mountain for a refreshing cleanse. However, just as he was about to enter the shrine area, a man donned in a boar's head mask charged up the mountain. Haha, charge forward, charge forward. Meanwhile, the 2 women at the shrine remained utterly unperturbed. Allowing the boar-headed man to ascend, Fang Chong, indifferent, continued on his way. After wandering around the small village at the foot of the mountain, he finally found Zenitsu, who bore a multitude of scars on his face. What happened? Did you get into a fight? Fang Chong inquired, taking in Zenitsu's battered visage. Yet, this time, Zenitsu did not respond, instead pushing Fang Chong toward a bathhouse upon witnessing his bloodied state. Chapter 54. The multi-armed aberration. The proprietor of the bathhouse seemed accustomed to bloodied patrons arriving at this time of year, thus he welcomed Fang Chong with enthusiasm. Once Fang Chong had cleansed himself, it was nearly dusk. Zenitsu had already prepared supplies outside, waiting for him, but the scars on his face showed no signs of fading. Nevertheless, Fang Chong believed Zenitsu could manage the situation on his own, so he did not press further. After settling the bathing fee, he made his way back up Wisteria Mountain. Unlike 2 days prior, the mountain was now teeming with youths aspiring to participate in the selection, with Fang Chong undoubtedly being the eldest among them. However, the 300-year lifespan of a giant rendered him seemingly indistinguishable from the others. Fang Chong was particularly intent on locating the boy wearing the fox mask, Tanjiro. Perhaps the killings from the previous days had drawn the attention of the formidable aberration. Despite searching for 2 days, he could not find the aberration Tanjiro encountered in the original narrative. Naturally, he was keen to conduct an assessment of Tanjiro. Tanjiro Kamidu's strength, 2 stamina, 2 intelligence, 2 skills. Level: Rule of the Skull. cannot be harmed under any circumstances, level, enhanced smell, extraordinary olfactory senses that can even detect weaknesses, level, beast communication though lacking additional skills. Those 3-level skills left Fang Chong in awe. It is worth noting that such level skills are not even possessed by Spider-Man. Do we know him? With this, Tanjiro noticed Fang Chong as well. Although he sensed a prying aura, the kind-hearted Tanjiro greeted Fang Chong with gentle words. Although Fang Chong appeared to be ready to engage in conversation, the cacophony surrounding them rendered it impossible to inquire about Nezuko. Thus, he refrained from further observation and turned his gaze elsewhere. He expressed gratitude to all those present for participating in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps this evening. Within the confines of Wisteria Mountain, demons captured by the Slayers were imprisoned. However, these demons could not escape, for the mountainside was adorned with wisteria flowers, which they detested. Beyond this point, the wisteria would cease to flourish, indicating the potential presence of demons. Surviving for 7 days here constituted the sole requirement for passing the final selection. Therefore, he bid them a safe journey. With the words of the doll-like girl, the 7-day final selection commenced in earnest. Fang Chong and Zenitsu, laden with supplies, found themselves in a situation not dissimilar to a vacation. Naturally, some labor was required on the first night, as Fang Chong recalled that Tanjiro had encountered that immense demon on the very first evening. However, due to Fang Chong's earlier hunts, the number of ordinary demons had notably diminished, and even Tanjiro had initially only encountered a single demon. What does that sound? Fang Chong and Zenitsu, lagging behind Tanjiro, were startled by Zenitsu's exclamation after Tanjiro had slain his first demon. This outcry drew Tanjiro's attention to the two behind him, yet his amiable nature prevented him from questioning them further. Utilizing the night vision bestowed by his skills, Fang Chong discerned a massive demon moving amidst the nearby forest, clutching the corpse of a candidate who had come for the selection, while another individual fled before it. Why is there such a large demon? I've never heard of this. As the enormous demon advanced, the so-called multi-armed demon finally came into Fang Chong's view. Its stout arms shielded its vulnerable neck. The only critical point for a demon. Despite its grotesque size, Fang Chong, having encountered numerous 15-meter giants in a previous world, found it hardly intimidating. In stark contrast, for Tanjiro and Zenitsu, it was akin to confronting a fiend. As Tanjiro concealed himself behind a tree, the multi-armed demon voraciously consumed the corpse it held, the sound of bones and flesh being crushed resonating ominously. In mere moments, the body vanished into the demon's maw, and the attributes gained from its cannibalistic act began to return to the multi-armed demon, causing its already imposing physique to contort and swell even further. The fleeing candidate stumbled over the roots and branches strewn across the ground, yet the terror induced by the imminent threat to his life propelled him to press onward. His desperate flight evidently ignited the multi-armed demon's bloodlust. The arms of the demon began to morph grotesquely, several limbs coalesced, and one shot forward with alarming speed, aiming to seize the fleeing candidate. The fleeing team member had evidently lost all composure, failing even in the most fundamental task of assessing the enemy, and was promptly captured. At that moment, the multi-armed demon, poised to indulge in a morsel of food, was observed by Tanjiro, who could no longer bear to remain hidden behind the tree. Do not falter. Go save him. I am no longer as feeble as before. It is time to act. Though his limbs trembled uncontrollably, the unwavering conviction within him propelled Tanjiro to utilize his breathing technique. Water breathing, second form. Water wheel. Accompanied by a dazzling blue light and the gushing of blood, Tanjiro severed the arm of the multi-armed demon that clutched the team member. Hey, Fang Chong, we must leave. Such a monster cannot be dealt with. The two companions trailing behind Tanjiro witnessed the scene clearly. However, in response to Zenitsu's retreat, Fang Chong displayed no sign of concern. What are you afraid of? This weakling can be taken down in an instant. Although the demon appeared formidable, Fang Chong had discerned its attributes through appraisal. Its dual attributes of strength and physique were indeed explosive, yet that was the extent of its threat. While the demon's skill set included blood demon arts, Fang Chong was certain that the amount of Muzin's blood within it was pitifully scarce. Most of its power stemmed from the countless lives it had devoured upon this mountain. Here it comes, my adorable little fox. In the distance, the multi-armed demon, unfazed by the loss of its arm, regarded Tanjiro with a mocking smile. Again? Fox boy. What year is it in the Meiji era? We are now in the Taisho era. Observing Tanjiro's earnest response to the demon's query, Fang Chong felt a vain throb on his forehead. How absurd. The era has changed. It has changed while I was imprisoned here. Chapter 55. Anger. The multi-armed demon was evidently displeased with its confinement and began venting its frustrations in the presence of the two. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Damn you, Sakanji. Damn you. Sakanji. Damn you, Sakanji. How do you know Mr. Sakanji? Witnessing the exchange between Tanjiro and the multi-armed demon, Fang Chong could no longer tolerate it. With a swift motion, he brought Zenitsu directly between the two parties. Enough. Allow me to speak. Ah, that individual from a few hours ago. Tanjiro seemed to recall Fang Chong, albeit vaguely. However, the multi-armed demon's ire escalated as it was interrupted. You brat. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Unlike Tanjiro, who focused on lethal strikes, Fang Chong prioritized the suppression of strength. The massive sword, coupled with the speed of the thunderclap and flash, was sufficient to deliver a significant blow to the multi-armed demon, even if it was merely a strike with the blades back. In summary, this demon was captured by your teacher, who provides a fox mask to children selected for the final examination. That is why this demon remarked again. Do you understand? After hearing Fang Chong's explanation, Tanjiro's expression darkened, and he tightened his grip on his blade. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. As Fang Chong concluded, the murderous intent within Tanjiro surged rapidly. In that moment, Fang Chong realized that even the most honest individuals possess their own breaking point, and once provoked. Oh, Fang Chong. He will come. He will come. Zenitsu, who had been cowering nearby, shouted loudly, indicating that the multiple-armed demon, which Fang Chong had sent flying, had evidently returned. Indeed, I have been imprisoned for a full 47 years. By my calculations, I have devoured over 50 little demons. And you are the 14th sent by Mizunoto. Unforgivable. Faced with the grotesque, mocking visage of the multi-armed demon, Tanjiro could no longer contain the fury within him and charged forward with his Nichiren blade raised. However, the multi-armed demon appeared to dismiss Tanjiro's assault entirely. Ah, yes, I particularly remember those two. The two little demons with rare hair colors. One with flesh-colored hair and a mouth injury, and the other a girl clad in a kimono adorned with floral patterns. Though small and lacking in strength, she was remarkably agile. Unforgivable. This declaration evidently struck Tanjiro's last sanctuary of purity, as the ones who guided Tanjiro through his training. He held vivid memories of them and immense gratitude. Hearing that they had long been consumed by the demon before him was unbearable. That fox mask? Was it called the Calamity Mask? Haha, but all who wore fox masks have already met their end within me. It is akin to having Mizunoto commit suicide himself. Oh, right. When I said this earlier, that girl became angry and cried. Afterward, her movements became rigid. So I severed her limbs. Then, shut your mouth. Overwhelmed with rage, Tanjiro lost his composure, and even his breathing technique began to falter. Such disarray in his breathing would render his forms ineffective, even adversely affecting his physical capabilities. As expected, without the operation of his breathing technique, Tanjiro, despite finding an opportune moment, failed to sever the multi-armed demon's head. Ha ha ha, my neck is quite sturdy. That previous little demon with flesh-colored hair could not sever it. Although Tanjiro could not behead the multi-armed demon, the demon had no chance to retaliate against Tanjiro, merely using its defensive arms to send him flying. Cough. Without the presence of the breathing technique, Tanjiro, with his mere 2 points and basic attributes, could not withstand such damage, and upon hitting the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha, little demon. Today you shall join my belly and reunite with them. With the multi-armed demon's roar, countless hands surged toward Tanjiro, who lay on the ground, struggling even to grip his blade. After observing the unfolding drama for quite some time, Fang Chong could no longer resist the urge to intervene. With a swift flourish of his heavy sword, he severed all of the multi-handed demon's appendages. Noticing Fang Chong's distinctive blade, the multi-handed demon felt a twinge of apprehension and cautiously wrapped its arms around its neck a few more times. Youngster, if you flee now, I might just spare you. In truth, for this multi-handed demon, consuming around 50 individuals had already reached its limit. Had it not been for the relentless obsession to devour the disciples of Rentaki, it might have already devolved into a mass of meaningless, writhing flesh. Zenitsu, take care of him. Observing Fang Chong's grim visage, Zenitsu did not dare to protest. After a year of companionship, this was the first time he had witnessed Fang Chong's fury. No, it won't do. His neck is too rigid, murmured Tanjiro. Despite his evident exhaustion, he managed to utter those words while still holding himself upright. Breathe. Remember to utilize your breathing techniques. I will realign your bones. While Zenitsu's medical skills were not flawless, he possessed basic first aid knowledge. Tanjiro's previous fall had evidently fractured 2 of his bones, explaining his inability to rise. After entrusting Tanjiro's care to Zenitsu, Fang Chong discarded his sword and removed his upper garments, boldly approaching the multi-handed demon. Ha ha, little brat. Are you offering yourself to me as sustenance? The sight of Fang Chong relinquishing his weapon elicited gasps from both the demon and the 2 others behind him. You have slightly angered me. Therefore, I shall impart a lesson to you. The regenerative capabilities of demons are not infinite. With Fang Chong's roar, his normal physique began to expand rapidly, transforming him into a 6-meter giant in the blink of an eye. Nanny? The demon, bewildered as it had never encountered a human willing to engage in hand-to-hand combat, was caught off guard and bore the brunt of Fang Chong's powerful fists. Breath of Thunder. Second form, Thunderclap. With the enhancement of his hardened abilities and the newly acquired skills from the blood of the upper demon, Fang Chong's giant form possessed strength far surpassing that of an average demon. In fact, he estimated that he could easily overpower even the lower-ranked demons in combat. Impossible. The multi-handed demon had never before witnessed a human daring to grapple with a demon, let alone one capable of employing breathing techniques. It had no opportunity to react, receiving a direct hit from Fang Chong's thunderclap. Although he unleashed 5 attacks simultaneously, diminishing the strength of each, the cumulative force obliterated the demon's head. Roar? Quite formidable indeed. After flexing his slightly sore fist, Fang Chong smirked coldly. Breath of Thunder, first form. Lightning Flash. Self-destruction fist. This was the most powerful strike Fang Chong could currently muster. And he was confident that even the 7th rank of the lower demons, should they dare to face this blow head-on, would be ruthlessly crushed. Certainly, as a consequence. Fang Chong's right hand had become a grotesque spectacle, flesh and blood stripped away, leaving only bone. However, the multi-armed demon before him was evidently in a far worse predicament. After that punch, its painstakingly repaired head and entire body had been reduced to a mere heap of sludge. For a demon to restore itself and regain a complete form, it must begin anew from its head. Yet, this multi-armed demon clearly had no chance for recovery, as Fang Chong, augmented by the power of giants, was far swifter in his regeneration. Before the demon could even reconstitute a fraction of its head, Fang Chong's right hand had already returned to its normal state. Wait. The multi-armed demon was thrown into disarray, having never encountered a human who fought with such relentless disregard for reason. This was a being that resembled a demon even more than demons themselves. What nonsense. Fueled by rage, Fang Chong paid no heed to the demon's pleas. He continued to rain blows upon it, while simultaneously activating his skill to extract the Demon King's blood that lay within its body. No. If the repeated strikes and subsequent healing had merely dealt physical blows to the multi-armed demon, leaving a semblance of hope for recovery, then Fang Chong's current act of extracting the Demon King's blood was akin to severing its very roots. Feeling the hard-won strength gradually siphoned away from its form. Even a demon would feel an insurmountable terror. Yet, it was evident that Fang Chong had no intention of sparing its life. He even resorted to a technique dubbed the suicidal punch, where flesh and blood on either side would vanish and regenerate repeatedly. But the pain inflicted bore no effect on Fang Chong whatsoever. After nearly half an hour, he had finally drained every last drop of Demon King's blood from the multi-armed demon's body, leaving it to suffer the agonizing torment for eternity. Meanwhile, the 3 onlookers stood in stunned silence. When Fang Chong reverted to his original state and returned to his previous position, they instinctively recoiled. Don't come any closer. However, being members of the Demon Slayer Core Reserve team, they possessed a certain mental fortitude. Fang Chong capitalized on this moment, explaining that his ability to enlarge his body was merely a technique of controlled breathing. In their dazed state, the 3 still managed to believe his claims. Ding. The suicidal punch has been upgraded. Level of suicidal attack acquired. Level of demon blood has been upgraded. Level of demon blood acquired. Fang Chong's attributes: Strength, 5, Constitution, 5. Intelligence, 2. Dimensional talents. Level, Reinforced bone structure. Level, Lung enhancement. Level, Night vision. Skills. Level, Giant's might. Level, Suicidal attack. Level, Demon blood. The upgrade of the demon blood skill had finally elevated Fang Chong's physical attributes to the significant threshold of 5 points, though he anticipated facing considerable diminishment upon his return. At that moment, the 5 points of attributes were enough to grant him a fleeting sense of exhilaration. Subsequently, one ordinary team member, frightened and lacking confidence, chose to leave the final trial, while Tanjiro, having sustained injuries, decided to remain with Zenitsu and Fang Chong. Given the circumstances within the mountainous region, where the presence of more individuals could attract demons, there were no restrictions against forming a group. The enhancement of the cursed blood extraction ability to the next level was achieved, yet regrettably, despite Fang Chong having vanquished nearly 100 demons over the subsequent 6 days, his skills remained short of reaching the advanced tier. However, the consequence of such relentless efforts led to Fang Chong and his companions being met with the mournful gazes of the 2 doll-like maidens upon their descent from the mountain. This time, due to Fang Chong's interference, the number of survivors exceeded that of the original narrative, though it was still a mere 10 individuals, many of whom bore injuries. The subsequent selection of materials for the Nichiren blade was entirely disconnected from Fang Chong, as his master had previously instructed him to simply choose the largest one available. After successfully completing the selection of the Nichiren blade, the 3 bid each other farewell in preparation for their departure. However, unlike before, Fang Chong opted not to accompany Zenitsu back to their master's dojo, choosing instead to journey with Tanjiro to the location of Shinobu. Naturally, before embarking on this journey, tending to their wounds and bathing was imperative. Although for the financially strapped Tanjiro, this was a luxury, resulting in Fang Chong treating them. Master, I have returned. In contrast to Shinobu, Nezuko had long awaited outside the thatched cottage, and upon seeing her brother approach, she immediately enveloped him in a warm embrace. Nezuko possessed remarkable attributes: strength, 7, stamina, 7, intelligence, 1, skill, level, demon blood, pseudo-untrained. Like Tanjiro, Nezuko's skill level was extraordinarily formidable, causing Fang Chong to feel a twinge of envy. At this juncture, Fang Chong was astute enough not to intrude upon the reunion between Tanjiro and Shinobu. It was only after all three had expressed their long-held sentiments that he approached to greet them. Nonetheless, both Shinobu and Nezuko appeared to harbor a measure of hostility towards Fang Chong. Fortunately, the presence of Tanjiro mitigated any overt displays of animosity. It was only after Tanjiro had thoroughly recounted his experience during the final selection that Shinobu finally directed her gaze towards Fang Chong. Boy, why do you carry the scent of a demon? Upon observing Shinobu's expression, Fang Chong felt a wave of astonishment, particularly since Tanjiro, who possessed a similarly acute sense of smell, had not indicated anything amiss along their journey. This revelation lent credence to Nezuko's aversion towards Fang Chong, especially given Shinobu's previous counsel to regard humans as kin, rendering Fang Chong, who emanated a faint demonic odor, an anomaly. Perhaps it is due to my consumption of demons, Fang Chong admitted, fabricating an excuse in response to Shinobu's inquiry. While this was not entirely untrue, as he had indeed feasted upon numerous demons. You consume demons? How is that possible? Shinobu's disbelief was palpable. However, Tanjiro, standing nearby, was entirely convinced, having witnessed Fang Chong's brutal actions during the final trial. By the following days, even the demons had begun to fear Fang Chong, avoiding any trouble with him, while he found himself compelled to venture out alone in search of these demons to slay. As whispers filled the air, it became increasingly apparent that a rift was widening between Tanjiro's master and the enigmatic Fang Chong. Eager to clarify Fang Chong's actions during the final trial, Tanjiro hastily sought to explain to his master what had transpired. Although the esteemed Rengoku wished to reprimand Fang Chong for his indiscriminate slaughter, the fact remained that the slain were demons, and in the end, he could muster no words of rebuke. With a cold huff, he invited Fang Chong into the house. Clearly, Rengoku, a mentor on the verge of retirement, did not possess the same lavish resources as Fang Chong's elder. Even in celebration of his disciple's successful return, the best he could offer was a modest hot pot. Nonetheless, Fang Chong was indifferent to culinary extravagance. He cared little whether the meal was sumptuous or simple, as long as it was filling. The dinner was a pleasant affair, reflective of the hospitality extended. After the meal, Tanjiro recounted to Rengoku the harrowing encounter with the multi-armed demon during the final trial. Although he wished to spare his master any distress, Tanjiro felt it was crucial for him to be aware of the truth of the matter. Indeed, Fang Chong has vanquished the aberration, he affirmed. It is truly remarkable that you have returned. Following this revelation, Rengoku's perception of Fang Chong underwent a profound transformation. While he still harbored some reservations about the scent of demons, his initial disdain for Fang Chong had significantly diminished. Fang Chong then indulged in a rare period of leisure alongside Tanjiro. However, this tranquility was destined to conclude shortly thereafter. With the ringing of bells echoing through the air, the legendary swordsmith finally arrived, bearing Tanjiro's new blade. The sight of the octopus mask left Tanjiro momentarily bewildered. I am Steel Tomb, the craftsman who has forged the sword for Kamado Tanjiro, he proclaimed. Ah, I am Tanjiro. Please, come in. Upon hearing that the sword was intended for him, Tanjiro felt a wave of relief wash over him, especially after having heard his master mention numerous times that swordsmiths were a peculiar lot. This is the Nichiren blade, crafted by my hand, Steel Tomb continued. However, it was evident that Tanjiro had underestimated the eccentricity of the swordsmith. Ignoring Tanjiro's invitation, Steel Tomb immediately began to unpack the sword at the doorstep. I shall prepare tea for you. Please, come inside, Tanjiro urged. The materials for the Nichiren blade are sourced from the mountains closest to the sun, allowing the iron to absorb sunlight. Steel Tomb, wholly absorbed in explaining the intricacies of the sword's creation, paid no heed to Tanjiro behind him, despite Tanjiro's desire to interrupt. He could not bring himself to do so. Thus, Steel Tomb continued his monologue from midday until dusk, finally closing his mouth only when Fang Chong returned, wielding a hefty sword. Behold, the largest Nichiren blade in the world, Fang Chong declared, clearly aware of the fame surrounding his weapon within the forging village. For such a 50-kilogram sword was not meant for the faint of heart. Understanding the swordsmith's temperament from the unfolding narrative, Fang Chong deftly entrusted his blade to Steel Tomb for maintenance. In a swift manner, the steel tomb retrieved an array of materials from his backpack, diligently maintaining Fang Chong's blade. While engaged in this task, he fervently criticized Fang Chong's lackluster techniques, which had marred the blade with numerous scratches. However, he soon encountered a peculiar issue. Huh? Does your sun will not change color? It does. Let me show you, Fang Chong replied. He was acutely aware of the significance of the blade's color to the swordsmiths, many of whom harbored the desire to witness the weapon they forged transform into a specific hue. Naturally, the blade in Fang Chong's possession would not change color, as he treated it purely as a tool, an approach uniquely his among the entire Demon Slayer corps. Nonetheless, Fang Chong had infused the blade with a considerable amount of hardening crystals, and the intricate patterns, when viewed from an appropriate angle, could rival the brilliance of diamonds. Let me find the right angle. As dusk settled, locating a suitable angle proved challenging, but after considerable effort, he finally achieved it. With a mere gesture, the large sword erupted in a dazzling display of light, the resplendent colors so mesmerizing that Steel Tomb dropped his maintenance tools, oblivious to his surroundings. Oh, what magnificent colors! Such brilliance was unprecedented, even for Steel Tomb, who had spent a day working with sunwool blades. Wisps of white vapor escaped from the mouth of his octopus mask, and his hands instinctively reached out to grasp the magnificent sword for closer admiration. Alas, in his excitement, without employing his breathing techniques, he found himself unable to lift the weighty blade. After a considerable struggle, Steel Tomb finally liberated himself from Fang Chong's sword. Oh no, it's already so late. Here, Tanjiro. This is your sword. After an entire afternoon of effort, Tanjiro finally received his first official weapon. The blade, initially a muted gray, began to shift to a pure black upon contact with Tanjiro's hands. Steel Tomb's expression immediately soured, compared to the vibrant display of colors from Fang Chong's blade. Tanjiro's color was disappointingly understated and lacked any comparison. Meanwhile, the nearby Sakanji stroked his somewhat elongated beard. Such a pure black is indeed rare. Black is referred to as the blade of the Nameless Swordsman. Do not tell me you are unaware of this. The Nameless Swordsman? Tanjiro listened intently as the two elder figures conversed, just as Fang Chong returned from his bath. Ah. The Nameless Swordsman is perhaps one who has not wielded a blade of black among the famous. Oh, little brother, you are quite knowledgeable, Steel Tomb remarked, surprised that Fang Chong was aware of such nuances. However, considering the affection that old man had for Fang Chong, it all made sense. However, I had anticipated encountering a vibrant red blade. Steel Grave was evidently not entirely satisfied with Tanjiro's sword, yet after witnessing Fang Chong's blade, he was invigorated and refrained from any extreme actions. Chapter 58. The first mission. As the four prepared to dine, a raven unexpectedly flew into the modest cabin. Tanjiro Kamadu. I bear a message. The small raven's voice was remarkably clear, though its hoarse tones sent an involuntary shiver down one's spine. Did the raven just speak? Forward. How can there be a demon here? It was evident that Fang Chong's presence had even alerted the raven, which led him to understand why. At the conclusion of the selection process, no raven had chosen to perch upon his shoulder. The scent emanating from Fang Chong had startled the raven, causing it to flutter about in a frenzy, but Tanjiro's inherent kindness quickly soothed it. All right, I understand. The town to the northwest, correct? Very well. Fang Chong. Just call me by my name, no need for formalities. All right. The raven continued. There are young girls disappearing in the town to the northwest. Would you like to join? Let us go. Since Tanjiro had already decided, Fang Chong was prepared to accompany the protagonist to confront the formidable opponent, perhaps even to extract some blood along the way. Thus, he certainly would not decline. Eh? Fang Chong, are you not having dinner? Upon noticing Fang Chong rising to pack his belongings, Tanjiro was taken aback. Even as members of the Demon Slayer Corps, traveling at night was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Hurry. If we leave early, we might save an additional person. Fang Chong recalled a beautiful young woman from the original story who had fallen victim to the lurking demon, making him particularly attentive. After all, she was quite lovely. However, Tanjiro needed some time to prepare Nezuko for the journey, and by the time Fang Chong and Tanjiro bid farewell to Urokodaki and set forth, it was already deep into the night. Throughout the journey, the raven dared not approach Fang Chong even slightly, instead huddling on Tanjiro's shoulder to communicate. Fang Chong had no objections to this arrangement. Soon, Fang Chong and Tanjiro arrived at the town to the northwest as indicated by the raven. But the peaceful morning atmosphere of the town belied the presence of demons. Tanjiro, do you smell the demon? No. As they pondered the absence of any demonic traces, they were approached by an exceedingly haggard man. Tanjiro, I smell it. The scent of a demon. Given the early hour, it was impossible for the demon to be roaming about. Thus this man must have had a recent encounter. The murmurs of bystanders regarding the man captured attention. How pitiful. Well, who told that girl to be abducted while with him? Listening to the surrounding chatter, Fang Chong sighed. It seemed they had arrived a moment too late. In contrast to Fang Chong, Tanjiro is evidently a man of action. Upon discovering a target who has had contact with demons, he is determined to inquire further. It is apparent that the man has faced considerable grievances from the villagers over the past few days, even enduring physical assaults, as evidenced by the multitude of scars adorning his body. Soon, with his kind-hearted nature and familiar demeanor, Tanjiro earns the man's trust, uncovering the entire sequence of events. Do you trust me? Over the past few days, the villagers' gossip has deeply unsettled the man's spirit. Even though Tanjiro is willing to believe him, he starts to doubt his own words. I believe you. Although the man's tone lacks conviction, there is no hint of deceit in his demeanor, which reassures Tanjiro of his sincerity. With Tanjiro's affirmation, the man seems to regain a semblance of confidence, pulling Tanjiro towards the location where his girlfriend vanished. Poor Fang Chong stands to the side, feeling utterly insignificant, trailing behind step by step. This is the place. After a few minutes of walking, the man leads Tanjiro to a narrow alley. Without hesitation, Tanjiro bends down to sniff the ground, startling the man beside him. Are you closing the door? Yet. At this moment, Tanjiro is entirely absorbed in tracking the demon's scent. His heightened sense of smell is actively engaged, causing the surrounding scenery to fade away, replaced by the crimson lines that signify the demon's presence. However, this particular trail proves elusive, making it challenging for Tanjiro to ascertain the demon's direction. Nonetheless, the lingering faint scent guides him to a general area, though following it only leads to a series of circles. As the hours stretch from dawn to noon, Fang Chong, burdened by the weight of his hefty sword, begins to feel the strain. Tanjiro, the likelihood of a demon appearing at such an early hour is quite low. Even with your keen sense of smell, locating a demon's hiding place is exceedingly difficult. Let us have a meal first. Unlike the protagonist who can grow stronger without sustenance, Fang Chong's physical abilities diminish rapidly without proper nourishment. Fortunately, Tanjiro, being reasonable, concedes to Fang Chong's suggestion and they seek out a small eatery to resolve their hunger. After a prolonged search that extends into the twilight, Tanjiro finds himself back at the starting point. The man who has been following them seems to be edging towards despair. Thank you for believing in me, but this is sufficient. No, I came here to resolve this matter, and I believe in you. Yet, for Tanjiro, such minor setbacks are insufficient to deter him. As someone who has lost nearly all his family to demons, he cannot bear the thought of anyone else suffering similar torment. With the onset of nightfall, the scent of the demon begins to clarify once more. Tanjiro, hey, the scent of the demon. Without the need for Fang Chong's reminder, Tanjiro had already pinpointed the direction of the demon. His heightened sense of smell was unparalleled, far surpassing the rudimentary abilities derived from Fang Chong's incomplete demon blood. Just as the submerged demon was about to strike its target, Tanjiro dashed to its side. Stop right there, he exclaimed. Witnessing a girl on the verge of falling into a vast mire, fueled by anger, he plunged his blade into the muddy expanse. Although he did not feel the sensation of striking a tangible target, the aura emanating from his Nicaran blade successfully repelled the demon. The girl, having succumbed to the demon's influence, had fainted. Fortunately, Tanjiro's timely arrival spared her from harm. Don't run. Chapter 59, The Submerged Demon. Having failed to land a blow, the demon swiftly submerged into the ground and retreated, realizing that facing two opponents was a daunting prospect, despite its confidence in its own abilities. With the demon's departure, Fang Chong signaled to Tanjiro, carefully assisting the girl to a safe spot, allowing Tanjiro to pursue the foe. Hey, wake up. Don't sleep. While Fang Chong possessed some knowledge regarding the demon's blood arts, recklessly confronting it would be unwise. It was prudent for Tanjiro, the chosen one, to assess the situation first. As Fang Chong shook her, the girl gradually regained consciousness. One must admit that in this animated realm, whether supporting character or protagonist, all the females possess striking beauty. However, Fang Chong had no intentions of forming any attachments in this world for the time being. After thoroughly checking on the girl's condition, he entrusted her to her arriving parents. Naturally, the process was not so smooth. Her parents initially mistook Fang Chong for a bold intruder, sneaking into their daughter's room for nefarious purposes. Thankfully, with the girl's defense of Fang Chong, he managed to extricate himself from the misunderstanding. Benefactor, please allow us to repay you. Upon learning the full story, the parents quickly connected it to the recent disappearances of several girls in the village, finally believing Fang Chong's words. However, Fang Chong had no time to entertain their chatter. Who knew if his intervention had affected Tanjiro's ability to confront the three demons now? Then let us have a meal when I return, he remarked, before hastening towards Tanjiro's departing figure. Fortunately, just as in the original narrative, when the other two demons appeared, Nezuko emerged from Tanjiro's backpack to join the fray. Nezuko's combat style was bold and dynamic, creating quite a commotion. By the time Fang Chong arrived at the battlefield, the standoff between one human and four demons was already in full swing. How curious. Not only is there a demon present, but also a human with the scent of a demon. Don't interfere with me. That girl has already turned 16. She has passed the prime tasting time. 3 almost identical apparitions manifested on the walls of the narrow alleyway. Initially, upon seeing Nezuko, they were profoundly perplexed and had yet to accept the reality of their circumstances when another bizarre human, Fang Chong, unexpectedly leapt into their midst. Little did they know, Fang Chong had already begun to contemplate whether the blood of these demons could elevate his own demonic essence. Observing Fang Chong's approach to assist, Tanjiro's condition showed slight improvement, finally affording him the opportunity to inquire about the Demon King Muzan. This inquiry, however, stirred a veritable hornet's nest for these lesser demons. Muzan represented not only a lineage that instilled fear, but also an immense power that was utterly terrifying. The 3 demons were no exception, each haunted by the shadows of their memories of Muzan. Isn't that just Muzan? Fang Chong mused, chuckling at the sheer absurdity of their fright. They were unafraid of a direct confrontation but cowered before an entity whose whereabouts remained unknown. The mockery appeared to strike a nerve, prompting the 3 demons to abandon Tanjiro and charge towards Fang Chong in unison. Beneath his feet, a vast quagmire formed, though it was a mire. It possessed the qualities of water, drawing Fang Chong inexorably downward. Yet, he offered no resistance, allowing the watery depths to engulf him. Fang Chong, Tanjiro exclaimed with fervor. During the earlier confrontation, he had experienced the suffocating grip of the water. Had it not been for Nezuko's timely assistance in pulling him to safety, he might have succumbed to a watery grave. Despite Tanjiro's desperate attempts to rescue Fang Chong, the latter showed no inclination to resist, and the speed of his descent was beyond Tanjiro's capacity to halt. As Fang Chong vanished beneath the surface, Tanjiro's heart tightened in anguish. Damn it! Why does everyone keep disappearing before my eyes? Why? Over the course of the past month, the bond between Fang Chong and Tanjiro had rapidly deepened, with Tanjiro clearly regarding Fang Chong as family. Yet now, Fang Chong had inexplicably vanished beneath the water's surface. How could an ordinary human possibly contend with 3 aquatic demons in their element? Unlike Tanjiro, who remained on the ground, Fang Chong, upon witnessing the formation of a water pit beneath him, inhaled deeply. Ugh, what a dreadful sight. What kind of foul water is this? Without goggles and compelled to open his eyes to assess his surroundings, Fang Chong quickly felt a wave of discomfort. The murky water was evidently tainted with impurities that stung his eyes. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of observing his surroundings. Ha ha, human. The water is our domain. One of the demons taunted. Though the sin of a man is unpleasant, members of the Demon Slayer Corps should be somewhat different. Let us savor this moment. After dragging Fang Chong underwater, the 3 demons appeared to swell with confidence, even finding the leisure to boast amongst themselves. However, Fang Chong understood that these 3 specters aimed to exhaust their own oxygen reserves. After all, without their assistance in opening the door, his escape was contingent upon eliminating all 3 of them. Otherwise, it was an impossibility. The unfortunate byproduct of a 9-year compulsory education. In the face of the taunts from the 3 apparitions, Fang Chong clearly regarded them with disdain. What did you say? Yet, the inexplicable words from Fang Chong incited their furious ire. His nonchalant demeanor only served to infuriate them further. You little brat. One of the specters even contemplated lunging at Fang Chong to tear him apart, but was restrained by another. What's the rush? He will eventually meet his demise. Can he even breathe underwater? Just wait patiently. Compared to the irate specter, the one holding him back exhibited a far greater degree of rationality. Quite astute. The blood within you must be remarkably pure. Oh, by the way, let me inform you of something. Water is a conductor of electricity. During this exchange, Fang Chong had enveloped his body in a thin layer of hardened crystalline substance, although it offered no real protection and would not impede his movements. The most crucial aspect was its insulating properties. Breath of Thunder, Discharge. Chapter 60. The Eastern Descent into the Jing Grass Manor as the master of the Breath of Thunder. The simple act of discharging electricity was second nature to him. In fact, he had previously tested it out of mere boredom. The small river adjacent to the dojo became the unfortunate test subject, with every fish and shrimp within a kilometer succumbing to the onslaught. Though this time the targets were significantly larger than mere aquatic creatures, Fang Chong showed no restraint in his discharge. The 3 specters opposite him were evidently taken aback, not anticipating that Fang Chong could unleash such a formidable attack without even wielding a blade. They believed themselves to be at a safe distance of at least 50 meters apart. Yet, for such a potent current as Fang Chong's, 50 meters in water would scarcely diminish its strength. Thus, the 3 specters regrettably became yet another trio of trophies in Fang Chong's arsenal. With their unconsciousness, the blood demon technique was automatically dispelled, and Fang Chong re-emerged on the surface alongside the 3 apparitions. Damn, that's blinding. Upon reaching the surface, Fang Chong rubbed his eyes vigorously. Meanwhile, Tanjiro stood in a state of complete petrification. Although the paralyzing effects of the electric current were considerable, the three specters were nonetheless elite beings proficient in blood demon techniques, so Fang Chong did not let his guard down. Immediately upon surfacing, he employed his skills to siphon the blood from the three demons. Of course, the continuous discharge was indispensable. Thus, the three specters endured what felt like torture. Stripped of all defenses, as Fang Chong drained them of their demonic blood, reducing them to a state inferior even to that of an ordinary human. Regrettably, even though the quantity of Demon King blood within these specters remained substantial, after Fang Chong's refinement, it would not elevate his skills to a new echelon. Alas, the journey ahead is fraught with challenges. Tanjiro, they are now incapacitated. Feel free to inquire, though there may be little to glean. As Fang Chong completed his extraction, Tanjiro, who had been in a petrified state, gradually regained his senses. Upon hearing Fang Chong's call, he was stirred by thoughts of Mizuko and stepped forward to begin his questioning. Speak. Reveal all you know about Musen Kibutsuji. Despite Tanjiro's inherently kind nature, he could not afford to be courteous to a demon that displayed no remorse for its heinous acts. And he had already placed the blade against the demon's neck during his inquiry. Yet, a look of anguish, far more intense than the torment inflicted by Fang Chong, suddenly marred the demon's visage. And no, I cannot say. It would mean death. As Tanjiro posed his questions, two dark lines appeared on Fang Chong's forehead. It is well known that these demons, upon transformation, had all been thoroughly tormented by Musen. Such gentle inquiries would yield no fruitful responses. Tanjiro, they are demons. You need not be so tender-hearted. Very well, allow me to take over. Even as Fang Chong attempted to intervene, he could still detect a trace of gentleness in Tanjiro's gaze. Observe closely. To deal with such creatures, one must pose the questions in this manner. Do you understand? Now, will you divulge everything about Musen and meet your end swiftly, or shall I repeat my earlier actions? Evidently, Fang Chong's approach, steeped in a culture of benevolence, proved far more effective than Tanjiro's. Nevertheless, the demon showed no inclination to speak. By the way, there are still two of your brethren over there. Thus, your demise would not be of great consequence. Fang Chong preferred utilizing his fists or subjecting them to the unforgiving sun, for he believed that the despair accompanying a demon's demise should not be too lenient. Simply severing their necks with a nicorant blade felt far too merciful for such wretched beings. The demon could distinctly sense the sincerity in Fang Chong's words, and a flicker of contemplation to speak arose within. However, before it could utter the name Kibutsuji, its entire form contorted grotesquely, akin to a mass of putrid flesh, ultimately succumbing to the void. How peculiar. I was certain I had drained all its blood. Initially, Fang Chong presumed that once he had extracted all the blood, any curses or enchantments bestowed by Musen would dissipate. Yet reality delivered a harsh rebuke, as he observed the demon succumb to its fate. Tanjiro remained oblivious to the unfolding events, prompting Fang Chong to elucidate the situation. In essence, these demons are too feeble to even utter Musen's name. The moment they do, they meet their demise. I have already dealt with the other two. With the remaining demons rendered useless, Fang Chong had no intention of sparing them. For such deeply sinful beings, his method was always the same, to leave them to perish under the relentless sun. Although Tanjiro felt a pang of reluctance, he did not deter Fang Chong, quietly waiting alongside him until the dawn broke. Speaking of which, are you planning to feed your sister some demons? Tanjiro clearly struggled to keep pace with Fang Chong's whimsical imagination. Before he could decide, the two demons had already succumbed to the sunlight, leaving them with no escape. With the demise of all three demons, a multitude of submerged objects resurfaced, among which were numerous relics. What are you standing there for? Let's go. These matters will be taken care of by someone else, as a reward for having previously saved a life. Fang Chong felt entirely justified in taking a well-deserved rest at the first household he encountered. Naturally, Tanjiro felt a bit embarrassed about this. However, given the injuries he had sustained, some treatment was indeed necessary, so Tanjiro did not strongly oppose the idea. Yet, it was merely a brief respite and a meal later when the crow returned to issue another task, to the eastern capital's grass mansion, with a new mission at hand. Fang Chong and Tanjiro set forth on their journey to Tokyo. Of course, during their time underwater, Fang Chong had surreptitiously pocketed some valuables, as one cannot navigate a civilized society without money. Although the papers had become somewhat musty from being soaked, they were still usable. In the bustling metropolis, Fang Chong was much more seasoned, while Tanjiro appeared as lost as a country bumpkin in a grand garden. Had it not been for Fang Chong's guidance, he felt Tanjiro might have wandered off aimlessly. However, perhaps because they had arrived a step late, the demons the crow spoke of had already vanished. Just as the two were finishing their dinner and preparing to depart Tokyo for their next mission, Chapter 61, Kibutsuji Musen. What is this scent? It resembles something from home. Tanjiro seemed to lose his wits, shouting and rushing in a particular direction. Is it Musen's scent? Oh, I had initially intended to confront him directly upon awakening my mark, but it appears that opportunity has slipped away. Fang Chong had planned to follow Tanjiro to find Muzan and deal with him once the mark was activated. However, after Fang Chong had finally achieved the permanent state of his breathing technique a few days prior, he realized, much to his dismay, that he had not learned how to activate the mark at all. Fang Chong, Strength, 10, Agility, 10, Intelligence, 2, Dimensional Talent, Level, Hardened Skeletal Enhancement, Level, Pulmonary Enhancement, Level, Night Vision, Skills, Level, Titan's Might, Level, Self-Destructive Assault, Level, Demon Blood, Level, Permanent Thunder Breathing. Although these are merely level skills, their potency remains formidable, far exceeding that of the Titan's Might at that level. If he were to activate the mark, Fang Chong believed he would attain the strength of a higher level. I might as well follow him. Visiting Tamayo would be delightful as well. After some contemplation, Fang Chong decided to accompany Tanjiro. Although under Fang Chong's influence, Tanjiro had begun training in the permanent breathing technique. Fang Chong, lacking the proper conditions, could not provide Tanjiro with an optimal training environment. Thus, the breathing technique became a constant for Tanjiro, who could only strive little by little. By the time Fang Chong caught up with Tanjiro, the latter had already encountered Muzan Kabutsuji on the streets. Muzan Kabutsuji Strength, Agility, Intelligence, 2 skills, Level, Blood of the Demon King, Level, Subordinate Commander, Level, Blood Demon Art. Although the attributes provided by the appraisal were exceedingly rudimentary, Fang Chong instantly understood that he was no match for Muzan at this moment. The mere existence of the question mark level dual attributes delivered a staggering blow to Fang Chong, especially considering this was the first appraisal that had failed to provide complete attributes. At that moment, Tanjiro was already entangled with Muzan on the street. As Fang Chong had envisioned, in this era of Demon Slayer, the overwhelming military power of various nations was no longer something a demon like Muzan could withstand. Under the relentless bombardment, even Muzan, with his regenerative abilities, would likely be worn down to death. It was precisely for this reason that Muzan chose to assimilate into humanity, concealing his identity and presenting himself as an ordinary individual. In an effort to evade Tanjiro's pursuit, Muzan hastily transformed a nearby civilian into a demon. Before long, the unusual behavior of the newly transformed demon caught the attention of the surrounding populace. To prevent it from approaching others, Tanjiro exerted all his strength to restrain it. Watching as Muzan gradually faded from his sight, "I will find you. I will definitely find you." Such fierce roars were of no concern to Muzan, who was only fixated on the pair of earrings adorning his ears. Soon, the commotion caused by Tanjiro attracted the attention of several police officers. However, it was evident that the officers were perplexed by the situation. Despite the terrifying appearance of the restrained demon, to them, it merely appeared to be unwell. Now, Tanjiro seemed to be the perpetrator, aggressively assaulting a sick person, which meant that the police would inevitably focus their attention on him. Even though Tanjiro, under the influence of the breathing technique, possessed formidable physical abilities, he could not withstand the combined efforts of one demon and 2 officers. The subdued demon began to struggle once more. At that moment, the ever-observant Tamayo finally intervened. With a scent that was neither blood nor flower, the agitated crowd swiftly grew calm, and the demon pinned beneath Tanjiro began to settle down. What a kind child. Tamayo was evidently moved by Tanjiro's benevolent nature, sacrificing a significant amount of her own blood to assist him. Subsequently, she invited Tanjiro to her home to help treat his wounds. With Tamayo's involvement, Tanjiro finally recalled that he had unknowingly left his sister and Fang Chong in an unknown location. Oh no. Fortunately, Fang Chong was following Tanjiro, and due to the night, Nezuko was also active outside. Thus, Tanjiro managed to locate both of them with relative ease. Meanwhile, Muzan dispatched 2 individuals resembling retainers to retrieve Tanjiro's head. "My lord, may I eliminate anyone else?" one inquired. "Do as you wish, but exercise caution with that one wielding the heavy sword. Even among the Hashira, he is formidable," Muzan replied. The intelligence officers seemed oblivious, failing to respond to the presence of such a powerful Hashira. Unbeknownst to Fang Chong, his recent action had already captured Muzan's attention. However, Muzan preferred not to confront Fang Chong directly. Due to Muzan's decree against congregating, no demon in the vicinity could challenge Fang Chong. It appeared the lower-ranked demons required adjustment. "Fools," Muzan scoffed, his ire evident. The handball girl and the arrow-wielding man exchanged glances, hesitating before departing the alley to search for Tanjiro. Upon locating Tanjiro, accompanied by Fang Chong and Nezuko, a sense of relief washed over them, and the 3 were invited to Ms. Tamayo's residence. However, as the chief attendant, Yashiro, was displeased at having to extend the invitation. After centuries of companionship, indeed, centuries, a minimum of 400 years, Yashiro's dependence on Tamayo was profoundly ingrained. Even a brief separation was intolerable. "Thank you for waiting for us," Tanjiro said. Although he detected the scent of a demon on Yashiro, it was faint compared to Fang Chong's presence, and thus he dismissed it. Humph. Do you think I wish to wait for you? This is all the directive of that esteemed one. I could follow the scent to find you, Yashiro retorted. Fool. That esteemed one resides in a place cloaked in illusions. How could you possibly track them? Illusions? What does that have to do with my sense of smell? Yet, these musings paled in significance. Was this woman not a demon? Moreover, she was far from attractive. And what of this man? A human, yet reeking of demonic essence. Unattractive? Who are you calling ugly? Nezuko? Chapter 62. Tamayo as Tanjiro's Achilles heel. Nezuko had transformed into the sole kin he had left. Her existence was to be fiercely protected. Any rational individual would hardly consider her unattractive. Nezuko is by no means ugly. Take a closer look at her features. She is regarded as a beauty in our town. Humph, what do you mean by humph? Answer me. Fang Chong, wielding his heavy sword, observed the two engage in their fervent debate with mild exasperation. As Tamayo's ultimate aide, Yashiro's heart belonged solely to her. No matter how beautiful Nezuko appeared, she could never capture his admiration. All right, let us proceed to visit Ms. Tamayo, Fang Chong interjected hastily, sensing the potential for further argument and stepping in to separate them. It is evident that Yashiro holds a certain disdain for the ghostly presence of Fang Chong, as he takes the lead with an air of indifference, while Fang Chong and his companions trail behind. Tanjiro is eager to engage in discourse, yet Fang Chong consistently interjects to prevent him from doing so. In a short span, the four arrive at a wall. We have arrived. Please enter, Yashiro states, as his figure vanishes into the wall. Fang Chong remains unfazed, though Tanjiro is visibly astonished by this display of advanced abilities. Without further ado, Fang Chong pulls Tanjiro inside. Upon crossing the threshold, the scenery transforms dramatically. Everything before them is unlike what it was moments ago. This residence is quite admirable, Fang Chong remarks, eliciting a sense of satisfaction from Yashiro, who appears to soften his demeanor towards him. That is only natural. However, heed my warning, once we enter. Do not show any disrespect to that esteemed individual, understand? It is clear that Yashiro's feelings for Tamayo have evolved into something bordering on obsession. Yet Fang Chong is in no position to critique others. With a knock at the door, the group finally steps into the true heart of the residence. I am back. Welcome back. Their exchange is refreshingly mundane, and the furnishings within the abode are notably simple. Logically, a doctor in this era should not be impoverished. However, due to Tamayo's reluctance to accept personal payment and her investment in medical equipment, the residence retains its modest appearance. Welcome. Yashiro, please serve tea to our guests. Yes. Tamayo greets Fang Chong and the others warmly. As Tanjiro prepares to reciprocate, Nezuko unexpectedly approaches and begins to pet Tamayo's head. In an instant, the cup Yashiro had just lifted crashes to the floor. You dare to be so disrespectful to Lady Tamayo, Yashiro exclaims. Calm down, Yashiro. Yet before Yashiro can unleash his ire, Tamayo interjects with a firm reprimand, while Nezuko finds solace in Tamayo's embrace. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tamayo inquires about Tanjiro's motives in confronting Muzan. Wait, you can actually say his name. Tanjiro is taken aback, realizing that just days prior, the demon they encountered perished at the mere mention of Muzan's name. Indeed, Lady Tamayo is a defector, hence she can articulate his name, Yashiro interjects. My apologies for the rudeness, he adds. Tamayo lightly chastises Yashiro for his interruption, and with Fang Chong's diversion, she inquires about Nezuko's origins, during which Tanjiro gains valuable information regarding Muzan. Following Tamayo's explanation, Tanjiro finally comprehends the vast chasm that separates him from Muzan. May I pose a question, Mr. Fang Chong? After a series of inquiries, Tamayo prepares a sumptuous dinner for the group, which, though crafted by Yashiro, he seems to take pleasure in her acknowledgement. As Fang Chong stuffed food into his mouth, he responded to Juya, having already surmised the question she was about to ask. What is that scent of a demon emanating from you? You are clearly human, yet the odor of a demon seems to radiate from within. Moreover, this scent is entirely distinct from Muzan-S. Just as Fang Chong had anticipated, Juya directly targeted the demonic scent surrounding him. The scent of a demon arises because I have consumed several of them. As for the difference from Muzan-S aroma, it may be due to my employing certain methods to eliminate the aspects that could control me. Didn't you do something similar, Miss Juya? Upon hearing Fang Chong's explanation, both Juya and the nearby Yashir Lang set down their chopsticks. Mr. Fang Chong, I must have misheard you. Are you saying you have consumed demons? More than one? Indeed. Fang Chong nodded, his mouth still full of food. But won't the blood and flesh of a demon possess its own vitality, potentially disrupting your insides? Ah. That minor detail can be resolved by depleting the demon's self-healing ability. After finally swallowing his food, Fang Chong managed to articulate a complete thought. Yet, this revelation left Juya and Yashir Lang utterly astonished. Depleting a demon's regenerative capacity? Precisely. According to my tests, An ordinary demon can only reconstitute its body a maximum of around 10 times. After that, if its body suffers further damage, the injured flesh resembles that of an ordinary human. However, despite Fang Chong's explanation, it was evident that the two before him remained unconvinced. Reluctantly, Fang Chong had to request Tanjiro to recount the brutal events of his final trial. I never imagined such a unique individual existed. With Tanjiro's clarification, Juya and Yu Shilang began to believe. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Chong inquired, "Oh, by the way, Miss Juya, you should address her as lady." Yu Shilang interjected before Fang Chong could finish his sentence. "Apologies, please continue." "Well, it's nothing much. I merely wish to ask, as a rebel among demons, how do you amplify your strength without Musen's blood as a core? Sustaining Yu Shilang with blood over 400 years would be impossible without adequate replenishment, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing this, Yu Shilang immediately overturned the table, standing up in alarm, aware that he had been gradually transformed into a demon by Miss Jia over the span of 4 centuries, a fact even Musen was unaware of. "How do you know this? You can't possibly think that centuries of hiding could evade the notice of the observant, can you? Juya, you should comprehend this. Musen simply cannot be bothered to pursue you. Otherwise, would you have experienced such tranquility over these centuries? You insolent wretch." Faced with Fang Chong's taunt, Yu Shilang could no longer contain himself, sending the table laden with food crashing to the ground. Yu Shilang, however, although Tamayo did not voice her thoughts, it was evident that she had silently acknowledged the truth in Fang Chong's words. Indeed, over the centuries, Tamayo had developed a profound understanding of Musen's terror. Despite their attempts to evade him, she had gained a deep insight into the danger he posed. Yet, Yashiro, having faced Tamayo's reprimands twice in succession, found himself in a state of utter despair, beginning to tidy up the chaos he had just created. The small room was now only filled with the sounds of Yashiro's movements and the faint crunching of Fang Chong's meal. Fang Chong remained sensitive. Was he perhaps a newly appointed Hashira? Not quite. He had only recently joined the Demon Slayer Corps a few months prior. Yet, this was of little consequence. For my primary intention was to glean some information from Miss Tamayo. I held no interest in vanquishing a demon like her. Would you not agree, Tanjiro? Tanjiro, standing nearby, seemed utterly incapable of processing such a dramatic turn of events and was nearly in a state of paralysis. Just as Tamayo appeared poised to speak, a sudden sound pierced the air from outside the estate, an object slicing through with remarkable speed. Is this the place? Indeed, I never expected to find such notorious rebels here. This time, we have truly captured a significant prize. The familiar duo of a man and a woman materialized outside the residence. The sphere in the woman's hand, combined with the arrow from the man, struck with such force that even Fang Chong, caught off guard, was unable to react in time. Damn, my meal. With that strike, the entire estate seemed to crumble, and Fang Chong's food was, of course, not spared. Hey, is that man the one whom our Lord warned us to be cautious of? It was clear that Fang Chong had already caught sight of their faces, especially the woman wielding the heavy sword, which only heightened Fang Chong's sense of danger. What does it matter? Just a nameless nobody. Even if he possesses the strength of a Hashira, surely the two of us can handle him. Though Musen had issued a warning, the two who prided themselves on being lower moons clearly did not regard Fang Chong as a threat. Very well. I shall consider you two as my dinner. Compared to ordinary sustenance, Fang Chong found himself more intrigued by these demons who could enhance his skills. Particularly since these two were close attendants of Musen, had it not been for their separation in the original narrative. Victory would have been impossible solely relying on Tanjiro and his companions. Fang Chong, leave that ball-wielding demon to me. Sure thing. Tanjiro willingly took on one of the foes. And Fang Chong was more than happy to oblige, as confronting both would be exceedingly difficult. However, as the two of them divided their tasks, the arrow-wielding man had already made his move, unleashing two invisible forces that struck Tanjiro and Fang Chong simultaneously. Tanjiro, caught unawares, was sent flying, but Fang Chong was different. With his substantial hardened bones and that massive sword, he now weighed nearly 300 kilograms, far too heavy to be swayed by the meager power of the arrow-wielding man. The archer, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Fang Chong remained unfazed by his blood manipulation technique, soon realized the gravity of the situation upon catching sight of the enormous sword. Do not presume that such trivial weight can hinder me. As an invisible force escalated, even Fang Chong found himself unable to withstand it, leaving behind a long trail as he began to retreat slowly. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and assist. The task of repelling Fang Chong proved far more challenging than the archer had anticipated, prompting him to seek the aid of the handball girl nearby. Naturally, the handball girl was not one to hesitate. For the sake of her master and her own reputation, it was prudent to return the boy with the flower-shaped earrings promptly. However, just as she launched the handball, Nezuko charged forward and kicked it. The two formidable forces intertwined and negated each other, ultimately causing the handball to rebound towards the girl. Roar? How is there still a demon here? Do not interfere, or I shall eliminate you as well. The handball girl was evidently unaware of Nezuko's presence, as relayed by Muzan. At that opportune moment, Tanjiro emerged from the ruins, joining Nezuko in confronting the handball girl. Yet, while the two engaged in fierce combat, Yashiro could no longer contain his complaints towards Tamayo. Lady Tamayo, I have warned you. Bringing strangers here is perilous. And you brought 3 at once. Under the assault of the handball, Yashiro's head was nearly grazed. And it was clear that Tamayo's transformation into a demon had its drawbacks, particularly when it came to healing abilities that paled in comparison to those of ordinary demons. All right, go assist Fang Chong. At the very least, use your blood demon technique to provide him with some aid. Despite Yashiro's reluctance, he complied with Tamayo's directive. Hey, you over there. Stick this to your forehead. Seizing the moment while Fang Chong was momentarily repelled by the archer, Yashiro launched a sheet of paper inscribed with demon sigils. Once Fang Chong affixed it to his forehead, he could finally discern the invisible trajectory of the demon's attacks. Roar. You have been a tremendous help. Thank you. Just when Fang Chong regretted having offended Yashiro earlier and hesitated to ask for the talisman, Yashiro had already tossed it over. Fang Chong, of course, did not refuse and promptly adhered it to his forehead. In an instant, the invisible force wielded by the archer became vividly apparent. With this newfound clarity, the tide of battle shifted dramatically against the archer, who had already struggled against Fang Chong, a formidable opponent. Now, with Fang Chong able to dodge some arrows, the archer's stamina was rapidly depleting. Come help me. What are you doing? I wanna, but can't you see I have 3 opponents here? Clear your hands to assist me. After throwing a talisman to Fang Chong, Yashirlang joined Tanjiro's battle group, and together they launched an assault on the handball woman. In Chapter 64, Intervision, although the individual combat abilities of the 3, Tanjiro, Yashirlang, and Fang Chong, were significantly inferior to that of the handball woman, their combined efforts rendered her struggling to defend herself. Frustratingly, the Arrow Man found himself compelled to fend off Fang Chong's attacks, while simultaneously providing the handball woman with several arrows of support. With the Arrow Man's assistance, the handball woman's lethality surged, and even Nezuko, caught off guard, suffered a broken leg from her assault. Hey, don't get distracted while fighting me. The Arrow Man, who could hardly contend with Fang Chong, was now forced to allocate his attention to support the handball woman, incurring severe consequences. After only 3 or 4 arrows, Fang Chong had inflicted 5 grievous wounds upon him. Meanwhile, Tanjiro was preoccupied with Nezuko's safety, and Yashirlang was concerned for Tamayo, leading them to exert less effort against the handball woman, allowing her to assist the Arrow Man as well. With a solid object to support his arrows, the Arrow Man finally gained the upper hand to retaliate against Fang Chong. In just a few brief encounters, he successfully deflected Fang Chong's massive sword using the handball and arrows. Without your sword, let's see how you fight back. As Fang Chong's colossal sword flew from his grasp, the Arrow Man felt a flicker of excitement. After all, the only threat the Demon Slayer Corps posed to demons was their Nichiren blades. Without his Nichiren blade, no matter how refined Fang Chong's swordsmanship, he would be incapable of inflicting any harm on the demons. Fang Chong, Tanjiro exclaimed, anxiety creeping in as he witnessed Fang Chong's sword slip from his hands. Although he had previously been awed by Fang Chong's barehanded confrontation with a monstrous entity during the final trial, these 2 demons were evidently of a different caliber. Fang Chong, however, remained unperturbed. In this world, with his formidable regenerative abilities, he had transcended the ordinary members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Well then, I shall attempt high-precision breathing techniques. As Fang Chong prolonged the duration of his breathing method, his understanding of it deepened significantly. In the original narrative, this breathing technique could even be viewed as an introductory chapter to certain immortal cultivation arts. If executed with sufficient precision, it could facilitate inner vision. Once Fang Chong fully mastered the technique of inner vision, his strength would undoubtedly experience a meteoric rise. After all, without inner vision, covering his hardened abilities over his vessels was an insurmountable task. The method Fang Chong had employed to harden his organs was rather rudimentary. Focus. In truth, even as he successfully established his breathing technique, Fang Chong had already begun the next phase of high-precision training. However, achieving inner vision demanded an exceptionally high level of proficiency in breathing techniques. Fang Chong was not a chosen one like Tanjiro, who could grasp such concepts with a mere hint from the flame Hashira. Over this prolonged period, Fang Chong has finally made some progress, gaining a vague insight into introspection. His attributes stand as follows: Strength, 13, Constitution, 13, Intelligence, 2. Dimensional talents include Level, Hard Bone Reinforcement, Level, Lung Enhancement, Level, Night Vision. His skills comprise Level, Titan Strength, Level, Suicide Attack, Level, Ghost Blood, and Level, Continuous Thunder Breathing, Refined Pseudo. The mere refinement of his breathing technique has bestowed upon Fang Chong a significant enhancement of 3 points in dual attributes, elevating his perception of the surrounding environment to an advanced level. However, the two demons before him remained blissfully unaware, charging recklessly towards Fang Chong. Thus, he invoked the first form of thunder-breathing, lightning flash. Lacking a sword, fortuitously liberated Fang Chong from the constraints of weaponry. Throughout, he had struggled to execute his breathing technique with a heavy sword, achieving a dismal level of completion. Yet, upon discarding the Nichiren blade in favor of his own arms, Fang Chong was even capable of performing Zenitsu's ultimate technique. 4 strikes. Although he could not reach Zenitsu's 6 strikes, achieving 4 under the weight of his own might was a stroke of fortune. However, against these two adversaries, a mere 4 strikes were more than sufficient. With the handball woman positioned before Tanjiro and Yashiro, Fang Chong refrained from attacking her, directing all 4 strikes at the hapless Arrow Man. The extraordinary speed left the Arrow Man no time to react, and a substantial portion of his body vanished under Fang Chong's onslaught. Of course, as a consequence of his attack, Fang Chong's right hand was drenched in blood, flesh reduced to a mushy paste. Have you lost your mind? Only now did the Arrow Man manage to retreat desperately. I am a demon. I am a demon. The Arrow Man could not fathom why a human would use their fists to combat a demon. It is worth noting that even when a significant portion of their bodies had perished, they merely required a few seconds to regenerate, while a mortal human would need days to heal from even the slightest wound. However, when he turned to witness Fang Chong's hand miraculously restoring itself alongside his own body, his entire conception of existence as a demon was shattered. Why, you are a demon? Huh? In that fleeting moment, Fang Chong had reclaimed his heavy sword. Compared to the previous encounters with those inept demons, these two were evidently not adversaries to be dealt with through mere attrition. Fang Chong even suspected that at the level of the 12 Kazuki, the stamina required for regeneration would not surpass the time they needed to recover. On the other side, having suddenly lost the Arrow Man's support, the handball woman began to struggle against the onslaught of the two. Particularly, Tanjiro, filled with concern for Nezuko, harbored a singular thought: to slay the demon before him and discover Nezuko's fate. It is important to note that under Fang Chong's influence, Tanjiro's current strength far exceeds that depicted in the original narrative at this stage. Although the art of breath control has yet to be fully mastered, the enhancement of physical prowess during training is undeniably significant. After the interference from the archer was eliminated, the handball girl fell victim to Tanjiro's formidable strike. Meanwhile, the archer, who partnered with the handball girl, found himself at a disadvantage without a sufficiently robust object to channel his vector abilities. Confronted by a heavyweight like Fang Chong, he ultimately met his demise. Alas, Fang Chong's swordsmanship was not particularly refined. Failing to strike a fatal blow to the neck meant he had to deliver several more cuts. Chapter 65. Zenitsu having finally dealt with the approaching adversaries, the situation remained far from resolved. Perhaps due to Nezuko never having consumed human flesh, her body's healing process was particularly sluggish. Although the bleeding from her severed foot had ceased, it had yet to regenerate. It is worth noting that even the likes of Tamayo and Yashiro, who also abstained from human blood, exhibit a healing speed far superior to Nezuko's. Otherwise, Tamayo would have been unable to utilize her blood demon art, which relies on her blood. Fortunately, when Tamayo transformed Yashiro, she encountered a similar issue and, after a brief period, successfully facilitated the regrowth of Nezuko's lost foot. Subsequently, during the limited time remaining, Fang Chong managed to persuade Tamayo to assist him in gathering a batch of demon blood for research purposes. Tamayo readily agreed, as collecting demon blood is exceedingly straightforward for humans. Of course, whether the blood belonged to Tamayo or another demon was of no concern to Fang Chong. He merely required the extraction of specific substances from it. This time, the two demons had been slain by the Nichiren blades, preventing Fang Chong from acquiring any blood to enhance his skills. As the area had already drawn the attention of Muzan, Fang Chong knew he could no longer linger. Tamayo and Yashiro needed to find a new place to settle. Finally, Fang Chong had the opportunity to retrieve Zenitsu, having left him waiting for an extended period. Fang Chong felt a twinge of guilt for leaving Zenitsu in the lurch for so long. Departing from this region, he decided to let Tanjiro lead the way. To conserve energy for nighttime demon hunts, Fang Chong spent the entire day in a state of drowsiness, and within a mere 2 days, he successfully acquired a significant skill, sleep movement, level. Regrettably, despite several nights of hunting and slaying numerous demons, they were of such low caliber that Fang Chong could extract nothing valuable to enhance his skills. On the 4th day after leaving the capital, Fang Chong and his companion had thoroughly distanced themselves from the opulence of their previous surroundings, returning to a simpler environment. However, on the 5th day, still in a groggy state, Fang Chong beheld Zenitsu blocking the road, fervently proposing to a passing girl while clutching the hem of her skirt. "Please marry me. I beg you." The unfortunate girl, caught in a misunderstanding, thought she had encountered a rogue. With the long blade that hung at Zenitsu's waist, she felt utterly powerless to resist, continuously declining his advances. Yet, when faced with the prospect of demons, Zenitsu evidently preferred to shamelessly linger in this awkward situation, lamenting incessantly. Before long, tears streamed down the girl's face, while Zenitsu himself was in a state of utter despair, his own tears flowing freely without any sign of cessation. "I beg you, if you refuse to marry me, I shall perish," he cried out. "Enough," she retorted, exasperated. Observing the disjointed exchange between the two, Fang Chong could no longer bear to watch. At this rate, despite the blade at his side, Zenitsu might well receive a couple of sharp slaps from the girl. Fang Chong, well acquainted with Zenitsu's nature, recognized that while Zenitsu appeared earnest, he was merely using the notion of marriage as a means to evade his perilous mission, devoid of any genuine affection. Consequently, Fang Chong acted without hesitation, delivering a swift blow to the back of Zenitsu's neck. "My apologies, this is my junior, and I regret the trouble he has caused you. Please do not take it to heart." After apologizing to the girl, Fang Chong promptly hoisted the now limp Zenitsu back to Tanjiro's side. "Who is this?" Tanjiro asked, bewildered as he watched Fang Chong execute a seamless maneuver that brought the boy he had encountered during the final selection to him. The brutal strike had left Tanjiro feeling a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. "This is outrageous. Fang Chong, I am your senior. How did I become your junior? You must explain this to me." However, it was evident that such a minor injury was nothing more than a trivial inconvenience for Zenitsu, whose resilience had been fortified by past encounters with lightning. During their time in the dojo, Sakanji had occasionally struck Fang Chong with such ease that once he had even employed a breathing technique against Zenitsu. Yet, after merely 2 days of rest, Zenitsu had returned to his lively self, showcasing his remarkable constitution. "All right. Enough of this nonsense. You're far too old for such antics. What? Furthermore, you promised to wait for me at Tanjiro's. How could you abandon me?" Zenitsu lamented, clinging to Fang Chong's leg, tears and snot streaming down his face, which caused several dark lines to appear on Fang Chong's forehead. "Behave yourself," he exclaimed, delivering another light punch to Zenitsu's forehead. Finally, Zenitsu quieted down, releasing Fang Chong's leg. Meanwhile, as Fang Chong and Zenitsu were engaged in their emotional exchange, Tanjiro had begun conversing with the little sparrow that had followed Zenitsu. "Oh, I see. Thank you for the information." Observing the frenzied interaction between a person and a bird nearby, Fang Chong was left utterly astounded. Although he had previously glimpsed Tanjiro's attribute panel and was aware of his beast communication skill, he never anticipated the sheer potency of such an ability. "Zenitsu, this is not acceptable. You must eliminate the demon, otherwise it will be quite challenging for Sparrow-san," he admonished. "Cheap, cheap." The plump sparrow beside them chimed in, flapping its wings in agreement. After much tugging, Zenitsu reluctantly joined Tanjiro and Fang Chong on their journey. After all, Fang Chong had intended to invite Zenitsu along, as traversing the world alone often leads to perilous encounters, and having companions is undoubtedly advantageous. Thus, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Fang Chong set forth towards their next destination. Accompanying Tanjiro, the crow conveyed the mission directive for their upcoming location. With Fang Chong's presence, Zenitsu managed to keep pace, albeit reluctantly, as Fang Chong urged him onward to the next task. Upon nearing their destination, Tanjiro's extraordinary sense of smell proved invaluable, guiding them to a grand mansion. Following the scent of the demon. Chapter 66. The Mansion of Drums. Master of Demolition. The scent emanating from the mansion was peculiar, and Tanjiro hesitated to charge in recklessly. Zenitsu's acute hearing soon came into play, detecting 2 small children concealed within the nearby grass. Their tearful faces and delicate features evoked a deep sense of compassion. Unfortunately, Fang Chong was utterly inept at comforting children. His expression often elicited tears instead. Thus, the task of soothing the little ones fell to Tanjiro and Zenitsu. With one being the eldest at home and the other possessing a charming demeanor, their rapport was palpable. Within mere minutes, they had calmed the children, dissipating the fear reflected in their eyes. However, as Fang Chong approached, the comfort they had provided seemed to falter. "You frightened the children," they both remarked, exasperated. Just then, a blood-soaked figure flew out from the second floor of the vast mansion. Fang Chong was already prepared. He swiftly stepped forward, cradling the injured individual in his arms. Yet, this proved futile, as the deep wounds continued to bleed profusely, staining Fang Chong's attire and the ground of vivid crimson. "Despite being out here now, it seems you are beyond saving. Do you have any final words you wish for me to convey?" Fang Chong inquired, gazing down at the suffering body in his embrace. Although he was somewhat accustomed to such sights, a pang of sorrow stirred within him. Regrettably, the grievous wounds had drained the individual of too much blood, rendering them unconscious, sustained only by a longing for the outside world as they departed the grand mansion. In but a few fleeting seconds, the individual breathed their last in Fang Chong's arms. "Is this your brother?" A bloodied Fang Chong gazed at the two children, who were on the verge of tears. However, Fang Chong had little time to spare for their feelings, nor did he have the luxury to bury his emotions. Fortunately, the two children shook their heads vigorously. Fang Chong gently laid the lifeless body on the ground. "You two, take care of this. I will go inside and investigate further." After issuing his instructions, Fang Chong charged in, wielding his heavy sword. Having read the original text, Fang Chong understood that the abilities of the ghosts within this mansion to shift their positions were exceedingly unsettling. A few rotations could easily induce nausea. Thus, he had no intention of sparing them any courtesy. "So you can change rooms? Let me see how many you have." As a player of considerable weight, Fang Chong's prowess in demolishing structures was remarkable. With his sword, weighing over 100 kilograms, a mere light tap against the wooden door could shatter it to pieces. However, with the resounding beat of drums, Fang Chong's position suddenly shifted, and the corridor before him vanished, replaced by a vast and empty chamber. This enormous room contained not a single piece of furniture, nor a window or a door. What is the meaning of this? Do you look down on me? Just because there is no furniture, I can't demolish? It was evident that Fang Chong's destructive antics had caught the attention of the mansion's proprietor. Yet, the frail walls of the room could not withstand the might of Fang Chong's heavy sword. What if there were no doors? Could he not tear down the walls? Within a matter of minutes, Fang Chong had dismantled the walls of 4 rooms. Another teleportation ensued, and in this new chamber, only 3 walls remained, with one side leading to an expansive, roofless void. It's effective. Initially, Fang Chong had worried that the ghost's abilities might repair the walls, but seeing that the damaged walls remained unchanged, he felt a sense of relief. "Come on, show me how many rooms you truly possess." Yet, just as Fang Chong was about to demolish another wall, a peculiar sound echoed from around the corner of the corridor. "Charge forward." A bizarre figure donned in a wild boar headpiece, wielding broken dual blades, emerged at the turn. "Get out of the way." Although Fang Chong recognized who it was, given the lack of courtesy, he felt no obligation to show respect. Breath of Thunder, first form. Thunderclap. Although he struck with the back of his sword, the tremendous speed and force sent Inasuk flying. "Don't obstruct me, or you'll be next." Though this individual was a legitimate member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Fang Chong was not one to indulge in compassion. If he dared to interfere, death would be his only fate. Yet, having grown up in the mountains, Inasuk was acutely sensitive to murderous intent. Coupled with the fact that he could not discern Fang Chong's movements earlier, he refrained from making any further actions and obediently remained in place. The tremendous commotion created by Fang Chong within the mansion caught the attention of Tanjiro and Zenitsu, who were stationed outside. After a brief discussion, Tanjiro resolved to enter the estate to assist Fang Chong, while Zenitsu remained outside to watch over Nezuko and the 2 children. Unfortunately, although Zenitsu could somewhat restrain himself in the company of others, being alone outside, compounded by the terrifying sounds emanating from within, sent him scurrying indoors in fright. Naturally, Nezuko was left abandoned outside. "Zenitsu, where's my box? That box is a vital part of my existence. You could at least have consulted me." Thankfully, Tanjiro had not taken more than a few steps when Zenitsu rushed in and spotted him still traversing the corridor. Upon noticing that Zenitsu had not brought Nezuko inside, Tanjiro felt compelled to venture out to fetch her. After all, it was a bright sunny day outside, and any unforeseen circumstances could spell disaster for Nezuko. However, upon opening the grand entrance, they were met not with the anticipated ground, but rather another room within the estate. What on earth is happening? Zenitsu, already timid by nature, nearly fainted from the shock. Fortunately, with Tanjiro by his side, he found a semblance of support, which helped him stave off unconsciousness. Yet, even after entering the mansion, the relentless cacophony continued to resonate, sending shivers down their spines. Meanwhile, Fang Chong, having already wreaked havoc in several rooms, grew increasingly agitated, as the fabled master of the waste drum remained elusive. Despite Fang Chong's efforts to demolish the walls upon entering a room, the new room revealed a persistent presence of 2 or 3 walls that he could not entirely dismantle, fueling his vexation. "I'll destroy the floor too. Is that satisfactory?" Previously, Fang Chong had believed that the mansion lacked any self-repairing capabilities. However, after such prolonged destruction, the existence of intact walls indicated otherwise. Compared to the other walls, the significance of the floor was paramount, yet its durability surpassed that of the remaining walls. However, this made the act of demolition all the more exhilarating. With each forceful blow of his heavy sword, Fang Chong finally punctured the floor, and as he prepared to move to the next room, he was startled to discover a long-tongued demon lurking beneath. "Oh, I recall now. There is not just one demon here." Without further ado, although this demon served as Zenitsu's ostentatious tool, Fang Chong deemed it prudent to eliminate it first to enhance his own skills. Just as Fang Chong had breached 2 floors, the legendary master of the waste drum finally returned to confront him. Observing the back, slightly stained with blood, Fang Chong furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you?" The crescent moon marked with a cross in his eyes required no discernment from Fang Chong. However, the individual opposite him, a master of the waist drum, was a different matter altogether. As a quintessential recluse, who relied on others to bring him meals, it was overly ambitious to expect him to recognize Fang Chong, an obscure member of the Demon Slayer Corps. "Why should I divulge anything to you?" Fang Chong thought defiantly. In the presence of such a malevolent entity, Fang Chong had always shown no mercy. "Why obstruct my path? Had I consumed that rare blood, I could have returned to the 12 Kazuki." After much effort to discover a way back to the 12 Kazuki, he found that the rare blood had employed some dark sorcery to seize one of his drums, leaving him fruitlessly searching for so long. Initially, the waist drum master had no intention of engaging with Fang Chong, wishing merely to cast him aside. However, Fang Chong defied all expectations, launching a furious assault on his surroundings, which stirred a twinge of pity within the master. Yet, the anger simmered within him, exacerbated by the drum taken by the rare blood, preventing him from confronting Fang Chong directly. His hands flew in a frenzied rhythm upon the inferior drum affixed to his body. As the drum beats echoed, the entire room began to spin rapidly, distorting the dimensions around them. This torment was unbearable for Fang Chong. Having initially attempted to carve through the floor, he had not had the opportunity to wield his great sword against the master, and now he found himself rolling chaotically across the room's floor. Within a mere minute, a wave of nausea surged through him. "Damn it," he cursed, realizing that the shaking floor offered him no solid ground to leverage. Without a stable foundation, the sword techniques he practiced were rendered ineffective. In stark contrast, the drum master maintained a firm grip on the floor, his feet seemingly glued to it, unwavering and resolute. As Fang Chong's condition deteriorated, the demon opposite him seized the opportunity to launch an offensive. Invisible blades of wind swept toward Fang Chong, though their power was not formidable. He had no desire to endure their onslaught with his own flesh. "I can't take it anymore." After enduring several tormenting seconds, Fang Chong could no longer withstand the undulating ground. Continuing in this manner would surely lead to his downfall. "You leave me no choice." With a flash of light, 2 solidified crystals appeared in Fang Chong's hands. Gritting his teeth, he waited for the ground to stabilize, then plunged the crystals into the tops of his feet. The sharp crystals pierced through, navigating the delicate gaps between his bones, anchoring him to the floor. "What?" The demon opposite him was evidently taken aback by Fang Chong's extreme actions. Indeed, this maneuver placed Fang Chong on the same plane as his adversary. The crystals that penetrated his feet rendered his evasive maneuvers ineffective. "Are you foolish?" he taunted, eager to see how Fang Chong would evade in this predicament. Fang Chong, having exchanged his extraordinary capabilities for a fixed position, became an exceptionally enticing target for the demon. As a former member of the 12 Kazuki, albeit a lower rank, its offensive prowess was undeniably formidable. Die. With relentless movements of its hands, countless blades of wind were unleashed, hurtling towards Fang Chong. The fierce friction of the air produced a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. The wind blades collided with Fang Chong's massive sword, the tremendous force transmitting through the weapon and causing blood to seep from his foot. "Die, die, die." Each furious roar accompanied a barrage of wind blades, staining the ground beneath Fang Chong with crimson. Thunder-breathing, first form. Thunderclap. Even as a crystalline shard pierced through his foot, Fang Chong resolutely executed his initial sword technique. The cost was steep. The flesh of his foot vanished, leaving only the glistening skeletal structure. His colossal sword cleaved through the demon's body, not entirely severing its neck, but rendering a substantial portion of its form asunder. "Are you insane? Who on earth are you?" The demon, initially believing it faced a mad and willing to sacrifice its own foot to slay it, was taken aback when it witnessed white smoke rising from Fang Chong's foot, swiftly mending itself. By the time his torso was restored, Fang Chong had also completed the healing of his foot. The drums, now obliterated by Fang Chong's might, rendered the once formidable drummer devoid of offensive capabilities, relegating it to a mere skill enhancement for Fang Chong. As anticipated, this former member of the 12 Kazuki possessed blood energy far surpassing any demon Fang Chong had previously encountered. Blood level upgraded. Blood level acquired. Blood demon art allocation in progress. Allocation complete. Level high-speed reaction acquired. Fang Chong, strength 16, constitution 16, intelligence, 2-dimensional talents, level, enhanced hard bone structure, level, lung reinforcement, level, night vision skills, level, titan strength, level, self-destructive attack, level, demon blood, level, thunder breathing permanent, false, level, high-speed reaction, partially consumed blood as cost, enhances reaction speed. Adjustable power. Chapter 68. High-speed reaction, rest for reasons unknown. Every demon from whom Fang Chong extracted power invariably recalled the beauty of life. Yet, Fang Chong was no Tanjiro. Consumption was consumption. If the victims were wretched beings, he felt no compulsion to intervene. Up to this point, however, he had yet to encounter such a demon. With the demise of the drummer's blood demon art, the entire mansion began to exhibit signs of collapse. Perhaps Fang Chong's previous acts of destruction had been excessive, for the structure was now teetering on the brink of ruin. He dared not linger, aware that at least one ordinary person remained within the mansion. After a prolonged search, Fang Chong was unable to locate the elusive blood mentioned by the ghost, which had evidently escaped before the collapse. Upon emerging, he spotted 3 children in the distance, Zenitsu, Tanjiro, and the boar-headed boy, gathered around the box carried by Tanjiro, confronting one another. "What are you all doing?" Inosuke and Zenitsu each grasped the strap of the box, while Tanjiro clung tightly to it. "There is a demon inside. What are you two doing? Let me kill it." Inosuke's instincts were remarkably acute. Despite the dormant state of Nezuko resembling that of a lifeless object, he still sensed her presence with uncanny precision. Given the circumstances, Fang Chong felt it was inappropriate to intervene. After all, this was a matter concerning Tanjiro's family, and his words might seem out of place. Fortunately, despite Inosuke's impulsive nature, he begrudgingly accepted Tanjiro's decision to transport a demon after understanding the full story. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, the group incinerated the ruins and all the corpses. "May you attain Buddhahood," Tanjiro prayed, with the others dutifully following suit. Having completed their tasks, dust descended upon them. In this era, traveling at night posed considerable dangers, prompting the 4 to decide to escort the 3 children home. Coincidentally, there was a wisteria family in the nearby village, albeit small. It provided adequate shelter for the 4 to rest and recuperate. However, due to Fang Chong's defeat of the drummer, Tanjiro emerged relatively unscathed. While Inosuke bore the marks of battle, his body riddled with scars, some clearly inflicted by blunt objects. It seemed that before Fang Chong's arrival, Tanjiro and Inosuke had already engaged in a skirmish. Yet, this was inconsequential. Such minor frictions would be forgotten by the boisterous Inosuke within a few days. Finally settled, Tanjiro released Nezuko from her confinement to allow her some well-deserved rest, having been cooped up in that cramped box for far too long. Zenitsu, upon witnessing Nezuko's true form, was utterly captivated, chasing her around the room like a lovesick fool. Amidst the playful commotion, everyone finally secured a rare moment of respite. Fang Chong seized the opportunity to refine his high-precision breathing technique. Under this intensified focus, he was able to achieve a modest degree of internal perception. Although not yet fully precise, it was time for him to commence the hardening of his meridians and blood vessels. However, this process proved far more challenging than hardening bones. Even with the aid of internal perception, after 3 days, Fang Chong had only managed to harden a mere tenth of his entire vascular system. Naturally, during these days, he also experimented with the blood demon art he had acquired. Though it was intended to enhance his reaction time, Fang Chong preferred to refer to it as bullet time. At its peak, he felt as though everything around him slowed to a crawl, yet reaching such extremes was an undeniably exhausting endeavor. Without delving into the consumption of blood, under the rapid reactions multiplying by dozens, Fang Chong's body began to struggle to keep pace with his thoughts. During the initial experiment, overwhelmed by excitement, Fang Chong's limbs were nearly obliterated, leaving him in excruciating pain. Naturally, Tanjiro and the others were greatly alarmed, especially Zenitsu, who, while peacefully enjoying tea in the room, found himself splattered with Fang Chong's blood, transforming his complexion to a ghastly gray. Since that incident, Fang Chong has refrained from employing his maximum reflection speed. According to his estimations, his physical form can only endure approximately 7 times the reaction speed, and that for a limited duration. The regeneration effects from the powers of giants and demons are astonishingly high. However, a significant concern arises. These abilities do not substantially enhance Fang Chong's physical strength. Without the application of hardening, the disparity between him and an average person when struck by a blade is not as pronounced as one might expect. Although his physical resilience has improved due to his breathing techniques and enhanced constitution, the capability to withstand a blade without injury remains a distant goal. Fang Chong yearns for the moment he can unlock the markings that would grant an ordinary person the strength to combat demons. Despite the life-draining costs associated with unlocking these markings, for someone like Fang Chong, who possesses remarkable regenerative abilities, it is certainly worth the endeavor. After 3 days of rest, Inosuke's wounds had fully healed, and the quartet followed the crow's guidance towards Mount Spider. Fang Chong secluded himself in his abode, obsessively studying hardening techniques and advanced breathing methods. Neglecting social interactions, Inosuke, having previously been overlooked, finally tasted the bitterness of solitude. As they neared their destination, Zenitsu began to act theatrically. "Wait, please wait," he exclaimed. "What is the matter, Zenitsu?" Tanjiro inquired, noticing the seriousness of his demeanor. Suddenly, Zenitsu's expression shifted dramatically as he sank to the ground, sobbing. "It's terrifying. Approaching the destination feels so frightening." After spending several days together, Tanjiro and Inosuke had come to understand Zenitsu's character well, and Fang Chong was particularly perceptive in this regard. Leaning closer to Zenitsu, he whispered, "Ahem, Zenitsu, don't you wish to showcase your abilities here and impress Nezuko? What a splendid opportunity! Or do you prefer to remain here, allowing Nezuko to regard you with disdain for eternity? After all, no girl would be attracted to a coward." In Chapter 69 of Mizuko, Fang Chong's words struck Zenitsu like a thunderbolt, particularly the final remark, which bore an overwhelming force. I understand. Must I go? However, did you not sense anything unusual on that mountain? Aside from Fang Chong, the other three, one with acute olfactory senses, another with exceptional hearing, and the last endowed with strong intuition, had already perceived the ominous atmosphere enveloping the mountain. Suddenly, the wind shifted, and Tanjiro, once in an advantageous position, found himself downwind. A pungent odor, laden with the essence of demons, mixed with inexplicable scents wafted into his nostrils. Help! Help me! Just as they were about to traverse the last stretch into the mountain, a man clad in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform collapsed to the ground, his twisted limbs writhing as he emitted pained groans. Demon Slayer Captain. Hey, pull yourself together, what happened? As Tanjiro and the others inquired about the situation, Fang Chong, familiar with the narrative, swiftly swung his sword through the air behind the fallen soldier. Several nearly transparent strands of spider silk were severed by Fang Chong's heavy blade. Zenitsu, if you are reluctant to enter, carry him out first. Though Zenitsu was hesitant, he complied with Fang Chong's command and hoisted the soldier onto his back. Trudging towards the mountain's edge, those spider threads, do the demons here manipulate others with them? Observing the strands extending into the depths of the forest, coupled with the peculiar movements of the fallen soldier and the faint scent of demons emanating from the webs, Tanjiro was almost certain of the peril they faced. Damn it. To reduce a person to such a state is unforgivable. Despite Tanjiro's usual restraint, he felt a surge of anger rising within him. I will take the lead. You just tremble behind me. Inosuke, brandishing his dual blades, advanced into Spider Mountain. Fang Chong paused briefly for Zenitsu. And once Zenitsu had entrusted the soldier to the approaching support team, the two entered together. How utterly revolting. It's all spider silk. Within mere minutes of entering the mountain, Fang Chong was already ensnared in a multitude of spider strands. Zenitsu, not faring much better, found his once yellow attire turning an ominous white. I should have followed Tanjiro. Unlike Tanjiro, who possessed an excellent sense of smell, Fang Chong and Zenitsu were aimlessly wandering through the dense forest, lacking any direction. Meanwhile, Tanjiro and Inosuke, one with a keen nose and the other utilizing breathing techniques with inherent tracking abilities, had located the demon controlling the soldier. There. Inosuke, wait for me. Tanjiro called out as he chased after the impetuous Inosuke. Upon reaching a clearing, illuminated by the faint moonlight, they finally discerned the horrors hanging from the treetops. What is this? In the small thicket, dozens of bodies dangled, all clad in the identical uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps. Do not venture further. Come here, swiftly. As the two stared in a daze at the lifeless body perched atop the treetop, a faint sound emerged from the nearby thicket. Is it a person? Upon seeing their comrade clad in the team uniform, the duo harbored no suspicions and proceeded towards him. You two are reinforcements? Upon entering the underbrush, the original member inquired about their purpose. Indeed, I am Tanjiro Kamado, ranked as a Mizunoto. Mizunoto? Why not a Hashira? Having a Mizunoto is of no significance. Though initially harboring no hope that these unfamiliar faces could rescue him, the original team member's expression turned despondent upon learning of their mere Mizunoto rank. However, before Tanjiro could inquire further, Inosuke had already delivered a swift punch to the team member's face. Enough. If you speak of insignificance, your very existence is devoid of meaning. Quickly explain the situation, you coward. Inosuke, Tanjiro, caught off guard by the unfolding chaos, watched in bewilderment as the two men grappled with each other. What is wrong with you? I am your senior. After a brief scuffle, the original team member finally relayed the circumstances. The crows provided us with directives. A group of over a dozen members ascended this mountain to hunt demons. However, before we could spot any demons, one of our own suddenly drew his blade against us. We dared not retaliate with force, yet they did not hold back, each strike aimed at vital points. In the end, we could not ascertain whether our comrades had gone mad, and we were left in a fray against one another. Ultimately, I was the sole survivor. As Tanjiro absorbed the account and recalled his earlier encounter with the demon slayer at the entrance, he began to comprehend the reality. It is the threads. A demon has manipulated your comrades' bodies with threads. Just as Tanjiro and his companions commenced their search for the true culprit, namely the demon controlling those threads, the crows from the previous team returned to their master to deliver their report. I see. My child, have those valiant swordsmen perished? It seems a member of the 12 Kazuki is present. We must dispatch the Hashira. Ju, Shinobu. Understood. The esteemed Hashira finally received their orders and set forth towards Spider Mountain. Who goes there? Back at Spider Mountain, Inosuke's keen instincts detected the approach of foes. Within mere moments, four adversaries emerged from the shadows. Enemies, allies. The clearly deceased comrades clumsily wielded their swords as they advanced towards them. Since they are already dead, they should not cause further trouble. No, Inosuke, do not harm the corpses of our comrades. Just as Inosuke prepared to strike, Tanjiro hastily intervened. Then sever the threads behind them. In normal circumstances, the team members would hardly notice the delicate threads woven behind their companions. However, Inosuke was different. His astonishing intuition enabled him to accurately perceive the presence of the spider silk behind the corpse. As Inosuke sprang into action, the bothersome threads began to be swiftly severed. In mere seconds, the strands ensnaring the fallen comrade had been completely cut away. Run quickly. Suddenly, a girl's voice echoed nearby. Someone is still alive. Inosuke, come help. Chapter 70. Mother Spider. Upon hearing the voice of a living person, Tanjiro felt a surge of excitement. After all, no one wishes to confront the corpses of their companions indefinitely. Yet, the threat posed by the living was undeniably more formidable. Their agility far surpassed that of the recently deceased. The contorted limbs of the team member, as they moved, emitted a chilling symphony of bone creaks. Coupled with their intermittent cries of anguish, this cacophony disrupted Tanjiro's focus. Please hold on a little longer. I will rescue you soon. Where's the enemy? Where are they? Although Tanjiro had begun to understand that the spider silk was the culprit, even if he severed the threads, they would soon reattach to his comrade's body. Suddenly, a potent scent invaded Tanjiro's nostrils. What? Such an intensely irritating odor. How could it be so strong in an instant? Just as Tanjiro sought to locate the demon by this scent, he abruptly felt something writhing against his clothing. Before he could react, an immense force emanated from the thicket, yanking his left hand towards it. Damn it, when did this happen? Through the direction of this force, Tanjiro quickly discerned the two strands of spider silk that had ensnared his arm. Luckily, it was not his right hand that was trapped, allowing him to easily sever the binding threads on his left. Inosuke, be cautious of the spiders around us. They are the ones binding the silk. This meant that as long as they exterminated the spiders, victory was assured. No, the spiders are small and numerous. We must locate the demon controlling them. Despite Tanjiro's insistence, Inosuke seemed wholly unperturbed. His dual blades were already flying up and down in a frenzy. This won't do, Inosuke. If you have any means to identify the demon that commands them, please assist me. Since earlier, a strange scent has been wafting through the air, and my sense of smell is compromised. Murata and I will devise a way to help those being manipulated. Before Tanjiro could finish his explanation, a dense odor surged from above, causing him to gag. Do not disturb the tranquility of our family life, demon-slaying swordsman. Gazing at the frail specter that seemed to float in mid-air, Tanjiro was utterly bewildered. After all, if it could fly, none of his attacks would prove effective. Wasn't it said that someone like him could be vanquished by his mother in an instant? Mother? Who was this mother? Did demons have mothers too? As Tanjiro's mind whirled in confusion, Inosuke could no longer contain himself. With a mind as sparse as his, Inosuke was consumed by a singular thought. He must slay that demon. Utilizing the bodies of several manipulated comrades nearby, Inosuke took a running leap and landed forcefully on the back of a fallen ally, propelling himself towards the demon suspended in the air. Alas, his sharp blade fell just short of the spider silk. The demon above displayed no reaction to Inosuke's sudden assault, effortlessly manipulating the threads to retreat into the distance. Damn it. Hey, where do you think you're going? Let us settle this. Without a moment's hesitation, Inosuke crashed back to the ground. The impact from such a height, nearly 8 meters, was significant, despite the absence of sharp stones. Inosuke, that child is likely not the demon controlling those threads. So first, we must, I get it. You want me to track the demon's whereabouts, right? Honestly, you're so noisy, forehead-tailed brat. With Inosuke's support withdrawn, the pressure on Tanjiro multiplied. Give me 30 seconds. Since Inosuke had already spoken, Tanjiro naturally would not oppose. He deftly parried the blades of the nearby puppets and dashed towards Inosuke. Beast breathing. 7th form, spatial awareness. As the technique was unleashed, it was as if Inosuke had opened unseen eyes, with his perception extending outward, revealing everything around him within his mind's eye. Are you not ready yet, Inosuke? Protecting Inosuke while ensuring no harm befell his comrades was a significant challenge for Tanjiro. Yet Inosuke, immersed in his newfound perception, was unable to respond. Waves of awareness surged forth, encapsulating the surroundings within a kilometer in Inosuke's mind. Found it. There. Where? Amidst the chaos, Tanjiro managed to ask, and as Inosuke began to share the burden of nearby attacks, he also gestured towards Tanjiro. There. I sense a powerful presence. Is that so? Incredible, Inosuke. Having lived a life devoid of affection, Inosuke was taken aback by such praise, momentarily lost in a daze. By the time he regained his senses, Tanjiro had already surged towards the direction he indicated. Don't rush ahead. I was the one who spotted it first. Thus, the two raced towards the location Inasuk had pointed out, one following closely behind the other. Beside him, Murata, who was fervently battling alongside his comrades, caught the gist of the situation. After disarming a colleague, he seized a moment to call out, "You two, be bold and advance. Leave this to your senior." Though these words were undeniably heroic, they echoed in the silence that followed, revealing a stark absence of support. A glance backward confirmed his fears. The two he had urged on had vanished, leaving only an empty expanse behind them. However, with their departure, a girl who had previously participated in the ambush burst forth from the pile of corpses. As one of the few living souls among the dead, Tanjiro recognized her. "Someone bring a higher-ranking individual here, or I shall slay everyone." Observing her tear-streaked face and her body that would not obey her commands, Tanjiro felt a pang of sympathy. He had originally intended to sever the threads binding her, but alas, as the distance to the demon shrank, its control seemed to escalate, rendering her movements remarkably agile. This newfound agility, however, led to the unfortunate consequence of her already broken limbs scraping against one another. "Can you defeat me? The closer you come, the thicker and sturdier the threads become, amplifying the power of my puppets." Chapter 71, Exhaustion. Faced with Tanjiro and his companion drawing nearer, the puppet master demon evidently took an interest, mockingly taunting Tanjiro. "Mother, have you won?" The familiar yet cold tone, coupled with the diminutive figure, left no doubt in the puppet master's mind regarding the identity of the intruders. "Exhaustion, have you spent too much time? If you do not hurry, I shall tell father." Upon uttering these words, the previously chilling demeanor of the puppet master faltered, betraying a hint of anxiety. "I can do this. I will finish it soon. I will protect you. So, please, do not tell father. Do not tell father." Despite the bravado in her words, her terrified expression was unmistakable. Her trembling hands revealed the fear that consumed her. "Then let us speed things up." With that, Exhaustion departed, leaving the puppet master alone in the center of the forest. Watching Exhaustion fade away, the girl's trembling hands gradually steadied. Die, hurry up and die. Otherwise, I will suffer terribly." As the puppet master's hands danced in a frenzy, the girl opposing Tanjiro began her assault. Run. Though pain coursed through her body, she persisted in urging Tanjiro to flee, straining her already weakened muscles to resist the puppet string's control. So fast, even with the girl's advance warning, Tanjiro barely evaded the swing of the Nicaran blade. "Run. I am not this strong." Under the manipulation of the extensive threads, the girl's abilities had far surpassed her previous limits. Due to the incessant reminders from the girl, coupled with Inasuk's lurking presence, poised to sever the threads behind her, her assaults proved futile. As time gradually slipped away, the face of the puppeteer was already drenched in cold sweat. Truly resilient. In light of this, as the puppeteer's fingers danced, two more figures resembling corpses rose once again. "Kill me. My bones are piercing into my innards. Kill me." In stark contrast to the girl before them, who still bore a semblance of humanity, the plight of these two was beyond imagination. Their shattered and broken skeletal frames rendered them almost devoid of human form. Bluntly put, they were merely a grotesque heap of flesh barely maintaining a human shape. "Kill me. Since I am already dead, grant me a swift end." "Yoshi, I understand." Unlike Tanjiro, Inasuk was far less hesitant. Given that the two had expressed their desire for death, he would not hold back, charging forward with his blades drawn. "Wait, we must find a way to save them. You're so loud. You're driving me insane." "Are you an idiot?" "He's begging to be killed." After a brief exchange with Tanjiro, Inasuk, who had barely managed to reach the two, was once again repelled. Their speed was formidable. If they lingered any longer, it would be their own demise. Observing the deteriorating situation, Tanjiro realized that they had little time left to deliberate. Let me think. I don't want to use sword techniques. Even if I cut the threads, they would quickly reconnect. How can I restrict their movements?" A solution sparked in Tanjiro's mind, which was otherwise not particularly astute. Since the teammates were being controlled by the threads, the only way to influence their actions without severing the threads was to render them incapable of control. "Don't run. Tanjiro, why are you running?" To execute his plan, Tanjiro completely abandoned the idea of attack and began to circle frantically around the thicket. "Now's the time." As he rounded a corner, with the manipulated girl not fully visible yet, Tanjiro suddenly crouched low and forcefully hurled her onto a sturdy branch. Thanks to Tanjiro's precise control, although she flew past the branch, the threads behind her were firmly ensnared around it. She can't move now. Success. With the girl dangling from the treetop, Tanjiro let out a sigh of relief, finally averting the grim fate of Inasuk slaying them. However, this intricate maneuver clearly surpassed Inasuk's cognitive capacity. "Oh, I get it. Just throw her high." "Humph. I can throw higher than you." The two unfortunate souls standing opposite Inasuk, their bones already shattered, now had to endure the torment of being lifted high, evoking a pang of sorrow just to think about it. Although the process was far from ideal, Tanjiro ultimately managed to defeat the few adversaries before him, and he and Inosuke pressed onward towards the puppeteer. At this moment, the puppeteer was drenched in cold sweat. Having lost the ability to manipulate after being ensnared by the threads, he was now less formidable than an ordinary demon. How infuriating. These worthless puppets are utterly useless. It seems I must resort to that. The threads that had been left in his hands suddenly loosened, and he quickly seized a massive headless body nearby. Controlling such a powerful form placed a heavy burden on the puppeteer, yet the destructive potential it harbored was undeniable. With the puppeteer's interference eliminated, the remaining living beings were swiftly dispatched by Tanjiro and Inosuke, leaving the battlefield thoroughly cleansed. Thank you, Inosuke. Although he was unsure why Tanjiro expressed gratitude, Inosuke momentarily fell into a daze. Just then, a sharp sound of slicing wind suddenly erupted from behind Inosuke. Having lived in the depths of the mountains for so long, he was acutely sensitive to such lethal intent. In an instant, his body instinctively dodged. However, even with this reflex, the weapon still grazed Inosuke's arm, leaving a long trail of blood. Inosuke, I'm fine. This creature has no head. After distancing themselves from the approaching monster, Inosuke and Tanjiro were able to observe it more closely. Aside from the familiar threads at its back, the headless body was clearly not that of a human. This creature. It's a demon. Chapter 72. The benevolent reign of 1,000 days. Though the threads on its back served as its primary means of movement, Tanjiro could sense that this body was beyond human capability. Just the hands wielding those two blades could not possibly belong to a human. What should we do if it's a demon? It's far too large to ensnare. Inosuke's simple mind struggled to process such complexity. Previously, with their companions, the two had managed to lift their foes using their breathing techniques, but this massive form was an entirely different challenge. Even two people working together would find it impossible to lift it. The monster, however, was not inclined to grant them much time for contemplation, as it swung its arms in a fierce assault. So strong. In merely a single clash, Inosuke experienced the astonishing physical power of this creature, without employing the breathing technique. His dual blades had no effect against its torso. Inosuke, stay calm. Since it has no head, aim for the shoulder and strike downward at an angle. Try attacking from the right shoulder towards the left armpit. All right. Though dissatisfied with Tanjiro's commanding tone, Inosuke nonetheless charged forward, swinging his blades at the monster. So fast. Yet, Inosuke soon paid the price for his reckless actions. He could scarcely believe that, despite its massive size and corpse-like state, the creature could still strike with such swiftness. In the blink of an eye, a long gash opened across Inosuke's helmet. Not entirely unavoidable. Although the creature's speed was not insignificant, Inosuke gradually managed to evade its attacks with some effort. However, before he could revel in his small triumph, a faint crawling sensation on his arm sent shivers down his spine. Oh no, a tiny spider. As Inosuke hastily attempted to swat the little spider away, the threads had already formed, and with a sudden surge of immense force, his left hand was yanked violently. Almost instantaneously, a wave of crawling sensations enveloped his body, and within moments, he found himself ensnared by a multitude of threads. Damn it, I can't move. Despite straining to the point of drawing blood, Inosuke was helpless against the bindings of those numerous threads, forced to watch as the monstrous creature charged toward him with its outstretched arms. The agony of witnessing his own demise was unbearable, even for the boisterous boar-headed warrior. Just as Inosuke closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, a cacophony of clashing metal erupted in front of him. Tanger, please wait, I'll rescue you at once. The relentless assault from the creature prevented Tanger from immediately freeing Inosuke. Water breathing, second form. Water surface slash. With a decisive maneuver, Tanger managed to push the creature back, wielding his blade to liberate Inosuke from the sticky threads. Roar. However, contrary to Tanger's expectations, Inosuke did not charge back at the creature. Instead, he stood frozen in place, lost in thought. Inosuke, let us fight together. Let us strategize. To defeat this demon, we must unite our efforts, Tanger encouraged. But he was unprepared for the fact that his motivational words had utterly failed with Inosuke, further intensifying his stupor. Please, don't let me feel so weightless. Finally shaking off the strange sensation that clouded his mind, Inosuke's forehead was now etched with bulging veins. Damn, this creature is too tall. Yet, once he regained his composure, Inosuke joined Tanger in the fray against the monstrous foe. Alas, the creature's towering stature was indeed daunting. Even combined, their heights paled in comparison, making it nearly impossible to strike a decisive blow from below. However, as the battle continued, they began to discern the creature's attack patterns. If a single strike was unattainable, they would have to chip away at it gradually. Inosuke, step on me. The creature's imposing height was not without its advantages. It was easy for them to evade its attacks with a slight bend. Seizing the opportunity, Inosuke utilized Tanger as a springboard. Oh, Unfamiliar with the concept of courtesy, Inosuke stomped heavily onto Tanjiro's back, propelled by Tanjiro's encouragement. Nezuko? The dawn has arrived. With sufficient altitude for their attack, the creature found itself in the aftermath of its own assault, allowing the two warriors to finally launch a formidable counteroffensive. Beast breathing, first form. One's Fang. Water breathing, fourth form. Tidus strikes. Although it was their initial collaboration, their synergy was impeccable, as three blades simultaneously cleaved through the creature's limbs. In but a moment, its hands and feet were completely severed. Even for a puppet master, a certain degree of bodily integrity is required for control. A corpse devoid of its extremities evidently lost all value for manipulation. Meanwhile, not far away, the puppeteer had succumbed to despair. It was crucial to note that the puppet she had just commanded was her strongest trump card. And with her most powerful creation now incapacitated, any hope of victory had vanished. Was death imminent? Tanjiro found it, as she pondered whether to flee. The two demon slayers had already dashed to her front. Ah, we have located you. Just as Tanjiro and Inosuke confronted the puppeteer, Zenitsu and Fang Chong finally emerged from the dense underbrush behind them. Truly, must you run so fast? Had it not been for Zenitsu's acute hearing, we would never have discovered your whereabouts. Fang Chong regarded the beleaguered puppeteer with disdain. With four of them present, even if she sprouted wings, she would still be unable to escape. At that moment, the puppeteer appeared to comprehend the inevitability of her demise, and she opened her arms, seemingly ready to embrace death. To perish would perhaps be a form of liberation. Observing her resignation, Tanjiro's old habit resurfaced. So, you too are a victim of circumstance? Water breathing, fifth form. 1,000 days of compassionate rain. This technique, the gentlest of all, could allow the victim to perish without feeling a trace of pain. Yet this strike met with the solid resistance of Fang Chong's great sword. Chapter 73, Spider Father. Hey, you scoundrel. What do you intend to do? Do you seek to seize our spoils? Fang Chong, you. In an instant, the atmosphere among the four shifted dramatically, leaving even the puppeteer in a state of bewilderment. Why do you wish to save me? I am, after all, a demon. In response to the puppeteer's inquiry, Fang Chong remained silent, pressing her head down as he activated his skill, fervently extracting the power from within her. The extraction was far from pleasant. In an instant, excruciating pain and a sense of helplessness engulfed the puppeteer's body and mind. Fang Chong, why? Hearing the demon's anguished cries and her gradually weakening voice, a flicker of compassion crossed Tanjiro's face. Tanjiro, do you understand? This creature was coerced. Had it not been for the child you encountered at the outset, she might not have been here, nor would so many lives have been lost. Upon hearing Fang Chong's words, the anguish etched upon Tanjiro's face deepened. Even the individual pinned beneath Fang Chong displayed a peculiar expression in their eyes. However, does it truly matter that she was coerced? Is mere remorse sufficient? Are you aware of the lives this demon has extinguished? Even counting those encountered upon your arrival, the tally has surpassed 10. As Fang Chong's roar resonated, Tanjiro's body trembled incessantly, and the demon beneath him gradually ceased its struggles. Is that so? I am sorry. I do not wish to be like this either. Feeling the dampness in his hands, Fang Chong hastened his absorption. In the next life, may you be reborn as a good person. With Fang Chong intensifying his efforts, the power within the demon was swiftly extracted, and he did not see the need to torment this lesser evil. Without hesitation, he ended its existence with a single stroke. Thank you. There are 12 Kazuki in the mountains. Be cautious. With a blissful expression on her face, the manipulator's form gradually dissipated, leaving only a white garment upon the large stone where she had sat. Enough. You have all heard. There are 12 Kazuki in these mountains. Will you depart now, or continue onward? This task belongs to the Hashira and is not our concern. Watching the demon turn to ash, Fang Chong inquired about their next course of action. Huh? You scoundrel, do you wish to claim the glory for yourself? Inosuke, who had never been particularly amicable with Fang Chong, now erupted in indignation. The 12 Kazuki. Indeed. The strength of the 12 Kazuki is entirely different from that of these ordinary demons. With your current abilities, you cannot hope to prevail. Yet, surely there must be a way we can assist? Tanjiro, who had been somewhat silent, suddenly voiced this thought. The tenderness in his eyes nearly overflowed. You might meet your demise, you know. Nevertheless, despite Fang Chong's warning, Tanjiro bowed to the manipulator's corpse and resolutely continued deeper into the mountain. Fang Chong smiled and promptly followed suit, and thus the four of them began their trek through the mountains. One must commend Inosuke in such a remote wilderness. His abilities were fully unleashed. His primal instincts, coupled with his experience in the forest, quickly distanced him from the other three. Hey, Inosuke, don't stray too far from us. Perhaps influenced by the slaying of the manipulator, Inosuke soon halted, brandishing his twin blades as he awaited the others. The three trailing behind, upon seeing Inosuke stop, hastened to catch up. In a nearby clearing, A colossal figure engaged in conversation with a monstrous creature resembling a spider with a human head. Above them hung a house suspended by spider silk. Zenitsu, already trembling with fear, felt on the verge of tears. Let us go back. It's too terrifying here. At that moment, Fang Chong narrowed his eyes. Has the narrative shifted? As Fang Chong pondered the combat capabilities on both sides, Tanjiro had already spotted a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, similarly suspended by spider silk, not far away. The poor soul was in agony, writhing in pain. The venom from the spider was causing his limbs to shrink, and toxic spots began to appear on his head. What is happening? Zenitsu exclaimed in horror as he observed his teammate as a form grotesquely transforming. Are humans turning into spiders? A gentle breeze wafted by, and even Fang Chong, whose sense of smell was not particularly acute, caught a whiff of a foul odor. While Tanjiro was overwhelmed by the stench, questioning his very existence. Amidst Zenitsu's frantic antics, the two demons across from them finally noticed Fang Chong and the others, who were concealed in the grass nearby. Oh dear, we have new playthings. The three demons exclaimed in unison, turning their gaze towards Zenitsu, who was now crouched down, drawing circles on the ground. Please, 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 let me have these ones, father. They will perfectly replenish our spider count. With those hoarse utterances, the creature with a human head and spider body leaped from the ground, hanging upside down from the massive structure above. Another monster rose as well, towering over 5 meters, exuding a terrifying oppressive force. All right, father, I'll give you the one with the boar's head, one demon chuckled. The previously controlled monster had already caused significant trouble for Tanjiro and Inosuke, and now this new creature was even larger, instilling a sense of dread in both of them. We should flee. After all, the Hashira has already arrived. Zenitsu began to retreat, having long desired to escape, but no one agreed. It was improbable to leave Zenitsu to run back alone, so he reluctantly followed the others. Trying to escape is futile. You have already lost, taunted the demon across from them, prompting Zenitsu to grow agitated. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't speak to me, you repulsive creature. Repulsive? You'll pay for that. Clearly, the demon took great pride in his appearance, and Zenitsu's words struck a nerve. Beware of the spiders around you. Suddenly, Inosuke, who had been silent until now, interjected. Finally noticed, didn't you? The situation has turned dire. With Inosuke's warning, Fang Chong recalled that in the original story, Zenitsu had indeed been bitten by a spider, which led to his temporary transformation into a diminutive figure. Chapter 74. A flash of lightning. Due to Tanjiro and Inosuke's positions being more forward, the smaller spiders had difficulty approaching, but Fang Chong and Zenitsu, positioned further back, had already been bitten. Fang Chong, your hand, Tanjiro warned, vigilant against the spiders. Although no spider could close in on Tanjiro, Zenitsu and Fang Chong had sustained bites. And in a short time, large welts began to form on their hands, with the surrounding skin gradually turning a shade of purple. This is the poison I have meticulously crafted, which will transform you into a being like myself. Become like him? Listening to the words of the spider across from him, Zenitsu's eyes had already been overtaken by the whites. In half an hour, you will find yourself crawling on the ground as my slave. Behold, this is a clock. Do you comprehend? When the long hand completes a full rotation, you will be one of the spiders. Oh, by the way, in 10 minutes, your hands and feet will start to feel numb and painful. 5 minutes later, you will experience intense dizziness and nausea. In the final 5 minutes, your body will be racked with excruciating pain, and you will lose consciousness. But do not worry. When you awaken, After such a proclamation, the inevitable outcome was clear. Zenitsu, who had already reached his breaking point, promptly fainted. Is this little brat truly a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Well, whatever. Father, let us begin. With Zenitsu's collapse, the two monsters opposite him commenced their offensive. Meanwhile, Fang Chong was preoccupied with employing his breathing technique to combat the toxicity of the venom, but his efforts yielded minimal results. The searing pain radiating throughout his body led Fang Chong to suspect that the venom did not require such an extended period to take effect. Hey, spider over there. Does your poison truly need 25 minutes to inflict severe pain? How dare a mere human question the potency of my venom? Humph. Seemingly provoked by Fang Chong's words, the spider with a human head spat out a mouthful of venom. The two in front had no trouble dodging it, but for Fang Chong, evasion proved far more challenging. The agony coursing through him began to distort his movements. In the midst of the crisis, although Fang Chong wondered why Zenitsu's other persona had yet to emerge, he could only grasp him and throw him aside. However, this action cost Fang Chong his opportunity to evade the venom. Fang Chong, roar, what a touching scene. But with this, your time until the venom takes effect is likely reduced to just one final minute. Without needing the spider to say it, Fang Chong was acutely aware that the renewed surge of pain had deepened his understanding of the venom's power. How peculiar. Why does your body not wither? Never mind. It doesn't matter. Father, two are coming your way. Having just evaded the venom, Tanjiro and Inosuke understood that attempting to assist Zenitsu and Fang Chong would be futile. Defeating the two demons before them was the only way to compel the spider demon to surrender the antidote. As the distance closed, Inosuke and Tanjiro finally discerned the true form of the colossal creature. Below the head, it possessed a completely human body, although there was a noticeable size disparity on top. It was merely the head of a spider. With a crisp snap, 3 Nichiren blades plunged into the demon's body. Yet, they only penetrated 3 or 4 centimeters before becoming lodged. Before the two could draw their Nichiren blades, they were abruptly flung away by the demon's powerful arm. Such strength. Although Inosuke possessed a simple mind, he was acutely aware of the disparity in power. Without their weapons, they stood no chance against the colossal demon. Inosuke, I'll draw it away. You help Tanjiro and the others. Without waiting for Zenitsu's response, Tanjiro sprang to his feet, seizing a stone from the ground and hurling it at the monstrous creature. Come chase me, you ugly fiend. The term ugly fiend seemed to possess an extraordinary potency against these demons, as Tanjiro could distinctly sense a surge of anger intermingling with the sin of the demon before him. All right, I got it, Dad. I'll keep this for you. As the spider-like demon uttered these words, another demon pursued Tanjiro's retreating figure. Inosuke had his sword taken by the giant demon, and without his weapon, he could only move towards Zenitsu, for he could not wield Fang Chong's heavy sword. Not a chance. Yet, the demon was evidently unwilling to grant Inosuke such an opportunity, spitting forth another stream of venom. Ugh, damn it. In the face of the relentless venom, Inosuke could only evade frantically, unable to approach Zenitsu, let alone retrieve his sword. Suddenly, the spider ceased its venomous assault, its eyes seeming to lose focus. Haha, out of venom, huh? Inosuke, brimming with excitement, attempted to approach Zenitsu. But just as he turned his head, Zenitsu rose from the ground in an extremely stiff posture. What's the deal with these little demons? Didn't they get hit by my poison? It's been 20 minutes. The spider demon now appeared to be losing confidence, having faced setbacks against both Tanjiro and Zenitsu. All of you attack. With a command, a horde of grotesque creatures with human heads and spider bodies emerged from the darkened surroundings, surrounding Tanjiro and his companions. Thunder breathing. First form. Thunderclap and flash. Before the encirclement could fully form, a streak of yellow lightning shot forth. Although the demon reflexively turned its head, one of its legs was nonetheless severed. Oh, Zenitsu, you're actually quite impressive. Inosuke exclaimed, exhilarated. In such dire circumstances, the fact that Zenitsu, previously deemed incapacitated, could rejoin the fray doubled their chances of victory. With the option of Zenitsu's sword now lost, Inosuke turned his gaze toward Fang Chong. Let me give this a try. Though Inosuke could barely lift the heavy sword, wielding it was clearly beyond his capability. Meanwhile, the spider demon began to grasp the nature of Zenitsu's attacks. Humph, you think you can defeat me with such straightforward assaults? Impossible. Chapter 75. The 6 strikes. It must be said that although Zenitsu's attacks after losing consciousness were fierce, the lengthy wind-up and straightforward approach rendered them exceedingly easy to counter, particularly against an adversary like the spider, which possessed the ability to spit venom from a distance. He was at a considerable disadvantage. This situation was becoming dire. How infuriating. Why on earth did Fang Chong wield such a sword? As Zenitsu found himself in a precarious position, exacerbated by the continuous onslaught of venom, Inosuke, filled with urgency, dragged Fang Chong's heavy sword towards the battlefield. Observing Zenitsu spitting blood, the spider opposite him became increasingly exhilarated. The venom was taking effect. I shall see how long you can endure. Hit him. Release more poison. With the expulsion of blood, Zenitsu's body began to tremble violently. The multitude of small spiders surrounding him converged into a sphere, just as the spider believed victory was within its grasp. A flash of lightning erupted from within that sphere of small spiders. Accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder, all the spiders clinging to Zenitsu were flung away. Breath of thunder, first form. Thunderclap. What? The air is vibrating? Such a straightforward attack will not be effective against me. With Zenitsu's sudden eruption of power, Fang Chong finally liberated himself from the torment. Zenitsu. Wait. Just as Fang Chong called out to halt Zenitsu, the latter had already transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from sight. The demon, not one to remain idle, spat venom between itself and Zenitsu. Yet, this venom bore no effect, merely falling to the ground. Has he vanished? As the surrounding flashes of lightning appeared and disappeared, the demon could not capture Zenitsu's movements, no matter how it twisted its eyes. The open ground offered no refuge. Instinctively, the demon glanced at the house it had dropped from midair. A thread emerged from the spider's rear, anchoring itself to the building and drawing the demon swiftly towards it. What it did not realize was that the suspended thread in the air served as an excellent springboard for Zenitsu's sword technique. Wait. Watching the demon's impending demise, Fang Chong felt despair as his body remained immobilized by excruciating pain. With the final flash of lightning, Zenitsu utilized the aerial thread to execute a decisive strike, beheading the demon. The speed was so swift that the demon scarcely registered its own decapitation. Only the rapidly spinning scenery reminded it that its head had been severed from its neck. How could I, of all beings, be slain by such a person? As the demon felt its body gradually disintegrate into ash, it was consumed by an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. The sensation of impending death was far from pleasant. Yet it was undeniably easier than having its power drained by Fang Chong. However, you two are destined to meet your demise at the hands of my venom. Before the words could fully escape my lips, that specter had transformed into mere ash. Fang Chong and Zenitsu lay helplessly on the ground. Zenitsu was exhausted and poisoned, while Fang Chong was simply stricken by heartache. The rapid onset of the poison within Fang Chong was attributable to his unique constitution. As for the excruciating pain, it stemmed from the fact that nearly half of his blood vessels had undergone hardening, and under the relentless atrophy of external muscle tissue, this would inevitably result in agonizing torment. Not to mention, Fang Chong's bones had completely hardened. One must ponder, what would it be like for an 18-year-old skeleton to be paired with the muscles of an 8-year-old? After enduring the acute pain until it lessened somewhat, Fang Chong immediately realized that the potency of the blood within him had increased by nearly half a level. It is noteworthy that to elevate the strength of one's blood at the current level, one would typically need to vanquish at least 10 of such demons. Yet he had merely absorbed a quantity of venom, which was significant nonetheless, and had already crossed half a level. Thus, even in the midst of his agonizingly muddled thoughts, Fang Chong's mind began to clear. One must recognize that Shizuku took a staggering 400 years to transform Yushiro. And although the being before him was not entirely transformed into a demon, at least a third was already within that realm. While it may not achieve complete transformation, the efficiency was undoubtedly superior to Shizuku's by an unfathomable margin. What does this imply? It suggests that provided Fang Chong is given a sufficient quantity of venom, he could, despite the excruciating pain, elevate his demonic blood capabilities to levels beyond what is currently imaginable. Yet, upon regaining his composure, he found himself directly dispatched by Zenitsu, nearly causing him to faint in disbelief. However, since this had already transpired, there was little Fang Chong could do. At least he now possessed knowledge of a swift upgrading method. Nonetheless, the present circumstances did not allow him to relax. The demon pursuing Tanjiro could return at any moment. While Fang Chong remained unperturbed, the pain of such an encounter would still be considerable. Zenitsu, breathe, maintain your breath. Utilize the breathing techniques I previously imparted to you. The Hashira will arrive shortly. Perhaps Fang Chong's words ignited a flicker of survival instinct within Zenitsu. Although the fluctuations were minor, Fang Chong could discern that Zenitsu had fallen into the rhythm of the breathing technique. Inosuke, stay here and watch over Zenitsu. Ensure he maintains his breathing. Just as Fang Chong, with trembling hands, lifted the heavy sword, preparing to seek out Tanjiro, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Kaneo? Following Zenitsu's small sparrow was an enormous butterfly. Its movement as graceful as that of a butterfly, combined with its slender form, immediately led Fang Chong to recognition. Who could it be? Unlike Fang Chong, who had nearly purged the toxins from his system, Zenitsu was grappling with severe toxicity. Had it not been for the support of the breathing technique, he might have already succumbed. Endurance, 12, body, 23. Intelligence, 12 skills. Level, breath of the butterfly, permanent. Refined, demon poison, level, demon healer, with formidable medical skills. Inflicting greater damage on demons, much like the imagination of Fang Chong, Shinobu Kocho, as one of the Hashira, is not particularly adept at direct combat. Her inherent attributes are not exceptionally high, yet her specialized demon poison skill allows her to carve out a place among the Hashira. Chapter 76. Shinobu Kocho. It seemed that Shinobu sensed the approaching beauty, as the nearly lifeless Zenitsu surprisingly managed to utter a word. Due to the considerable distance between Fang Chong and the others, coupled with Zenitsu's perilous condition, Shinobu had not yet noticed them. Hey, are you all right, fairy sister? In contrast to Zenitsu, who was almost convinced he had arrived in paradise, Inosuke was far more straightforward. What is that? What is that? Such a large moth. Fang Chong. Fortunately, Shinobu did not intend to hold a grudge against Inosuke. She bent down to begin treating Zenitsu, just as Fang Chong prepared to assist Tanjiro. He was abruptly halted by Shinobu's voice. Hey there, young man, you're not allowed to leave. Otherwise, my blade might just find its way into your body. Her tone was exceedingly gentle, yet the words were laden with lethal intent. Well, I am human, you know. Haha, you truly are amusing. With such a strong scent of demon, do you think I would fail to recognize it? Fang Chong, Tanjiro, you must fend for yourself. There was no choice. In order to enhance his demon blood skills, Fang Chong could not afford to fall out with Shinobu. Moreover, he harbored a certain fear towards Shinobu, the master of poisons. In contrast to the direct lethal force exhibited by the other Hashira. While his body possessed the ability to heal its wounds, poison was a different matter. Thus, Fang Chong could only allow Inosuke to take Zenitsu's sword and assist Tanjiro while he remained behind, waiting. Oh dear, you're not running away. It's the first time a demon has been able to converse with me so amicably. After a brief wait, Shinobu finally concluded her treatment of Zenitsu. Although his withering limbs would not recover immediately, at the very least, his life was no longer in jeopardy. I told you, I am human. Can a demon wield the Nichiren blade? Though the demon aura enveloping him was undeniable, Fang Chong still wished to plead his case, for in the original narrative, Shinobu had displayed a certain understanding towards that sister in her family. Human? Please, don't jest. If you were human, your healing ability would be excessively formidable. Shinobu smiled, pointing at Fang Chong's arm. Previously paralyzed by poison, he bore numerous minute scars, and even his clothing was significantly tattered. Yet now, his skin beneath the fabric appeared as pristine as new, devoid of any traces of injury. I possess this ability because I consumed a demon. Ah, never mind. You wouldn't believe it anyway. How about this? I'll stay by your side, and when dawn breaks, the sunlight will reveal the truth. Kaneo Tsuyuri found herself encountering an unprecedented entity, one that, rather than harming others, claimed to have consumed its own kin, and even expressed a desire to bask in the sunlight at dawn. However, Kaneo, with her innate sense of caution, refrained from opposing this peculiar being. Considering the essence emanating from the individual named Fang Chong, alongside the child she had recently saved, it was conceivable that Fang possessed a remarkable resistance to toxins. Thus, taking rash action seemed imprudent. Very well, I have always believed that demons and humans could coexist harmoniously. I look forward to your guidance. Observing the petite hand extended by Kaneo, Fang instinctively sensed it was likely laced with poison. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and grasped it, reasoning that once daylight arrived, he would be able to clear his name. Please do guide me. By the way, Kaneo, aren't you going to assist Yurichi? Oh, a demon knows my name. How intriguing. I'm human. 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 Fang's agitation was palpable as he faced Kaneo, who merely smiled gently in response. Not to worry. It is merely a lower-ranked demon, one that Yurichi can handle on his own. Indeed, while the combat prowess of Hashira vastly outstripped that of lower-ranked demons, the difference was akin to a crushing defeat. May I pose a question? Fang inquired. Certainly, Kaneo replied, her readiness prompting Fang to regard their earlier handshake with renewed skepticism. I have heard that you possess the ability to craft poisons. Is it possible for you to concoct a toxin that could transform an ordinary human into a demon? He gestured toward the small, spider-like creatures that were gradually receiving aid nearby. It need not be a complete transformation. Even a third of what Zenitsu faced would suffice. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from Kaneo's position. Yes, it is feasible, but not at this moment. It requires extensive research. Kaneo's affirmation nearly compelled Fang to embrace her, yet he ultimately dismissed this impractical notion for the sake of his own safety. Before he could revel in his excitement, a crow approached Kaneo but hesitated to draw near due to the ominous scent of demon emanating from Fang. Noticing the crow, Fang discreetly stepped back. Ah, understood. Let us proceed then. That demon over there, can you keep pace with my speed? If not, I must apologize. Kaneo, having received a support mission, had no time to squander conversing with Fang, especially since his earlier inquiry had evidently irked her. Very well, I shall manage without my sword. Then let us set forth. Should you fall behind, I shall show no mercy, she warned, her gentle demeanor juxtaposed with a palpable aura of threat, sending chills down Fang's spine. Fortunately, in recent days, Fang had made significant strides in mastering the breathing techniques, which had concurrently enhanced the rigidity of his blood vessels and improved his physical capabilities. Although keeping up with Kaneo without his heavy sword would pose a challenge, it was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. As Zenitsu and Inosuke journeyed to support the valiant warriors, Tanjiro found himself engaged in a fervent battle with the formidable father figure of the family. Although it was an intense clash, it did not endure for long. Despite the father's robust physique, his intellect appeared rather lacking. Lured to the riverbank by Tanjiro, he was soon disoriented by a massive stone, allowing Tanjiro to reclaim the blade that had been taken from him. The shallow stream, however, could not incapacitate the spider-like father. After a brief moment of confusion, he rose from the water and charged at Tanjiro once more. Yet, in the midst of his advance, he was ensnared beneath a fallen tree, rendered immobile. Tanjiro, too, faced the repercussions of the encounter, just as he was about to be crushed. The demon swung its arm with great force, propelling Tanjiro off the riverbank. Water-breathing, first form, water wheel. Fortunately, Tanjiro managed to mitigate his descent upon landing, with his head taking the brunt of the impact. Aside from a few aches throughout his body, he sustained no serious injuries. Rising to his feet, he resolved to return and deliver a decisive blow to the spider-like father. But the encroaching darkness of the forest soon disoriented him. Please, stop. A distant, harrowing scream from the depths of the forest immediately captured Tanjiro's attention. With no path to retrace, he boldly ventured toward the source of the cries. After a mere few seconds, he stumbled upon a small clearing, where he witnessed the diminutive demon from earlier. Inflicting deep lacerations upon the face of a larger demon with threads of silk, blood cascaded to the ground in heavy droplets, filling the air with a pungent, iron-like scent. It was evident that the pitiful wails, along with the surrounding bloodshed, were not the result of a single act. The repeated slashes had even begun to hinder the other demon's regenerative abilities. "What are you watching? This is not a sight for the faint of heart." The words, delivered with chilling indifference, reached Tanjiro's ears. As the most compassionate brother of his family, he struggled to comprehend the actions of the two demons before him. "What are you doing? Aren't you comrades? Comrades? Do not conflate us with such a superficial notion. We are family, bound together by profound ties. Moreover, this is a matter between my sister and me. Should you dare interfere, I will reduce you to fragments." In response to such brazen villainy, Tanjiro's retort was summoned forth. "No, whether family or comrades, if united by a close bond, they hold equal worth. One's value is not diminished by the absence of blood ties. Furthermore, those who share a deep connection exude an aura of trust. Yet, all I sense from you is terror, hatred, and revulsion. Such bonds are not genuine. They are hypocritical and false." After a torrent of words, the sister, kneeling with threads cutting into her cheek, was momentarily startled. For these utterances unmistakably struck a chord within her. However, the nearby Rue was far from pleased. Just as Tanjiro was about to employ his remarkable rhetoric to subdue Rue, a figure clad in Demon Slayer core attire emerged from the forest. "Ah, isn't that a rather convenient demon? I could easily dispatch such a minor demon." Wait a moment. Tanjiro's extraordinary sense of smell and protagonist aura distinctly sensed that this demon was far stronger than any he had encountered before. Yet, this newcomer evidently lacked such self-awareness. "Step back. I desire to rise safely to prominence. If I achieve that, the rewards from above will surely increase. Although my squad has nearly been annihilated, defeating this relatively weak demon would allow me to descend the mountain." Rue, already provoked by Tanjiro, was in no mood for patience, especially with that insignificant human chattering behind him. "No, stop it." Observing his teammate raise his blade to charge at Rue, Tanjiro issued a warning. Unfortunately, the teammate, blinded by Rue's youthful form, paid no heed to Tanjiro's words, which were not directed at him, but rather at Rue. Poor fellow. He hadn't even taken a second step before Rue effortlessly severed him into a grotesque mass of flesh. One moment, he was an ordinary human, and the next, he was reduced to a pile of dismembered remains, his expression unchanged. In an instant, he was shattered. Although Tanjiro had anticipated Rue's ferocity, he was taken aback by the ease with which Rue could obliterate a teammate in an instant. "Hey, what did you just say?" Retrieving the bloodied threads, Rue fixed an unwavering gaze on Tanjiro. A formidable aura of murderous intent pressed down upon Tanjiro. The atmosphere, despite its seemingly modest size, began to feel oppressive. "Repeat what you just said." I could repeat it as many times as you wish. Your bonds are illusory." Though generally gentle, Tanjiro displayed unexpected ferocity in this moment, showing no signs of anxiety in the face of Rue's overwhelming pressure. Regrettably, the interruption from the oblivious teammate made it nearly impossible for Tanjiro to persuade Rue with mere words. Almost invisible threads flew toward Tanjiro. In the depths of the night, even with the moonlight present, Tanjiro, lacking awareness, could not see the approaching threads. He could only rely on his instincts to evade. Within mere seconds, his body bore numerous wounds of varying depths. "I must warn you, I will not kill you that easily. I shall render you into tatters and subsequently reduce you to fragments. However, should you utter the words you just spoke, I shall grant you a swift end. I shall not retract my statement. My words are devoid of fault. The issue lies solely with you. Why are humans inherently so foolish?" Meanwhile, Inosuke, en route to aid Tanjiro, encountered the father spider emerging from beneath the great tree. Originally, Inosuke was no match for this formidable foe, and even with Tanjiro's assistance, they might only have managed to struggle. Alone, Inosuke was destined to be overwhelmed. How infuriating, swift, and unyielding. Despite the spider's imposing size, its speed was anything but slow, leaving Inosuke to rely solely on instinct to evade its attacks. Fortunately, after a tumultuous struggle, Inosuke returned to the riverbank to reclaim his twin blades. Armed once more, he regained a semblance of confidence, no longer merely dodging in fear. Beast breathing, first form, one Fang. Alas, the blade, altered by Inosuke's own hands, lacked true sharpness, and his training was insufficient. Even with the breathing technique, the dual blades barely penetrated a few centimeters into the flesh. Fortunately, having previously faced a stuck blade, Inosuke managed to extract his weapon in time. With no other recourse, he had no choice but to commence a new round of flight. Chapter 78. Crisis. What manner of creature is that? How am I to strike the neck of this beast when my blade cannot penetrate? Think. Hidden behind a large tree, Inosuke's mind raced, despite its limited capacity. Yet, before he could contemplate for even a few moments, the father spider had obliterated the tree with a single punch. Infuriating. At this rate, I shall find myself in peril before locating Tanjiro. What madness is this? Inosuke, who had lived independently for so long, was suddenly startled by the thought of seeking Tanjiro's assistance. How vexing! How vexing! Do not jest with me. Polluted by the bacteria of that brat. It must be said that conviction serves as a significant driving force for humanity. An inexplicable strength propelled Inosuke to charge once more at the father spider. Not only Inosuke, but even the spider appeared utterly bewildered. Initially, it was agitated by the frenzied escape of this small creature, but after a brief chase, the prey unexpectedly returned, shouting as it approached. Faced with the blade poised to strike its neck, the spider instinctively raised its hand in defense. The spider's robust muscles and solid bones were far beyond what Inosuke's blade could sever with a single strike. As Inosuke swung, his right-hand blade became lodged in the spider's arm, just as Spider Dad was preparing to fling him away. Inosuke suddenly raised another blade and fiercely struck the one lodged in Spider Dad's flesh. The ever-thinking one is never me, with resounding clashes. The second blade ruthlessly cut into the first. The Nicaran blade emitted a mournful wail, yet Spider Dad was not faring any better. The agony from such blunt force was unbearable, even for a demon. With just 2 swift strikes, Inosuke severed Spider Dad's arm. Oh, it's done. Such a simple affair. If one blade cannot sever, then one simply must strike down with force. After all, I possess 2 blades. Witnessing his attack finally yield results, Inosuke was elated. But across from him, Spider Dad was thoroughly intimidated by this madman, turning to flee into the shadows. Huh? Hey, where do you think you're running off to? Wait for me. Without a moment's hesitation, Inosuke pursued the fleeing demon. In less than a minute, the roles of hunter and prey had completely reversed. It was now Inosuke's turn to hunt. However, despite growing up in the deep mountains and being somewhat adept at tracking, the pitch darkness of the night, devoid of scent and sound, made the pursuit exceedingly challenging. Damn it, such a large creature, where could it have vanished to? If that's the case, beast breathing. 7th form, spatial awareness. The prolonged chase had drained Inosuke considerably, and in his current state, expending energy to search for his prey was clearly unwise. Yet, for Inosuke, whose mental capacity was nearly non-existent, the concept of wisdom held no weight. He simply acted on instinct. As his perception expanded, the surroundings took shape in his mind. Suddenly, Inosuke looked up at the canopy above. So that's where you are? Damn it, you bastard. How high do you intend to climb? You certainly have the nerve to make me think. Come down and face me. Yet, despite Inosuke's insults, the demon showed no intention of descending, its entire form beginning to tremble. Oh, so you're shaking in fear. But now, it's too late. Before Inosuke could finish his taunts, Spider Dad had completed its molting. The severed arm had regenerated, and its entire body had grown larger. It has molted. Gazing at the newly doubled size of Spider Dad, Inosuke felt utterly crushed. Damn it, it has grown far too large. Never before had he felt such pressure from an enemy. Roaring with ferocity, Spider Dad seemed to sense Inosuke's fear, unleashing a spray of saliva that splattered across Inosuke's face. No way, I can't win. I will die. A fierce instinct incessantly urged Inosuke to retreat, yet his legs remained immobile. Suddenly, a vision of the elderly woman he had encountered at the Wisteria family flickered before his eyes, her caring demeanor resonating within him for the first time in his life. May fortune smile upon all warriors. I absolutely cannot lose. I am Inosuke Hashibara of the Demon Slayer Corps. Before Inosuke could finish his bravado, the formidable Spider Father had already struck him with a powerful slap, shattering several of his ribs with sheer force. So fast, I can't see him. The speed of Spider Father exceeded Inosuke's reflexes, and the relentless breaking of his bones sent adrenaline surging through him. As he finally crashed to the ground, Spider Father's colossal fist came barreling toward him. Beast breathing, 3rd form. Fang Chong. With his twin blades crossed, Inosuke collided with Spider Father's punch, producing a resounding clash of metal. The intensity of the force suddenly diminished in his hands. Is it broken? Having just endured a brutal onslaught, his swords could hardly withstand such tremendous impact. In a single exchange, both blades shattered into fragments. Yet, the technique had mitigated some of the force from Spider Father's blow, sparing Inosuke from instant demise. However, even so, Inosuke was not destined to escape death. After crashing into a nearby tree, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself gripped firmly in Spider Father's hand. In contrast to the giant's massive form, holding Inosuke's head felt akin to a normal person grasping a mere bullet. The overwhelming strength penetrated through his boar mask, reaching deep into his skull. Unlike Tanjiro, Inosuke lacked the mental acuity to withstand such pressure, and his brain felt like it might burst. I am doomed. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, the pressure abruptly eased. Cough, cough. Who is it? Chapter 79. With a colossal arm crashing to the ground, a single strike severed Spider Father's hardened limb, shattering it with ease. Did he just cut through that? How powerful. Overwhelmed by the immense pressure he had just endured, Inosuke struggled to sit up, his mind clouded. Who is this guy? Spider Father. Equally bewildered by the sudden assailant, was not devoid of rage. Within a breath, he regenerated his arm and lunged toward Ju. So fast, despite the considerable distance. Inosuke could barely catch a glimpse, only perceiving a shadow in motion. Water-breathing, fourth form. Yet for Ju, a Hashira, this demon was nothing more than a lower-tier adversary. Easily susceptible to Ju's onslaught. Tide of destruction. The seemingly simple sword strike, unadorned in its execution, cleaved through Spider Father's form, reducing it to mere fragments. Inosuke, shocked. Particularly, the unassuming expression of the valiant warrior added an air of formidable authority. Although he had obliterated Spider Father, his gaze was fixated on the distant position of Tanjiro. At that moment, Tanjiro felt that he had gradually discerned the patterns of Rue's attacks and possessed the capability to engage in combat. He understood. The acrid scent had diminished, and he had identified the fragrance of the threads. Now he was ready to fight. Like Tanjiro, Rue was encountering such a resolute Asakusa-level fighter for the first time. Humph. This fellow is quicker-witted than I had anticipated. He does not cower in fear. Nevertheless, that matters little. With thoughts crystallizing, Tanjiro was already charging towards Rue, wielding his Nichiren blade. As a lower moon, Rue did not require much contemplation. He swiftly countered by launching a thread, thicker than before, towards Tanjiro. Breath of water. First form. Water surface slash. A faint sound of collision echoed, contrasting sharply with Tanjiro's expectations. The silvery thread showed no signs of breaking. Instead, it severed his Nichiren blade cleanly in two. The thread aimed at Tanjiro's face was barely evaded, yet it still carved a deep gash across his visage. How could my sword observing his split Nichiren blade? Tanjiro felt a surge of frustration. Damn it. Is this fellow's thread even sturdier than the demon's body I couldn't sever earlier? Clearly, for Tanjiro, who had grown up in the depths of the mountains. Attempting to rationally explain the reason for the sword's fracture was exceedingly challenging. However, this did not prevent him from shouldering the blame. It is all my fault. Master Urokadaki and Mr. Kanroji. It's because my training was inadequate that my sword broke. Yet, Rue afforded Tanjiro little time for contemplation. Without his Nichiren blade, Tanjiro was a living target, perfect for Rue to hone his skills. Threads were launched one after another. Under Rue's deliberate leniency, Tanjiro managed to evade them with great effort. Think quickly. Think swiftly. If I cannot sever the threads, I must enter within range of his blade to attack. Yet, this was merely Tanjiro's wishful thinking. Even if Rue were to hold back, the threads still tormented him mercilessly. These threads move as if imbued with life. I cannot even approach the range to strike. Ultimately, he is controlling his strength to avoid killing me, yet he still forces me into this predicament. After several evasions, Tanjiro's stamina was rapidly depleting. With his mastery of the breath of water not yet acquired, Tanjiro's lungs were beginning to feel overwhelmed from the fierce battle. What now? Are you not prepared to retract your earlier words? If that is the case, then prepare to be utterly shattered. Tanjiro's continuous evasions gradually eroded Rue's patience. In the absence of a response from Tanjiro, Rue suddenly clapped his hands together, unleashing countless threads that ensnared Tanjiro. There was no escaping. Gazing at the countless threads looming ahead, Tanjiro's heart sank into despair. Yet, in the next moment, Nezuko, who had been carried on Tanjiro's back, suddenly stood before him, shielding him from all the threads. Nezuko. Naturally, as these threads were capable of severing Nichiren blades, it was all too easy for them to slice through Nezuko's body. Although they did not completely pierce through, the areas that had been cut were on the verge of collapse. And even the slightest movement could cause her to tumble to the ground. The sudden appearance of Nezuko left Rue, her counterpart, utterly stunned, halting his actions and ceasing to cut the threads. Instead, he stood frozen, watching as Tanjiro carried Nezuko to a nearby thicket. In the box he bore, a girl emerged. Yet this presence was undeniably that of a demon. As Rue was taken aback by the scene, he resembled someone who had just overturned a vat of vinegar. The sourness emanating from him palpable. Who is that woman? Are you siblings? So what if we are? At that moment, Tanjiro, wholly focused on Nezuko, could scarcely afford to respond to Rue's inquiries. The sight of Nezuko's limbs, nearly ready to fall, pierced his heart with anguish. Unbeknownst to Tanjiro, as Nezuko suffered grievously, Fang Chong, situated far away, sensed an ominous shift. The subtle feeling of repulsion began to coalesce around him, even starting to affect his own body. System, what is happening? I haven't touched those siblings. The source of this repulsion was a mystery. With his skills merely upgraded to a higher level, Fang Chong knew that if he were to be expelled from this world now, he would lose the opportunity for further growth. Missing this chance would mean he could never keep pace with the terrifying battle prowess of Marvel. Detection indicates Nezuko is gravely injured due to the host's influence. Nezuko's injuries are far more severe than in the original narrative, endangering her very life as a demon. Do I really have to play the role of a babysitter? Despite harboring a million objections, Fang Chong had no choice but to quicken his pace, even hastening the cancellation of his hardened skeletal ability to reduce weight for greater speed. Initially leading the way, Shinobu Kochu felt Fang Chong stir behind her and intended to turn back to warn him. Before she could, Fang Chong transformed into a streak of light, dashing past her. What? Even the usually composed Shinobu broke into a cold sweat. That speed, even when compared to Shinobu's fully unleashed breath of the insect technique, was formidable. Among the Hashira, she was renowned for her swift movements. Chapter 80, Tanjiro's Battle Now. After Fang Chong had deactivated the hardening ability of his bones, his speed surpassed that of Shinobu. In order to traverse the depths of the mountains, Fang Chong activated his blood demon art, and with extraordinary neural reflexes, the surrounding trees posed no hindrance to his advance. He moved with the agility of a monkey in the forest, darting forward with incredible swiftness. Behind, the relentless butterfly ninja pursued with unwavering determination. At the moment when Fang Chong charged wildly towards Tanjiro, Rue finally reignited the battle. One cannot entirely blame Rue. The sight of Tanjiro and Nezuko's affectionate bond was undeniably provocative. The sister stepped forward, shielding her brother. This was the essence of true kinship. Such a sentiment sent shivers down the spine of the sister nearby. She had witnessed the fate of those powerless to defy Rue's family, once abandoned. Their only destiny was to be hung up and left to perish under the sun. Wait, I'm the sister. Please don't abandon me. Silence. But Rue, now consumed by rage, paid no heed. Moreover, the spider sister, a truly monstrous demon, would take time to kill even if Rue wished it. Thus, there was no need to temper his strength. 3 threads imbued with immense power were unleashed, transforming into 3 gleaming arcs that instantaneously severed the spider sister's body into 4 uneven pieces, along with the surrounding earth and trees, which were neatly cleaved apart. Yet, even with such devastation, Rue remained unsatisfied. Ultimately, you have all failed in your duties. Regardless of the time. As Rue's merciless words echoed, the spider sister's face was streaked with tears, her terror palpable. Wait, I have been a good sister. Please grant me another chance to redeem myself. Then go and eliminate those intruders roaming the mountains, and perhaps I may forgive what transpired. As a demon sustained by human flesh, Rue's regenerative capabilities far surpassed those of Nezuko. In mere seconds, the body that had been torn into 4 segments was reassembled. I understand, I will go now. Watching her sister gradually vanish into the thicket, Rue rubbed his cheeks, attempting to appear more amiable, though his blood-soaked arms rendered the effort almost comical. Little one, let us converse. Come forth. Converse? Concealed behind the trees, Tanjiro struggled to comprehend the unfolding situation. Within mere seconds, the demon's demeanor towards him had undergone a complete transformation, as if it had morphed into a wise old woman of the mountains. I am profoundly moved. Upon witnessing your bond, my entire being trembles. I believe there are no words in this world that can adequately express this emotion. Yet, you can only meet your demise at my hands. How tragic is that? If that were the case, it would indeed be a great pity. What are you talking about? I do not understand your meaning. Coincidentally, Tanjiro sought to buy time through dialogue, hoping to delay Rue until Nezuko's injuries were mended. Fortunately, prior to departing from the east, Tamayo had provided Tanjiro with several syringes that would accelerate Nezuko's healing. As he administered the serum, wisps of white smoke began to emanate from Nezuko's body, and her grievous wounds began to mend rapidly. Now, do not rush. Allow me to finish. There exists yet another method to salvage the situation. Surrender your sister to me. If you comply willingly, I may spare your life. What? I am at a loss for your words. Allow your sister to become my sister, starting today. How could I ever agree to such a thing? I must commend Rue on his remarkable ability to provoke, as Tanjiro's sole concern at this moment is Nezuko. Even with merely a minor injury, Tanjiro is already filled with immense sorrow, let alone the notion of trading his sister for his own survival. Moreover, Nezuko is not an object. She possesses her own thoughts and consciousness. How could she possibly become your sister? Fear not. I shall forge bonds, fearsome bonds. I will teach her the consequences of resistance. In stark contrast to Tanjiro's fervent emotions, Rue remains utterly indifferent, even attempting to maintain the faade of familial affection through terror. Do not jest with me? You. Under Fang Chong's influence, Tanjiro has unwittingly absorbed some coarse language, which escapes his lips in this heated moment. Such terrifying constraints do not constitute the bonds of family. Without correcting your fundamental errors, you shall never attain what you desire. This is exasperating. Can you refrain from making such a ruckus? We truly do not get along. Very well, I shall retrieve her myself. How could I ever hand Nezuko over to you? Even with but a broken sword in hand, Tanjiro charges at Rue without hesitation, determined to protect Nezuko. Even with a broken sword, I shall sever your head. Yet, despite Tanjiro's fierce resolve, he has yet to master the basics, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with Rue. A lower moon demon. Your bravado is commendable. If you can manage it, then give it a try. If you can defeat me, a member of the 12 Kazuki. As Rue's eyes rotate, the orb inscribed with words appears before Tanjiro. Previously, Fang Chong had informed Tanjiro that true members of the 12 Kazuki bear inscriptions upon their eyes. The demon from the mansion was stripped of its title, hence the markings were altered. Lower Moon 5. As for family, a father bears his responsibilities, a mother her duties. Siblings must protect one another, even at the cost of their lives. I believe those who fail to understand their responsibilities have no place in this world. Family is the sanctuary where all can live in happiness. It is not a bond that can be established by a monster like you, thriving on fear. In comparison to his verbal prowess, Rue stands unfazed, yet due to Nezuko's provocation, Tanjiro's verbal assault has become utterly ineffective. Your duty is to deliver your sister to me and then vanish. If you cannot achieve that, then perish. After all, you cannot defeat me. Chapter 81. The onslaught of repulsion seizing the moment amidst the verbal sparring, Tanjiro's mind raced with fervent thoughts. What if the threads could not be severed? What if the broken blade proved ineffective against the child's neck, harder than the threads themselves? In mere seconds, Tanjiro's thoughts spiraled into a frenzy. That detestable gaze. How foolish. Do you really believe you can triumph over me? As the fifth of the lower moons among the 12 Kazuki, Rue possessed his own sense of arrogance. The Hashira are one matter, but as for the members of the Demon Slayer Corps beneath them, the number of foes he could dispatch was not an exaggeration in the slightest. Tanjiro, with his mere rank of Mizunoto, was hardly worthy of Rue's attention. With a casual tug, Rue ensnared the small spiders, the threads having already ensnared Nezuko, and effortlessly drew her close from the depths of the woods. I have her now, he declared. Nezuko. Hearing Tanjiro's desperate cry, Nezuko, despite her unhealed wounds, fiercely clawed at Rue's face with her sharp nails. The razor-like claws carved deep gashes into Rue's cheek. Yet he showed no sign of distress, his gaze fixated on the approaching Tanjiro. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Rue unleashed a flurry of silvery threads towards Tanjiro, which shot forth with astonishing speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Tanjiro's senses struggled to keep pace. The diffusion of sense required time. However, fortune favored him as the once cloudy sky now lay clear under the moonlight, illuminating each thread with crystalline clarity. Bending low, the training under Shinobu bore fruit, as Tanjiro's muscles moved in perfect harmony. Yet, as he evaded the threads and straightened, Nezuko, who had been in Rue's grasp, had inexplicably vanished. Gone? Just as confusion washed over Tanjiro, a drop of blood fell from above, splattering onto the remaining fragment of his blade. As he stiffly lifted his gaze, illuminated by the moonlight, he beheld Nezuko ensnared by the threads, each taut strand cutting into her flesh, blood cascading down in thick droplets. Nezuko, he cried out, panic rising within him. This won't kill her. After all, she is a demon. Yet, it was evident that she needed to be taught a lesson. Let her bleed for now. Should she continue to defy me, I shall hold her until dawn, perhaps to roast her a little. Oh, how delightful would it be if you think you could sever my neck by merely approaching me? As Tanjiro charged towards him, Rue could not suppress a mocking laughter. Come on then, try your best. Seeing Tanjiro's earnest struggle, Rue felt a surge of amusement. After all, he had no immediate plans for Nezuko. Engaging in playful banter with Tanjiro seemed quite entertaining. Faced with such provocation from Rue, how could Tanjiro possibly refrain from striking back? As Rue drew closer, the distance between man and demon shrank to a mere meter, leaving only a scant reach for Tanjiro's blade. Yet, before he could even complete his swing, Rue's fist collided forcefully with Tanjiro's abdomen. The overwhelming power surged through his muscular frame, reaching his very core, and without the mastery of the breathing technique, Tanjiro was unable to withstand such damage, sending him hurtling through the air. Coughing violently, he expelled 2 mouthfuls of blood, and at long last, the long-absent protagonist's aura began to manifest. Although he was teetering on the brink of death, visions of the breathing technique that his mentor, Sakanji, had imparted flashed through his mind, urging him to master the art. Coupled with the fleeting wisdom from Shinobu, Tanjiro, in that very moment, finally perfected the breathing technique. This instant caused Fang Chong, who had been racing forward, to stumble slightly, almost losing his footing atop the treetops. What now? Thanks to his reflexes, enhanced tenfold, Fang Chong managed to steady himself and press on, though his tongue was not so forgiving. So, Tanjiro has learned the breathing technique ahead of time, resulting in an earlier demise by more than a year? The repulsion force has intensified. Are you jesting? Strengthening one's abilities at the cost of life? What a perilous trade. Fortunately, Fang Chong was not far from Tanjiro, and the increasing repulsion compelled him to move swiftly, activating his giant form to charge forward. However, This transformation confirmed Shinobu's suspicions regarding Fang Chong's demonic identity. A male demon. To think he would deceive me into basking in the sunlight, how outrageous. With Fang Chong's transformation into a giant, his speed surged once more, widening the gap between him and Shinobu. Yet, the enormous silhouette he cast ensured that she need not worry about him eluding capture. What? The aura has shifted? Rue, who had previously sent Tanjiro flying, sought to concoct a more sinister fate for Nezuko. Yet, mere moments after Tanjiro had hit the ground, he rose once again, his presence transformed entirely. You have mastered the breathing technique? What madness is this? Even in such a state, hey, little one. Did your teacher not warn you that forcing the use of the breathing technique without proper training can drastically shorten your lifespan? Of course, Fang Chong, as the vessel of the giant's power, was oblivious to such matters. No matter how rigorous the training, the worst that could happen would be internal injuries, far from a concern. As healing was trivial. Water breathing. First form. Water surface slash. Tanjiro understood the limitations of his body, the aching of his lungs, akin to a bellows. And the soreness in his muscles indicated that he could not sustain this state for long. Yet, even with the breathing technique mastered, time was not on his side. And the enhancement of his physical capabilities was fleeting at best. Currently, Tanjiro's physical capabilities have barely reached a score of 10, making it exceedingly challenging for him to contend with Rue, especially considering that he wields nothing more than a broken blade. A crisp sound echoed as the sword technique struck Rue's neck, merely slicing through a thin layer of skin. Well done, Rue remarked, as an all-level member. Managing to inflict harm upon me is commendable. However, you shall never prevail against me. Chapter 82, support as Rue's taunts echoed, he delivered a powerful blow to Tanjiro's abdomen, sending him flying. This time, however, he did not crash into any tree trunks but instead landed in the embrace of a fellow comrade. Fang Chong had initially rushed over without much thought, eager to rescue, only to find Tanjiro attacking his own stomach with his head. With Fang Chong acting as a cushion and the impact primarily affecting Tanjiro's head, he emerged unscathed, while Fang Chong suffered the consequences, his half-hardened blood vessels fracturing into numerous fragments. Fortunately, these were merely minor capillaries, posing no significant hindrance to the battle. Hey? A demon? Hey, where did you come from? I've never seen you before. After enduring the poison from that spider demon, Fang Chong exuded a potent demonic aura. So much so that even Rue could not discern his presence. Fang Chong, you must leave at once. This fellow is terrifyingly strong, despite his own battered state. Tanjiro was unwilling to drag Fang Chong into danger. However, for Fang Chong, whose breathing technique had reached a certain level of proficiency, Rue represented an excellent opportunity for practice. Having delayed for a brief moment, Shinobu Kocho, who had previously opened some distance from Fang Chong, arrived at his side. Oh, look, there's another little one here. All right. Demons can typically recognize their allies, can't they? This one still refuses to acknowledge his nature as a demon, perhaps sensing no hostility from Fang Chong. Shinobu felt unusually at ease with him, despite his earlier actions. Of course, it could not be ruled out that Fang Chong was now infused with certain poisons, with his fate resting solely in Shinobu's hands. As the fifth lower moon, Rue naturally recognized Shinobu, one of the Hashira. However, Fang Chong's presence puzzled him. Based on Shinobu's tone, it was clear that he was a demon, yet from Rue's perspective, although Fang Chong's demonic energy was not overwhelming, the pressure he exuded surpassed even that of Shinobu. Although Rue belonged to the 12 Kazuki, facing two Hashira-level opponents simultaneously proved to be quite daunting. Had it not been for the emotional investment he had in this mountain, he might have turned to flee. Demon over there, please, carry on. I shall not interfere. Seemingly perceiving Rue's apprehension, Shinobu began to retreat with the severely injured Tanjiro, yet Tanjiro remained unwilling to part with Nezuko. Even the gentle butterfly Shinobu found it difficult to acquiesce, despite having previously heard from Ju about such a peculiar alliance. The notion of humans and demons joining forces was, for even someone as open-minded as Butterfly Shinobu, momentarily hard to accept. However, her kind-hearted nature prevailed. With Fang Chong's encouragement, she delicately extracted Nezuko from the threads and retreated with the two of them. Although Rue observed as Butterfly Shinobu took Nezuko away, he refrained from reacting. While he could toy with a novice like Tanjiro, he understood that facing someone like Fang Chong required utmost caution, for a single misstep could cost him his head. Hey, whose side are you on? The Demon Slayer Corps? Where is your Nichiren blade? Rue's suspicion was piqued by the ominous figure before him, who bore no trace of a Nichiren sword. Concurrently, this was Fang Chong's greatest source of anxiety. Although he was not particularly intimidated by a lower-ranked demon like Rue, the absence of his Nichiren blade forced him into a war of attrition, devoid of any chance for a decisive strike. Rue's attributes: strength, 28, body, 31, intelligence, 4. Skills: level, demon blood, level, blood demon art, level, thread manipulation, The assessment yielded results that aligned closely with Fang Chong's expectations. However, given the level of Rue's demon blood, it was evident that even Kibutsuji had not attained the true pinnacle of power. Having witnessed numerous skills, Fang Chong began to grasp the criteria for their evaluation. While the strength of a skill level was a variable, one commonality he discerned was that skills of a certain level typically bore no side effects. For demons who could not endure sunlight, reaching the true apex of power would likely remain an unattainable dream. Though Rue's strength and body attributes were not drastically superior, falling short of double digits, Fang Chong, devoid of a weapon, was reluctant to act recklessly. Hey, are you ignoring me? As Fang Chong pondered Rue's abilities, the latter grew impatient. Butterfly Shinobu had indeed retreated with her companions, leaving Rue to confront merely a Hashira, which made him less cautious than before. Oh, I see. Let's just fight. If all goes well, I should be able to attain level demon blood today. Despite Butterfly Shinobu's timely intervention, which spared Tanjiro and Nezuko from imminent danger, the animosity remained only partially alleviated. Thus, Fang Chong had no choice but to steel himself for the confrontation. You insolent wretch. Fang Chong's self-absorbed remarks had evidently provoked Rue, who swiftly unleashed a torrent of threats. Previously, in a bid to hasten his journey, Fang Chong had relinquished his hardened skeletal defense, and now he dared not withstand the onslaught, opting instead to evade. Despite the sheer volume of threads, their potency remained undiminished, each one carving deep grooves into the ground. As compensation for the absence of his hardened skeletal ability, Fang Chong's well-trained muscles retained their formidable strength. With merely a slight exertion, one could propel oneself several meters forward. Although the threads manipulated by Lei moved swiftly, they paled in comparison to Fang Chong's remarkable speed. Controlling such an extensive array of threads was no small feat, even for Lei, resulting in considerable exertion. However, Fang Chong's astonishing velocity compelled Lei to maintain the number of threads without reduction. Hey, don't hide. Huh? Do you think I'm just going to stand here? It seemed something was amiss. Faced with a relentless barrage of countless threads, Fang Chong found himself in a state of despair. He did not believe his body could withstand the strength of those threads. The optimization of his bloodline had come at a cost. Fang Chong's physical resilience was incomparable to that of Lei, one of the 12 Kizuki. Moreover, Lei, as a lower moon, possessed considerable physical strength. I'm at my wit's end. I have no weapon, only my head to use. As the saying goes, the weaker one appears, the more formidable the hidden strength. Although Fang Chong shared the same bloodline as Lei, he was evidently not on par with him. After a prolonged period of evasion, Fang Chong was grazed by a thread, resulting in a sharp pain in his waist, where a small patch of skin and a significant amount of muscle were severed by Lei's thread. Chapter 83. The Treacherous Scoundrel Roar? You're not a demon? Not an aberration? Have you never consumed human flesh? Initially, Fang Chong's speed had caused Lei some concern. If Fang Chong were indeed a demon, then Lei's fate would be sealed. With such velocity, escape would be impossible. However, after merely being grazed by a thread, it took 3 agonizing seconds for Fang Chong's waist to heal, a stark contrast to the rapid recovery of someone like Lei, a member of the 12 Kizuki. It seems today will not yield favorable outcomes. Observing the gradual healing of his injury, Fang Chong comprehended that Butterfly Shinobu's intention was to have him occupy Lei, ensuring that when dawn broke, both demons would meet their demise. I've said countless times that I am human, yet you refuse to believe it. After evading for so long, Fang Chong had come to terms with the situation. It was clear that nothing could be gained without sacrifice today. Then let it come. Having reached a resolution, Fang Chong halted in his tracks. Not fleeing? Although Lei was puzzled, the assault did not cease. Threads continued to launch toward Fang Chong. This time, however, Fang Chong transformed his entire hand into a hardened crystalline structure. Every vein, nerve, and bone within had solidified, leaving no remnants of softness. Post-battle, once transformed into this hardened state, his hand could not revert back without severe consequences. The thought alone was excruciating. With his hand fully crystallized, the ability to grasp was lost. Fang Chong could only use it as a shield to deflect the threads that Lei sent forth. Breath of Thunder, first form. Thunderclap. From the moment he began his sword training, Fang Chong had learned to channel sword techniques through his body. Now, using his body to execute these techniques, their completeness had surged to unprecedented heights. As the breathing technique was employed, Fang Chong transformed into a beam of light, swiftly escaping the confines of the silken threads. Thanks to the enhancement from this technique, his speed surged to an extraordinary level, too rapid for Lei to even react. In an instant, Fang Chong delivered a solid punch to Lei's face, shattering the youthful visage that was once unmarred, leaving his head slightly flattened. However, such an injury was merely a trifling inconvenience for a demon. Although the blow left Lei slightly dizzy, he was far from losing consciousness. You are truly bothersome. Without the Nichiren blade, Fang Chong could inflict little damage upon Lei. In a mere 2 seconds, Lei's head had returned to its original form, standing defiantly before Fang Chong. Blood Demon Art. Blood threats. Time was of the essence, with less than 2 hours remaining until dawn, and Lei, feeling the pressure, initiated his Blood Demon Art. As he did so, a torrent of blood converged upon the silken threads surrounding them, transforming the once silver strands into a vivid crimson hue. I've decided to hang you up. Let us roast you well. For demons, being scorched by sunlight was undoubtedly the most severe punishment, second only to Musen himself. Fang Chong's relentless provocation had thoroughly infuriated Lei. The vivid red threads stood out starkly under the dim moonlight, although Fang Chong understood that this blood demon art significantly enhanced the thread's hardness. It was evident that such an ability did not confer an advantage in a clash between equals. Lei's astonishing physical strength was undeniably linked to this blood demon art. Blood demon art, high-speed reaction. Even with his hardened fists, Fang Chong was reluctant to test the thread strength directly. In the original tale, Tanjiro could utilize the Hinakami Kagura to sever such obstacles, but Fang Chong was not equipped with such powers. Perhaps I should inquire with Tanjiro about that technique. The Dance of the Sun is truly formidable. Hey, where are you looking while fighting me? Fang Chong gradually discerned the side effects of his high-speed reactions. The accelerated thought process occasionally caused him to lose focus. There was little he could do, after all, as his brain operated at 20 times the speed, while his body could manage only 10 times at best. Numerous blood-red threads surged toward Fang Chong, although he could easily evade them with a flash. Such straightforward attacks were too simplistic. If Lei had laid a trap, Fang Chong could easily find himself in dire straits. Breath of Thunder, second form. Rice Spirit. While the number of his attacks was not as great, the sword techniques within the breathing arts were well equipped to deal with such situations. Rice Spirit stood out as a prime example. 5 strikes launched toward the encroaching threads, resulting in a fierce collision that sent the blood-red strands scattering. You truly embody the essence of the Demon Slayer core. The previous flash of speed, though exhausting, can be understood as an extraordinary swiftness. However, the current manifestation of the Rice Spirit is evidently not merely a product of velocity, but rather a remarkably complete sword technique. The sole distinction lies in the fact that Fang Chong employs his own arm to execute it. Hey, if this continues, neither of us will emerge victorious. And dawn is approaching. You wouldn't wish for death, would you? Observing the sky gradually brightening, Rui grew increasingly impatient. Unable to comprehend what manner of creature stood before him, a fusion of the Demon Slayer core. Little did Rui know that despite using sword techniques and high-speed reactions to contend with the threads, Fang Chong's hardened palm was already battered and bruised. Should he engage in a few more exchanges, it might shatter entirely. Nevertheless, Fang Chong could not afford to let Rui escape, after all. This was a rare opportunity to confront a member of the 12 Kazuki, and who knows when another prey of such caliber would present itself. Listening to Rui's words, Fang Chong's mind raced, and a smile suddenly crept upon his face. Indeed, I too wish to survive. As Fang Chong appeared to relent, Rui relaxed slightly. For sunlight posed the greatest threat to the Demon Slayer core. Very well, let us reach an amicable resolution, shall we? After this, we shall never cross paths again. I was also dispatched by that butterfly. That fellow is no slouch in speed either. Perhaps it was Fang Chong's utter lack of reverence toward Shinobu that allowed Rui to lower his guard somewhat. An amicable resolution? Yet, Rui still harbored reservations regarding Fang Chong's proposed truce. What's the rush? I don't possess a Nichiren blade. Choose a spot nearby, and I shall approach. If that is acceptable, that works. After a moment's contemplation, Rui concluded that, without a Nichiren blade, even if Fang Chong were to sever his own neck, the damage would be lamentably minimal, as he could recover within mere seconds, possibly even gaining an ally in the process. Why not seize such an opportunity? It is essential to note that when Hashira-level individuals embark on extermination missions, solitary action is virtually unheard of. Unless the Hashira's prowess is so formidable that assistance becomes unnecessary. In either scenario, Rui found himself in a highly unfavorable position. Over there. Rui indicated a spot with his threads and moved first. Fang Chong, displaying keen insight, unclenched his fist, approached, and extended his other hand. Handshake? How peculiar. After a series of battles, not a single intact piece of fabric remained on Fang Chong's body, apart from a core patch. The remainder of his attire was either tattered or entirely absent, leaving no place to conceal a Nichiren blade. The simple handshake concluded swiftly. Yet Fang Chong seized the moment to propose a request. Could I have a hug? What? Ugh. Seizing the opportunity while Rui stood bewildered, Fang Chong abruptly expelled a mouthful of blood hidden within his mouth into Rui's. In but a fleeting second. The venom coursing through Fang Chong's veins had already begun to wreak havoc within Lei's body. The once resilient form of Lei seemed as though it might dissolve. Overwhelmed by an intense sensation that clouded his mind and rendered him incapable of manipulating the threads. An opportunity. Fang Chong realized that. Regardless of how potent the venom might be, Discussing its toxicity without considering its dosage was mere folly, even if Butterfly Shinobu possessed exceptional skills in toxin crafting. The adverse effects of the venom would not endure for long. Seizing this moment, the distance between the two, which was not particularly great to begin with, was rapidly closed. As the siphoning power granted by the demon blood activated instantaneously, beginning to drain Lei's own demon blood. The helplessness stemming from the extraction of his demon blood exacerbated Lei's already precarious condition. What should have taken no more than a second to expel the venom now demanded a full 3 seconds for Lei to cast it out. Once liberated from the venom's influence, Lei swiftly commanded the crimson threads concealed beneath the ground to slice toward Fang Chong. However, in his current state of intoxication, Fang Chong would not let such an opportunity slip away. He allowed the blood-red threads to viciously cut into his own body while he relentlessly siphoned from Lei. As Lei felt his strength diminish, desperation set in. Although Fang Chong had been thoroughly shredded, the sensation of power loss remained unrelenting. With no alternatives left, Lei resorted to severing all contact points between himself and Fang Chong using the threads. Yet, having already been drained of a significant portion of demon blood, Lei's regenerative abilities were no longer on par with what they had been moments ago. Meanwhile, Fang Chong's demon blood had undergone a substantial upgrade. The demon blood had reached a new level, and with it, the blood demon techniques had also evolved, acquiring the skill of ultra-fast reaction. The restorative effects brought by the upgraded demon blood surpassed even those of the Titan's strength at level. As the once fragmented body began to rapidly coalesce, both combatants stood once more in their complete forms. "You thief! You dared to take the blood of that esteemed one. Return it to me." As a member of the 12 Kazuki, Lei was acutely aware of the source of his power. Fang Chong's plundering had undoubtedly extracted a significant amount of Musen's blood from within him. "Return it to me! Return it to me! Return it to me!" The loss of such a vast quantity of blood drove Lei toward madness. It was imperative to understand that beneath the 12 Kazuki, countless demons coveted their positions. Should Lei lose the abilities befitting a member of the 12 Kazuki, he would face a fate of being overwhelmed and devoured by the throngs of demons. Heh, you want to take it back yourself? With the demon blood skill elevated to a new level, even though Fang Chong had expended some stamina to restore his body, his condition remained nearly optimal. In stark contrast, Lei, having lost such a substantial amount of Musen's blood, had directly diminished his capability ceiling by at least a third. Once merely marginally stronger than Fang Chong, Lei was no longer a match for him. Yet, even if Lei was at a disadvantage, Fang Chong found it far from simple to extinguish Lei's life. Though the extracted power was merely a third, it did not undermine Rue's foundation. After a brief respite, Rue returned to a state of normalcy. In the absence of Musen and the Nichiren blade, the violent clash between the two members of the 12 Kazuki could only result in one being subdued and cast into the sun to meet their demise. For Rue and Fang Chong, their existence was now a cycle of enduring injuries and constant healing. As time wore on, their stamina was relentlessly depleted. Despite their injuries, no trace of blood could be found upon the ground, a testament to their demonic nature. At last, Rue's threads ensnared Fang Chong's body. While Fang Chong's remaining hand gripped Rue's neck, the horizon began to illuminate with the first light of dawn, heralding the imminent arrival of day. Rue, facing Fang Chong, was consumed by a fleeting thought. Was this a dream? Hey, are you trying to throw away your life? The sun is about to rise. Let go. You will die too. Release me. With the sky growing brighter, Rue began to struggle fiercely. Enough of your nonsense. In the midst of this intense confrontation, Fang Chong found himself unable to absorb Rue's Musen blood. With Rue now on guard, the efficiency of blood absorption plummeted, though both were merely at the lower ranks. Their inner strength remained formidable, sending shockwaves that uprooted the grass nearby. Oh dear, gentlemen demons, have I arrived at an inopportune moment? The dawn was fast approaching. And after hours of combat, Shinobu Kocho finally emerged from her previous concealment to stand beside them. Or perhaps, do you too wish to transform from demons into humans? How delightful. With Shinobu's presence adding pressure and the sunlight drawing near, Rue's struggles intensified like never before. This is madness. Let me go. Faced with death, Rue hesitated no longer. Every muscle in his body tensed, and in an act of desperation, he forcibly snapped his own neck as the sunlight broke through. Remarkably, several arms sprouted from beneath his head, propelling it swiftly into the shadows of the forest. Ah, one has escaped. Do you gentlemen not sense a sweetness in the air? As the butterfly marked Shinobu's words faded, Rue, who had been fleeing towards the forest, suddenly faltered and collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. Simultaneously, the body that had been beside Fang Chong began to dissolve under the sunlight, allowing Fang Chong to seize this fleeting moment to extract the last remnants of demon blood. Approaching the vanishing form of Rue, Fang Chong knelt beside the severed head and asked, Rue, why did you not call for help? You must know your family holds no bond with you. Upon hearing Fang Chong's succinct words, Rui, once violently trembling, fell into an eerie calm, tears beginning to trickle from the corners of his eyes. How envious I am. Why, oh why, do I lack the profound bond shared by that pair of siblings? Why resort to fear as a means of forging connections? Is it truly effective? Perhaps it warrants a moment of introspection. While the specters of this world may merely be pitiable beings, a small fraction may indeed be irredeemable scoundrels, yet the majority of these apparitions exist as unfortunate victims of circumstance. Rui, too, is a sorrowful soul, but upon gaining power, his once immature psyche became twisted, ultimately rendering him in this state. Of course, Fang Chong is not like Tanjiro, who confronts adversaries with verbal jabs. His continued engagement with Rui is merely to extract the blood that lies within Rui's skull. The sun rises incessantly, its radiant beams illuminating the forest, and at last, Rui's form has completely dissipated. The demons observing Fang Chong, who remains unaffected under the sunlight, are filled with an awkward sense of embarrassment, including Shinobu Kocho. For passwords. 3. After vanquishing Rui, Fang Chong's identity as a demon is inadvertently revealed in the sunlight, and having witnessed his remarkable regenerative abilities, Shinobu's eyes sparkle with intrigue. Fang Chong, might I request your assistance in testing a new potion? After all, you see, observing Shinobu's demeanor, Fang Chong foresees the nature of his future days. As a human endowed with such exceptional regenerative capabilities, collaborating with Shinobu on potion development would undoubtedly yield impressive efficiency. That could be possible. But would you require a certain commitment from me? Upon hearing the first part of Fang Chong's statement, the previously serious Shinobu unexpectedly uttered such a line that nearly caused Fang Chong's eyes to bulge in astonishment. As a young man in the prime of life, and glancing at Shinobu's exquisite form, unwelcome images flitted through Fang Chong's mind. As he sensed one of his comrades below about to raise his head, Fang Chong hastily dispelled those thoughts. About that potion capable of transforming individuals into demons, is it feasible? Indeed, it is possible. But the cost of such a concoction would be significant. Fang Chong, I presume you lack sufficient funds to procure the necessary herbs? Upon hearing Shinobu's words, Fang Chong felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire body going rigid. I was merely jesting. I have yet to conduct any research. So how could I know what herbs are required? Furthermore, if you, Fang Chong, were to undertake a thorough evaluation, surely you could ascend to the rank of Hashira. With sufficient prestige, one could enlist the lower ranks to gather resources. As Fang Chong witnessed the teasing glint in Shinobu's eyes, he could not help but twitch his lips. Previously, while watching the anime, he had failed to recognize the underlying cunning nature of Shinobu's personality. However, for Fang Chong, there remains a necessity to stay with the Demon Slayer Corps for some time, at least in this realm. He will not return until he has fully mastered the patterns and blood demon arts. By the way, Butterfly Shinobu, simply call me Shinobu. Moreover, Butterfly is not even my surname. Your manner is rather disrespectful. With the battle concluded, the remaining tasks are mere formalities. And both Shinobu and the esteemed HCH have found themselves with some leisure. Meanwhile, the elusive Jai returned to the rendezvous point, hoisting a figure adorned with a wild boar head. Inosuke, covered in an abundance of bruises, had clearly provoked Jai into such a state. Upon arriving, HCH was met with the sight of a crowd surrounding Tanjiro, who was fiercely defending the box containing Nezuko from their blows. Hey, what are you doing? Given the stakes of their existence in this world, HCH could not afford to hold back. He rushed forward, dispersing the assailants with determination. This action incited the ire of the crowd. Lacking any reputation within the Demon Slayer Corps, HCH was nearly overwhelmed by the throng of enraged members. Ultimately, Jai intervened, calming the agitated warriors. After all, Tanjiro was he who had brought them into the Corps, and his remarkable sense of smell and awareness promised a bright future as the next Water Hashira, should he train diligently. Fortunately, despite their anger, the surrounding members exhibited restraint and refrained from inflicting harm upon the injured Tanjiro, who was wrapped in bandages. HCH sensed only a slight increase in animosity. Subsequently, Shinobu intended to study Nezuko, the demon who refrained from attacking humans, but was intercepted by Jai. Soon, a message from their leader arrived via Crow, uniting their intentions to escort Nezuko for judgment. However, a pressing issue loomed. While Tanjiro and his comrades could continue fighting with broken blades, HCH's weapon, if lost, would be irreplaceable. Each Nichiren blade was forged from materials weighing dozens of kilograms, worth tenfold compared to others. Thus, HCH begrudgingly ventured into the forest alone in search of his sword. Meanwhile, Shinobu and her companions completed the remaining tasks and began their return to the Wisteria family with the injured. Fortunately, HCH recalled the location where he had discarded his sword. After spending half a day searching, he successfully retrieved the heavy weapon. Gazing at the house still suspended in the air, HCH decided to swing his sword, severing all the surrounding threads. As the thread snapped, the house plummeted to the ground, the heavy impact shattering the wooden structure. Just as HCH turned to leave, faint sounds emerged from within the ruins. Were it not for the enhancements granted by his potent demon blood, he might not have noticed the subtle noises. Chapter 86. Sister Spider, come out. Why are you hiding? In the stillness of the forest, the only response to HCH was silence. A demon? Come out now, or I shall set this house ablaze. Observing the expansive shadows surrounding him, Fang Chong felt no trepidation regarding the creatures hidden within the ruins. Indeed, after his ominous threat, a white-haired figure emerged from the wreckage. Finding refuge in the shadows cast by the debris. Please don't kill me. I've never harmed anyone. Upon her emergence, the white-haired specter, resembling Rue, began to cry out in desperation. Ah, are you the sister? In the original narrative, she was supposed to have been captured by Shinobu on her way. But due to Fang Chong's intervention, she was inexplicably still alive. I am. Please, I truly have not harmed anyone. Although she had been dispatched by Rue to confront the enemies in the mountains, she could feel his waning aura, a sensation shared among those of the same lineage. Even Rue, one of the 12 Kazuki, could not withstand the onslaught. Thus, she had no hope of vanquishing the foes in the mountains. As dawn approached, she sought refuge in a nearby house. Initially, she had refrained from approaching that manor, and her father's lair was too distant. So she opted to seek sanctuary with her brother. However, to her dismay, as the Demon Slayer Corps withdrew from Mount Spider, a Hashira had arrived beneath her dwelling. In her excitement, she lost control of her body, inadvertently alerting Fang Chong to her presence. You claim you've never harmed anyone? Yes. I truly have not harmed anyone. It was that guy who forced me. Perhaps seeking to elicit Fang Chong's sympathy, tears brimmed in the eyes of the Spider Sister. Yet, Fang Chong remained unmoved, even the heavy sword in his hand swaying slightly. No, please. I can do anything. Anything at all. Just don't kill me. Observing Fang Chong's expression, which bore the countenance of a dead fish, the Spider Sister grew increasingly frantic. If even Rue was no match for this man, how could she hope to confront him in broad daylight? As Fang Chong advanced, wielding his Nichiren blade amidst the encroaching sunlight, the Spider Sister realized she had no chance of escape. Wait, I can serve you. You can command me as you wish. Please don't kill me. With only a few meters separating them, facing imminent death, the Spider Sister began to disrobe. Within seconds, her garments had fallen away, revealing her pale, naked form before Fang Chong. One must admit, as a being of a different species, the demon's ability to alter their appearances is quite remarkable, though it requires some practice. Such a duration is inconsequential to a demon. This Spider Sister, due to her connection with Rue, was evidently more adept in this art. Do you not find me appealing? I can transform. You can tell me how you wish me to appear. In the end, it was ironically the ability honed through relentless training that one hoped would grant the means to survive. Yet, it cannot be denied that this petite, white-haired girl, with her alluring figure, indeed struck a chord with many, including Fang Chong, who inevitably experienced a physiological reaction. He simply swung his heavy sword and approached the apparition. Observing Fang Chong's increasingly engorged lower region alongside the discarded Nichiren blade, Spider Sister sighed with relief. Her previously pitiable expression swiftly transforming in a manner unseen by Fang Chong. Yes, come a bit closer. Yes. However, despite her desperate calls from the shadows, Fang Chong halted just a meter away in the illuminated area. What is happening? Gazing at the bare form before him, Fang Chong hesitated no longer and took a bold step, throwing himself into Spider Sister's embrace. The softness of her body continuously brushed against him, an astonishing sensation that tantalized his nerves. Yet, it was evident that Spider Sister had no intention of offering her body for the sake of survival. Beneath that overwhelming sensation, the sharp sting of a weapon piercing flesh was felt at Fang Chong's back. Although he had hardened a portion of his exterior, this thin layer of crystallized hardness was insufficient to withstand the claws of the demon. The sharp nails tore through flesh, invading Fang Chong's body, damaging the organs in his midsection. Die. Gone was the initial fragility of Spider Sister, her claws relentlessly thrusting in and out of Fang Chong's abdomen. Yet, this mere pain was nothing compared to the night he had just spent battling the relentless force of fatigue. Are you done performing? Seeing Fang Chong rise unfazed, Spider Sister's worldview crumbled. How could a human possess such remarkable regenerative abilities? This was impossible. The wounds inflicted by Spider Sister had fully healed in mere seconds. Fang Chong rubbed his waist, bemused. Honestly, if you had just killed me, I wouldn't have had to endure this pain. Perhaps if you had served me well, I might not have killed you at all. Now, having no Nichiren blade, Fang Chong wasted no time and lifted Spider Sister, extracting her blood with merciless efficiency. Unlike the formidable foes he had faced, this frail demon had no means to resist his consumption. Within moments, the blood of the demon was completely drained. Once deprived of her blood, Spider's sister bore no distinction from an ordinary human, collapsing beneath the sun within mere seconds. Naturally, the blood within such a lowly demon was not particularly potent, and Fang Chong saw no increase in his own demonic power. Thus, with the task complete, he decided it was time to return home. Initially, I had anticipated a rather exhilarating experience, yet in the end, I found myself in this disheartening predicament. Fang Chong couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret as he picked up a nearby great sword and descended the mountain. However, what he had not foreseen was that, despite having learned the name of the place, he remained utterly oblivious as to where he should go. After changing into a new set of clothes at the foot of the mountain and arriving at the town's entrance, Fang Chong finally pondered this pressing question. By the time he had wasted on the mountain, the team of demon slayers had long since vanished without a trace. With no other recourse, Fang Chong could only inquire for directions as he advanced. After an arduous journey, he finally reached the Wisteria family's residence by midday the following day. Chapter 87, The Master. Due to the fact that the Demon Slayer team's uniform had perished heroically on Mount Tanjiro, Fang Chong almost hesitated to enter. Fortunately, a wandering member of the team recognized him and led him inside. Upon entering, Fang Chong heard a cacophony emanating from the center of the courtyard, accompanied by Tanjiro's startled exclamations. The repelling force surrounding him began to escalate. What on earth is happening? With little regard for the heavy sword, Fang Chong, still in the process of reconstructing his hardened skeletal structure, swiftly manifested into the courtyard, leaving the bewildered member who had escorted him in a state of shock. Who are you? In the courtyard, the 9 Hashira gathered, one of whom, a white-haired spiky-headed individual, was lifting the box containing Nezuko and attempting to place the Nichiren blade within it. Utilizing his remarkable speed, Fang Chong darted from the periphery to the center of the courtyard, deftly seizing the box and returning to Tanjiro's side. Who are you? Although each Hashira exhibited varying reactions, their responses were generally aligned, all preparing to subdue Fang Chong. Fang Chong, how rude of you. The master is about to arrive. The only Hashira somewhat familiar with Fang Chong, Shinobu Kocho, couldn't help but reprimand him. Say something, Ju. You know this fellow, don't you? Otherwise, you can't just waltz in and snatch the box. The snake Hashira, Abanai Iguro, who was nestled behind a large tree, chimed in as well. The atmosphere, once solemn, erupted into a cacophony of chatter. The master has arrived. Just as everyone was preparing to apprehend Fang Chong, 2 porcelain doll-like girls slowly emerged from the house, speaking softly. Though their voices were not particularly loud or clear, the 9 Hashira immediately fell silent, kneeling in unison on the ground, proclaiming together, "We welcome the master." The still-standing Fang Chong and the bound Tanjiro, thrown onto the ground, appeared conspicuously out of place. The love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, leaned toward Fang Chong and whispered, "Hurry and pay your respects." Fang Chong's hearing was undoubtedly acute. Even though Mitsuri spoke in a hushed tone, his auditory faculties permitted him to comprehend her words. Yet, as a member of the Huaxia, Fang Chong could only kneel before his master, for even a half kneel would be utterly inconceivable. Of course, as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, according to the master's perspective, anyone who became part of the Corps was akin to his own child. And thus Fang Chong knew he must not display excessive disrespect. In the courtyard below, Fang Chong bowed slightly to the Lord, recalling the memory etched in his mind, yet offered no further display of emotion. The irate Nishikawa, who had his box of Nezuko snatched unexpectedly by Fang Chong, felt his temper flare dangerously. Had it not been for the intervention of the nearby Hashira, he might have drawn his blade in anger. "Nishikawa, that will suffice. I shall handle the remaining matters," the Lord said, his brow furrowing slightly as he approached the scene to halt Nishikawa's aggression. "Yes, I apologize for my rudeness," Nishikawa replied, his demeanor shifting dramatically from one of defiance to one of submission, resuming a half-kneeling posture. Observing the courtyard return to a state of tranquility, the Lord's previously tense brow began to relax, and he gazed skyward, addressing the assembly. "What splendid weather we have. It brings me great joy to convene this semi-annual Hashira meeting without any changes in our ranks." As the Lord spoke, Tanjiro finally regained his composure. Realizing that had it not been for Fang Chong's intervention, he might have rushed in to confront Nishikawa. Noticing the Lord's pale eyes, Tanjiro felt a swell of concern. Is he unwell? However, Tanjiro found himself in a precarious position, as the snake Hashira, Kanroji, stood nearby. As Tanjiro raised his head, Kanroji swiftly pressed it back down towards the ground. Yet, with his formidable will, Tanjiro remained unfazed by such an act of dominance. Seeing that the pressure had little effect, Fang Chong refrained from intervening. "It is truly wonderful that our esteemed Lord remains in good health. I sincerely wish for your continued well-being." Just moments ago, Nishikawa had appeared fierce, yet in the presence of the Lord, he transformed into a docile lamb, his tone markedly gentler. "Thank you, Nishikawa. Furthermore, my lord, I wish to clarify the circumstances surrounding this swordsman accompanied by a demon and that disrespectful individual before the Hashira meeting. What are your thoughts on this matter? Indeed. I apologize for the disturbance, Fang Chong continued. Tanjiro and Nezuko are individuals I vouch for, and I hope you all can accept them. As for myself, I believe it would be best if I introduced myself, as we will soon be fighting side by side. The absence of the Thunder Hashira had persisted for quite some time, making this a fitting opportunity for his return. What say you? Nanny? If the initial discussion had been somewhat palatable to the Hashira, the latter part of Fang Chong's statement was met with disbelief, save for Shinobu Kocho, who had witnessed Fang Chong's formidable prowess firsthand. The others, however, were far from accepting, setting aside the matter of demons. Many questioned what qualifications this individual possessed to occupy a Hashira position. Nishikawa, clearly dissatisfied with the Lord's arrangement, felt aggrieved, particularly since Fang Chong had previously spared him some face. Despite their familiarity, Nishikawa remained unsettled. Ah, Nishikawa-san, you must tread carefully when provoking this one. After all, he possesses a physique akin to that of a demon. Indeed, he said, as Fang Chong felt the atmosphere shift dramatically under the subtle provocation of the butterfly Shinobu. The once light-hearted demeanor of the youth, accompanied by his demon, was now overshadowed by an oppressive tension. The Hashira present initially dismissed the boy's companion, confident in their ability to subdue any sudden threat. However, Fang Chong was a different matter. If he truly possessed the strength of a Hashira, he could swiftly abduct their leader from such a close range. The speed he had just displayed left no one present with the certainty that they could react in time. As the Hashira unsheathed their Nichiren blades, Fang Chong couldn't help but grimace, casting a bemused glance at the gleeful butterfly Shinobu beside him. All right. I merely possess the regenerative abilities of a demon, but the pain from injuries is quite real, so I want to demonstrate that for you. He faltered, realizing that to gain their respect, he must rely on brute strength rather than reputation. Ah, how vexing. Frustrated, he untied Tanjiro and handed Nezuko's box over to him. This series of actions only heightened the unease among the Hashira, encircling him with a tightening formation, while the stone Hashira firmly shielded the leader behind him. There's no need for this, the leader reassured, offering a gentle smile. I trust Fang Chong. After all, you have a favor to ask of us, don't you? What favor? Butterfly Shinobu interjected, relishing the unfolding drama. Ah, yes, Mr. Fang Chong has requested that I concoct a potion capable of transforming individuals into demons. The moment those words left her lips, the expressions of the surrounding Hashira darkened ominously. What are you plotting? Kaneo's voice was filled with suspicion, and the tension escalated as the muscles in his arm tensed, ready to strike should Fang Chong's explanation falter. Calm down. I'm the one who consumes that potion myself. Fang Chong hastily clarified, there are indeed consequences to acquiring a demon's form, with no other recourse. He quickly recounted his own experience of consuming a demon, elaborating on the potion's effects. Moreover, my ability to stand in sunlight should confirm that I am not a demon. I refuse to accept that. Kaneo remained unconvinced, his blade still aimed at Fang Chong. Despite Fang Chong's attempts at explanation, Kaneo's mistrust persisted. The tension escalated further, as Fang Chong, already irked by the butterfly Shinobu's earlier manipulations, felt his irritation boil over. In this charged atmosphere, the leader found himself unable to interject, as the fierce aura emanating from the Hashira severely hampered his ability to perceive the situation. Everyone please. Silence, leader. Allow me to ascertain whether he is human or demon. Observing the increasingly tense atmosphere, Butterfly Shinobu felt a sense of helplessness. She had merely intended to give Fang Chong a gentle nudge, a reminder to temper his pride. However, due to Fang Chong's previous actions and the subsequent response from Nishikawa, the situation had escalated into this predicament. Very well, if he insists on confronting me, I shall not object. Yet, a mere battle seems rather unjust, does it not? Impudent fellow, what is it that you desire? Faced with Fang Chong's demands, Nishikawa, a figure of considerable stature, had to tread carefully, for they might soon be comrades in arms, and a strained relationship would reflect poorly on their leader. Here is the deal. If I lose, you may dispose of me as you wish. However, if I emerge victorious, I wish to learn the 5 fundamental breathing techniques and the method to unlock the patterns. Upon hearing this, gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. Setting aside the 5 breathing techniques, which could be sought from the leader, the patterns are beyond my capability. Change your request. Though hot-tempered, Nishikawa possessed basic reasoning skills. He did not wish to take undue advantage of Fang Chong's stipulation. Nishikawa, I possess the method to unlock the patterns. I can cover the cost, interjected Rengoku unexpectedly, causing Fang Chong to momentarily be taken aback. Ah, Rengoku, my admiration for you knows no bounds. In that fleeting instant, Fang Chong had believed the patterns were unattainable in this world, considering that even Nishikawa, one of the Hashira, merely had a superficial understanding of them. Fortunately, with Rengoku, The flame Hashira by his side, he had finally discovered the means to unlock the patterns. Very well, let us proceed. With the terms now established, Fang Chong wasted no time and waved at Nishikawa. Do you dare to look down upon me? Where is your Nichiren blade? Do you truly deserve the title of swordsman? Observing Fang Chong's flippant gesture, veins began to bulge on Nishikawa's forehead, his expression contorted with rage. Butterfly Shinobu, sensing the rising tension, quickly interjected. Ah, Nishikawa. I seem to have forgotten to mention, Fang Chong managed to slay Lower Moon 5 without his sword, although my assistance played a part. She then turned to Fang Chong. And please, refrain from provoking Nishikawa further. I apologize for my earlier misjudgment. At least Nishikawa still retained his composure, had Fang Chong continued to provoke him. Given the combat prowess he had displayed in the Spider Mountain, Shinobu feared that their side might suffer significant losses if they had to divert their attention to protect their leader. After Shinobu's apology, Fang Chong's anger subsided somewhat. Yet Nishikawa's fury intensified. Since Fang Chong had initiated the provocation, Nishikawa wasted no time, brandishing his Nichiren blade and charging forth. Breath of Sound, first form. Compared to these ordinary Hashira, possessing the blood of an upper demon and having negated the hardening of his bones, Nishikawa's speed was nothing short of overwhelming. Blood Demon Art. Ultra high-speed reaction. In but a fleeting moment, the onlookers witnessed a brilliant flash as Fang Chong's hardened palm collided with the sun-wheel sword of the Undying Chuan. Given the lack of space to exert force, the power behind the sword was not particularly formidable, had it not been for his consideration of Chuan's feelings. Fang Chong could have easily shattered the blade. Was this not sufficient? Should it continue? The hardened palm ensnared the sword within a crystalline grip, and under Fang Chong's guidance, part of the blade became enveloped in the solidified crystal, effectively preventing Chuan from swiftly withdrawing it. However, Chuan, clearly unwilling to concede, had not even unleashed his most basic technique before being subdued by Fang Chong, a situation that was utterly humiliating. Enough, Chuan, lower your sword. As the tense atmosphere gradually settled, the leader could finally sense the ebb and flow of energy within the venue once more. Chuan, who had intended to persist against Fang Chong, instantly relinquished his sword and knelt on the ground. Very well. Since you have yielded, I shall not press further. After establishing contact with the hardened effects of the sword, Fang Chong returned it to Chuan. Although no overt acknowledgement was made, Chuan had completely recognized Fang Chong's prowess. Merely the speed of that single maneuver was sufficient to overwhelm most of the pillars present. Let this farce conclude here. The atmosphere regained its tranquility, and a faint smile graced the leader's face as he beckoned to the two logistical personnel standing aside. Come here, you two. His voice was gentle, seemingly soothing the frightened hearts of the duo who had just been intimidated by several pillars. Take Tanjiro and his sister away for proper treatment. Despite Tanjiro's reluctance and his desire to avenge the recent assault on his sister, he was in such a critical state that he could not even overpower the two logistical staff. Struggling, he was nevertheless carried away by them. Now, let us commence the formal meeting. Fang Chong, you are to remain as we will assign you a territory to guard. Me? Fang Chong's expression mirrored surprise. Initially, he had planned to learn the method of manifesting the patterns in the Wisteria house, and, if possible, to master the integration of the breath of the sun. As for the sword techniques and their mysteries, he held a realistic view of his own swordsmanship talent and had no expectations in that regard. Well, I can. But I intend to dedicate some time to my current training. That should be acceptable, right? Though he was not averse to external assignments, Fang Chong's primary goal remained the enhancement of his strength. Upon hearing Fang Chong's words, a look of concern appeared on the leader's face. Fang Chong, do you truly grasp the implications of manifesting the patterns? Ah, I am aware. Using it means one does not survive beyond 3 years, correct? You are undeniably formidable. And the preparation required for the activation of the pattern certainly spans several hours. Once unleashed, it becomes irreversible. Is it truly necessary? Upon hearing of the pattern's effects, the remaining 9 Hashira directed their collective gaze towards Fang Chong and Purgatory. Purgatory, known for his forthrightness, did not withhold any information upon noticing the inquisitive glances of the audience, and promptly disclosed the nature of the pattern's abilities. The pattern, once activated, significantly amplifies the user's physical capabilities. However, the activation of the pattern entails a massive depletion of the user's vitality. Even someone as robust as Tamayo can only survive for a maximum of 2 years. Furthermore, the prerequisites for unleashing the pattern are exceedingly stringent. Without the prowess of a Hashira, one cannot sustain it. With Purgatory's elucidation combined with the prior remarks of their leader, the others began to comprehend why such a formidable technique was merely a name among them. In the heat of battle, it cannot be activated on a whim. Substantial preparation is essential. In ordinary circumstances, the liberation of the pattern would drastically shorten one's lifespan. Who among the Hashira would willingly choose such a fate? The previously silent Kanroji also voiced her thoughts, exclaiming, "What a useless endeavor." Her sentiment echoed the collective frustration of the group. It was no wonder that this technique was on the verge of being forgotten. Yet, Fang Chong understood that possessing the pattern was a necessary step to contend with Muzan. Without it, even a united front of the 9 Hashira would likely fall short against Muzan's might. While others expressed their disdain, Fang Chong remained steadfast, his resolve unyielding. Sensing his unwavering aura, their leader sighed, "Perhaps, with your extraordinary vitality, it might still be worth a try. Furthermore, Fang Chong, I have heard reports of you and Tanjiro encountering Muzan in the east, is that correct?" Fang Chong did not deny this and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Aside from the leader, none of the Hashira had ever encountered Muzan, yet his name was etched deeply in their minds. "The east, you say? I shall go at once," exclaimed Tamayo, brimming with excitement. As the progenitor of all demons, if Muzan could be vanquished, the remaining demons would gradually perish in due time. Without needing their leader's intervention, Fang Chong doused the excitement of the eager Hashira with a splash of cold reality. "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. We cannot be certain of his whereabouts. Even if we 10 were to attack together, we might not prevail. It is best to extinguish this hope early." Unfortunately, Fang Chong's caution fell on deaf ears. The Hashira remained fervently eager to confront Muzan. Among all present, only their leader grasped the true terror that Muzan embodied. Nevertheless, even with this knowledge, the leader refrained from elaborating further. "All right, let us return to the matter at hand. We may encounter Muzan eventually." At last, after enduring a lengthy interlude, the Hashira assembly resumed its intended course. Due to the absence of Fang Chong in any significant matter, he simply accompanied another team member to the home of Rengoku to retrieve the method for unlocking the pattern. Given the events that transpired in the courtyard earlier, the team member was visibly apprehensive and dared not engage in much conversation with Fang Chong. Thus, the two arrived at Rengoku's residence. "Mr. Rengoku, we have a visitor." Although the former Flame Hashira had long since relinquished his title, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps had all heard tales of him, and thus held the appropriate respect. However, after a considerable wait, no one came to answer the door. With the door slightly ajar, Fang Chong grew impatient and pushed it open, stepping inside. "Hey, kid. You don't even knock?" Before he had taken more than a few steps, a voice called out beside him. It was Rengoku's father. His flamboyant hairstyle and the fiery hue of his attire unmistakably signified his identity. "I have come to discuss the method for unlocking the pattern with Mr. Rengoku." Fang Chong, recognizing the seniority of the individual before him, offered a slight bow and proceeded to state his purpose. Upon hearing this, Rengoku's father exuded a markedly different aura. Although he had not trained in recent years, his foundational strength was not easily depleted. The pressure emanating from him was even more formidable than that of Rengoku himself. "Do you understand what the pattern signifies?" Fang Chong felt little from this oppressive presence, but the team member accompanying him could no longer withstand it. Noticing this, Fang Chong promptly ushered him out. "I do, but won't it lead to death?" His nonchalant response caused veins to bulge on Rengoku's father's forehead. Enough. I am uncertain as to why you abruptly stepped down from your position, but I can't surmise it is related to Muzan. Hence, you have been delving into those ancient texts, am I wrong?" At this, Rengoku's father seemed to be instantly drained of strength, collapsing back onto the tatami mat. His voice tinged with a hint of choking emotion. "Muzan is indeed a monster that no human can contend with, and that is precisely why I seek the pattern. Is it not?" Given Muzan's age, it could be said that over the past century, he had reached a plateau in strength, which prompted his aggressive cultivation of subordinates. If, 100 years ago, the friend of Tanjiro's father could nearly defeat Muzan, why could Fang Chong, who now possessed the pattern and demon blood, not achieve the same? Upon finishing his statement, Rengoku's father stared blankly at Fang Chong. "Even I am bound to die. I can only endure for about half a month, which is utterly meaningless." It seemed the earlier confrontation with Muzan had dealt a severe blow to his confidence in fighting demons. However, since Fang Chong wished to attempt this endeavor, he would not be stingy, especially as the knowledge was promised by his own son. "Follow me." With a sigh, Rengoku's father rose from the tatami mat, straightened his disheveled clothing, and led Fang Chong into the house. It must be said that a family with such a long-standing lineage of demon slayers possesses considerable wealth. At the very least, this residence undoubtedly bore the mark of a master craftsman. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, the two arrived at a study where Rengoku's father skillfully retrieved an ancient tome from a corner and handed it to Fang Chong, simultaneously gesturing towards a nearby desk. "Copy it down yourself," he instructed. "Normally, you wouldn't be allowed to take it, but there is paper and ink available." Having spoken, he left the study without a backward glance. Though Fang Chong was unaware of what Muzan had done to this man previously, he had no interest in the matter. His sole desire was to enhance his combat abilities. The method of unlocking the pattern, while challenging, was not overly complex. It succinctly described how to swiftly release the power within one's body. In fact, even after reading through it once, Fang Chong was confident that he could decipher the pattern's liberation on his own within 6 months, even without employing this technique. However, given that a ready-made method was now at his disposal, he was not inclined to waste time experimenting, time that could be spent slaying demons and absorbing their blood. After more than 2 hours of copying, Fang Chong departed from the Rengoku residence. Although a perfect world awaited him beyond the pattern, it essentially pertained to the mastery of bodily manipulation, akin to the subtle realms of Chinese culture. This ability allowed one to execute attacks or evasions with minimal expenditure of energy. Nonetheless, Fang Chong already knew how to compensate for this. Jarvis's algorithms would undoubtedly surpass most techniques of subtle manipulation. Given his current rapport with Tony, acquiring such technology was a mere formality. In the ensuing days, Fang Chong diligently researched the method of liberating the pattern, while also exploring the integration of the 5 primary breathing techniques. Yet, while he had begun to grasp the pattern, there was no progress in merging the 5 breathing forms. On a new day, Fang Chong once again immersed himself in the study of breath integration. Yet he remained at an impasse. After 2 hours, he ultimately cast the 5 techniques aside. Forget it, I shall focus on the pattern first. The sun-breathing technique. Given Fang Chong's current capabilities, felt like an insurmountable challenge. He could only memorize it for future assistance from Tony in its integration. Will my body be able to withstand the pattern? He pondered. Possessing demon blood and the strength of giants endowed him with remarkable regenerative abilities. What would take an ordinary person years to endure was merely a fleeting endeavor for Fang Chong. As the sun began to set, he finally reached the final steps of liberating the pattern. At its core, the essence of the pattern lay in exchanging one's life for immense power. Aside from certain innate markings, there exist individuals with remarkable physical conditions. When a normal person opens these markings, although their lifespan diminishes drastically, their physical capabilities can surge to the level of the 12 moons, rendering them extraordinarily formidable. The acquired markings are of A level grade. Once the markings on their back are fully formed, Fang Chong abruptly feels the life force within him begin to ebb away incessantly, to the point where even the regenerative abilities of giants and demons are unable to keep pace with the rapid depletion. Fang Chong's attributes are as follows: Strength, 41. Constitution, 43. Intelligence, 2. Dimensional talents include level, enhanced hard bone structure, level, lung enhancement, level, night vision. Skills comprise level, power of giants, level, self-destructive strike, level, demon blood. Level, constant breathing of thunder, pseudo, level, blood demon technique with high-speed reaction, level, markings, which significantly enhance physical abilities at the expense of vast life force. As he senses the continuous loss of his life force, coupled with the gradual deterioration of his organs, Fang Chong is left in a state of bewilderment. The attributes he gains are indeed astounding, nearly doubling his physical prowess. However, the side effects are equally staggering. The restoration effects from his 2 regenerative abilities cannot keep up with the consumption rate of a single marking. As the sun slowly descends, Fang Chong feels a chill wash over him and trembles as he inquires, "System, estimate my remaining lifespan." The system responds, "Current remaining lifespan? Lung failure, 6 years and 2 months. Heart failure, 4 years and 1 month. Kidney failure, the system does not specify a concrete lifespan, as some less vital organs are still transplantable." However, Fang Chong realizes that maintaining his peak strength could last at most 3 or 4 years. After that, with multiple organ failures, his combat capabilities would plummet drastically. This poses a grave problem. System, can the side effects be cancelled? The response is cold and unyielding. No. The merciless notification echoes through Fang Chong's mind, akin to a death sentence. What follows is a prolonged silence as the sun continues to set, shrouding the earth in twilight. Despite possessing such formidable attributes, Fang Chong feels an intense, bone-chilling cold. Are the cellular functions in disarray? After several hours of introspection, Fang Chong begins to comprehend the operational mechanism of the markings. They indeed warrant their high skill level. The consumption of life force is brutally converted into power and various attributes. However, such a crude method induces a discord among bodily cells. Although no apparent issues are visible externally, internally, the imbalance of hormones and the disarray of various secretions lead to the gradual decline of bodily organs. Chapter 91. The potion. Moreover, as his life force continues to weaken, should Fang Chong sustain any severe injuries, the necessity for bodily repair will further deplete his life force. In other words, should he partake in a brutal battle or be injected with butterfly shinobu's venom, the dwindling remnants of his lifespan could be further compromised. Is it truly limited to merely witnessing the next world? I wonder if one could encounter such phenomena within the realm of Marvel. How utterly frustrating. With a surge of indignation, Fang Chong flung the nearly crumpled paper from his hand, rising to his feet and retreating indoors. He enveloped himself snugly in his bedding, seemingly attempting to evade the side effects brought on by the patterned liberation. As the sun rose once more, he emerged from his cocoon, his face adorned with pronounced dark circles, and commenced his daily ablutions. If all else fails, I shall seek out Gui. As one of the few formidable figures within Marvel, Fang Chong was confident that if Gui were willing, the side effects of these mere patterns would seem negligible. Master Fang Chong, Butterfly Shinobu has called for you. She mentioned that the antidote to the potion you previously evaded has been perfected. A melodious voice, reminiscent of a kingfisher's call, resonated from outside. A petite and charming girl stood at the door, her presence vibrant and lively. Just as Fang Chong completed his morning routine, he decided to accompany her to Butterfly Shinobu's residence. Noticing Fang Chong's pronounced dark circles, the little girl exhibited a hint of concern as she rummaged through her small bag. Master Fang Chong, here, take this. As she spoke, she extended a small sachet toward him. Upon inhaling its fragrance, a wave of refreshing aroma washed over him, alleviating the mental strain compounded by a sleepless night and the burdens of the patterned liberation. Thank you, I shall not be polite. Gently ruffling the girl's hair, Fang Chong carefully placed the sachet into his pocket. The girl's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and suddenly recalling something, she grasped Fang Chong's hand and tugged him toward Butterfly Shinobu's abode. Master Fang Chong, I almost forgot. The Lord is also present today to present your appointment letter. Hurry. For quite some time, although the Lord had mentioned promoting Fang Chong to a Hashira, the appointment letter had yet to be delivered. Today, these two matters coincidentally converged. Observing the petite figure beside him, with her innocent expression, the shadows of impending mortality that loomed over Fang Chong dissipated entirely. Indeed, there are still 4 years left. Why should I rush? Is it not possible to experience 2 more worlds? What is a mere fluctuation of vitality? At worst, I could seize a reality stone. In the vast multiverse of Marvel, the items capable of countering the side effects of the patterns are numerous. If it weren't for Tony's lack of medical expertise, perhaps given a little time, he could eliminate these side effects. However, such matters can wait. For now, it is imperative to proceed to Butterfly Shinobu's residence. Without further ado, Fang Chong lifted the small girl, placing her upon his shoulders. Although his hardened bones had been restored, the surge in his physical prowess ensured that his speed remained virtually unchanged. Let us go, hold on tight. With his legs tensed, Fang Chong propelled himself forward like a swift arrow, racing toward Butterfly Shinobu's residence. In merely a minute, he had traversed nearly 2 kilometers, arriving at her abode with remarkable speed. Upon entering the mansion, the immense and chaotic aura was immediately perceived by Butterfly Shinobu. Has Lord Fang Chong already opened his patterns? How does it feel? Observing the smiling Butterfly Shinobu, Fang Chong chose not to elaborate. There was no need for anyone to know about his limited lifespan. Quite well. My physical abilities have indeed doubled compared to before. The Lord beside him visibly sighed in relief upon hearing this. That is excellent news. It has been several years since the lightning pillar has been absent, and now you can take his place. Thus, Fang Chong, here are your appointment letter and attire. With a wave of his hand, a white-haired attendant beside the Lord presented Fang Chong with a hefty scroll and a shimmering golden outfit. Fang Chong did not hesitate. After receiving the attire, he donned it immediately. The golden hues appeared particularly radiant under the bright sunlight. Indeed, gold suits you splendidly. Although invisible, the Lord could clearly sense the aura emanating from Fang Chong. Thank you, my lord. After expressing his gratitude, Fang Chong tucked the appointment letter into his embrace. Just as he was about to inquire about his potion, a voice suddenly emerged from a corner. Zenitsu. Fang Chong? It had only been a few days, and Zenitsu's limbs, still affected by the spider venom, had yet to revert to normal. His short limbs paired with a large head, especially with several little girls behind him forcefully administering medicine, created an adorably comical scene. As Zenitsu's junior, Fang Chong felt compelled to check on his senior's health. Swiftly, he advanced and took the bowl from the little girls. Zenitsu protested, I'm about to drink it. Don't force me to act. His cheerful expression, combined with a hint of menace, made him resemble a reincarnated Butterfly Shinobu. The farce soon concluded. After being administered the potion by Fang Chong, Zenitsu was carried away by the 3 behind him, allowing Fang Chong to return to Butterfly Shinobu. Are you drawing so near because Lord Rei's wishes to discuss matters of significance with me? Upon hearing this, Fang Chong immediately directed his gaze towards Butterfly Shinobu, his eyes scanning every detail of her. That's not entirely out of the question. Although Butterfly Shinobu spoke playfully, she was, in fact, still an innocent young lady, ill-equipped to handle the provocations of someone like Fang Chong, who had been steeped in the cultural nuances of the 21st century. The Lord, due to his poor health, had already retreated to rest, leaving only Fang Chong and Butterfly Shinobu in place. After being teased, the atmosphere between them began to grow increasingly warm. Now, let us get to the point. Have you prepared my potion? With the surrounding tension escalating, Fang Chong proactively broke the silence. After casting a reproachful glance at him, Butterfly Shinobu reached into her garments and retrieved a potion. Here. Receiving the potion, still warm to the touch, Fang Chong examined it with great care. The vial of potion was not large, merely around 100 milliliters at most. Judging by the effects of the venom from the previous encounter with Spider Bro, this bottle seemed to hold little promise. Chapter 92. Training. Fang Chong did not hesitate. After all, Butterfly Ninja would never dare to poison him. Dipping his finger in, he brought it to his lips. No sooner had the venom touched his tongue than he felt a wave of sharp pain coursing through his bones. However, compared to the agony inflicted by Spider Bro's venom, this discomfort was relatively mild. As the pain gradually subsided, Fang Chong distinctly sensed a substance akin to ghostly blood replenishing his body. After estimating that the side effects remained within his tolerance, he wasted no time, uncapping the vial and pouring its entire contents down his throat. The effects of over 100 milliliters of potion were undeniably far more potent than that meager amount he had just tasted. In an instant, a fierce wave of pain surged through him. Yet, the impact on his bones clashed with an unreasonable hardness, rendering it effectively futile beyond the sheer agony. Indeed, this pain was no mere figment of imagination. The intensity nearly knocked Fang Chong off his feet. Had he not activated the pattern, he might have truly succumbed to the poison. Butterfly Ninja, too, was taken aback by Fang Chong's audacity to consume the venom directly, especially considering he seemed unaffected afterward. "Do you have any more of this?" he inquired, shaking the empty vial toward her. Her expression remained unchanged, leading her to ponder whether she had encountered a monster. Yet only Fang Chong understood that, as a cost of activating the pattern, consuming this vial had already cost him nearly a week of his lifespan. Moreover, elevating that level of ghostly blood to the next tier would require at least 3 times the current dosage. "None left," Butterfly Ninja replied playfully, shrugging her shoulders. A flicker of disappointment crossed Fang Chong's eyes before realization dawned on him. He suddenly turned to Ninja. "No more doesn't mean it can't be made, right?" With a smile that betrayed no hint of change, Butterfly Ninja merely nodded. "I need 3 more vials like this, or preferably 4. You set the terms." A contemplative expression crossed her face as she murmured, "You want me to set the terms? Then I would kindly request Lord Thunderpillar to bring back a upper moon for my research." As Fang Chong raised a cup of water to his lips, his entire body stiffened. "You truly overestimate me. While I can handle it, bringing him back is an entirely different matter. With such demands, I might just abandon the remaining potion. This single vial has already cost me quite a bit. I wonder if Lord Thunderpillar could reimburse me?" Observing Butterfly Ninja's beaming smile, Fang Chong felt a surge of frustration. Yet, he truly lacked the funds at present, and the thought of resorting to theft was unappealing. "Fine, I'll do it." Fortunately, although the upper moons are elusive, Fang Chong has already set his sights on a target. With Tanjiro and the others expected to recover in just over a month, Fang Chong merely needs to request their assistance to confront the Infinite Train, where he can apprehend the Upper Moon 3. In light of this, Shinobu, I must insist that you keep my ascension to Hashira a secret, and please inform a few others as well. Oh, and the one wearing the boar mask is of no concern. After contemplating for a moment, Fang Chong resolved to temporarily conceal his identity. After all, having 2 Hashira engaged simultaneously would likely raise the suspicions of even the Upper Moons, making it increasingly difficult to capture them. "Ah, I understand. You wish for me to keep this information under wraps, correct? By the way, Lord Thunder Hashira, if you fail to bring back an Upper Moon within 3 months, I shall demand interest. If it exceeds a month, an additional Lower Moon shall be added to the tally." Just as Fang Chong was preparing to depart, he nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. "Are you a demon? If that is the case, I have an additional request. Until those young ones are fully healed, would you be willing to guide me in my breathing techniques?" A peculiar expression suddenly crossed Shinobu's face, but it quickly relaxed. "An additional Lower Moon? It's a deal." Though the words were spoken lightly, Fang Chong knew that at this moment, the remaining 5 Lower Moons had likely been summoned to the Infinite Castle by the woman playing the piano at Musen's behest. Uncertain of the unforeseen changes his arrival might provoke, he suspected that the original narrative would remain largely intact. After all, Musen regarded the Lower Moons as utterly insignificant. Currently, Musen harbored but one final wish: to elevate his demonic existence and transform into a new breed of humanity capable of traversing the sunlight. As Fang Chong had surmised, the Infinite Castle was already littered with the corpses of Lower Moons, save for one particularly intriguing sickly figure, which piqued Musen's interest, prompting him to spare it. With Fang Chong's agreement, Shinobu naturally had no intention of withholding her knowledge. During the preceding period, while Fang Chong explored the other 4 breathing styles, he gained some understanding of his own technique. However, his introspective abilities had not significantly progressed. Compared to seasoned Hashira like Shinobu, his application of the breathing techniques was hardly comparable. The impetus behind Fang Chong's thoughts stemmed from the newly solidified skeletal structure. While examining the hardened blood vessels internally, He distinctly sensed numerous tiny holes in the newly formed bones, indicating that the hardening process had not fully optimized its efficacy, leaving several unreinforced gaps within the skeletal framework. If the bones exhibited such characteristics, then the previously hardened blood vessels likely shared the same deficiencies, necessitating an enhancement of his introspective capabilities to further optimize the hardening process. Thus, for the following month, Fang Chong resided within Shinobu's residence, occasionally being taught by her apprentice when she was dispatched on missions. Fang Chong could not help but acknowledge that his innate talent in this regard paled in comparison to that of Tanjiro and his companions. Even with the tutelage of Shinobu Kocho, he spent over half a month refining his breathing techniques. Meanwhile, the trio of protagonists had already completed their constant training in this art, with Tanjiro making strides toward a more precise form of breathing. At last, the month had elapsed, and with the news delivered by the crow, Tanjiro and his companions embarked on their journey to the Mugen train. Chapter 93. Blood of the Demons. Fang Chong, naturally, did not hesitate to take full advantage of the past half-month. He had completed the hardening transformation of his entire body, yet he found himself lacking real combat experience. The further enhancement of his hardening resulted in his weight soaring above 300 kilograms. Were it not for the support of his markings, his strength would have struggled to sustain his own form. Crucially, employing his silver tongue and at the cost of experimenting with various potions for Shinobu, he managed to persuade her to provide him with 4 vials of elixirs prior to battle. Fang Chong's attributes were as follows: strength, 48 stamina, 49 intelligence, 2-dimensional talent, level, reinforced hard bones, level, enhanced lungs, level, night vision skills, level, titan strength, level, self-destructive attack, level, demon blood, level, permanent thunder breathing, refined, level, blood demon art, super reflex, level, markings, significantly enhances physical abilities at the cost of substantial life force. Upon reaching the level of demon blood, augmented by the capabilities of his markings, Fang Chong's attributes began to push towards the 50-point threshold. The accompanying blood demon art also underwent further enhancement. Whereas the previous iteration of the blood demon art accelerated his cognitive processes, the now leveled-up version transcended mere thought, resulting in a significant mutation in the neural conduction within Fang Chong's body, hastening the transmission speed of neural reactions. At present, even without activating the blood demon art, Fang Chong's reflex speed could achieve an astonishing 0.5 seconds, shattering the limits of human capability. Accompanied by Zenitsu, the trio encountered no issues and arrived smoothly at the station for the Mugen train. Of course, along the way, Inosuke would not remain quiet, and to conceal his identity, Fang Chong refrained from wielding his large sword. To prevent any significant deviations from the plotline, Fang Chong painstakingly redirected Tanjiro's family heirloom, the Hanakami Kagura, towards a specific breathing technique. Due to the tangible efficacy of this technique, it was only natural for Tanjiro to seek guidance from Rengoku. Moreover, to shield himself from the effects of the nightmare blood demon art, Fang Chong had already ensured 3 days of ample sleep, averaging 20 hours nightly. While uncertain of its effectiveness against the hypnosis of nightmare, he believed it would yield some benefit. Moreover, substances such as coffee, known for their invigorating properties, have been thoroughly indulged by Fang Chong, rendering his initial preparations impeccable. Inexperienced with trains, Inosuke created quite a commotion on the platform, his exuberance swiftly attracting the attention of the station police. The presence of sharp blades possessed by the trio further underscored their perilous nature. As the conductor began to blow the whistle to chase them away, the 3 dared not linger and leapt from the platform, rushing towards the seemingly endless train. With the train gradually pulling away, the trio managed to board just in the nick of time. In this era, trains are indeed a rarity, and with few passengers aboard, they successfully acquired tickets afterward. Of course, Fang Chong had already been waiting on the train, taking precautions to avoid any complications by concealing himself 2 carriages away from Rengoku. Coupled with his distinctive attire and the particular fragrance he applied, even Tanjiro, passing by Fang Chong, failed to detect his presence. As the 3 pushed open the carriage door, a chorus of enthusiastic praises reached Fang Chong's ears. Delicious, delicious. The unmistakable voice of Rengoku was one Fang Chong could never mistake. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, a disheveled attendant trudged toward the rear of the train, burdened with a stack of enormous meal boxes. Speaking of the system, despite my elevated attributes, I seem to possess no particular need for food. Observing Rengoku's astonishing appetite, Fang Chong began to question his own. Unlike Rengoku, while Fang Chong also had a significant appetite, he did not require such a vast amount in a single meal. A regular portion would suffice, and consuming several servings posed no issue. The Titan's ability absorbs a portion of solar energy to sustain the host, while the demon blood can extract some energy from moonlight. However, once the host's physical attributes exceed 50, these 2 abilities will no longer suffice to meet the host's energy demands. Glancing at the lengthy explanation, Fang Chong paid it little mind. After all, upon returning, the calculations would inevitably deplete a considerable amount of attributes, so it was of no concern. Following a brief exchange with the system, the voice of the ticket inspector gradually echoed from behind. The scenery outside the train window had completely shifted from the bustling town to a secluded forest, and Fang Chong could faintly detect a hint of demonic presence in the air. "Excuse me, passenger, please present your ticket." The inspector's voice was devoid of emotion. At the moment he handed over the ticket, Fang Chong utilized his hardening ability to create a crystalline needle within his heart. If Fang Chong remained conscious, he could manipulate the needle to alter its size, but once he succumbed to slumber, the needle would lose its transformative power. Fang Chong firmly believed that the capacity for hypnosis could never surpass the terror of death. Receiving the ticket back from the ticket inspector after it had been punched, Fang Chong watched as the inspector proceeded to the next carriage. The crystalline needle in his heart remained unchanged in size, yet he felt no physical alterations within himself. What could be the reason? Had the nightmare recognized me? Observing the surroundings that showed no signs of alteration, Fang Chong's brows gradually knitted together, a stark contrast to the events depicted in the original narrative. Unlike the trio of mischief makers or the infernal realm, they had entered a realm where the scenery shifted dramatically. Confident in the clarity of his memories and the stability of the crystalline needle within him, Fang Chong pondered whether he had indeed been ensnared by the nightmare's hypnotic influence. If so, this blood demon technique was rather excessive. He decided to wait and test the waters later. Scanning the other passengers, the constantly changing scenery outside left him uncertain of his current circumstances. The one undeniable truth was that whether in dream or reality, the flow of time remained consistent. Although a second in the dream might stretch under the influence of heightened neural activity, Fang Chong had adeptly subdued his nervous excitement to a level of normalcy. Chapter 94. Dream How Peculiar. It seemed as though an odd individual had blended in among the passengers. After more than 10 minutes had elapsed, a profound silence enveloped the train as the ticket inspector, having fulfilled the nightmare's directive, succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, the nightmare at the front of the train wore an expression of perplexity, feeling an unsettling irritation toward Fang Chong's presence. Clearly, without the Nicaran blade, Fang Chong was not regarded as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. He was merely an exceptionally ordinary human, unworthy of attention. After hypnotizing the train conductor with a hand that resembled a doppelganger, that arm moved toward the front of the carriage. What should we do? Before traversing a single carriage, for children had already knelt before that hand, their eyes betraying an irrepressible longing for sweet dreams, mingled with fear. Soon, they would fall into slumber, but until then, they lingered here. Sensitive to intuition, demon hunters could sometimes awaken abruptly due to murderous intent. Thus, when you approach to bind them, remember to avoid contact with their bodies. Having given these instructions, a portion of the nightmare's form continued to advance toward the front of the carriage. "Oh, and I cannot leave the front carriage just yet, until I am ready. This place is entrusted to you. To ensure a pleasant dream, one must strive diligently." Despite their faces being awash with fear and numbness, the young boys opposite him displayed a flicker of excitement upon receiving the nightmare's affirmation. If Fang Chong were present, he would easily discern that the nightmare exuded a fragrance reminiscent of a bath, likely due to the blood demon technique. It was this very essence that compelled the children to assist the nightmare without hesitation, all in pursuit of blissful dreams. Yes, the body of the nightmare departed, returning to its original form, while the four children approached Fang Chong, clutching the specially crafted ropes imbued with demonic essence. At this moment, Fang Chong began to sense that something was amiss. Although the surrounding environment was shifting incessantly, he perceived that the external scenery was replaying in a cyclical manner. Having established that he was indeed trapped within a dream, Fang Chong decided to unleash chaos, first creating a hole in the train car. Though it resembled the old green passenger trains, at such velocity, any breach would result in a deafening howl from the rushing wind. Regrettably, despite having punctured numerous openings, no sound emerged from the holes. This nearly flawless dream ultimately succumbed to the rigors of 21st century scientific education. Even though Fang Chong realized he was ensnared in a dream and understood that self-destruction could liberate him, a conundrum arose. Even if he severed his own neck, death would elude him. What sort of power is this? It's utterly irrational. He pierced his heart and decapitated himself. Yet his remaining head could only witness his body thrashing on the ground, blood gushing from his neck, unable to escape this dream. Simultaneously, the nightmare at the front of the train successfully retracted its arm, commencing the final integration with the train. Naturally, Fang Chong's peculiar state drew its attention. It was the first time the nightmare encountered someone who, despite having perished in its dream, remained trapped. How curious. After all, he was merely an ordinary person. It could savor this encounter later. The mist outside began to thicken, the night deepening, and the aura of ghosts rose steadily. Yet, aboard the train, aside from the nightmare, no one remained awake. Even the 4 children had succumbed to the ropes, entering the dreams of Tanjiro and his companions. Meanwhile, the 4 were at the inception of their dream, enveloped in a warm and serene sensation, a feeling they, as members of the Demon Slayer Corps, sorely lacked. Even Rengoku found himself ensnared. Fang Chong felt a tumult of emotions. He had initially come here with the knowledge of how to awaken, having made extensive preparations, only to be thwarted by the nightmare's debilitating grip. The assault on his consciousness was beyond the reach of his current healing abilities. After a futile struggle, Fang Chong resigned himself and reattached his body, wandering the train. In little time, he encountered what was referred to as the barrier of the unconscious realm. Originally believing he could not enter without the nightmare's tools, he was abruptly engulfed by the barrier. Had his consciousness vanished? What was happening? At the moment Fang Chong entered the realm of the unconscious, the nightmare at the front of the train experienced a peculiar sensation. Did the brain perceive itself as dead? It is indeed perplexing. Although Night Dream has employed blood magic to hypnotize countless individuals, encountering someone as extraordinary as Fang Chong is a first for him. Yet, regardless of Night Dream's curiosity, he must persist with the assimilation of the train. Halting midway would forfeit any forthcoming opportunities to exert his influence. As Fang Chong entered the realm of the unconscious, he found himself entranced by the familiar surroundings. Within the brightly lit house, scattered novels lay strewn across the floor, while outside, the towering skyscrapers and the incessant flow of traffic evoked a wave of nostalgia. The sweltering sunlight, the unresponsive air conditioning, and the feeble whirring of a small fan felt so familiar. At that moment of reverie, a sudden sound of a key turning in the lock broke the silence. 3 familiar figures stepped over the threshold, wiping sweat from their brows and calling out Fang Chong's nickname. Chong Chong, the power is out at home. We're going out for dinner. Hurry up. The familiar voice of a woman echoed through the small villa. And upon seeing faces he hadn't encountered in over a decade, tears welled in Fang Chong's eyes. Brother? What's wrong? Why are you crying? It's just a power outage. Beside him, Mikasa, who had long since shed her usual stoicism, stood with a perfect figure and an exquisite face that was utterly captivating. Wait, brother, what are you looking at? She exclaimed, abruptly tugging down her short skirt to conceal certain indecorous aspects. Meanwhile, their father chuckled heartily. Haha. Look at how the 2 children have grown. You were so adamant against adopting Mikasa back then, but look at them now. They are such a perfect match. Under the teasing of their parents, Mikasa's face grew increasingly flushed, and she could only cast a reproachful glance at Fang Chong. Little did they know that amidst this warmth, it only served to incite a tempest within Fang Chong. The tenderness began to fade, replaced by an overwhelming fury. Night Dream. The immense rage transcended the limits of the unconscious realm, causing Fang Chong's very being to begin transforming into a giant. Chong Chong? His mother appeared bewildered, unaware of the reason behind Fang Chong's sudden outburst. Mother, death is death. While I yearn to see you once more, it must not be under these circumstances. I am truly sorry. With a choked sob, a crystalline sword materialized in Fang Chong's hand, and before the incredulous gazes of the 3, he severed their heads with a single stroke. In an instant, the unconscious space collapsed entirely, the once bright environment vanished, and the ensuing darkness enveloped everything, save for a single orb at the center, emanating a faint, chaotic glow that offered a semblance of light. A colossal fury relentlessly assailed everything in its vicinity. Such sacrilege against family was utterly intolerable to Fang Chong, whether it be his parents or Mikasa. What he sought were individuals of flesh and blood, not mere phantoms within dreams. As Fang Chong uttered his thoughts, the pitch-black surroundings began to crumble gradually, fissures appearing within that unconscious realm. Large shards of darkness plummeted from the heavens, and the entire unconscious space commenced a rapid collapse. If you see the sun tomorrow, I shall not believe in Fang today. With the surrounding scenery disintegrating, Fang Chong could distinctly sense himself extricating from the clutches of hypnosis, though it still required a measure of time. Simultaneously, thanks to Tanjiro and Nezuko's efforts, they too emerged from that enchanting dreamscape. Upon awakening, they beheld Rengoku fiercely gripping a girl's neck, his formidable strength leaving her with scarce room to breathe, her pallid visage marred by burgeoning patches of a purplish hue. The 2 were bound by a coarse rope, the faint scent of demons emanating from it causing Tanjiro to hesitate in employing his Nichiren blade, glancing at the severed rope in his hand, and then at Nezuko. Tanjiro ultimately opted for her assistance in severing the ropes binding his companions. As the rope snapped, the 3 other children also extricated themselves from the dream, and Tanjiro cautiously rescued the girl from Rengoku's grasp. Yet, just as Tanjiro turned to call out to Zenitsu, the girl, previously held tightly by Rengoku, lunged at him wielding a pointed object. Such untrained aggression stood no chance against Tanjiro, who had become well-versed in the techniques of breathing. However, the resolute expression on the girl's face perplexed him. Awaken. Is she being manipulated by a demon? reflecting on their recent experiences. Tanjiro realized that the demon aboard this infinite train posed a far greater threat than any they had encountered before. The prospect of it controlling human consciousness was not beyond possibility. Don't you dare involve me. This is all your fault. You've ruined my chance for a beautiful dream. At that moment, the other two children rose, clutching similar pointed objects, and slowly advanced toward Tanjiro. They acted of their own volition. Observing the three before him and the aura emanating from them, Tanjiro discerned that they could not be mere puppets of a demon. Recalling his own dream, it seemed far more likely they had been led astray. As Tanjiro hesitated on how to confront the trio, the leading girl suddenly called out to the child who had been tethered to him by the rope. Hey, if you're awake, hurry and help. I don't care if you have tuberculosis or whatever. If you don't do your job properly, I'll tell that person not to let you have sweet dreams. Are you listening? As he watched the child slowly rise from the seat, Tanjiro felt a wave of compassion wash over him. The child was indeed pitiable. Suffering from illness, he could not forgive the demon for taking advantage of such a vulnerable soul. Despite the isolation of Tanjiro's previous circumstances, he possessed a fundamental understanding of tuberculosis, a malady that was a death sentence in that era. Due to the inadequacies of medical technology, anyone afflicted by tuberculosis, unless endowed with vast wealth, faced an inevitable demise. Even those with fortunes would find their remaining days fraught with suffering. I'm sorry, but I must leave immediately to fight, he thought. How could a child untrained in combat compete with Tanjiro's prowess? Within mere moments, he had incapacitated all three adversaries. Gazing down at the fallen children, a flicker of remorse crossed Tanjiro's face. You wish to remain in your blissful dreams, don't you? I understand. I too long to linger in dreams. Yet, the past is immutable. The child who had previously been alongside Tanjiro approached slowly, speaking with a choked voice. I once thought that as long as I could escape the agony of illness, I would not mind harming others. Yet your presence brings such warmth to my heart. Even the embodiment of consciousness in that unconscious space feels so tender. Tanjiro, hearing the child's poignant words, gently stroked Nezuko's hair and turned to ask, Are you unwell? The child, visibly suppressing a cough, shook his head and replied in a hoarse voice, No, you must be careful. All right, Tanjiro responded. Unable to rouse his companions, he took Nezuko by the hand and ventured towards the carriage door. As soon as he opened it, the overwhelming odor of demons inundated his senses. The intensity of the stench was striking. Even in such strong winds, the scent of the demon was potent. How can I still be at ease in such a state? This closed carriage is suffocating, yet I remain unperturbed. How utterly useless I am, straining against the oppressive scent. Tanjiro began to discern the direction of the odor. Chapter 96. The repulsion of giants. The powerful aroma wafting from upwind quickly allowed Tanjiro to pinpoint the demon's location. Nezuko, stay here. Although Nezuko had transformed into a demon, there was no comparing her physical capabilities to Tanjiro's, yet his brotherly duty compelled him to ensure her safety. Climbing atop the carriage, Tanjiro found that the speed of the green train was not particularly rapid, and his physical abilities were more than sufficient to sustain him in battle atop it. As he traversed the roof of the carriage, he soon encountered a person adorned with intricate patterns on his face. Oh, you're awake. Good morning. The voice was exceedingly amiable. If not for the overwhelming scent of demon emanating from him, Tanjiro might have struggled to identify him amidst the crowd. Why awaken so early? I had specially crafted such a splendid dream for you. If I were a tad more malevolent, I could have conjured a nightmare where your family meets a tragic demise. Ah, do you wish to experience such a dream? Surely not, for that would be too harrowing. As I spoke, the nightmare slowly raised its hand, revealing a palm adorned with eyes and a mouth, inscribed with a few cryptic characters that sent a chill down Tanjiro's spine. Let us instead allow you to dream of your father's resurrection. As the hand lifted, an invisible shockwave surged forth, and Tanjiro's gaze became vacant, his crimson irises reverting to a pallid white. I take great pleasure in watching the transition from blissful dreams to tormenting nightmares. After all, witnessing the anguish etched upon human faces is utterly irresistible. Before I could finish, the slumbering Tanjiro had already regained consciousness, his sharp eyes piercing through the mist surrounding the nightmare. What? Why have you awakened so swiftly? If his previous actions in the vehicle were due to the interference of those pesky children, now, with no distractions, the nightmare should unleash its blood demon technique with even greater potency. As the nightmare pondered, it raised its hand to initiate another hypnosis, only to catch sight of the flower pendant dangling from Tanjiro's earlobe. Wait, the flower pendant on his ear. My fortune is indeed remarkable. He has delivered himself to me so promptly, thus granting me access to even more blood bestowed by Mizan-sama. Observing the nightmare's maniacal laughter, veins bulged upon Tanjiro's forehead. Having been forced into two blissful dreams, he now had to summon his consciousness to confront this cruel reality. You fiend, do not intrude upon another's mind. Water breathing. First form, sleep. Before Tanjiro could wield his blade, the expression on the nightmare's face turned icy. With a slight raise of its hand, a sound wave radiated outward, causing Tanjiro's eyes to roll back once more, yet this time, his recovery was notably swift. However, just as the nightmare was poised to cast its next hypnosis, a tremendous commotion from the rear of the carriage captured both their attentions. Nightmare. Since acquiring the powers of the giant, Fang Chong had never felt such rage. It was only now that he comprehended that the emotions of a human being were the wellspring that fueled the giant's energy. Drip effect? Influence. Skills are merging. Level. Self-destruct attack. Level. Blood demon technique. Super speed reflection. Level. Power of the giant is merged. Level abomination giant has been acquired. Without requiring any prompts from the system, Fang Chong understood his current state. Much like Eren back then, once the power of the giant is driven by intense emotion, it undergoes a qualitative transformation. Just as Eren transformed into the female titan, Fang Chong's 6-meter giant form shifted from a normal hue to a deep, inky black. A tremendous force surged through Fang Chong's mind, overwhelming him with its might. Had it not been for the remnants of his reason urging him to consider the lives of the surrounding populace, he might have obliterated the entire train. Neither Tanjiro nor Dream had ever encountered such a monster. Its colossal form and pitch-black skin exuded an unparalleled sense of oppression. What manner of creature is this? However, Fang Chong paid little heed to such questions. The speed of the green train was insignificant in comparison to his current prowess. To safeguard the lives of the innocent, he swiftly abandoned the carriage, propelling himself along the tracks with remarkable speed. His massive physique, coupled with immense strength, allowed him to accelerate to over 100 miles per hour. As he observed the approaching giant, Tanjiro's mind suddenly recalled Fang Chong's imposing figure during the final trial. Fang Chong, that enormous stature and the heavy atmosphere surrounding him undeniably instilled immense pressure upon Dream. In such circumstances, even Dream dared not linger. His entire being seemed to dissolve like liquid, merging seamlessly with the train. Subsequently, a massive tentacle emerged, covered in an array of eyes that all turned their gaze towards Fang Chong. Sleep now. Waves of mental assaults bombarded Fang Chong's mind. Yet they were devoured by the dark flames that burned within him. The flames of revulsion, durability level 1, continued to echo in his mind. But the inky fire remained unaffected. Being too close, Fang Chong effortlessly crushed the enormous tentacle with a single swipe. Realizing that his hypnosis had no effect on Fang Chong, Dream appeared bewildered, redirecting his focus towards the passengers inside the train, hoping to consume the 200 souls before confronting Fang Chong once more. In an instant, the interior walls of the carriage were covered in a plethora of grotesque growths. Countless robust, tentacle-like appendages sprang forth, rushing towards the innocent bystanders. Although Tanjiro wished to assist, the considerable distance rendered him powerless. How embarrassing. As a Hashira, I cannot believe I fell asleep in such a dire situation. I never imagined it would escalate to this. If there were a crack in the ground, I'd gladly hide within. Just as the tentacles were about to ensnare the innocent, Rengoku, who had been in slumber for an extended period, finally awakened from his dream. Without the need for sword techniques, merely employing the most basic of attacks and movements, Rengoku demonstrated that Dream, being an upper-tier opponent, lacked adequate understanding of the Hashira. In mere moments, Rengoku's blade sliced through the distance of 2 train compartments, severing all tentacles within. Furthermore, the fire-based attack inhibited Dream from rapidly regenerating new appendages. At that moment, outside, Fang Chong began to regain a semblance of his rationality. The current situation has evidently diverged from Fang Chong's initial expectations. He had anticipated merely providing subtle assistance until the appearance of the Upper Moon 3. However, his mind now fixates solely on one thought. He must annihilate the nightmare, ensuring it is not a swift demise. In the Inferno, I am Fang Chong. Protect the passengers. I shall eliminate this fiend. Upon hearing the commotion outside the window, Inferno was slightly startled. He had believed Fang Chong's speed to be his ultimate weapon. Yet it turns out he possesses even greater capabilities. Undoubtedly, Fang Chong's combat prowess has surpassed that of the other Hashira. Tanjiro, you too shall assist. Tanjiro, still within the carriage, was directly dispatched by Fang Chong to aid in the endeavor. In this precarious circumstance, it was impossible to bring the nightmare back while safeguarding the passengers. The immediate priority was to separate the rear passenger carriage from the front. Although severing the body alone would not slay the nightmare, Fang Chong had conducted tests in the past. As long as the demon's body and head were sufficiently distanced, even if the demon's form remained intact, it would lack the ability to control its own body. While the previous tests were conducted on the most feeble of demons, the nightmare, being but a lower moon, would only require a slight increase in distance. Given Fang Chong's current physique, achieving this was not a daunting task. Is this person a fool? Attempting to slay a demon without a Nichiren blade? There is still a full 4 hours until daylight. The nightmare, attached to the train, had not anticipated encountering two Hashira in this journey. Observing the situation, it became evident that the individual before him possessed a combat ability that far exceeded that of a typical Hashira. However, the notion of attempting to kill a demon without a Nichiren blade only elicited ridicule from the nightmare. Fang Chong, undeterred by such trivialities, swiftly organized the circumstances behind him and hastened towards the front of the train. Recalling details from the original story, Fang Chong remembered there was an individual at the front, either bewitched or simply foolish, piloting the train. Despite his distaste for the situation, he recognized the value of life and resolved to save the driver if possible. As his emotions gradually settled, Fang Chong felt the power within him waning. This was due in part to the nightmare's previous encounter, which had prevented it from using hypnosis against him again. Otherwise, given the abhorrent flames within him, he would likely have been vulnerable to further hypnotic influence. Acknowledging the current state of affairs, Fang Chong's actions were not particularly gentle. Fortunately, the train conductor was nearly paralyzed with fear, allowing Fang Chong to exert minimal effort in relocating him to the nearby woods. Though he sustained minor injuries, his life was no longer in peril. Observing the junction of the train carriages, Fang Chong wasted no time. With hardened crystallized tendrils extending from his hands, his once fleshly appendages transformed into crystalline clarity in an instant. Due to the absence of the sun-wheel blade, the nightmare merely symbolically obstructed its path. Fang Chong expended minimal effort to successfully grip the neck of the train representing the nightmare. With formidable strength surging forth, the iron clasp, enveloped in the flesh and blood of demons, began to emit mournful cries. In the next instant, the clasp shattered inch by inch, severing the connection to the trailing carriages. Under the pull of the locomotive, the carriage symbolizing the nightmare's head detached from its body and continued to drift away. Unbeknownst to the nightmare, its ability to manipulate its form diminished beyond a certain distance. Even as its head and body separated, it exhibited little reaction, remaining focused on combating the Infernal and Tanjiro. Unfortunately, the nightmare's fusion with the train had significantly impaired its physical capabilities. The newly sprouted tendrils, while sufficient to ensnare ordinary humans, proved ineffective against the stalwart members of the Demon Slayer Corps like Tanjiro. 5 minutes had elapsed since its transformation into a train. Yet the nightmare had failed to consume a single soul. Particularly noteworthy was Nezuko, who, despite her injuries, joined the fray, while the slumbering Zenitsu displayed terrifying combat prowess. Protect Nezuko. First form of thunder breathing, thunderclap, and flash, sixfold. The incredible speed became a nightmare for the nightmare, especially as Zenitsu remained in a state of slumber. Besides its feeble tendrils, the nightmare possessed no other means to disrupt Zenitsu. In such a confined space, the nightmarish tendrils were no match for Zenitsu's speed, often being severed before they could fully extend. How infuriating. What is wrong with these people? The collapse of its plan drove the nightmare into a frenzy. Though the creature tormenting its neck lacked the sun-wheel blade, the abuse of its own body incited further rage. Just as the nightmare aimed to incapacitate Tanjiro, it suddenly realized that controlling its body had become increasingly difficult, with even the movements of its tendrils slowing considerably. What is happening? Why is this occurring? Meanwhile, Fang Chong, leveraging his own physique, propelled the train forward at a terrifying speed of 80 miles per hour. Within just 2 minutes, the nightmare completely lost its ability to control its body, with even the faintest perception slipping away. What have you done, you fiend? Regaining focus, the nightmare, now confined solely to the front of the train, flailed in desperation. Regardless of its futility, it disregarded caution and unleashed countless tendrils, frantically attempting to hypnotize Fang Chong. In a mere 2 seconds, Fang Chong endured over 1,000 hypnotic assaults, the flames of revulsion in his mind beginning to waver precariously. Observing the enraged nightmare before him, Fang Chong understood that his objective had been achieved. For the nightmare, without a supply of flesh to rejuvenate itself, the prospect of regenerating a new body was anything but simple. Beneath the dim moonlight, a peculiar smile suddenly graced Fang Chong's face, and his colossal form began to dissolve. One hand resting upon the carriage. Chapter 98, Upper Moon 3. You must learn well. The consequences of casually peering into another's heart are dire. For the dream of nightmare, recently bestowed with blood by Musen, the sensation of that blood coursing through its being was vividly clear. Yet now, the very blood that had endowed it with strength was steadily ebbing away. What are you doing? Stop it. Sleep. 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 You must succumb to slumber. As the blood continued to drain, the dream of nightmare descended into utter madness, countless tendrils and eyes fixating on Fang Chong, releasing wave after wave of hypnotic spells. However, for Fang Chong, who had closed his eyes, the effects were negligible. With each draw from Fang Chong, the voice of the dream of nightmare grew increasingly feeble, a profound sense of weakness enveloping its entire being. It had reached a point where it could no longer cast even a single hypnotic spell. 2 minutes passed. And within the dream of nightmare, only the final vestige of demonic blood remained, this last trace sustaining its ghostly identity. Previously, Fang Chong had attempted to forcibly extract this drop of blood, but the experimental subject had perished instantly before he could succeed. I wonder if the lower moon can withstand this. The writhing figure of the dream of nightmare seemed to sense Fang Chong's malice. Its once undulating form suddenly paralyzed with fear. Compared to humans, demons, with their extended lifespans, certainly harbor a deeper dread of death. Yet, Fang Chong had no genuine intention of killing. After all, he had promised Shinobu Kocho to bring a lower moon back for her research. Besides, would it not be fair to say that draining the demon's blood renders it no longer a lower moon? Observing the feeble dream of nightmare before him, Fang Chong dragged a segment of the carriage into the nearby woods, covering it with a multitude of items. In the face of such a creature, allowing it to wail under Shinobu's experiments would yield the best outcome. I wonder if Akaza has arrived yet? Having dealt with the dream of nightmare, Fang Chong hurried towards the remaining carriages. Under Fang Chong's intervention, it seemed that Rengoku's stamina had improved significantly compared to the original tale, as he no longer had to contend with the train derailing. Nevertheless, even so, Fang Chong did not believe Rengoku could triumph against an intact Upper Moon 3, Akaza. After all, the upper and lower moons were entirely different entities. But just as Fang Chong made his way back, he was abruptly met with the sound of the Nichiren blade clashing against something, accompanied by a cacophony of gasps from the crowd. So it has truly arrived. That repulsive giant's form had inflicted considerable damage upon Fang Chong. Although his attributes had surged during the skill's activation, the overwhelming fatigue now coursing through his body was astonishing. Fortunately, the ever-encroaching patterns that mercilessly devoured Fang Chong's vitality were not entirely devoid of purpose, at least under the current circumstances, although his life force waned further. The replenishment of his strength surged with remarkable rapidity. By the time Fang Chong approached the battleground where Rengoku faced Akaza, his condition had nearly returned to a semblance of normalcy. Rengoku, join us as a demon. It is a pity for such a formidable human like you to inevitably descend from your peak due to the constraints of mortality in just a few years. As demons, we would have an abundance of time to engage in combat and mutual growth. Akaza coaxed incessantly as Fang Chong neared the site of their conflict. Alas, Rengoku was not one to disregard his principles for the sake of power, unlike Fang Chong. Even though Akaza's persuasive rhetoric flowed ceaselessly, Rengoku remained steadfast in his refusal. I refuse. The anticipated response compelled Fang Chong to maintain a cautious distance. However, he deliberately positioned himself upwind to ensure that Tanjiro would detect his presence. Yet, the diffusion of his scent required time, and Fang Chong's aroma was not easily discernible, leaving a considerable interval before Tanjiro would recognize him. Nevertheless, Fang Chong found solace in Rengoku's vibrant state. Perhaps due to the early hour or the fact that Rengoku had not deemed Fang Chong a significant threat, he stood his ground, engaging Akaza in an exchange of verbal jabs despite knowing that two Hashira were present in the vicinity. Rengoku, allow me to elucidate why you falter at the threshold, yet fail to attain the pinnacle of existence. After 5 long minutes of ineffective rhetoric, Akaza finally relinquished his attempts at persuasion, opting instead to compel Rengoku through sheer strength. Though Tanjiro remained unscathed, his ability to intervene in the fierce clash between Rengoku and Akaza was still beyond his reach. Suddenly, as Tanjiro anxiously observed the battle, his nose caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Following the direction of the aroma, he spotted Fang Chong, bare and stealthily concealed within a thicket, signaling him with urgency. Yes, brother Fang Chong. Tanjiro nearly gasped, hastily covering his mouth and nodding in acknowledgement, indicating that he understood. At that moment, Fang Chong had heightened his reflexes to their utmost, poised for action. Though several of his skills had been amalgamated by the system, he retained their individual effects. Even in the absence of transformation, his combat prowess remained unblemished. Technique unleashed. Destructive void slash. As negotiations collapsed, both parties commenced their desperate struggle. As an upper moon, Akaza's blood demon art was formidable. Once the void technique was activated, numerous wounds appeared upon Rengoku's body. Indeed, for the formidable strength of the Pillar of Flame, the minor injuries sustained are hardly significant, and Rengoku has no intention of launching an attack at this moment. Is it an intangible, invisible assault? However, once familiarized, one can engage in battle. After enduring 2 strikes, Rengoku swiftly comprehended the attack pattern of the intangible force, and from that point onward, he evaded any further harm from it. As the duration of the combat extended, the smile on Akaza's face became increasingly manic. Kaijuro Rengoku. Excellent, splendid. I find myself increasingly fond of you. With the inefficacy of the intangible force, Akaza promptly transitioned to another technique. Destructive killing, Arshin. Unlike the intangible force, Arshin significantly augmented Akaza's speed, surpassing Rengoku's reflexive capabilities and evoking memories of his previous encounter with Fang Chong. Chapter 99. Akaza. He was indeed saved by him. Breath of Fire, 4th Form. Purgatory Serpent. Benefiting from his earlier encounter with Fang Chong, Rengoku had gleaned insights and conjectures regarding how to counter such super-speed opponents, thus seizing this opportunity for experimentation. Like Fang Chong, under such extreme velocity, Akaza's physical resilience diminished, and Rengoku's 4th form struck true, severing both of Akaza's arms. Yet, just as Rengoku sought to capitalize on his advantage, Akaza's arms were already being reformed. Such rapid regeneration. This was the first time Rengoku had encountered a demon with such swiftness in recovery. A substantial and singular destruction of his body is imperative. However, Rengoku was not entirely devoid of options. After that successful strike, Akaza had evidently become far more cautious, no longer engaging with the same carefree demeanor as before, but rather beginning to focus earnestly. With the continuous exchange of our Shin and the intangible force, Rengoku found himself gradually falling into a disadvantage. This fellow can strike me even from the air, coupled with a speed akin to that of Fang Chong. Rengoku felt a surge of frustration as he evaluated the distance between himself and Akaza. At this range, attempting to sever his neck proved exceedingly challenging. Resolute in his decision, Rengoku's leg muscles tensed dramatically, propelling him towards Akaza with great force. This sudden movement caused Fang Chong, who had been lurking nearby, to become anxious. It must be noted that Rengoku is not like Fang Chong. A single fatal wound, even with the breath of life, could lead to his demise in this era of inadequate medical care. Yet, despite this, Rengoku chose the perilous path of close combat, when he could simply delay until dawn, at which point Akaza would depart on his own accord. Ah, is this the distinction between him and me? How vexing. In such close quarters, it became nearly impossible for Fang Chong to find an opportunity, and it was likely that Rengoku would soon sustain serious injuries. Consequently, Fang Chong decided to reveal himself. Stepping forth from the thicket, the sound of his body brushing against the leaves quickly drew Akaza's attention. It's the demon hunter who took away Yum. Hey, what have you done with Yum? You clearly lack the Sun Blade. Much like Dream, Fang Chong, without the Sun Blade, is not regarded by Akaza at all. After all, at best, he is merely a Hashira. With the Sun Blade, Akaza might have to reconsider the balance of power between them. However, now that Fang Chong is without the Sun Blade, he is utterly beneath Akaza's notice. Fang Chong, use my blade. Tanjiro, quick-witted as always, hurled his Sun Blade towards Fang Chong. Regrettably, Tanjiro remains too weak at present. The speed of the blade's flight is akin to being stationary in the eyes of Akaza. Not a chance. While Akaza remains unperturbed at the prospect of facing two Hashira, it is still a scenario he prefers to avoid. Thus, he effortlessly intercepts and shatters the blade mid-flight. Yet, Akaza's gaze shifts not to the broken weapon, but rather to Fang Chong. Your speed should be commendable. Why do you not stop me? He has previously witnessed Fang Chong's speed, which even seemed to surpass his own, and the strength derived from his massive form is likewise superior. What manner of creature are you? There is an unmistakable scent of demon about you. Having recently absorbed the demon blood from Dream, Fang Chong is still in a state of digestion, and the essence of the demon within him is now even more pronounced, which Akaza immediately detects. Fang Chong, there is nothing to discuss with demons. This is Upper Moon 3, whose combat prowess even exceeds mine. Please assist me. Ultimately, Fang Chong is still not well acquainted with Rengoku. Although there was a prior promise from his master, in such circumstances, no one can guarantee Fang Chong would not betray them. Well, Rengoku, just hold on a moment. Akaza, if I may inquire, when you say you wish to turn Rengoku into a demon, is it from using to transform him? Or will you do it yourself? With the effects of Butterfly Shinobu's medicine waning, and having just consumed the blood from a lower moon, the progress of his skills enhancement seems distant. Fang Chong feels compelled to target Akaza's intentions. Akaza, on the contrary, is taken aback that Fang Chong is not fixated on his combat capabilities or any other concerns, but instead poses such a widely known question. Fang Chong, I'm engaging. Rengoku cannot afford to wait much longer, and having a Hashira by his side significantly eases his burden. Fang Chong can only sigh, discarding his unrealistic notions, and joins the fray. Naturally, due to Fang Chong's lack of a Sunblade, he spends much of his time creating opportunities for Rengoku to strike. Although this is their first collaboration, after merely a few exchanges, they begin to synchronize rather well. With his markings activated, Fang Chong's physical capabilities are simply unmatched by Akaza. In no time, as Akaza attempts to create distance with his blood demon art, he suddenly finds Fang Chong effortlessly keeping pace beside him. In a moment of distraction, his balance is swiftly disrupted by Fang Chong. Under such tremendous speed, once balance is disrupted, rectifying it becomes an arduous task. Upon crashing to the ground, one endured a series of brutal strikes from the depths of hell, resulting in the loss of numerous components. Yet, As a consequence, a significant gash appeared on Fang Chong's arm, with countless muscle tissues torn away by the third upper moon, Akaza. Were it not for the resilient hardened bones that withstood the onslaught, Fang Chong would likely have lost an arm. The formidable Akaza was not easily vanquished. Even after a substantial portion of his body was excavated by purgatory, he managed to rejuvenate himself in a mere 3 seconds. Of course, this brief moment was not without its trials, as he narrowly avoided having his neck severed by purgatory's ultimate technique, having painstakingly restored his form. Akaza anticipated a more favorable predicament, especially after having incapacitated one of Fang Chong's arms. Yet, upon regaining his senses, he beheld that Fang Chong's arm bore not a single scar. What manner of creature are you? A ghost? If so, why assist humanity? You possess the strength of an upper moon. Why? Overwhelmed by despair as he faced the combined assault of Fang Chong and purgatory, Akaza felt that against either of them individually, he would stand a chance. As for purgatory, one could scarcely argue against him, and while Fang Chong posed a challenge, the outcome of such a conflict between demons of their caliber would not be determined in mere days. Akaza held confidence, believing that while defeat was possible, his life was assured. However, he now sensed a precariousness around his neck. Following a surge of attacks, the two closed in on Akaza, seizing the opportunity as he recovered. In the brief respite, Fang Chong shouted, "Purgatory! I promised Shinobu Kocho that I would bring her an upper moon for her research. Let us strive to capture him alive." Purgatory showed little reaction. After all, a living demon would undoubtedly be more valuable for research than a dead one, and considering the subject was Shinobu Kocho, Fang Chong would likely not deceive them without cause. Yet Akaza's thoughts diverged sharply. Upon hearing Fang Chong's words, an expression of confusion morphed into one of twisted fury. "Capture me alive? You two fools. I am the third upper moon. Technique unleashed. Destructive killing chaos style." With a heart full of resentment, Akaza unleashed a barrage of invisible shockwaves toward the duo. The sheer number and force of these impacts far surpassed his previous attacks, and even from Akaza, who was gasping for breath, it was evident that this technique demanded immense energy. Yet, this approach lacked finesse, merely a raw compression of aggressive force. Why resort to such a method? Fang Chong countered, lightning breathing, second form, rice spirit. It is worth noting that among all the breathing techniques, aside from the thunderclap, Fang Chong excelled most in this particular form, rice spirit. Though Fang Chong's embodiment of the rice spirit could not unleash shockwaves akin to the air style, it was effortlessly capable of deflecting the attacks emanating from Akaza. However, for Rengoku, the chaotic style proved to be a formidable challenge. Despite successfully parrying the majority of the onslaught, several strikes landed upon him, leaving Rengoku gasping for breath. Akaza, sensing the precarious nature of the situation, realized that Fang Chong's fighting prowess had evidently surpassed that of an ordinary Hashira. Continuing the skirmish would only spell disaster for him. Yet, before Akaza could retreat, the seemingly exhausted Rengoku charged once more, aiming a lethal strike at Akaza's neck with his Nichiren blade. The blade compelled Akaza to halt and redirect his focus towards Rengoku's assault, while Fang Chong seized the moment, vanishing from sight. With his hardened arm capable of obliterating Akaza's physical form, Fang Chong grasped Akaza's midsection, inflicting 2 substantial wounds, destruction and annihilation. Observing that his chaotic style had little effect, and that he could not match Fang Chong's speed, Akaza decided to confront them head-on. Enhanced by his blood demon art, Akaza's strength was far beyond what Fang Chong and Rengoku could easily withstand. Fang Chong, resilient even when struck, could recuperate with minimal time. However, Rengoku was not so fortunate. Merely grazing him resulted in the fracture of 3 ribs. As the tides of battle began to shift in Akaza's favor, Fang Chong grew increasingly anxious. It was crucial to remember that the upper moons and Muzan were a rare breed, and with the lower moons eliminated by Muzan, Fang Chong could not afford to let Akaza escape, especially with the debts owed to Shinobu Kocho and his own desire for skill enhancement. Rengoku. A decisive strike was imperative. The horizon began to brighten, faint rays of light piercing the once dim sky. If Akaza were not subdued soon, he might flee without a second thought. Upon hearing Fang Chong's declaration of a decisive strike, both Akaza and Rengoku steeled themselves for the confrontation. Without his Nichiren blade in hand, Akaza did not perceive Fang Chong as a significant threat. Unbeknownst to him, this was precisely the outcome Fang Chong desired. Meanwhile, Rengoku successfully activated all of the power within him, an invisible aura akin to flames coursing through his entire being. At that moment, he invoked the flame-breathing, ultimate art. Ninth form. A massive surge of energy coalesced around his Nichiren blade, the once crimson edge now adorned with swirling flames. Destruction and annihilation. Rengoku. The clash of fist and blade ensued. Rengoku, renowned as one of the most formidable fighters among the current Hashira, wielded a razor-sharp blade enveloped in fire that severed Akaza's arm and chest. Yet, Akaza's other arm reached toward Rengoku's chest, poised to pierce through his heart. Fang Chong's opportunity had finally arrived. He leapt forward, securing himself behind Yuozuo with a swift motion. The bond forged between them was as strong as steel. Though it may have been the most rudimentary of holds, the scientifically researched grappling technique proved remarkably effective. As Fang Chong ensnared him, Yuozuo's body jolted. His arm halting perilously close to the chest of hell, just a mere 10 centimeters away. "Let go. Release me," Yuozuo demanded, his arm still capable of movement. Yet the angle of exertion thwarted any attempt to reach the proximity of hell. As hell observed Yuozuo's confinement, he retreated slightly, recalibrating his aura and aiming the Nichiren blade at Yuozuo's neck. Having witnessed Yuozuo's perilous nature, hell had long abandoned any intention of capturing him alive. As Fang Chong's body was alarmingly close, he could not guarantee a clean decapitation without harming Fang Chong. It was likely that Yuozuo would have already been severed from his head. Indeed, Yuozuo was no ordinary foe among the Upper Moons, although merely Upper Moon 3. The others in that echelon were notoriously formidable, with abilities bordering on the grotesque. Yuozuo's ascent to Upper Moon 3 through sheer perseverance was a rare and commendable feat. "What are you doing? Get down." Seeing that Yuozuo could not escape his grasp, Fang Chong wasted no time. He activated his blood demon art with ferocity, striking Yuozuo with tremendous force. Caught unawares, nearly a quarter of the blood within Yuozuo was swiftly siphoned away. As he felt the loss of blood, a wave of panic washed over Yuozuo. The sensation of weakness was overwhelming, yet he found himself powerless against Fang Chong clinging to his back, possessing the ability of hardening. Fang Chong showed no restraint as large shards of crystallized substance began to envelop the space around Yuozuo. Chapter 101. Siphoning gradually weakened. Yuozuo found himself unable to penetrate the thickening layers of crystallized material, though he was significantly stronger than before. He understood that his power derived from the blood of Musen within him. However, the current Fang Chong was a far cry from the one who had previously battled with Rue. Not only had his blood demon art evolved, but he had also manifested patterns, elevating his strength to unprecedented levels. Even if Yuozuo sought to resist, the effectiveness of his efforts was feeble at best. Ultimately, he was merely prolonging his inevitable fate. The sun had risen steadily, its relentless rays advancing. Even with the presence of the hardening crystals, their brilliance was unmistakable. Trapped in Fang Chong's embrace, Yuozuo grew increasingly agitated, unleashing destructive force within the crystalline prison. Although the crystals were robust, Yuozuo's offensive capabilities were equally formidable, compelling Fang Chong to divert his attention to repair the crystals. Consequently, the extraction of Musen's blood from within Yuozuo became increasingly arduous, yielding barely a few drops even after a considerable duration. As time progresses, the distant sunlight gradually spreads towards the crystallized structure, and the struggle of Yuozuo becomes increasingly terrifying. Even Fang Chong, with his mottled flesh, feels a discomfort as if his muscles are about to be torn apart by Yuozuo's violent thrashing. Ultimately, the sunlight reaches the hardened crystal. It is perplexing how, in this world, the entities known as demons are configured, despite the transparency of the crystal. The sunlight fails to inflict any harm upon Yuozuo. The moment Fang Chong beheld Yuozuo illuminated by the sunlight yet exhibiting no reaction, he nearly succumbed to terror. It is essential to note that if Yuozuo can withstand direct sunlight, then Musen is certainly beyond such trivialities. Should the remaining Upper Moons converge, utilizing their typical blood demon arts, they might even accomplish astonishing feats of nation-toppling proportions. Fortunately, after Fang Chong slightly opened the hardened crystal, allowing a beam of sunlight to strike Yuozuo's arm, the acrid scent of burning flesh and Yuozuo's continuous wails brought a sigh of relief to Fang Chong. Perhaps spurred by the sunlight, Yuozuo, who had begun to calm, grew agitated once more. However, having already extracted nearly half of his blood, and under the brilliant sunlight outside the crystallized structure, it was not long before Yuozuo ceased his struggles, allowing Fang Chong to drain him completely. Kill me, kill me. In the hands of Fang Chong, for these demons, it is truly a fate worse than death. First, they must endure the torment of blood extraction, and afterward, they face confinement for research, leading to a dismal existence. By the time Fang Chong had drained Yuozuo of all his blood, it was already afternoon. News of the Upper Moon's activity quickly spread throughout the Demon Slayer Corps. Assistance was required for a group of operatives in a train car, and logistical support was indispensable. However, such a public incident could not be concealed by the Demon Slayer Corps, regardless of their efforts. On the third day after Fang Chong returned with the Nightmare and Yuozuo to the Butterfly Shinobu family, the Demon Slayer Corps finally engaged in further discussions with the official organization. Thanks to Fang Chong's presence, capturing demons became a feasible endeavor, although the officials were initially skeptical. After the sacrifice of several death row inmates, they ultimately witnessed the sheer terror embodied by the existence of the 12 Kazuki. Subsequently, negotiations between the Demon Slayer Corps and the officials proceeded with remarkable ease. Initially, Upon departing the crystal and encountering a throng of police outside, Fang Chong felt that his time in this world would be short-lived. Yet, after more than half a month, nothing of consequence occurred. In fact, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him seemed to lessen. Through this experience, Fang Chong began to grasp the general operation of the world's oppressive force. As before, the heart of the world does not lie with the masses but rather in the pivotal factors encountered during Fang Chong's recent experiences. In the realm of giants, the power belongs to giants, while in the world of Demon Slayer, it currently resides in Tanjiro's son breathing and Nezuko's unique existence. The influence of the remaining life forms on suppression power is, in fact, negligible. Due to the impact of Fang Chong, Tanjiro's research on the sun-breathing technique shows almost no difference compared to the original work. Considering the minor gap in suppression power, it is evident that Nezuko has already mastered the blood-exploding technique, merely lacking an opportunity to reveal it. As the collaboration between the Demon Slayer Corps and the government intensifies, the survival conditions for demons grow increasingly dire. Fang Chong, too, enjoys a wave of benefits from this situation. Demons have existed for a long time, and after years of accumulation, many weak demons are imprisoned in various jails. Although a single demon provides a limited amount of blood, the sheer number compensates for this. After 2 arduous months, Fang Chong finally managed to absorb a significant quantity of Akaza's blood. Unfortunately, Kibutsuji soon caught on. The prolonged survival time, coupled with his peculiar blood demon art, rendered the human side almost devoid of intelligence advantages. The captured weak demons were eradicated by Kibutsuji, leaving only a few lingering in the remote mountains. Perhaps due to the excessive slaughter of demons, Fang Chong began to sense the emergence of suppression power within himself, yet under the current circumstances, even doubling the kill count would not pose a significant issue. After 6 months of collaboration between the Demon Slayer Corps and the official government, nearly all demons outside had been drawn into the Infinity Castle by Kibutsuji. Although it was said to be all, after Kibutsuji's selection, there were merely a handful left. Following discussions with the official government, the Demon Slayer Corps prepared to launch an assault on the Infinity Castle. Naturally, as a key player, Fang Chong was afforded supreme treatment. Although Butterfly Shinobu's potions were not particularly effective, they did yield some results. Under the influence of a plethora of potions, the demon blood content within Fang Chong surged rapidly. After nearly exhausting the government's financial resources, he finally elevated his demon blood level to a new height. While there were no enticing benefits awaiting Fang Chong in this world, he had received considerable compensation from Butterfly Shinobu. With no one he wished to take with him, Fang Chong resolved to venture into the Infinity Castle to resolve Kibutsuji once and for all, aiming for a fitting departure from this realm. However, on the very first day in the Infinity Castle, after mingling with the crowd and assessing Kibutsuji's attributes, he decisively chose to flee. Chapter 102, Level of Demon Blood Departure. Initially, Fang Chong believed that upon reaching a level of demon blood, he would possess the capability to engage in a contest of strength with Kibutsuji. Yet, the results of his assessment revealed that, despite his attributes having soared to a pinnacle of 55 points, the demon blood's abilities were, unfortunately, diminished by 3 points. In terms of attributes alone, Fang Chong found himself nearly 20 points inferior to Kibutsuji. While this may seem a minor difference, Fang Chong understood that attribute growth beyond 50 points becomes increasingly arduous, rendering the prospect of further enhancement significantly more challenging than before. Even though the elevation of the demon blood from level to level merely granted Fang Chong a trivial enhancement of 5 attribute points, one cannot help but wonder what Muzan has accomplished over the century to hone his body to such an extent. For Fang Chong, who had resolutely decided to flee, Muzan and his cohorts were no obstacle. After all, Fang Chong's method of escape was one dictated by the world's rejection. The reason for the sudden surge in the previously stable repulsion was quite straightforward. Fang Chong had absorbed a portion of Nezuko's demon blood. Although the demon blood abilities of Nezuko, Muzan, and Fang Chong differed significantly, Fang Chong's blood, derived from system evolution, indeed surpassed both in terms of rank, albeit his combat prowess was not particularly formidable. Thus, having the capacity to absorb Muzan's blood naturally extended to Nezuko's as well. Over time, Nezuko had shed her initial hostility towards Fang Chong. While her demeanor did not yet resemble that of treating an ordinary person, at the very least, her wariness had diminished considerably. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps surrounding them would certainly not impede Fang Chong, their mainstay. Consequently, Fang Chong effortlessly extracted nearly half of the demon blood within Nezuko, disappearing from this world in an instant under Tanjiro's bewildered gaze. After a brief spell of dizziness, the familiar pure white room materialized before him. Please select calculation method. 1. Simple. Before the system could finish its prompt, Fang Chong interrupted. No need for selection. From now on, set all channels to default universal calculation. The calculation commenced. As the cold prompt resonated, the power within Fang Chong began to wane. This experience allowed him to truly feel the gradual loss of strength. After what felt like an eternity, the sensation of weakness finally subsided somewhat, and Fang Chong emerged from the White Room. Arriving at the large arc device he had previously departed from, Fang Chong's attributes: Strength, 19, Constitution, 20, Intelligence, 2, Dimensional Talents, Level, Hardened Skeletal Enhancement, Level, Pulmonary Enhancement. Level, Night Vision, Skills. Level, Abomination Giant's Power, Level, Demon Blood, Level, Permanent Thunder Breathing, Refined, Level, Pattern, significantly enhances physical capabilities at the cost of substantial life force. Combat Ability Evaluation. You might stand a chance against Captain America, although his attributes had drastically diminished to less than half of their previous state. It was still within Fang Chong's expectations, considering that his giant form had been weakened to less than a third of its capacity. Had it not been for the slight evolution of his hardening ability, Fang Chong would have found it considerably more challenging to navigate the world of Demon Slayer. Of course, the root cause of this feeling of weakness was his current weight of 200 kilograms. His fully hardened bones and blood vessels were not easily supported. Just as Fang Chong prepared to fully appreciate his severely diminished form, a familiar phone ringtone abruptly pierced the air. Having lingered in the world of Demon Slayer for quite some time, Fang Chong found himself momentarily dazed before recollecting the ringtone of his phone. In a flurry, he fumbled through his pocket to retrieve the device, only to be greeted by the unmistakable icon of a boiled egg on the screen. Causing the corners of his mouth to twitch, his hand instinctively reached towards the colossal reactor of the newly operational arc. Well, our agent Fang Chong has finally answered the call, came the voice on the other end, dripping with sarcasm. Agent Fang, you truly have a knack for impeccable timing. We just dealt with the green fatty, and here you are. What on earth is going on? Despite the unfriendly tone of the boiled egg, Fang Chong gleaned the information he sought from those few words. The implication that the green fatty had been resolved meant that the incident concerning Dr. Banner was now beyond his control, effectively coming to a close. Thus, until the onset of the first Avengers film, he could expect little in the way of complications. Instantly, Fang Chong's spirits lifted considerably, allowing the boiled egg to vent his frustrations without interruption, perhaps sensing that Fang Chong was merely sidestepping the green fatty issue. The boiled egg chose not to dwell on the matter, only to symbolically dock a significant portion of Fang Chong's salary before letting the matter rest. At the conclusion of the call, a crucial piece of intelligence was imparted. Oh, by the way, do take some time to visit your old friend. You know who I mean. His mental state has been rather unstable lately, so do exercise caution. Otherwise, I might be faced with a hefty funeral bill. With the emergence of the green fatty, the boiled egg's perspective on superheroes had evidently shifted, transitioning from cordiality towards a more indifferent stance. Little did he know that the current Fang Chong was no longer the simple human capable of mere enlargement. Ending the call, Fang Chong casually exited the Stark Industries building and hailed a ride towards his humble abode. Although the boiled egg had cautioned him about the impending events of Iron Man 2, Fang Chong's only desire was to enjoy a restful sleep and to organize his intelligence. During his calculations, as he felt the weakness of his form, he sensed that the pattern's extracting vitality had weakened considerably. It could even be stated that this time, the enhanced physical abilities from his breathing techniques had retained nearly half of their potency, while the attribute enhancements from the demon blood and patterns had scarcely left a quarter behind. Were it not for the continued strength of his skills, he might have doubted the efficacy of his efforts. Upon finally returning home, he paid little heed to the thin layer of dust on the floor and collapsed onto his bed. Though it had been several years since he last slept there, the familiarity of his bed was unmistakable. Opening the system panel, Fang Chong began to assess his condition. After a brief comparison with the system, he discovered that his previously dwindling lifespan, which had been projected to last less than 4 years, had remarkably doubled, now extending to a decade. Chapter 103. Natasha, though still modest in quantity, it is abundantly more than in the preceding 4 years. In a buoyant mood, Fang Chong casually switched on the television. Just as he was about to pour himself a glass of water, he stumbled upon significant information on the screen. The Life Foundation has gathered an ample number of samples and is en route back. This news immediately conjured images of the relatively independent character Venom from the Marvel Universe. Although an extraterrestrial life form, Venom's combat prowess within the Marvel realm is, in simple terms, merely sufficient to tussle with ordinary citizens. When faced with formidable beings like the Hulk, he would undoubtedly be subjected to a merciless thrashing. Not to mention his aversion to flames and sonic waves. For Fang Chong, who had already acquired the abilities of a giant, Venom seemed like a mere triviality. As the actress on the television prattled on, Fang Chong found his drowsiness intensifying, his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. In his twilight state, fragments of Venom's narrative flickered in his mind. Having previously accessed certain channels, Fang Chong had watched the ultimate uncut version. Despite the presence of beautiful dealers dealing cards live, the vivid imagery of Eddie S. Lim's miraculously healing left an indelible mark on his memory. Suddenly, a dialogue between Eddie's girlfriend and Venom flashed through Fang Chong's mind. Eddie, you've contracted a parasite. It's causing your organs to fail. You need immediate treatment. Eddie, don't listen to him. I can cure you. I can cure you. With this thought, Fang Chong abruptly sat up in bed, his robust physique betraying him as he soared through the roof and out into the open air. Undeterred by the fall, he was consumed by a singular thought. System. Can Venom alleviate my organ failure? Currently assessing based on host memories and constructing attributes. Comparing data affirmative, Venom can address the host's organ failure. Upon reading the words that materialized before him, Fang Chong's excitement became impossible to contain. Though only 2 words apart, he understood the distinction between alleviate and resolve. Thus, it became imperative for Fang Chong to acquire Venom. As for Eddie, he could only offer his apologies. However, with his intervention, Eddie likely would not endure the same convoluted romantic entanglements as in the original narrative, serving as a small consolation from Fang Chong. Well, there remain 2 or 3 months before the spaceship returns. During this time, it would be prudent to resolve Tony's matters. Calculating the timeline. By the time he addresses Tony's issues, it would not be long before the onset of the Avengers' first assembly. Although he remained uncertain about the nature of Loki's scepter, clearly embedded with the Space Stone yet inexplicably possessing a beguiling effect, Fang Chong certainly did not intend to put his own body on the line to discern its properties. It would be wiser for Tony and the others to take the lead in that regard. Rising from the ground. The thrill of excitement rendered Fang Chong unable to find any semblance of sleep, compelling him to make his way to the bathroom at home. By the way, system. When is the next world? Why is there no prompt this time? The system detected that the host's dimensional anchor was affecting the other parallel worlds. Currently, Ancient One is facilitating the merging of 2 worlds, hence it cannot provide explicit information regarding the next world. Along with the prompt, the system presented a plethora of information to Fang Chong. Although he struggled to comprehend much of it, it was evident from the aristocratic families, which bore little distinction from this era, that it was unlikely to be a world of high martial arts. Thus, he paid it little mind. However, since entering the world of Demon Slayer, Fang Chong had sensed a subtle shift in the system, though he could not quite articulate what it was. Forget it, he thought. It's time for a refreshing wash. After a brisk shower, Fang Chong set off early in the morning towards the supermarket. Although the era of Demon Slayer was abundant in food and drink, he had long yearned for the delightful combination of hamburgers and soda. Thankfully, with his presence, it was not too difficult to find a good hamburger shop that was open at such an early hour. After indulging heartily, Fang Chong left behind 500 coins, much to the astonishment of the staff, who were left bewildered, gazing at the remnants of the hamburger. What a relief, strolling along the morning streets. Despite being in the city, Fang Chong's residence was not in the bustling center, and the sparse population allowed him to relish a moment of solitary enjoyment. However, the technological advancements of this world came with their own drawbacks. Within 2 hours, he received a call from Agent Coulson summoning him to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After all, Fang Chong was nominally an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he could not easily disregard Coulson's request. Nevertheless, it presented a fine opportunity to showcase his abilities and perhaps augment his salary. Upon boarding the vehicle sent by Coulson, Fang Chong soon arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. He found a spot to sit, but before he could settle in, a strikingly attractive woman in revealing attire pulled him out of the headquarters and into another vehicle. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Natasha, A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, currently preparing to apply for the position of secretary beside Tony. Since you are also A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, it is imperative that you acknowledge my presence and keep it a secret. Understood, little brother? Before Fang Chong could react, the alluring woman proceeded to deliver a lengthy discourse. He scarcely paid attention, but upon hearing the name Natasha, he instinctively distanced himself slightly. After all, the woman before him had survived since the Second World War. Though not as aged as Captain America, she was certainly not far behind, particularly as a seasoned warrior. For someone like Fang Chong, who had a slight obsession with cleanliness, this was nothing short of a nightmare. Perhaps sensing the disdain reflected in Fang Chong's gaze, Natasha remained rather reticent thereafter. It was no simple task to interview for the position of Tony's secretary. This occasion merely involved submitting a resume at the designated location. However, the subsequent arrangements would undoubtedly be managed by specialized personnel from S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, while Natasha's appearance and physique might not align with Fang Chong's aesthetic preferences, they would undoubtedly prove to be irresistibly alluring for a seasoned connoisseur like Tony. Well then, dear boy, this little interlude comes to an end, and now we shall enjoy our time alone.